551, Gift. While Yukinashida's words might hurt someone and make their lips twitch, Shishio had a well-endowed rod, which meant he also had a well-endowed heart. He decided to forgive this girl and thought having a small chest also made her heart small. Yet he didn't say that out loud since he was afraid his car might crash into something if he dared to say that. Yukinashida wasn't sure, but she kept staring at Shishio, feeling his expression was quite insulting. Before long, they arrived at the department store that they had planned to visit. Still, when they walked out of the car, Yukinashida stared at him intently. What's wrong? Her gaze was so weird. It felt like she wanted to devour him somehow. What's wrong with your pants? Do you want me to buy you pants later? Yukinashida asked while staring at his jeans pants. It's fashion. Shishio was speechless. Really? Yukinashida was surprised. Well, do you think it is bad? Shishio asked curiously. No, it's quite good. Yukinashida had never lied. No, she lied, but if possible, she didn't want to lie. After all, even though Shishio's ripped jeans quite surprised her, they looked good on him. Thanks. Shishio smiled, then asked, so what's wrong with that scrutinized face? Do you have something on your mind? Yukinashida stared at Shishio for a moment and said, Shishio-kun, you can tell my taste is quite different from a normal high school girl. Do you think I can choose a good gift for Uegama-san? I don't think so. Hey. Yukinashida was confused. After all, the taste of your clothes is good. I think you look cute in that, Shishio said. I think this has nothing to do with Uegama-sama-san's gift. Yukinashida quickly looked away, trying to hide the blush on her face. However, her expression started to change, and she said, but Ebina-san or Miura-san will participate in the surprise party, right? What if they have a better gift? Her expression showed a determination as if she didn't want to lose. Shishio must admit that Yukinashida was cute. Even her petty personality gave quite a nice gap. Still, he could only express his helplessness and said, I understand. I'll tell you about what the current high school likes. Thank you. Yukinashida nodded with relief. However, I don't think Yui-senpai is picky. As long as you give her a gift, I am sure that she'll be happy to receive anything, Shishio said. Do you think she'll be happy if I give her an education book since we're about to become third year in high school? Yukinashida asked. Her score isn't good after all. I'm afraid she might have trouble entering a university. How about I tell you how to choose a gift? Shishio asked. After all, if Yukinashida gave Yui an education book, he could imagine how Yui would cry. Please. Even though Yukinashida didn't want to admit it, as a scumbag, Shishio was the best person she could talk to regarding this matter. As they entered the department store, they could see the gaze of every person on the two of them. Yukinashida was, without a doubt, beautiful. If 10 points were the most beautiful, then without a doubt, she would have 9 points. Many people might disagree, and they would give her 10 points, but most girls were around 5 points or 6 points, and by adding makeup, they would reach 7 points. On the other hand, Yukinashida's beauty was natural. She was a beautiful piece of work created by God. With that understanding, it could be seen how beautiful she was, right? The only thing that made her not approached by the pickup guy was because her expression had always been serious, and she had this frown on her face. Shishio looked at Yukinashida for a while and said, wait a moment, senpai. What's wrong? Yukinashida frowned as she thought about what kind of gift she should give to Yui. Shishio didn't say anything and lightly rubbed her eyebrows and cheeks, loosening the muscle around them. Yukinashida. Don't frown, alright? We're going to give Yui-senpai a gift. You should smile now, Shishio said. Do you think if I smile, I can give her a good gift? Yukinashida asked speechlessly. Of course. Shishio nodded without hesitation. How? If I have to explain, then it is about our mindset. Mindset? Yeah. Shishio nodded. Now that you mentioned it, I haven't told you how to choose a gift, right? So, how did you choose a gift? Frankly, there are no rules about choosing a gift, but as I have said previously, you need to set up a mindset. What kind of mindset? It's about making the person that you want to give a gift to feel happy, Shishio said. I think as long as it is sincere and comes from the heart by thinking that this person will be happy by receiving this gift. Even if the gift is unique, I'm sure Yui-senpai will feel happy. Still, if you want to give a safe gift that anyone will like, I can also tell you how. Frankly, there were no rules to giving a gift. As long as it was coming from the heart and thought about the opposite party, they would be happy. Still, receiving a gift was something that made anyone happy, especially when that person had a feeling toward you. Yukinashida was in silence for a while, then looked at Shishio. If it's you, what will you give her? Me. Shishio was stunned, then he thought for a while. He thought about Yui's stupid smile and said, maybe a hair tie. Hair tie. Yuki Nashida was stunned for a moment before she nodded. That's a good choice. It wasn't that expensive and practical since Yui had always worn her hair in a bun, so it was quite a good choice. After all, they were just friends, so it wasn't good to choose an expensive gift. Shishio thought a scrunchie or something similar was good. Or maybe glasses will be good, Shishio said. Why glasses? Yuki Nashida asked. She's kind of stupid, so she might appear smart if she wears one, Shishio said. Yuki Nashida. We're not in a hurry anyway. How about we walk around the department store? You have a lot of time, right? Shishio said. Well, that's true. Yuki Nashida nodded since she knew that they didn't need to be in a hurry. Alright, come on. Shishio took Yuki Nashida's hand naturally and brought her to walk around. Yuki Nashida looked at her hand, which grabbed his strong hand helplessly, but she didn't fight back and held it back with a blush on her face. Bastard! She cursed in a low voice that could only be heard by her. However, Shishio heard her voice, but he knew that this wasn't the time yet. Still, while they walked, many people let out depressed sighs. The reason why they were stared at by many people wasn't only because of Yuki Nashida. Instead, it was because of Shishio. If it wasn't because of Yuki Nashida, those hungry hyenas might have come and jumped into him. Because of this, Yuki Nashida moved closer and glanced at those people silently before she looked at Shishio again. He was like a fire, burnt like a purgatory, yet many women dared to jump out and were burnt by him. Am I also one of them? Yuki Nashida showed a depreciated smile before she shook her head since what was important was about Yui's gift now. The two walked together, looking at various things in the department store. Still, out of all the stores, Yuki Nashida stopped at the pet shop while staring at the cats intently. Shishio squatted next to her and asked, if you want to see a cat, I have one too, you know. His cat, Hikari, which was given by Sorita in the past, was living happily under him. Even if Sorita appeared, she might not want to change the master now. It's not like I like a cat, Yuki Nashida murmured with a red face, denying reality. Yes, yes. Shishio rolled his eyes but regretted his perfunctory reply since Yuki Nashida tried to claw him like a cat. Still, if possible, instead of giving him a claw, he wanted to mate with her like a cat. The two continued their journey until they stopped at one shop. The shop sold various things from souvenirs, daily necessities, and even dolls. Yuki Nashida looked intently at the doll of the famous character Pan the Panda. You're not going to buy them? Shishio asked. No, it's not like I have an interest in it, Yuki Nashida said calmly, but her eyes kept looking at the doll. Shishio looked at the doll for a while and said, I have chosen my gifts. Wait a moment. Okay. Yuki Nashida nodded while feeling slightly curious, but she didn't intend to ask him since she was embarrassed. Instead, she picked an apron with a cat paw design and tried it on while looking at her appearance in the mirror. Sorry for the wait, senpai. Shishio-kun? Good timing. What do you think about this? Yuki Nashida turned and showed her appearance while wearing an apron. Cute. Thank you, but that's not what I want to hear. Yuki Nashida sighed and felt her face was hot while wondering why this guy had always made her heart jump. Still, if you want to buy it for Yui-senpai, you should get the frilly one. That's true. Yuki Nashida agreed and picked up the pink frilly apron. However, she didn't let go of the cat paw apron and said, I'll pay it first. Wait here. Okay. Shishio didn't mention how Yuki Nashida was going to buy the cat paw apron since she knew this girl was Tsundere. He waited for a while before Yuki Nashida came. Still, he was quite speechless when Yuki Nashida came since he saw many women quickly dispersed and walked away regretfully. Sorry for the wait. You know? I should come with you, Shishio said helplessly since he was about to be approached by women. He then held Yuki Nashida's hand naturally, causing them to move away. Yuki Nashida was also speechless by what had happened before, so she naturally held his hand tighter, making many women sullenly walk away. Thanks. Is this always happening? Well, yet. After he got the enhanced charm, his situation worsened. Well, should it be better? Anyway, the woman he should be focused on was Yuki Nashida, not others. Should we eat something? I am hungry, Shishio said. Okay. Yuki Nashida nodded and asked, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Are you sure? I have troubled you after all, so I'll treat you, Yuki Nashida said. Shishio was in silence for a moment and felt that it was really great to have a rich girlfriend. I have heard there is a good okonomiyaki store here, Shishio said. Okonomiyaki? Alright. Yuki Nashida agreed. The two walked toward the store while holding hands as usual, but suddenly. Hey? Is that you, Shishio-kun? Yukino-chan? The two stopped and saw someone they didn't want to see. What a coincidence, Harino said with a smile, but her eyes quickly squinted while looking at their hands that held against each other. Are you two dating? She stared at the two, waiting for the answer like a boa that was about to jump into its prey. 552, Wisteria. Yukinashida's calm heart shook entirely. It was as if her heart had become a vortex that swept all the happiness she felt at this moment, turning them into many emotions. If they were found by his girlfriends, she might not think too much. However, her older sister was different. Her heart was beating so fast, and she was quite panicked. Yet she didn't let his hand away. Instead, she held it even tighter. How about you? Alone? Where's your boyfriend? Shishio asked mockingly. Yukinashida and Harino. You little bastard. Harino jumped into Shishio and fought him to death. Their hands were released naturally when Shishio and Harino fought each other. However, Yukinashida stared at them silently, wondering when their relationship would become closer. Okay. Okay. Stop. Do you want me to smack your ass? Do it if you dare. I'll slap it if you continue. Then, do it. Shishio stared at Harino and wanted to smack her ass, but not with his hands. Instead, with his waist. However, this wasn't the place to do that since he wasn't an exhibitionist. Okay, stop. Stop. Yukinashida quickly stood between Harino and Shishio. Harino looked at Yukinashida annoyedly and asked, Are you going to help him? It's you who is causing trouble. Yukinashida also didn't want to lose. Shishio was silent, looking at the two, wondering why it felt like he was a young man who was found out two-timing by his girlfriend. Come on, Shishio. Let's leave her. Yukinashida took Shishio's hand and walked away. Okay. Shishio was speechless, but he agreed that it was better for them to leave. After all, he could see the crowd was looking at them. Still, he didn't care since being the center of attention was always his everyday matter. Hey! Hey! How can you leave your older sister? Harino pouted and took Shishio's other hand naturally. Shishio! What are you doing? Yukinashida barked. What? You hold his hand, right? Why can't I do it? Harino asked with a grin. Yukinashida and Harino continued to fight with each other. However, Shishio sighed and pulled his hands away from the two of them. This action stunned Yukinashida and Harino, thinking Shishio was angry. However, who would have thought he would wrap his hands around their waist at the same time? Anyway, we have met here. Let's eat together. Yukino-senpai will treat us, Shishio said. Anyway, he had many experiences dating two sisters at the same time. The two sisters were looking at Shishio as if he was a scumbag. Yet they weren't wrong since he was a scumbag. I'm not going to treat my sister, Yukinashida said while looking away. It's okay. Shishio nodded. It's okay. Harino grumbled, then smiled and asked, So you're not satisfied with Yukino-chan, and you want me to? Do you want to do Shime-dan? Shime-dan, a situation commonly found in pornography where someone can get their way with two sisters. Shishio. What is Shime-dan? Yukinashida asked curiously but still tried to act like she didn't care. Oh, it is. Harino moved closer and wanted to tell Yukinashida the meaning behind her word, but Shishio pushed their backs and said, Alright, I'll treat you too. Anyway, even if he planned to do a Shime-dan, it was impossible for him to say so. Still, he was more interested in the Oyakadon, though. Unfortunately, he didn't have a chance to do so. Harino and Yukinashida looked at each other before they smiled. However, Yukinashida quickly realized what she was doing and quickly looked away. On the other hand, Harino only smiled and didn't even care about Yukinonashida's reaction since she felt their relationship had become closer than how they were. The three of them went to the okonomiyaki store that Shishio had told them about previously. Many people might not know what okonomiyaki is, but in simple terms, it can be said that it is a savory pancake in Japan. There are two styles of okonomiyaki, Osaka style and Hiroshima style. Nanami, who was coming from Osaka, also often cooked okonomiyaki for him. It was also the reason why he decided to choose the Hiroshima style since he had never gotten one before. Is this place really good? Harino looked around curiously. The interior of the store was fairly standard. It had a Japanese design where it used mostly wooden elements, giving a detailed yet comfy feeling. They sat at the table of four with a large flat grilling pan in front of them. Yukinashida and Shishio sat naturally between each other. Meanwhile, Harino sat on his opposite, so she could see him better. I have heard this place is quite good, Shishio said. From who? Yukinashida asked. My friend, Shishio said perfunctorily. Do you have a friend? Somehow Yukinashida and Harino asked this question at the same time in surprise. Shishio was speechless and asked, What's with that expression? Do you think that I don't have a friend? Well. 2x. If it was girlfriends, they didn't doubt him since this guy had many advantages to getting women. However, a friend was different. Unlike love, a friendship was something more natural. Whether it was Yuki Nashida or Harano, they had hardly any existence that could be called friends. Still, Yuki Nashida was lucky since she met various people such as Ui, Hikigaya, and many others, so they became her friends now. On the other hand, Harano's situation was more complicated since she had to be the head of her family, manage the business, and forge the connection between her family and others. In other words, it was extremely hard for her to be able to meet someone that she could share this matter with. Shishio also didn't feel surprised by their reaction since, standing on the top, he also had to sacrifice many things. The friend was one thing. After all, it was impossible for him to make everyone like him. Many people also hated him since they were jealous or something. However, people weren't stupid and wouldn't show much emotion on their faces. His status would also make people feel inferior, and they could only look away. This was also why most people chose someone similar to become their friends. The beautiful girl with the beautiful girl. The otaku with the otaku. BL lovers with BL lovers. After all, even if it was possible, could a lion become a friend with his prey? Still, even so, he felt love and friendship were quite similar to each other. If there was a difference, then it was their passion since friends didn't have sex with their friends. However, the fact he had a friend didn't change. Like Shiro-san, Ryu Unosuke, Hikigaya, and a few others. Anyway, how about we order something? They agreed and also followed his recommendation by choosing the Hiroshima-style okonomiyaki. If the Osaka-style okonomiyaki was like a normal pancake by combining everything into one. The Hiroshima-style okonomiyaki was more complex. It was like a construction building, where everything started from a thin, crispy skin before being slowly stacked with cabbage, fried noodle, a layer of meat, and another layer of delicate skin. Everything was covered with a thick, glistening sauce before being showered with nori, spring onion, and bonito flakes. The three of them ate the okonomiyaki with relish. The crispy, savory okonomiyaki was devoured by the three of them naturally. Still, Yuki Nashida couldn't help but ask, when did your relationship become so close? After all, their only meeting was only when they ate Thai food in the past, yet she felt they had met more, which made her frown. Oh? You're curious, Yukino-chan. Harano gave a meaningful smile toward Yuki Nashida. Yuki Nashida wasn't sure, but she felt annoyed at that moment. You might not know, but his mother has a good impression of me, Harano said smugly. What? Yuki Nashida looked at the two in a dumbfounded manner. Shishio didn't think it was worth hiding and told Yuki Nashida about what had happened. He didn't let Harano explain since she could tell this young woman might plan to say something weird. While Harano pouted, Yuki Nashida stared at Harano, wondering what kind of luck her big sister had that she could meet Shishio and his mother when she was out. Her heart was restless since she had only met his mother for a while. On the other hand, Harano had met his mother for so long, and they even went on the trip together. Yuki Nashida wasn't sure why she felt this feeling, but this feeling was uncomfortable. She glanced at Shishio, who didn't overthink and felt even unhappy. Still, she understood that he didn't have a reason to explain since they weren't in a relationship. Yet she didn't like it when she knew that Shishio and Harano were going out together. What's even worse, Yuki Nashida could see how close Shishio and Harano were. Fortunately, they didn't stay with Harano too long, and she didn't join them too long. The reason might not be clear since Harano might be busy, or she might notice the unhappiness of her little sister. Anyway, after they parted from Harano, they returned to the car and decided to go back. However, their current situation is far from how they previously were. Yuki Nashida was quite cold, looked away, and didn't intend to say a single word. Shishio also didn't say anything and just shut his mouth. Watching this, Yuki Nashida wondered when she had become so weak. When she saw him like this, she felt she was being abandoned and almost cried. However, her stubbornness didn't allow her to show her weakness to anyone, so she just looked away without saying anything. However. Hey! Yuki Nashida felt something on her lap and saw that it was a bag. What is this? She knew that it was from Shishio. For you, Shishio said simply. Yuki Nashida glanced at Shishio for a moment, completely stunned, wondering when he had bought this. However, she thought that it might be when they had visited various stores previously. She was quite curious and took out the thing inside her bag. Bookmark. The bookmark was carefully created with a purple wisteria dry flower in the middle. Her head was blank, and she asked, "Is it for me?" Yes. Shishio nodded, then asked, "I chose it since it was quite nice, and you often read books, right? So I thought it could help you or something, but I'm not sure whether you like it." His words were unlike his usual confidence. Instead, he was quite hesitant, wondering whether Yuki Nashida loved his gift or not. Well, it's okay. Yuki Nashida didn't dare to look at him and kept looking away. After all, she was afraid the bright smile she showed at this moment would be seen. In other words, she was too embarrassed. Her snow-like heart melted, blooming in happiness like the flower in the spring. I see, that's good. Yet. Her voice was soft, then she said, thank you. No problem. Also, I'm sorry for before. Me too. Should I give you something? Oh? You'll give me something too. I'll think about what I should give you later. Yuki Nashida felt it was better to think about what kind of gift she should give him. After all, she loved this bookmark very much. I can't wait for it. The relationship between the two returned to how it used to be and became even closer. Still, if there was something that Shishio hadn't told Yuki Nashida, then it was the meaning of the flower on her bookmark. Wisteria. With this flower, he wanted to tell her he wouldn't let her go. However, it was better for her to realize this by herself instead of uttering the meaning behind this flower. Also, he didn't need to say it since Yuki Nashida had been staring at the flower on the bookmark, carefully holding it so it wouldn't be damaged, showing how much she loved his present. Shishio must admit Yuki Nashida was so sweet. 553, let's end this. Frankly, his weekend was quite busy. Yuki Nashida was one thing, but there was something more important that he had to do. Unlike usual, the Tachibana household was quite busy today. Everyone gathered together and helped Hina move her things. Shishio also came and helped them to move Hina's belongings. After their trip from Izu, Hina told everyone that she had decided to move. While her decision surprised them, she told everyone that she had decided to move in with her boyfriend. Everyone was surprised and dumbfounded, but they quickly became happy to know what it meant to move together or live together. Living together as a couple was something normal in this country. If they had planned to move in together, their plan to marry wouldn't be far off. Let me see your boyfriend, Tsukiko said with a smile. However, Hina didn't plan to show the face of her boyfriend and dodged their question. Still, this made them curious about the identity of her boyfriend. On the other hand, Rui watched this scene in silence, wondering how everyone was going to react when they knew the truth. However, she knew this wasn't the time to tell the truth to everyone, so she helped Hina and told them about Hina's boyfriend. Have you met him, Rui? What's his job? Can he take responsibility for Hina? Tsukiko quickly asked. Akihito also eagerly waited for the answer. Rui thought for a moment and said, he works in the finance-related industry. It was just a spur of the moment, and she didn't think too much. Finance. 2x. Akihito and Tsukiko nodded and somehow felt satisfied with Hina's boyfriend. After all, the finance-related industry was one of the industries with the highest income. In other words, without a doubt, their lives would be well off. Hina was speechless, but she didn't say anything since somehow she understood why Rui answered with such an answer. After all, on the Izu, they realized what kind of rich young master character their man was. So when are you going to introduce him to us? Tsukiko asked while looking at Hina. He's quite busy now. He's still in Shanghai for some business, Hina said. She wasn't sure why Shishio liked to say they should visit China in the future, but she didn't think too much and just told the truth. When Hina, Shishio, and Rui discussed the matter of the move, Shishio also told them about the issue of the identity of this fictional boyfriend. Shanghai? Hey. Tsukiko nodded and asked, so when will he come back? It should be around a month. He has said that I should move first, and he said sorry that he couldn't help me. Her lie had become smoother, and she didn't stutter anymore. However, she must admit it felt uncomfortable to lie to her mother. Still, what could they say? Could they say that they dated Shishio at the same time? While it was possible, it was better to wait a while to announce this matter. Leaving aside Akihito, or Natsuo, they knew their mother should understand them, so they decided to tell this matter to Tsukiko first. As for Akihito or Natsuo, hopefully, they planned to let Tsukiko tell them. Still, Tsukiko asked many questions about Hina's boyfriends for a while since she was afraid her boyfriend was the husband of someone. Hina. However, after Tsukiko confirmed everything was all right, she sighed in relief and agreed to let her daughter move. As for her first daughter's boyfriend, there were some doubts on her mind, especially when she thought about a certain someone. She decided to keep it inside her heart. Hina had decided to move, and her plan was supported by Rui, Tsukiko, and Akihito. Neither of them said anything since she was already an adult, and it was normal for her to move out. Yet someone was in shock and felt unhappy. However, what could he do? Natsuo didn't know what to do. He knew that it was normal for Hina to have a boyfriend and even moved out with her boyfriend, yet he didn't want it. He wanted to stop her and told her to stay in the house, but no words came out of his mouth. He still wanted to see Hina and make her his girlfriend, but he knew it was impossible. While their status might not stop them from becoming together, Hina didn't have an interest in being together with him. The Tachibana household was filled with happiness, yet he was the only one who felt unhappy. Is this how it feels to be heartbroken? Natsuo thought. If only her boyfriend made her sad, Natsuo thought he still had a chance. However, when he saw her radiant smile, he felt helpless, and he knew she was happy. There was nothing he could do besides burying this feeling inside his heart. Yet could he give up so easily? No. The love in his heart slowly turned into an obsession. Natsuo couldn't forget about Hina's figure and wanted her, so at this moment, he decided to confess to her. He wanted to tell her how he felt toward her since he was afraid that everything would be late if he didn't do it now. Yet the days passed, and he didn't do anything before it was time for Hina to move out. Shishio came to help with the moving, and everyone helped to move Hina's things to her new apartment. Is that all? Shishio asked. Yes. Hina nodded with a smile. Thank you, Shishio-kun. No problem, Hina. Hina somehow shuddered and said, being called someone younger than me without an honorific is nice. Shishio knew Hina had a certain masochist tendency, but he didn't complain. Well, let's celebrate your move later. Hina blushed, but she nodded eagerly. Hina, Shishio, hurry up and come down. We need to go to the apartment to move Hina's belongings, Tsukiko's voice could be heard from below. Yes. 2x. Shishio and Hina looked at each other and smiled. After all, it would be impossible for them not to feel excited since they would be living together now. They wouldn't be bothered by many things, and there would be many things that they could do together. Still, when they walked down, Shishio noticed Tsukiko's gaze, so he asked, is there something on my face, auntie? Nothing. Tsukiko shook her head and said, I'm not sure, but I feel that I want to punch you. Shishio. What do you think? Tsukiko asked with a smile. Did I do something wrong? Shishio was speechless. I don't know, but I feel annoyed somehow. Tsukiko rubbed her first and wondered why she wanted to beat this bastard. She knew the relationship between Shishio and Rui was already impossible to stop, and she didn't want to stop it either. However, she felt there was this strange intuition that told her the relationship between Shishio and Hina wasn't that simple. Tsukiko might not have evidence, but the close relationship between the two rang the alarm in her mind. Then, you need to calm down. Shishio held Tsukiko's shoulders gently and put her to sit down on the sofa. He gave a light massage on her shoulders and said, you might get tired from the job and help Hina to move out. Well, probably. Tsukiko let out a satisfied sigh, feeling his massage was so nice. Does it feel good, auntie? Yeah, over there. That place is good. Her white and soft shoulders were nice to touch, but Shishio knew they were quite stiff, and as a responsible son-in-law, he knew he needed to help his mother-in-law to take care of this matter. Fortunately, Rui, Hina, Akihito, and Natsuo were outside, and they didn't see what Tsukiko and Shishio were doing. By the way, where's the apartment? Akihito asked since he didn't know where the apartment was. Natsuo also looked at Hina curiously. It's in Ebisu. Ebisu. 2x. The location wasn't that far from Hina's workplace but was quite far from their house. Yet it was still in Tokyo, so it wasn't a place that was hard to visit. Natsuo made up his mind to visit Hina's new apartment in the future. However, he knew that after she moved, their chances of meeting each other would be limited. He felt slightly regretful since he didn't appreciate the time he spent with her and thought to use that time well, so he could do something about the fiery feeling inside his heart. Natsuo knew that he might have taken everything for granted, but this was normal. After their parents married, they had been together and lived in the same house for so long. Yet that day would disappear. Hina would move away with her boyfriend, whom he didn't know. Their chance to meet with each other would become rare and might be almost non-existent. Even if they met, he wouldn't be inside her heart. This frustrated him, and he also felt regret that he didn't dare to say what he wanted. That's why. Natsuo knew that he had to say it now, or else he would lose his chance. It's good that we have moved everything. Akihito wiped the sweat off his forehead. Should we go now, Hina-ne? Rui asked. Okay. Hina nodded and asked, but where's Shishio and mom? They tried to look at each other, but then they heard his voice. Hey, you forget one thing, Shishio said while holding a huge card box filled with something. Ah, I forgot. Hina quickly approached Shishio and stuck her tongue cutely. Tsukiko walked to everyone and said, should we go now? Her body was refreshed as if she had become several years younger. Good. They agreed and didn't seem to notice the change in Tsukiko. Still, when they were about to go, Shishio noticed Natsuo's strange expression and couldn't help but frown. However, he thought for a while and made up his mind since he knew that this was for the best. The short pain was better than long-term agony. There was no need to procrastinate, and it was better to solve it as soon as possible. As for a chance or whatever, Shishio could only smile, and he didn't say anything since it would be too cruel of him to say anything. Everyone prepared to go to Hina's apartment by car. Shishio was also about to enter the car, but Tsukiko suddenly came and whispered, Shishio, give me a massage again in the future. Shishio. 554, over. I expected this, but this apartment is quite spacious, right? You can even build your family here right away, Tsukiko said while looking at the apartment in front of her. They must admit that the apartment was so good. Somehow they weren't surprised at why Hina didn't mind moving. Yet they knew the reason why she moved wasn't because of this matter. Instead, it was because she could be with the one she loved. The apartment was a 3LDK room. It was a perfect place for one if they wanted to build a family. The soundproofing was also good, so no one would worry the noise would be heard from the outside. This was the most important point. While many people thought it was for a perverted reason, he wanted to say that wasn't the main reason. The noise could be a bother, especially when one was living as a neighbor. A house might not have this problem, but an apartment had this problem where the noise they created or the noise from the neighborhood could be heard, which was quite annoying. Some people might be surprised, but many people often had to walk on tiptoes when they walked into their apartment, so they wouldn't bother their neighbors. Everything had to be done quietly. One could imagine how uncomfortable it was, right? Even if you stayed in your house, you couldn't even stay relaxed. If so, what's the point of getting a house, then? This was why soundproofing was important in the apartment type of building. Hina's apartment was the best one, and unless they were rich, it would be impossible to buy one. However, it was quite easy for him to buy the entire building. Anyway, Tsukiko and Akihito looked at the apartment curiously with satisfied expressions. Natsuo felt uncomfortable. After all, he could see the difference between him and Hina's boyfriend. Yet he still had a chance since he had heard Hina's boyfriend went to Shanghai on a business trip, so he knew there should be a chance for him to confess. While Natsuo was in the middle of his thought, Hina suddenly asked, "What do you want to eat? Should I get udon? There's a good store nearby." There were many stores around her apartment, so it was quite easy for her to buy lunch for everyone. As for cooking by themselves, they were too lazy to do so since they had just finished moving. Okay. Let's get udon. Hearing Hina's offer, they agreed and decided to have udon. Then, I'll go to the store. Shishio, can you help me? Hina asked. No, we need him here. After all, who is going to handle the electronic matter if he's gone? Tsukiko looked at Hina with a frown and said, still, your relationship with Shishio is so good. Really? I think it's quite normal, though. Hina looked away with a guilty conscience. Shishio and Rui. But I can't bring the lunch alone. Hina suddenly showed her wit and thought she could bring Shishio. Then, bring Natsuo. Can you help her, Natsuo? Tsukiko looked at her stepson. Ah, yes. Natsuo nodded in a daze before his expression became excited. Shishio only glanced at Natsuo for a moment, but he didn't say anything. Well, is that so? Hina sighed and knew she couldn't get Shishio out, so she nodded while looking at Natsuo. Then, Natsuo-kun, can you help me? She thought she should just buy lunch before went back quickly. Yes. Natsuo nodded without hesitation since he thought it was a chance. When the two walked out, Rui couldn't help but ask in a whisper, is that okay? What do you mean? Shishio asked while holding Hina's sexy lingerie from the card box. He looked at it for a while before he put it back. Rui was speechless, but she decided to ignore what had just happened and asked, leaving the two together. Is that okay with you? It was quite easy to tell what Natsuo felt toward Hina, especially when she often noticed Natsuo's gaze darted in Hina's direction. While she knew Natsuo wouldn't do anything weird toward Hina, she wondered whether it was right to leave the two alone. It's okay. I believe in her, Shishio said calmly. Still, he might have believed in Hina, but he didn't believe in Natsuo. If something really happened, he would notice immediately, and it was the reason why he was always calm. Shishio also felt this was for the best since the faster this matter ended, the better it was. Then, I believe in you. Rui nodded, but then she asked, say, what did you do with my mother before? Shishio. Even if Natsuo wasn't a good talker, Hina was a good talker, so she talked from A to Z about many things. The topic was quite random, and it had never stayed in a place. However, he felt this time was precious, and he couldn't contain the emotion inside his heart. He bursts out feeling like a broken dam, uncontrollable. Natsuo smiled and answered what she asked about his school and lastly. Natsuo-kun, do you have a girlfriend? Hina asked with a smile. Ah, no, I don't have one, Natsuo was embarrassed. Ah, is that so? What a shame. You're a high school student. You should try a romance or two. Even her boyfriend had so many romances, so it was quite a shame for Natsuo if he didn't taste the feeling of love. Still, she maintained a slight distance from him. It was just subtle, and one wouldn't realize it even if they looked at them closely. Hina had never touched Natsuo and maintained their distance from a safe distance. Frankly, Her mind had wandered around the fact that she felt Natsuo had a feeling toward her. If possible, she didn't want him to have such a feeling. After all, their relationship was obvious. They were step-siblings, and they were a student and a teacher. The hurdles between them were tough. However, the most important reason was that Hina didn't have an interest in passing these hurdles. She didn't have an interest in him except for their relationship as a step-sibling. It might be strange of her to have a step-sibling at this age, but as an adult, she had to adapt. This is what it meant to become an adult, after all. Even though she didn't want to become one. Anyway, in front of him, she didn't need to become an adult, and once she moved, she could stay with him without thinking about her family, which made her smile happily. Haha. Natsuo, on the other hand, could only laugh awkwardly at Hina's question. But there should be a girl you're interested in, right? Hina asked with a mischievous smile. That. Oh, the store is here. Let's buy Yuden. Hina entered the store and ordered 5 Yuden for everyone. Natsuo was just right behind Hina and stared into her profile. Her long silky hair, cute yet mature face, and alluring body. He felt every part of her body was beautiful and knew he had fallen for her. However, Hina didn't care about Natsuo's gaze and just talked with the owner before her order was prepared. Help me, Natsuo. Ah, yes. Natsuo nodded. Oh? Is this your brother? The owner asked. Yes, he's my brother. Hina nodded. I see. The owner nodded and didn't say much. After all, he knew Hina's boyfriend was. Fortunately, Shishio didn't come since he was afraid that his wife's gaze over Shishio was quite strange. However, Natsuo felt slightly uncomfortable with Hina's answer. Yet, what could he say? After all, that's the relationship that they have. Hina paid the money before she decided to go back. There was no need to stay any longer, after all. The two walked back to the restaurant. Even if the restaurant was quite close, they had to walk around 300 meters. While it wasn't that far, it would take a while for them to return. Hina didn't say anything this time, but Natsuo said, Hina ne. Yes. Hina was a bit absent-minded since she was thinking about what she should do with Shishio later when everyone had gone back. Your question earlier. My question. Hina turned and looked at Natsuo with a confused expression. I mean, you asked me whether I had an interest in someone, right? Natsuo was so nervous at that moment. Oh, right. Hina only remembered and asked with a cheeky smile, so do you have someone you like? Yes. Natsuo nodded. Who? I. Natsuo felt his heart almost burst out, but he tried to control his calm and said, I like you, Hina ne. Hina was dumbfounded and shuddered. She didn't expect what Hiratsuka had told her previously would be right. She couldn't think straight at this moment and felt so strange. Hina ne. Natsuo wondered why Hina didn't say anything. Hina took a deep breath, forcefully calmed herself, and said, Sorry, Fuji-kun. I can't think of you that way. I'm also in love with someone, so you should give your love to someone else. I'm sure that person will be happier. She patted Natsuo's shoulder gently, then left. As for what to say to him, she didn't know what to say. I'll go back first. You should calm yourselves first. On the other hand, Natsuo didn't move from his spot and looked at his feet. He couldn't imagine what he had heard previously. He looked up and saw that Hina had already walked away. He only realized that the distance between them wasn't close. Instead, it was so far away. Everything was just a hallucination that he created with his own heart. Natsuo instantly understood all of that, but he must admit it hurt to be rejected. Ugh. Shishio was in the bathroom, looking at the device in his hand for a while before he rubbed his face with water. Suddenly the door was knocked, so he said, There's someone here. I know. Shishio was speechless and opened the door. What's wrong, auntie? He looked at Tsukiko curiously, wondering what this woman wanted to say. Say, I know it might be wrong for me to ask this question. Tsukiko showed hesitation. Then, don't ask. Shishio thought. But are you dating 2 of my daughters? Tsukiko suddenly asked. 555, moving forward. Shishio had always wondered why he often received such a curveball. When everything was all right, something suddenly came into him from an unexpected direction, trying to create chaos in his peaceful life. Yet this problem was something he had expected since, no matter how good he was at hiding, everything would be known sooner or later. However, he didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stared into Tsukiko's expression calmly as if he was trying to find something there. Why do you think so? This answer was quite unexpected for Tsukiko. After all, she thought he would admit it directly, considering how young people were quite weak against pressure. Yet he seemed unfazed and didn't even seem troubled by her question. Still, when she was asked this question, she thought for a moment and said, No, it's just my intuition, but if you're not dating my two daughters, then it is okay. She didn't have any evidence, and everything was only based on her feelings, but if it didn't happen, then there was no need to press this matter further. After all, she didn't want to be seen as an annoying and troublesome woman. Tsukiko also thought about how Shishio had been caring for Rui so much, so he shouldn't do something sorry for Rui, right? No, you're right. I also date Hina, Shishio said calmly. Tsukiko was in a daze since it was her first time hearing someone calmly acknowledge that he had dated two of her daughters. Are you serious? Even if she had a doubt, she was also speechless, wondering whether this boy was joking. No, I'm serious. The one she mentioned before, the boyfriend who worked in Shanghai, was a lie. Hina and Rui dated me at the same time, and they knew about this matter. You mean they have decided to date you at the same time? Tsukiko was even more in a daze, and her head became quite dizzy. She almost fell, but she was caught by Shishio. Are you alright, auntie? No. Would you feel okay knowing your two daughters dated the same man at the same time? Of course not. Tsukiko looked at Shishio resentfully, but what could she say? Still, Shishio wondered how long Tsukiko wanted to stay in his arms. How long? It'd been a month or so. I'm not sure about the detailed days. While he knew the details of their relationship since his enhanced memory made it impossible for him to forget anything, it was better to pretend to forget in front of Tsukiko. Frankly, Shishio didn't intend to tell this matter like this. The place also wasn't suitable since they were in the bathroom. However, he also knew it would be hard for her to ask him this question on the outside, considering Rui and Akihito were there. Shishio used his sense of smell, and somehow he sighed in relief since Akihito and Rui were talking to each other while looking at the apartment curiously. After all, what could he say when they saw him being so close with Tsukiko like this? Auntie. Shishio couldn't help but remind Tsukiko since their position wasn't appropriate. They were a mother-in-law and a son-in-law, after all. While he had gotten two of her daughters, he didn't intend to add her. Tsukiko realized how close they were and also quickly maintained their distance. Her face was slightly reddened, but as an adult who had faced many situations, she quickly calmed herself. That should be the case, but somehow she felt her heart was beating so fast. Yet nothing was shown on her face. It's a happy occasion when Hina is moving to another apartment, so I don't plan to say anything, but next time we have to talk deeper about this matter. Thank you. Shishio sighed in relief. Neither Tsukiko nor Shishio planned to talk about this matter anymore. Shishio walked out first while Tsukiko entered the toilet for a while before she walked out. As for why they didn't come out together, they were afraid of being misunderstood. Even if they didn't do anything, the mind of man had always been a work of wonder. Rui even questioned him about what he was doing with Tsukiko before. However, Rui somehow also didn't feel that much suspicion since even if her mother was beautiful, she was still quite old. She didn't think that Shishio was interested in such an older woman, right? Still, when Shishio looked at Tsukiko, he wondered whether he should develop a cream that was able to make her skin younger. Many of his girlfriends were older than him, and while he had confidence that he wouldn't have many changes even if he reached 50, his women were different. They would get old, and their appearance would change. If he had something that made them able to regain their youthfulness, they would be happy without a doubt. Still, Shishio must admit that even a mature woman also had their own charm, but this wasn't a time to think about this matter since when Hina returned, he could see that her state was quite strange. Hey? Where's Natsuo? Akihito asked. He has said that he wants to go to the convenience store first, Hina said after a moment of hesitation and quickly changed the topic. Do you want to eat udon now? Let's eat it while it is hot. They didn't think too much and agreed. Let me help you, Shishio said and stood up to help Hina. Thank you. Hina smiled and didn't reject his offer. The two stood next to each other in the kitchen while moving the udon from the packaging to the bowl. What's wrong? Did Fujiai-senpai confess to you? Shishio asked jokingly. However, Hina didn't say anything and opened her mouth wide, staring at Shishio dumbfoundedly. Really? Shishio was also dumbfounded. While he had prepared for such a thing, he didn't expect that Natsuo would be so brave to confess to Hina. When someone confesses to others, it would be impossible for them to maintain their previous relationship. The emotion that had been hidden inside their heart had been known. Hina knew Natsuo liked her as a woman, then could she treat him like the normal little brother that she thought of him previously? Of course not. When he confessed to her, Hina wondered what was on Natsuo's head. Their relationship was there, but she had told everyone that she had someone that she loved. The only thing she was worried about was that their family's relationship would turn awkward because of this. It's okay. You don't need to worry. Time will solve everything. When he has a girlfriend, everything will turn normal. You will also move here, so you won't have to meet him, Shishio said, trying to reassure Hina. Thank you. Hina sighed in relief since she had moved out. If she stayed in the house, what would happen? Hina wasn't sure, but she knew that it would be so awkward. When they returned with a bowl of udon, there was no trace of their previous discussion, and they talked normally. It wasn't until later that Natsuo returned, but they could see that their complexion was so bad. What's wrong? Did you meet a delinquent or something? Or were you hurt? Everyone could see that Natsuo's state wasn't right. No. Natsuo glanced at Hina, who looked away and could only say, "No, I'm just hungry." Then, hurry up and eat. You make me so worried, Akihito said. Come and eat, Natsuo-kun, Tsukiko said worriedly. Natsuo took a bowl of udon. He had been out for a while, so the hot udon had turned into lukewarm, yet it didn't stop him from eating all the udon. Oh? If you're so hungry, do you want to eat more? Yet. Natsuo just wanted to forget everything now. In his mind, he hoped his confession would be accepted. If not, a hysterical response would be better than her previous flat and calm reaction that told him it was better to confess to someone else. Natsuo wanted to cry again, but he held back his tears since he had cried enough earlier. Shishio knew that this was an inevitable result. Still, when he saw Natsuo, he somehow remembered what had happened to Misaki and Mitaka when he was going out to Aiza with everyone. While she didn't say anything, she still maintained her happy smile and playful nature every day. Mitaka also hadn't approached him, which made him wonder what had happened between the two. Shishio was clueless. Still, he didn't bother to ask since somehow he could imagine what kind of ending had been forged between them. Anyway, Natsuo's matter had ended. Shishio knew that he only needed to leave Natsuo alone. There was no need to bother Natsuo anymore. When everyone had eaten, Shishio sent them back before he returned to Hina's apartment again since he had to take care of the aftermath. After all, her mind was a mess since she had just rejected Natsuo's confession. If Natsuo was just someone she didn't know, she wouldn't care much. However, Natsuo was her step-brother, which made everything complicated. If possible, she hoped she could rewind the time and ask Shishio instead of Natsuo when she bought the lunch previously, so something like this wouldn't happen. Fortunately, Hina was glad that she had Shishio with her, and he messed her up, so she could forget everything. Then, a few hours later, Hina forgot what had happened and acted like she usually did. By then, Shishio realized that in Hina's heart, there was no place for Natsuo, and it made him sigh, thinking that the fate of one side of love was cruel. The only thing that he hoped at this moment was so Natsuo could move on without causing trouble. Then the days passed after this incident, and it was time for Yui's birthday. The service club had decided to throw a surprise party for Yui. However, instead of the usual members of the service club, they added 2 additional members to this birthday surprise. Shishio had texted Hina Ebina and told her they should meet in the school's hidden ice cream vending store. He waited there while eating his choco mint ice cream. He sat on the bench, staring at the swaying leaves of the Zelkova tree absent-mindedly, until someone called him. Shishio-kun, yeah hello. Shishio looked up and saw Ebina and Miura Yumiko there, looking at him. While Ebina smiled, Yumiko was slightly nervous and tense. Yeah hello, Hina-senpai. Shishio greeted Ebina back, then looked at Yumiko and said, and hello, Miura-senpai. Hello. Yumiko must admit this guy was dangerous. 556, Yui's birthday. Did you bring your gift? Shishio didn't focus on Yumiko for so long and looked at Ebina. Of course. Ebina nodded, I have brought all my limited edition collections for Yui. Shishio and Yumiko. While they had some ideas about what kind of collections Ebina decided to give Yui, they decided to shut their mouths smartly at this moment. How about you, Miura-senpai? Shishio asked. Well, I brought something normal, Yumiko said subtly. So, should we go now? They should be waiting at the service club. Shishio had finished his ice cream and threw the stick of ice cream right into the trash can. Wait. Can I buy the ice cream for a moment? It's my first time to be here, Ebina said while looking at the vending machine ice cream. Sure. Anyway, there was still a time before the surprise, so it should be okay for them to buy the ice cream. He then looked at Yumiko and asked, how about you, Miura-senpai? Yes. Yumiko was also curious since she had never been here. Many people might doubt their words. After all, whether Ebina or Yumiko had been in this school for a year, why had they never been on this ice cream vending machine? The answer was obvious, and it was because they had never tried to walk to this place. However, people were animals that were affected by habit. It was like you would subconsciously choose the same road to go to school or work. Even if you felt bored or sleepy, you would choose the same way as what you had done previously. The school was the same since instead of going to the place you had or seldom visited, many people often spent their time at the place they usually stayed. All of this action was caused by a habit and the taxing of making a choice. Many people might not have trouble making a choice, but many also have trouble making a choice. Still, without a doubt, making a choice took their time and energy, so they decided to follow their habits to save time and energy. However, when one was on the adventure, strangely, they had this power when they could try many things without worrying. Shishio sat on the bench and looked at Ebina and Yumiko, who had chosen their ice cream. However, Ebina sat next to him without hesitation, but Yumiko hesitated for a moment before she also sat next to him. Shishio suddenly sat between two girls. Still, he couldn't help but remind them, "You should eat while we walk there since Ui-senpai might come anytime." "I know. I know." Ebina tore the package of the ice cream and licked the ice cream with her small, pink tongue. "It's okay. I eat quite fast." Yumiko is also the same. Yumiko didn't say anything and also licked the ice cream like Ebina. Still, while Yumiko was quite normal, Ebina seemed to be trying to provoke him. Shishio knew this wasn't his imagination, but when Ebina licked her ice cream, she kept glancing at him from time to time with a smile. However, he must admit the way she licked her ice cream wasn't something an amateur could do. Her pink tongue moved so lively and unexpectedly. Her tongue was quite long, and it was enough to wrap around the ice cream. Ebina noticed Shishio's gaze, and her movement became even more intense. While Yumiko didn't realize anything, Ebina and Shishio gazed into each other. Watching her pupil staring into his, Shishio wondered what made Ebina so interested in him. Was it the fact that he didn't care about her hobby? Probably. While Ebina might not seem to care what people thought of her toward her hobby, Shishio knew how sensitive she was toward them. People generally didn't have a good view of BL. Shishio was the same since if he could avoid it, he would avoid it. However, he wouldn't say bad things or look at them with disgust. He would treat those people normally as if nothing had happened. As for why he had such a reaction, it wasn't because he accepted them. Instead, it was his indifference toward those people since he just didn't care. However, this indifference put Ebina at ease. "Now that you've mentioned it, is your relationship okay?" Shishio asked while looking at Ebina and Yumiko. "Our relationship? 2x. The two looked at Shishio and couldn't understand your relationship. "I mean, nothing happened between you and Hayama-senpai's group after the last tennis match, right?" Shishio asked since he was quite curious about this matter. While he had heard the situation from Ui's mouth, he wanted to hear it from Ebina and Yumiko, especially Yumiko since she was the de facto leader of the female group in her class. As for Ui and Ebina, they were just tagging along behind Yumiko. Ebina didn't say anything and looked at Yumiko. "Well, it's okay." Even if Shishio was blind, he could tell that Yumiko didn't want to talk about this matter. "Well, leaving this matter aside, I'm surprised you two can become best friends like this." "Hey, what do you mean by that, Shishio-kun?" Ebina pouted, feeling annoyed since she was teased. Yumiko was surprised since it was her first time seeing her friend acting so chummily with a boy. After all, when she introduced Ebina to someone, Ebina would act coldly like an iceberg. Ebina would even ignore her like she was nothing, abandoning their friendship like it was nothing. It was also why she had introduced Ebina to a boy again. "So, how did you two meet?" Shishio asked curiously. Still, while Yumiko was surprised, hearing his question, she answered. Generally, people would gather around the people they were familiar with or similar with. This was what had happened between them. Yumiko, Ui, and Ebina became friends since they were the cutest in the class. Their relationship was also okay, so they became friends. Still, it was impossible to say something like that, so Yumiko told him they had met in the same class during their freshman year. Shishio was also a good listener and was also good at asking questions, which made Yumiko talk deeper, without even realizing it. While they were about to reach the climax, his phone suddenly vibrated. "I'm sorry. Let me answer this first." Shishio put his phone in his pocket, and it was someone he was familiar with. He accepted the call without hesitation and heard the familiar cold voice. "Where are you?" "Uegama-san is going to come." "Wait a minute. We're going to come." You're with someone." "Yeah, hello, Yukinashita-san. It's me, Ebina, and Yumiko." "Oh. I see, then, go to the service club." Yukinashita just hung up the call without waiting for his answer. Ebina looked at Shishio with a smile and said, "She is angry at you." Shishio rubbed Ebina's head, causing her hair to be messy. Hey! What are you doing?" Yumiko stared at Shishio and Ebina and thought their relationship was too close, right? After getting the call from Yukinashita, the three arrived at the service club. Inside, Yukinashita and Hikigaya were already waiting. "By the way, isn't it quite lonely without a cake?" Yumiko suddenly asked. "Don't worry. We have a cake already," Yukinashita said and took Shishio's bag naturally. She took out a tiramisu from a box of food containers. While the appearance wasn't as good as those birthday cakes in the store, it was already good enough. She also took out the candle and skillfully put it on the top of the cake, as if it wasn't her first time doing it. Shishio was silent, wondering whether Yuki Nashida was just skillful or had trained several times to put a candle on the cake. After all, he knew that before she met him, she didn't have friends. Her relationship with her family also wasn't that good either, so he was quite confused. Still, he wasn't stupid enough to say all the things in his head. Is this okay? Yuki Nashida asked while looking at Yumiko. Well, it's okay. Yumiko wasn't sure why, but she felt she had to fight this woman somehow. On the other hand, Hikigaya sat on the chair lazily, without caring as if this matter had nothing to do with him. What about Ui? Where is she? Ebina asked. Hirotsuka-sensei has handled this situation, Yuki Nashida said smoothly, as if she had expected all the problems beforehand. Right before the class ended, Hirotsuka called Ui to help her, so it would give them time to prepare for the surprise. Hirotsuka had reminded Yuki Nashida that Ui would come soon, so everyone waited in the clubroom patiently. Shishio thought of using a confetti popper, but when he thought about how messy it would be, he decided against it. He didn't want to waste his time cleaning up the classroom after all. They waited for a while, with somehow anticipation on their faces. Even if Yuki Nashida and Yumiko didn't seem to have a good relationship, they decided to make a truce. Then, the door opened, and Ui came. Yeah, hello. Sorry for being late. Happy birthday, Ui. Happy birthday, Uegahama-san. Congrats. Each of them was different, and it was quite chaotic, but Ui didn't care, and she was looking at everyone in shock. She approached them with a smile that couldn't be hidden. Everyone, this is... It's your birthday celebration, Yuki Nashida said calmly, but she had a warm smile on her face. We don't prepare much, but how about you blow the candle? It'll be terrible if all the candles melt because of the fire. Shishio brought the tiramisu to Ui. It might be because Yuki Nashida was so excited that she asked him to turn up the candle early, but because of this, the candle was about to melt. Yes. Yes. Ui nodded excitedly. Wait. Let's sing some songs first. Yumiko said. What song? 2x. Yuki Nashida and Hikigaya were confused. Yumiko forgot that they were all loners. Ah, the candle is all about to melt. Ebina quickly reminded everyone. Let's sing later. Go and blow the candle, Shishio said. It was chaotic, and their talks were all over the place, but Ui only laughed and blew the candle. When the fire on the candle was blown off, everyone clapped their hands together. Hirotsuka also joined since she had heard that Shishio made the tiramisu. Thank you, everyone. I'm so happy. Ui was almost in tears and received gifts from everyone. While the girls were talking, Shishio and Hikigaya ate a cake together. It's almost summer. What do you plan to do? Shishio asked. Nothing. I plan to hole up in my house, Hikigaya said simply. Say something. Shishio put the tiramisu in his mouth, chewed it lightly, and then said, maybe, you won't have such a peaceful day in the summer later. You're joking, right? Shishio didn't answer Hikigaya's question. Instead, he looked at Ui, who wore the glasses he had given her. What do you think, Shishio? Do I look smart? Ui asked while wearing glasses. You look like an idiot. How cruel. But well. Shishio gave a light smile and said, it suits you well. Really? Hehe. Ui laughed like an idiot. Shishio rolled his eyes and sipped the warm tea prepared by Yuki Nashida before he noticed Hirotsuka's glance. He nodded, and she made the most beautiful smile today, which made him anticipate his following days since the summer vacation was about to come. 557, Shishio is a master DIY. The summer holiday had just begun, and they planned to do many things. However, before that, Shishio came to Sunoarasu, where Ayaka Sunoara had been waiting for him. After knowing this place and confirming his relationship with Ayaka, he often came to this place. Besides going to do it with Ayaka, he often came to help her fix many things in the dorm. Sunoarasu had been built for tens of years from the moment her grandmother was still living in this place. This was also why Ayaka wanted to keep everything as it was, without changing anything. While it was an admirable reason, it also made the building quite old and needed to be maintained from time to time, so nothing would happen. This time, right before the summer vacation, Shishio was called by Ayaka to help her fix the rooftop. While speechless, he didn't complain since he knew she would give him a big reward. The reward was worth his hard work, so he decided to take it even if this job was troublesome. Yet Ayaka couldn't be blamed since Shishio's service and work in this area were even better than the professional. She also didn't have to take any money since calling the carpenter to fix the rooftop of the dorm would be quite a burden for the financial of the Sunoarasu. Still, the payment she had to give Shishio wasn't free either since she had often gone out to buy the costumes that he loved. This time, he asked her to go on a trip with her and his other older girlfriends. Ayaka agreed since she had planned to meet them either way. She might feel slightly uncomfortable with the young one, but the old one should be okay, right? Anyway, Shishio came to fix the rooftop of the Sunoarasu. He climbed the stairs and started his work there carefully. It was already summer, so the temperature was quite hot. Fortunately, the weather was quite cloudy, so it wasn't that hot. Yet Shishio knew that he needed to be in a hurry, or else he was afraid that rain might come and cause a leak on the building. Shishio-kun, are you okay there? Ayaka? What's wrong? Shishio didn't turn and focus on his work. Ayaka didn't answer his question. Instead, she looked at him intently. His forehead, neck, arms, and body were covered in sweat since he had been working for a while, causing his t-shirt to be stuck into his body. Yet what attracted him the most was his serious expression toward the job. She often heard that a man who was focused on his work was the most handsome, and it seemed this sentence was correct. Ah, I have brought you a few sweets and tea. Do you want to take a break? Shishio stopped working and looked at Ayaka, feeling that this woman was fearless, considering how she brought sweets and tea to the rooftop, so she could help him to take a break. Okay. Let me help you. He moved toward her and took the paper cup, thermos, and easy-to-eat sweets. He placed them in a place where they wouldn't fall before extending his hand toward her, so she could climb to the rooftop more easily. Thank you. Ayaka smiled sweetly while holding his hand and walked into the rooftop. You don't feel scared? Shishio suddenly asked since Ayaka didn't seem to be unfazed by the fact they were at the high place. Not really. I've been before. This isn't my first time, Ayaka said with a smile. Shishio must admit Ayaka's guts were tremendous. Maybe, it was also because of this her breasts were also tremendous. The two decided to rest by sitting next to each other while enjoying the cold tea and a few sweets. Here you go. Ayaka poured the cold tea into the thermos to Shishio's paper cup. Thanks. Shishio drank the cold tea and wanted to wipe his sweat, but he was stopped by Ayaka. Wait. Wait. Let me wipe it for you. Ayaka took out a towel and wiped his sweats. Shishio was in silence, wondering where the towel came from. He then looked at her breasts and wondered whether she hid them there. Geez, wait until later, alright. Ayaka noticed his gaze and shyly hid her breasts that almost spilled out from her clothes. Shishio knew that everything was a misunderstanding, but he didn't bother to fix it. Now that you mention it, where's everyone? When he came, there was only Ayaka, so he didn't bother with some pleasantries and had a quickie before he started with his job. Well, they have something to do at school. They should go back later, Ayaka said. Is that so? What? Do you feel uncomfortable with them? After all, you have just been confessed by one of them, Ayaka asked with a smile. Do you feel jealous? Shishio asked. Yes. Ayaka pouted and hugged his muscular arm. I'm all sweaty. My body is quite smelly, Shishio said. Not really. You don't smell, and I don't mind your sweat, Ayaka said with a cheeky smile. Shishio was speechless, but he didn't say much and ate the sweet that was brought by Ayaka. She brought him a yukan, a red bean jelly that tasted quite sweet, giving him energy. Still, the two talked with a smile while watching the scenery from the rooftop. While Tokyo had many high-rise buildings, the area where Sunoarasu was located was around the neighborhood. Most of the buildings in this area were two-story houses or shopping districts. There weren't any apartment buildings nearby since the people who had been living in this area were old people or someone that had been living for 3 generations. Still, it might not be an exaggeration to say that most people who lived in this area were quite wealthy. They might not be called the richest, but they definitely had money. Shishio only realized it before, but the rent on the Sunoarasu wasn't cheap. The building might be quite old, but it had a good facility. It was located nearby a famous private school, shopping district, and station. There was also a caretaker that would take care of the tenants' needs from laundry, food, and many others, so the tenants could focus on their studies. It might be why Ayaka's parents didn't care much, even if their daughter decided to take care of the dorm as a caretaker since the income as a caretaker was quite a lot. What was even great was the fact Ayaka had a boyfriend who could take care of the problems such as electricity, leak, and many others in the dorm, which greatly reduced the monthly expenditure. If it was someone else, Shishio might not do this. Fortunately, this person was Ayaka, who had the gentlest and biggest boobs, so he decided to accept this hard work. Previously, Ayaka wanted to pay him since she usually had to pay for this kind of matter, but he asked her to pay him with a different method, which gave them a win-win relationship. The two talked with a smile before it was time for him to continue his work. Then, I'll go back first. I'll prepare the food and the bath. When you're done, you can take a bath directly. Ayaka kissed Shishio's lips tenderly before she ran away with a cheeky smile. Shishio shook his head and thought about continuing his work, but he heard Ayaka's voice. Ah! Ayaka slipped from the rooftop. Shishio was stunned but quickly caught her waist, pulling her into his embrace. You alright? Yeah, yes. Ayaka felt her heart beating so fast at this moment, but she quickly calmed down when she was in his arms. But I knocked down the stairs. It's okay. As long as you're alright. Shishio didn't care about the stairs since he could go down anytime as long as he wanted to. His body wasn't strong for nothing, alright? Shishio. Ayaka smiled sweetly and felt warm in her heart. Sit here first. I'll finish my work, then we can go down, Shishio said. How are you going to go down? Did you bring your phone? Ayaka asked. No, I left my phone in your room, so I'll jump down, Shishio said subtly. Hey? How can you do that? What if you're hurt? Even though Ayaka knew his body was strong, she didn't want him to get hurt. After all, the distance from the rooftop to the ground was quite high. Then, we should wait for someone to come, Shishio said. That's the only way. Ayaka nodded, then asked, is there something I can help with? Maybe, if we work together, it'll be faster, right? Shishio knew it would be faster if he worked alone, but seeing Ayaka's excited eyes, he knew he couldn't reject her. Can you hold that tarpaulin sheet? I want to cover that area first. Yes. The two worked together, and Ayaka somehow learned to become a carpenter under his guidance. As Nana's older sister, her brain was also naturally good, and she learned many things from him. Now that you mention it, where did you learn this knowledge, Shishio-kun? Ayaka asked curiously. After all, he was just in his freshman year of high school, so how could he learn this kind of knowledge, right? I learned it in Kyoto. After all, this kind of thing will be useful, right? I can't deny it. This kind of knowledge was useful for the future, especially when one had decided to make a family. This kind of knowledge would also make your wife think of you as reliable. Not only your wife but your neighbor's wife would also think so. After all, sometimes, Shishio was often invited by the housewives in the neighborhood to fix the lamp, considering their husbands had always been working. It was just that they were too close, which made it hard for him to concentrate. As for why he accepted their invitation and decided to help them. Because he wanted to give the Sakurasu a good image, but he was afraid he would give it a bad reputation instead. The two worked together before the rooftop was as good as new. Yay! 2x. The two clapped their hands with a smile, feeling accomplished by their hard work. It isn't that hard to fix the rooftop, Ayaka said. It isn't hard, but it is dangerous. Safety first, remember, alright. I know. Isn't that why you always bring a condom? Shishio. Ayaka chuckled and wanted to say something, but suddenly she felt something wet on her nose. Hey! Ayaka looked up and saw it start to drizzle. The two looked at each other and wondered what they should do now. 558, Devilish Woman. The rain came so suddenly, and the rooftop became even slippery. What's even worse, the stairs were knocked down before, so they climbed down from the rooftop. Shishio naturally hugged Ayaka and pulled the tarpaulin to cover them so the rain wouldn't drench them. Sorry, Ayaka apologized, since if she didn't knock down the stairs, this wouldn't happen. It's okay. Just apologize later in your room, Shishio said calmly. Ayaka stared at Shishio and kissed his cheek, feeling glad that this guy was the same as usual. It's not the time for this. Be patient, Shishio said sternly. Ayaka blushed and pouted since his words made her like a horny woman who wanted to do it. After all, the one who wanted to do it was him, right? On the other hand, she just couldn't refuse him. Shishio felt this older woman was so cute that he hugged her tighter, feeling her body's softness and warmness. The warmth aside, the softness of her body was exceptional. Hey, your hands are touching that place. Eh? My hands? Touch what? Ayaka rolled her eyes and thought this guy pretended to be stupid. It can't be helped. Her hand slipped and entered the place that it shouldn't be. Shishio. Ayaka showed a smug expression when she saw his expression. Shishio realized that this woman was a succubus. While doing it on the rooftop would give him a new experience, he knew this wasn't appropriate, especially when they were outdoors. The rain also made their foothold slippery. In other words, it was dangerous. Let's wait till we go inside, Shishio said, but didn't stop Ayaka's hand. Well, let's wait inside. Ayaka agreed. Are you sure that you don't want me to go down? I can pick up the stairs, you know. After all, he wanted to return to the dorm as soon as possible. No, it's dangerous. However, Ayaka disagreed since she felt it was dangerous. Yet it was normal since she didn't know that his martial arts were powerful. She also didn't know that he had an enhanced balance that he got from her previously. Even if he fell from a high altitude, he could land safely like a cat. As for why a cat could fall safely from a high altitude, he wouldn't explain it now since there was something more important. Because of the rain, the temperature had become colder, so they could only warm themselves by hugging each other. His plan to go down couldn't be implemented since Ayaka disagreed. In the end, the two of them decided to wait until their neighbor or the tenants of the Suno Arasu helped them. After all, as long as they came, they would be able to notice them. They weren't in a hurry and continued to talk to each other, waiting for their savior to come. Say, have you thought, what if we stay here forever? Ayaka suddenly asked. After all, the feeling of being together with your loved one in an isolated place was kind of romantic. If we stay here forever, then we'll die from starvation, Shishio said plainly. Ayaka. Okay, okay. Shishio quickly stopped Ayaka from twisting his waist since it was quite painful. While his answer wasn't wrong, considering they would die of starvation if they continued staying on the rooftop, this wasn't the answer she wanted to hear. She wanted to listen to a more romantic type of answer. Instead of staying on the rooftop, isn't it better to stay in your room? Ayaka couldn't deny his words. After all, no matter how romantic the rooftop was, she also felt it would get troublesome if they stayed forever in this place. Say, have you thought about where we're going to go? The plan to bring all of his older girlfriends still continued, and they planned to do it over the summer when they were on holiday. If his girlfriends were salarymen, it would be impossible. Fortunately, his girlfriends were teachers, so they should be quite free during the summer vacation. I want to bring you to Karuizawa. What do you think? He had many villas in this country, and he felt his villa in Karuizawa was quite good to visit during the summer. After all, according to the cliché, people in this country would either go to the mountains or the beach during the summer. He had gone to Izu before, so he wanted to visit a place without a sea or a beach. In other words, a mountain. He felt Karuizawa was the most suitable place for it. Now that you mention it, I have never been there before. But that place is usually for a noble, right? I have heard that place is the favorite place of the Empress, Ayaka said while looking at Shishio curiously. Frankly, she wanted to join them on their trip to Izu. After all, she also wanted to play on the beach and was quite curious to enter the yacht. The only thing that she was glad for was the fact that she didn't meet Mai, so her confidence wasn't hit. A woman was like that. Even though they were beautiful, they still worried about their appearance. Ayaka was like that. Even if she was beautiful and had a great body, she was worried about being seen as fat. On the other hand, if Mai saw Ayaka, she would worry that her chest was too small. It was like a man wanted to get more money, and a woman wanted to become more beautiful. It's okay. It isn't like you will meet the Empress. Shishio thought for a moment and asked, or do you want to meet them? Not really, but I have become curious now, Ayaka said and somehow anticipated their trip to Karuizawa. Shishio was also the same, wondering what would happen if he brought all of his older girlfriends. He wondered what kind of chemistry or spark would occur between them. He was quite curious somehow. Their trip to Karuizawa was inevitable, but they knew they had to climb down first, or else they couldn't go on the trip. Shishio was also worried that Ayaka might catch a cold if they continued like this. Fortunately. What are you doing? When they talked, they suddenly heard a voice, and they saw Aki Shina, Yuzuo Yukimoto, Yuri Kazumi and Sumire Yamanashi staring at them in silence. After all, they saw Shishio and Ayaka were so close, hugging each other intimately while talking and laughing. They must admit they were really an ideal lover, which made their hearts slightly uncomfortable. CA caretaker-san. Aki seemed to be hit by something. What the hell are you doing? However, Aki's voice was drowned by Yuzuo's voice. Yuzuo pointed her finger at Shishio and Ayaka with a reddened face. How shameless. Lewd. Impure. Shishio, Ayaka, Yuri, and Sumire. Achoo. Shishio sneezed and attracted everyone's attention. Can we go down first? It'll be terrible if we get sick after all. Hearing his words, they agreed since it would be horrible if they got sick, so they decided to go enter the dorm. Unlike Yuri and Sumire, who somehow got an idea of what kind of relationship Shishio and Ayaka had, Yuzuo and Aki seemed dumbfounded. After all, they saw how Shishio and Ayaka hugged each other intimately. While the rain might make the temperature colder, and the situation might force them to do so, it was impossible for one to hug another when they didn't feel anything. Even if they didn't date each other, what about the future? Still, if Shishio and Ayaka knew what those middle school students thought all the time, they might only be able to smile helplessly. Go to the bathroom first. I'll take one later, Shishio said while pushing Ayaka forward. Hey? If that happens, you'll catch a cold. Ayaka frowned. I'm not as weak as you think. Go in. I don't want to see you sick, Shishio said. Ayaka stared at Shishio and wanted to say that it was better for them to enter together, but considering the place and occasion, she knew it was hard to say it. There were many people around them, so she nodded. Then, I'll quickly wash up. You don't need to be in a hurry. Warm your body up first. Ayaka didn't seem to hear his words and gave him a towel, rubbing it on his head, before she entered the bathroom hurriedly. Shishio looked at Ayaka and thought that this woman had only pampered other people and was rarely pampered by someone else. However, this was also the reason why this woman was fascinating. He rubbed the towel on his head, then looked at the 4 middle school students. "Why did you look at me like this?" They curled their lips and then pouted. Only Aki had an awkward expression on his face. Frankly, he didn't have any ideas about the 3 middle schools in front of him. Their charm was undeniable, but their age was a problem. While it didn't give him trouble since he was a high school student, he felt it was morally wrong. "Now that you mention it, the summer vacation has started, right? What is your plan?" Shishio asked while looking at the 4 of them. "Shishio and I, didn't you say you'll bring us on a trip?" Yuri suddenly asked. Yet. Are you going to lie?" Yuzu asked with a smile. Sumire might not say anything, but her eyes kept staring in his direction. On the other hand, Aki wanted to say that he was going to come back, but he wasn't sure whether he should say it since he was quite worried about leaving Shishio and Ayaka alone. The intimate action between them was clear to him, yet the relationship between them was quite ambiguous, especially when Shishio dated Nana, who was Ayaka's little sister. As for dating the 2 sisters at the same time, Aki had never thought of such a possibility since he felt it was impossible. Trip, hey. Shishio thought for a moment, and it was impossible for him to bring them to his trip to Karuizawa. "Still, don't you plan to go back home?" "Well, we plan to go back after 10 days or so," Yuri said after a moment of thought. After all, with a month worth of vacation, it was impossible for them to stay in Sunoarasu all the time. Without a doubt, they would go back to their family. Aki was the same, and it was inevitable since he was a child. On the other hand, Shishio was quite free somehow. As for going back to Kyoto? Frankly, Shishio doesn't have that idea now. "Let's see, if you can think about a good place to visit, I can bring you there." "Really? 3x? Of course." Shishio nodded. Anyway, he didn't have that much of a job over the summer vacation, so he could bring them anywhere. "Shishio-kun, I have finished taking a bath. Come in." "Yes." Shishio walked toward the bathroom without hesitation, leaving the group of girls discussing each other. As for Akishina, he had already forgotten about him. Still, when he opened the door, Ayaka smiled gently while wearing her bra slowly, showing off her beautiful pink nipples. Shishio must admit this woman was a succubus. Fortunately, he decided to stay tonight. After all, as a netizen of Tokyo, it was impossible for him to let go of such a dangerous creature. "I'll have to purge her." With that said, the battle between the 2 started tonight. 559, Book. AAA. Sheena was right in front of the electric fan since it was a new experience for her. Where wa chujin dot. Her voice was slightly strange because of the fan, which made her curious. Shishio stared at Sheena and asked, "Mashiro, you don't want to turn on the air conditioner?" After this dot. They were in the manga studio of his apartment. In the high heat of the summer, they didn't have any hesitations and made a decision to stay in his apartment. While it was quite strange, some of the rooms on Sakurasu weren't equipped with the air conditioner. While some of them had them, it was impossible to turn on all of them during the day since it would cause a short circuit. Even if it was possible, it was also quite wasteful, and they had to pay more. Shishio might not think too much since he had money, but if he was at Sakurasu, it would be impossible for him to be with all of his girlfriends, so he stayed in his apartment from time to time. His girlfriends were the same, especially Saki and Miu. Well, aside from that, they were also all gathered together since it was a rare summertime, so they decided to clean up their homework first before they decided to go somewhere. They had gone to the beach before, so they wondered where they should visit. On the other hand, Shishio went to the toilet since the smell of his girlfriends was too intense on his body. He had to go somewhere after this, so he had to prepare. As for why he had a smell of his girlfriends, it was obvious, right? "Shishio, where are you going?" Sheena suddenly asked. The summer made her quite lethargic. The fact that she didn't have a good sleep since she slept with Shishio was also part of them, but watching him going out, made her curious. "I'm going to take a bath." "Your book is published today, right? Let's go together," Sheena quickly chirped with a great smile as if she was the one who had published the book. Shishio looked at Sheena and wondered which one they should go to together. The bath or the book? Anyway, they decided to take a bath together first since it was eco-friendly. As for the time they were in the bathroom, it seemed it was longer when they were alone. Still, while they were in the bathroom, they talked about the book that he had published. Shishio had planned this book for so long. It wasn't until he returned from the Izu that he had someone to help him publish his book. He had his own publishing house anyway, so the process was relatively easy. He hadn't given up on his dream of becoming a prime minister, and becoming a writer was his first step to achieving this. While he had the privilege, the quality of the book was also worthy of being published. He wasn't sure how many books were going to be sold, but he was glad to have Sheena with him since this girl was really precious. What's the title? I haven't read it, Sheena asked eagerly. When he wrote this book, he had only shown the prefix to everyone. They hadn't read to the end, and they also didn't know the title. You'll know when we go to the bookstore later, but I'll have to meet my editor first. Is that okay? Shishio asked. Sheena nodded and asked, I can go with you, right? Just the two of us? Shishio asked. Sheena's smile was ever brighter, and she nodded eagerly, snuggling into him and hugging him tighter. However, Shishio had a big problem if this continued since he was afraid they might not be able to get out of the bathroom. Sorry to make you wait, Sumi-san. It's okay, Oga-sensei. I have just arrived. Shishio and Sheena visited the nearby coffee shop where they would visit the bookstore. Frankly, even if his editor didn't come, it didn't matter. However, his status and the quality of his book made his editor excited and worked harder for him. Anyway, during the creation time, she didn't do much and just received the finished product. She also believed that his book could reach something unbelievable. This was the feeling she got when she read his book for the first time. Still, it was Sheena's first time seeing Shishio's editor. If she didn't see her big boobs, she would think of her as a man. However, it was normal for her to think so since his editor had short, choppy, blonde hair. She also wore a manly-like outfit during the occasion. Still, Sheena knew this wasn't a problem since she often heard that an editor had a flexible time to work. They didn't work from morning to night. Instead, they might only start working at night since every writer has a habit of writing, so the editor has to match their schedule. By the way, have you eaten lunch yet? Sumi asked. Not yet. Shishio and Sheena hadn't eaten lunch since they were almost late because they had taken a bath too long. Then, if you're okay, how about we have lunch together? I know a good place to eat, Sumi said eagerly. Okay. Shishio didn't refuse and asked, by the way, what are we going to eat? Do you have some allergies or something? Sumi asked and forgot to ask this question. No, I don't have such a problem. Then, if that's the case, how about we have an eel? Eel? Sheena looked at Sumi before she looked at Shishio and lowered her head slightly. Where are you looking? Shishio was speechless, but he didn't bother and said, have you tried an eel mashiro? Sheena thought for a moment and nodded. I have tasted it, but I don't like it. Shishio and Sumi were surprised, but he thought for a moment and asked, was it eel pudding? Eel pudding? Sumi was dumbfounded. It's a traditional British food, Shishio explained. Oh, right. Sheena-sensei is from England, right? You don't need to worry, Sheena-sensei. The eel in this country is different, and it tastes good. It is also good to fight against the heat, Sumi explained kindly. The identities of the two were obvious. Shishio was one thing, but Sheena was also famous since she was a world-famous painter, and her manga had been in the first position for a few months. The sales were also good, and it had even passed 7 million in sales. Sheena was the illustrator, and Shishio was the author. Their names were already famous. If they didn't reject many interview invitations, they would even be famous. Unfortunately, they rejected it since being too famous was quite troublesome. Sumi also heard that Shishio made an anime with Misaki, the genius animator, and the result of that anime was also amazing, making him the most famous writer among the young generation. Still, there was one big problem, and this problem was going to be mentioned later. Is it good? Sheena looked at Shishio curiously. It's good. It's a luxurious dish. The price of one dish is similar to several bangkuken. Really? Sheena was shocked. Sumi wanted to say something, but she decided to endure it. After all, she knew that a creator had one or two quirks, but one thing was for sure, they were far better than one of the writers she had taken care of. After they agreed to eat the eel, they decided to visit the bookstore. Before they entered, they wore face masks since they were quite famous. While normally, most people didn't really know them and only looked at them because of their appearance, many people who were familiar with the book knew them well. After all, their appearance was just too attractive, and the publishing house also didn't let go of this chance, considering a good appearance would also help with sales. When the three entered the bookstore, they were quite speechless when they saw a group of women holding Shishio's book in their hands with a smile. They lined up together and waited for their chance to pay the book at the cashier. It seemed that the manager of the store noticed Sumi and quickly approached them. Hello Sumi-san, sorry for being impolite, but can our bookstore ask for more copies of The Kitchen from Oga-sensei? Sumi glanced in Shishio's direction. You can do your job. We'll be okay on our own, Shishio said calmly. Thank you very much. The publisher had decided to sell 10,000 copies to taste the water first. However, Sumi could tell that this was far from enough, and soon, they would ask for another 50,000 copies of the reprint. Then 100,000 copies, before it reached 1 million copies. Her editor's spirit became excited before she talked with the manager. However, the eyes of the manager were on Shishio, and somehow he had an idea who that young man was. Still, Sumi wouldn't let him get close to Shishio, and they decided to talk about their order first. Genius high school writer. Sheena looked at Shishio curiously while picking up Shishio's novel. Kitchen. This was the title of his book. However, what made Sheena feel interested was how the publisher did their promotion since they gave Shishio the nickname of a genius high school writer. Shishio felt a bit embarrassed, but this was what he had decided. There were two opinions for him, one was to create a mysterious identity as a mysterious writer, and the other was to make a gimmick of the genius writer. Shishio decided to choose the genius writer without hesitation since his goal was to become a prime minister. The topic that he wrote about in his book also wasn't weird, so he didn't feel afraid to announce his name. It was also the reason why he wrote The Kitchen since he wanted to become famous. If the topic that he talked about was about a detective or something weird, he might try to hide his identity. Maybe, it didn't matter if he was a little older, but he was a high school student, so there was a certain topic that he shouldn't write about. After all, he didn't want to be labeled as a weirdo. You're going to buy it? Shishio asked. Sheena nodded without hesitation while holding his new book. Shishio only rubbed Sheena's head and thought this girl was too cute. After Sheena bought the book, Sumi also finished her matter with the manager of the bookstore. She was quite busy, but she didn't show it on her face since she knew she had to take care of Shishio well. As they had planned previously, they had decided to eat an eel and went to the Unagi eel restaurant in the Kamada area. Yet when they arrived, they didn't expect to see someone familiar there. Hey, Sumi. Shishio-kun. Sheena-san. Here. Here. Shishio and Sheena looked at each other and wondered why Ayano Ida, their manga editor, was there. 560, what did he do? The four of them were led to the VIP room in the restaurant. Shishio and Sheena didn't order the food. Instead, Ayano and Sumi were the ones who ordered the food. However, Shishio and Sheena didn't say much since the restaurant had only 3 menus. They were all unagi. The only difference was the eel's quality and the menu's course. Ayano and Sumi ordered the most expensive one without hesitation, which needed 3 days for reservation. Yet, they could get it easily since the restaurant had some connection with the publishing house. Shishio didn't say much, but he knew this was the power of connection. Capitalists or rich people might have money, but if they lacked a connection, they would be nothing and might be swept away or disappear in the future. However, the people with the connection were different. They might not be the richest, but they could maintain their family's business for hundreds of years. Like this restaurant. While they didn't say anything, Ayano explained the history of the restaurant. Shishio only listened quietly since he must admit that many businesses in this country were long-lasting. He also heard that the oldest company also came from this country, which made him wonder what they did to be able to do this. Is this the power of tradition? Shishio wasn't sure, but he must admit the price of the dish was expensive since it cost them 12,000 yen. Still, he knew it was expensive, but it was quite understandable since the eel was a wild eel caught on the lake instead of the eel from the farm. However, he was being treated, so he didn't say anything. As for Sumi and Ayano, they didn't use their money. Instead, they used the money of the company. This was a common thing in society since many employees would use their company's money to entertain their clients. Shishio and Sheena were the most famous authors in the manga department. His novel was about to take off. Ayano and Sumi also regarded them with great respect. Thank you for the song, Shishio-kun. Because of that, the sales have increased even more. It wouldn't be a dream to have 10 million in sales. Ayano said excitedly that since this would be part of her achievement in the company. She knew she would get a promotion sooner or later. Shishio had sent the song 4 or 5 centimeters per second, and the publishing house directly published the song along with the manga, making the popularity of his manga with Sheena became even higher. If he didn't do this, it would be impossible for their manga to be sold in 7 million sales after all. Still, his story was one thing, but Sheena's art made people want to make the book into a collection. The only regret that Ayano had was that Shishio didn't want to become a singer and only asked them to upload his song on their website, but they did more than that since they also asked the radio and television to promote the song. Fortunately, Shishio made an MV, music video, for his song, which made everything easier for the publishing house. As for the MV, Shishio didn't take much of his time and finished it in a few hours since the video was just how he sang in the black and white background. The camera only moved in circles, focusing on his appearance and his skill on the guitar. If there was something noticeable, then it was the pink sakura leaves that fell from every direction when he sang in the video. The video was easy to make, and it was cheap. However, Shishio got a lot of money from the publishing house since the budget for the music video was quite high. In other words, Shishio could write, sing, and direct a movie, making him the daring child of the publishing house now. As for the reason why he had never told this to his girlfriends, it was because he didn't think it was something fun. Instead, it was troublesome, and he just wanted to get over it. His girlfriends also didn't have a hobby of watching television or listening to the radio, so they might not know anything. He also didn't say anything about this matter, considering the promotion of his song happened during their trip to Izu. Your single has been sold for 1 million copies now. Ayano sighed and felt that the young man in front of him was amazing. Thank you. Shishio nodded. Still, he only realized it, but had he become famous? Shishio felt slightly complicated, but what could he say? Everything just happened so naturally. His intention was to become a low-key famous, but it seemed the effect was greater than he had thought. Can you give me a reaction? Ayano was speechless. Frankly, she was even tired when she thought about their reason for becoming mangaka, considering they only wanted to try to become one just for an experience. However, when they did, Ayano was left speechless by many things that happened around them. Manga, music, and lastly, a novel? When Ayano heard the news about his novel from Sumi, she knew that it was only a time before his novel would become the biggest sales of the year. The only unfortunate thing was that the topic of his novel made it hard for him to get the literature award. Still, this wasn't the reason why she came to him. Are you sure that you want to end this manga? Ayano asked. This was the problem that she wanted to ask them. Their manga could become the greatest hit and sold so much, yet they wanted to end them? How could the publishing house accept it? After all, it was rare for the publishing house to get such a manga. When they get one, they will take care of it, so it can be published for as long as it can. It was a similar case to Detective Conan since it had been published for more than 20 years, yet it continues till now. Even if the mangaka had decided to end the manga, the publishing house wouldn't let it end since it was a shame to end it since it could give them more money, and the value of the work was there. In the case of 5 centimeters per second, the publishing house also didn't want to end it so soon, but Shishio's identity was there, and it was hard for them to say anything. In the end, they asked Ayano to handle this situation, but she knew Shishio and Shina well, so she knew it was hard for her to talk to them. As for Sumi, she didn't say much in this situation and only quietly listened. She knew that after the end of the manga, they would also start publishing the novel version of the 5 centimeters per second, which was written by Shishio. She had read it before and knew that even if Shishio didn't work after he graduated, he would be okay with all the income he gained from this work. However, before Shishio answered, the waitress came with their order. Excuse me. The waitress bowed her head and put the dishes in front of them. Yet when she was in front of him, her hand touched against his. Shishio and the waitress stared at each other for a few seconds before he gave a light smile, causing her to lower her head shyly and glance in his direction before she left. Ayano and Sumi. Shishio, what is this? Shina looked at the black lacquer box in front of her curiously. It's tomatobacco, Shishio said with a serious expression. Tomatobacco? Shina was stunned and asked, is it that scary box from the Urashima Taro story? Urashima Taro was a story about a fisherman who was rewarded after he saved a turtle. He came to visit Dragon Palace beneath the sea and was rewarded with a tamabacco. He thought it was gold or something precious, but who would this tamabacco be something that made him elderly? Knowing all of that, Shina was in fear since she didn't want to get old like that. That's right. Shishio nodded with solemnity. What? 2x. Ayano and Sumi were stunned and felt speechless. When we open the box, will the smoke appear and make us old? Shina asked with some fear. That's right, but if it's with you, I don't mind us getting old together, Mashiro, Shishio said with a smile while holding her hand. Shishio. Shina stared at Shishio in a daze and wanted to kiss him somehow. Can you stop flirting in front of us? It hurts, you know? It hurts. Ayano took the beer and gulped it in one go, showing her frustration. Sumi was also the same. Ayano-san, we have talked about this conversation before, right? No, we want to make this work a masterpiece. We don't want to make it into something like a money cow. Shishio rubbed Shina's head gently and said, why don't you open the box? Shina nodded. Whether it was for the manga or to open the box, only she knew it. After making up her determination, she opened the lacquer box gently and saw glistening like jewelry of broiled eel dipped in the shop's special sauce. Wow! Shina was dumbfounded and surprised. Her face flushed with excitement before she looked at Shishio and asked, can I eat it? Sure. Shishio nodded and said, eat it while it is hot. I also want to eat it too. Frankly, he was also quite famished and took the piece of yakitori on the table. The 12,000 yen for lunch wasn't just rice and eel, but there were also several side dishes such as yakitori, pickled vegetables, and shawan mushi. Shishio knew that this type of dish usually tried to use a limited amount of spice and tried to retain the original taste of the ingredient. However, the main thing was the eel, so he took his chopstick and ate it. He must admit it was delicious. The eel was plump and juicy with a salty sweet sauce on the top. The aroma from the charcoal fire and the eel mixed, giving an unexpected harmony. The rice was also special since they were carefully taken care of. Shishio looked at Sheena and took the grain of rice stuck in the corner of her mouth before eating it. Is it delicious? Sheena nodded with a smile. Sumi and Ayano. If Ayano didn't know that this guy was a scumbag, she would praise their relationship. Still, it might be because he was like this. He could become a scumbag. Anyway, she could only give up, but she still asked, still, your manga is going to end soon. Do you have any plans to make a new manga? This time Sheena, who was focused on her food, looked up at Shishio curiously, waiting for his answer. Shishio was speechless and asked, can we talk after we eat? Okay. 3x. The three of them agreed since they were just hungry now. 561, New Stories. While eating, Shishio thought that a novelist, in a traditional term, was respected in this country. The obvious difference was the price. The price of the manga was only 450 yen. Their manga had sold 7 million copies, and they got 20% in the royalties. Previously, they got 15% in royalties, but the more sales, the royalties changed and became 20%. If they were newbies, it would be impossible for them to get so much royalty, but Sheena was a world-famous painter. Just the drawing of her manga was enough to make someone buy her manga as a collection. Shishio's writing ability was just top-notch. It might not be wrong to say he was this country's Shakespeare. Still, if he had been born earlier, it would be his name that echoed through the world, not Shakespeare. Yet no matter how amazing the manga was, its price was just 450 yen. On the other hand, the price of his novel was 1,200 yen. His novel wasn't thick. Instead, it was fairly thin, yet its price was almost 3 times that of the manga, and for each page of his novel, he would be given 20,000 yen. As for the royalty, it was just information, but when a book had been sold for 500,000 copies, the author would get 20% of royalties. In the case of someone famous, they could get even higher. Having 35% royalties or more and a 100 million yen for a manuscript fee wasn't even a dream. Still, this wasn't what they had to discuss now since Ayano was confused about what she should do. The 5 centimeters per second would end, and without a doubt, it would become a masterpiece, yet how could a publishing house let go of such a fat sheep? The temptation was that money was as delicious as the most delicious dish in the world. Yet they also understood that having a masterpiece would give prestige to their image, and sometimes prestige was something even more expensive than money. So there was one thing that Ayano planned to do. When they had finished their food, Ayano asked, do you plan to write another manga? Shishio didn't answer her question. Instead, he looked at Sheena and asked, Mashiro, do you want to write a manga again? Sheena nodded. It's fun to draw a manga with Shishio's story. Shishio looked at her smile and somehow realized that even if he had tainted her with his color, she had never changed, and she was still that girl he met under that cherry blossom. What does Shishio think? Do you have fun making manga with me? Sheena asked. Shishio stared at Sheena and wanted to tease her somehow. He pinched her nose gently and said, no. Sheena, Ayano, and Sumi. I was kidding. I have fun making manga with you, Shishio said. Sheena pouted and leaped into him, trying to bite him. It hurts, Mashiro. Sorry. Ayano and Sumi looked away and let out a sigh, feeling quite overwhelmed somehow. When Sheena stopped, she still pouted, but she sat on his lap. But I want to try another genre, Shishio said. Other genres? 3x. The three looked at Shishio curiously. I have been writing romance genres all the time. I want to challenge myself to write something else, Shishio said after a moment of thought. What kind of genre? Sheena asked. However, Ayano was more careful since she knew that Shishio was good at romance, so she felt he should focus on that. Can you let me hear or see the story first? I know you're going to ask that, so I bring 3 stories. 3. Yeah, one is horror, the other is about a lawyer, and the last one is a forensic doctor. Shishio opened his bag and took out 3 copies of the synopsis of his story. Is it okay for me to be here? Sumi suddenly asked. It's okay. You're my editor too, after all, Shishio said. Well. Sumi looked at Ayano. Just don't tell anyone, alright? Ayano said. Sumi nodded since there was no way for her to say anything about his stories, considering it was a secret. The 3 stories were lying on the table. The Ring, Legal High, and The Unnatural. They didn't comment about his genres, but the title interested them somehow. Which one do you want to read first? Shishio asked. How about The Ring? It's a horror. It's quite an uncommon genre, Ayano said. Sheena and Sumi agreed and read the synopsis of The Ring. The story of The Ring is quite simple, and it is the story of the mysterious videotape that warns the viewer will die in 1 week unless a certain, unspecified act is performed. Exactly 1 week after watching the tape, 4 teenagers die one after another of heart failure. What makes this story even scary is the ghost, Sadeko. Videotape? A ghost coming out of the television? Sumi and Ayano had a chill somehow. On the other hand, Sheena closed her eyes, trying to imagine how to write the scene in the story into a manga. What do you think? Shishio asked. It's amazing. What could Ayano say? She felt this story was revolutionary. Oga-sensei, why don't you write this story into a novel? I'm sure that it'll be better, Sumi suddenly said. Hey! Don't steal my job! Ayano scolded Sumi with a roar. Or should I throw you out? I was joking. Sumi sighed and looked away. Their relationship was quite close to each other, so they didn't feel angry with each other's words. Fortunately, they came from different departments, so they didn't conflict with each other. Still, the style will be difficult for Sheena-san, right? Ayano's concern wasn't unfounded since Sheena's style of painting might not be suitable for a horror story. It's okay. I can do it. This should be similar to Edvard Munch, right, Shishio? Unlike what Ayano thought, Sheena felt this was a challenge. After all, she had never tried to paint with this style before, so she wanted to try it. Pablo Picasso could draw any type of painting and pioneered Cubism. Sheena felt that if Picasso could do it, she should be able to do the same. As for horror or whatnot, she didn't care much since she had never really believed in a ghost. Even if they appeared, she wanted to see them since they might become part of her inspiration. You don't need to be in a hurry. How about you look at the other 2 stories? They nodded and thought it was better to make their decision after they had read the whole story. The second story was Legal High. It was a story about a funny and witty lawyer. It was full of laughter and many meanings, which was quite easy to understand and read. Ayano felt this story was good and felt it was better to choose this story. Still, Sheena didn't say much and took the last story. The Unnatural. From the title alone, they thought it was a type of horror. Yet they were wrong, and somehow, this story made them even more interested since the protagonist of this story was a female. The story was quite similar to a detective story, but it was written from the perspective of the forensic doctor. The story was intriguing, and it made them interested in how the main heroine was able to solve one case after another. Still, Ayano could see that even if they were only synopsis, a plan that hadn't been written, according to her experience, those 3 works could become something great. Yet she was more into the Legal High, and the Unnatural since they were a safe bet, something that she felt would succeed no matter what. On the other hand, Ayano was able to see what kind of story Shishio and Sheena wanted to do. She let out a long sigh and said, those 3 stories are great, and you can choose whatever you want, but let me see the end of the result. Shishio and Sheena nodded since they knew that Ayano wouldn't stop them from doing whatever they wanted. Frankly, among creators, there were 2 types of creators. The first type was to create a work, according to the trend, so they could make a lot of money. The second type was the one that made a work based on what they loved. While the first type was stable, the second type was the one that made the masterpiece. Ayano was sure that whether Shishio or Sheena, they were the second type, and it was better not to be too involved in their creation. Instead, what she could do was support them when their work was ready. After they had finished their talk, they decided to go home. Shishio decided to take out a few unagi and told his girlfriends whether they wanted some or not. The answer was obvious. After Shishio got his takeout order, he entered the taxi with Sheena. See you later, Oga-sensei, Sheena-sensei, Sumi said. Bye, Shishio-kun, Shion-san, Ayano said. Ayano and Sumi walked them over and waved their hands to Shishio and Sheena. They also did the same before they closed the window. Have you made your choice, Mashiro? Shishio asked. Sheena nodded. Is that okay? Shishio asked. Yes, I want to try. Sheena nodded with a determined expression. The Ring, is that okay? Yes. Shishio was quite speechless, but he didn't reject her idea if that was what she wanted to create. Yet he must admit the story of The Ring was fascinating. The reason why she came to this country was to learn how to paint. She might not have had experience in drawing a horror story, but this was what made it interesting since she wanted to try. The story of The Ring also wasn't that long. It was similar to the 5 centimeters per second they made previously. The 2 had made up their decision, and after their manga ended, they were going to make a new story later. Shishio thought for a moment and said, let's make it after the school festival. School festival? Sheena titled her head and seemed curious. I'll tell you later. Anyway, they were about to go back to their apartment. However, when they entered, they were speechless since they were all holding his novel that had been published today. Instantly, they noticed them and looked in Shishio's direction. It could be clearly seen that they were looking at him as if asking why he didn't tell them anything about his novel. If I forget, will you believe me? They somehow wanted to beat him tonight. 562, Naughty Summer. The real reason why Shishio didn't tell anyone about his novel was that he forgot. Even Sheena also wouldn't know if she wasn't told by Ayano. Shishio knew that for some people publishing their book and becoming a novelist was something amazing, yet when he thought about the assets that he gained from the system, he felt rather calm. Yet unlike him, they were so happy, which made him realize that when one was in love, the happiness of their loved one was also their happiness. This made him happy, and he was also glad that he had decided to write. However, after the festival and the party celebration for his book, he wondered whether he had changed his job from either student or writer to a handyman. A few days ago, he was asked to help to fix up the rooftop, but now, he was asked to help to check a car's condition. While Shishio was speechless, the price that was given by his customer was so tempting that he could only agree. How is it? Hiratsuka squatted down and stared at Shishio, who entered the bottom part of the car, right between the car and the ground. She didn't stare at the car or focus on its condition. Instead, she was more focused on his ABS. The hem of his t-shirt was slightly pulled up and caused this situation. Yet Hiratsuka didn't even think to fix it. Instead, she stretched her hand and touched them. Shishio jerked out since he was startled. It hurts. His forehead hit the car's bottom part before he came out, looking at Hiratsuka speechlessly. He was lucky that the jack didn't slip, or else he would be smashed by the car now. Sorry. But it can't be helped, right? It's right in front of me. So I am sorry. Hiratsuka apologized after a moment of an excuse since she knew she was wrong. We're in your parking lot. Don't do something stupid. What if someone sees us? Shishio was speechless. Sorry. Hiratsuka apologized, but then her eyes looked around and saw a group of housewives that happened to stare at them. The group of housewives noticed Hiratsuka's gaze and quickly looked away shyly after they were caught peeking at them. Yet they must admit they were jealous of Hiratsuka at this moment. While Hiratsuka was proud, she also frowned. Shishio, when are you going to finish? Soon, Shishio answered while doing his job. The condition of your car is good. There's no need for me to do much. That's good. Hiratsuka sighed in relief. Still, this car is different, right? Are you sure that you are going to use this car? Usually, Hiratsuka would drive a sports car. Yet now, she was going to drive a van-like car? If Shishio hadn't tasted her in the morning before, he thought she had exchanged a soul with someone. Yet. Hiratsuka nodded and said, I plan to use this car for the training camp for the service club later. Shishio was speechless and asked again, training camp? When? Why didn't I know anything? Really? Hiratsuka laughed embarrassingly and said, but I have told you now, right? Shishio rolled his eyes and came out of the car full of sweat from the hot temperature. He took off his working gloves with a sigh. His face and hands were slightly dirty from the oil. He wanted to wipe his sweat, but he was stopped by Hiratsuka. Wait. Your hands are dirty. Let me help you. Hiratsuka wiped the sweats on his forehead carefully. On the other hand, Shishio observed Hiratsuka carefully. Hiratsuka didn't try to dress beautifully. Instead, she was quite sloppy. She had quite a tight t-shirt, showing her well-shaped body. She tied her hair in a ponytail since the temperature was hot, showing a fine bead of sweat on her slender white neck. When Shishio looked down, he could see the whiteness between the gap between her t-shirt and her beautiful face right close to him. While her size wasn't as huge as Ayaka's, they were already amazing enough. Shishio didn't say much and just kissed her lips. Thanks. Hiratsuka was in silence for a moment before a blush dyed her face. Bastard. She lightly hit him, showing her annoyance, but she was hugged by him. Hey, you're dirty and smelly. However, she must admit his smell wasn't bad at all. It's okay. We can take a bath together later, Shishio whispered. Hiratsuka. The group of housewives, who saw them, felt bitter somehow, but what could they say? Still, they stared at Shishio for a while, but somehow they were unable to look away. Yet they saw him glance in their direction and gave a light smile, which made them slightly stunned before they also gave him a warm smile. Shishio just stared for a moment before he walked away with Hiratsuka after he took all the tools. Still, he touched his nose slightly and wondered what the husbands of those housewives were doing, so they made all of them like a group of vultures that might jump into him anytime. Shishio sighed, wondering whether he had a physique that subconsciously attracted a housewife. Probably not. Shishio shook his head and thought he should focus on Hiratsuka more now. Hiratsuka let out a long sigh and said, can you calm this thing down? With you? Impossible. While I'm happy for you to say that, I am too tired. The two had done something that shouldn't be done. Their relationship was no longer between a teacher and a student. They were more than that. They had become lovers. The age difference between them might be huge, but this wasn't an obstacle for them to being together. Yet it might be because of the difference in their age that Hiratsuka was unable to handle him, considering how strong he was. Still, if she was asked whether she hated it or not, she would say she loved it. With a flush face, Hiratsuka didn't stop Shishio's naughty hands and asked, "Say, are you busy with your book? If you can't come, then I won't force you to come to the club activity." She knew that the summer club activity was too sudden. She also knew how busy he was, especially after she knew he had published a book. Hiratsuka also had bought it and had read it for a few hours since it didn't take a long time. She loved it and knew many people would love it since it was that good. His popularity rose so quickly that she thought he might have to do some promotion. "Do you think I am an idol or a singer?" Shishio rolled his eyes and said, "I am just a writer. Even a writer also does an interview, you know." Hiratsuka rolled her eyes and said, "Especially when you introduce yourselves as a genius writer." She poked his cheek, teasing him. Shishio was quite embarrassed, but what could he say? After all, everything needed a gimmick. Even if he didn't want to, he had to add it. If he didn't do so, the sales of the book wouldn't be good. The writer was like that. No matter how good the book was, he couldn't become a good writer if his book couldn't be sold. Even Shakespeare couldn't become legendary if his work couldn't be sold. It should be okay. If I don't want to, they won't force me since I have enough popularity, Shishio said calmly. Still, he noticed Hiratsuka staring at him curiously, so he asked, "What's wrong? Why don't you seem to be excited?" Hiratsuka asked. "Hey? I am still excited. Can you see it?" Hiratsuka looked at his hardened rod and felt speechless. She knew this guy was excited but didn't bother to entangle with this matter. "So you're going to go, right?" "Okay." Shishio nodded and asked, "Still, are you okay with taking a trip to Karuizawa?" The plan for his older girlfriends to take a trip together was initiated by Ayaka, but he wasn't sure whether Hiratsuka agreed or not. "Why not? I'm also curious, besides Hina, who is your other girlfriend?" Hiratsuka agreed without hesitation. Anyway, this guy was a bastard, so it was impossible to stop him anymore. She didn't mind him having another lover since it was impossible to manage him alone. She was also curious about his other lovers and thought they could become sisters. "I wonder whether there's a good ramen there." Hiratsuka thought while drooling, but then she looked at him and asked, "Say, can you make ramen?" Shishio. Shishio went to visit the supermarket nearby to buy ramen ingredients. He borrowed a hat from Hiratsuka before he walked out since he didn't want to attract much attention. Still, why do I feel like a household husband? He felt like he was a husband who took care of the house when his wife was working. He shook his head and slightly held the bill of his hat, fixing it on the right angle. Having a cap was a good thing since it helped him to cover his appearance and also helped him to protect himself from the hot sun. This time he went alone since Hiratsuka had to finish her work. These students might have a holiday during summer vacation, but the teachers still had to go to school. The only good thing was that she didn't have to work full-time and would also have her vacation soon. The only thing that he wanted to complain about was the fact that he was going to make hot ramen on this hot day. "Should I make cold ramen?" He also saw a good quality tomato in the supermarket, so he thought it was a good idea how to make cold ramen. He bought many ingredients in one go and didn't stay too long since the gaze of the supermarket staff around him was too much. "Now that you mention it, Miu's mother should be working at the supermarket too, right?" He wondered whether he should visit the supermarket where Miu's mother was working. He didn't have any bad ideas, but he just wanted to increase the sale of the supermarket where Miu's mother was working. That's all. Nothing else. Shishio bought all the ingredients and was about to leave, but suddenly he heard the scream of a mature woman. "Ah, please wait." Shishio turned and was stunned for a moment. Shishio unexpectedly saw a beautiful woman with light orange hair tied in a bun, running with a panicked expression, trying to chase after many of the apples that dropped on the ground. The woman didn't see him since she was too focused on the dropped apples on the ground. Subconsciously, he stopped the apple about to pass him and took the other apples on the ground. "Ah, thank you very much." The woman was surprised, but she quickly thanked him with a gentle smile. Shishio held the apples in his arms. They were almost brimming out, but they were still stable. He also gave a polite smile and said, "It's all right. Isn't it normal to help someone in need?" He just did a normal thing and didn't have any bad intentions. Really? 563, Summer Heat. Because the woman had been looking down at the ground to pick up the apples, Shishio couldn't clearly see her face of the woman, but he felt he had seen this woman's face somewhere. Still, he wanted to wipe his sweat, so he could see better, but his hands were full of apples and shopping bags, so it was hard to do. "I am sorry." The woman apologized before she looked at him. While she must admit he was handsome, she was someone with a husband, so she knew it wasn't appropriate to stare at him for a long time. "Ah, let me help you." However, she noticed his problem and quickly took out a pocket tissue. She wiped the beads of sweat near his eyes, causing him to be able to see her. The woman seemed to be in her early 30s. She was beautiful, clearly showing the charm of a mature woman. She held a polyester umbrella to protect herself from the summer heat. Under that umbrella, she wore a loose, light-colored knit sweater with a long skirt that reached her ankle. She didn't deliberately put makeup on her face, but she still wore them, a light one. It could be said that she was slightly plain. Yet this plainness was what troubled him and tickled his heart. Shishio was glad he was with Hirotsuka before since he could calm down. Fortunately, he wasn't someone that moved under his impulse. Yet the summer heat might have slightly affected him, so he showed a wry smile. The woman noticed what she was doing. She was embarrassed and quickly apologized. "I am sorry." Even if she saw his trouble, it was still rude to wipe someone's sweat suddenly, especially when that person was a stranger. Shishio looked at the woman, wondering why he had met her. Why should they meet if, in the end, they couldn't be together? Looking at the clear silvery ring on her fourth finger, he knew that she was married. "It's okay. But what should I do with these?" It was better not to be involved any longer, so he decided to part since he felt their encounter was too dangerous. It might be part of the temptation to become a household husband that he was able to meet various lonely housewives. "Ah, that's right. What should I do?" The woman seemed to be troubled and didn't know what to do. Her plastic bag was ripped, and she didn't bring anything besides her wallet. It was also impossible for her to ask for a plastic bag again at the supermarket when they were quite far away. While the details weren't well written, the woman and Shishio met after they walked away from the supermarket. Shishio could see the trouble in the woman, so he asked, "Is your house far?" "No, it's quite close," the woman answered subconsciously. "If you don't feel it is a problem, how about I help you bring them back?" If possible, he wanted to give him his plastic bag, but he only had one of them. If he gave it to her, how could he bring back the ingredients he had bought? "Hey? Won't I trouble you?" This was the normal reaction of the people in this country. They didn't want to trouble others. "Your house is close, right? I don't see a problem with it. However, if your house is far, it is better to go back to the supermarket. You can ask for another bag there." "But then, should I just leave all of them here?" The woman. "Don't be stubborn. Or do I look like someone who will do something strange to you?" Shishio asked in a joke. The woman laughed and said, "What will you do to me? I am a middle-aged woman, you know? You should say that to someone around your age." She could see that Shishio was a charming young man. She wasn't sure what his age was, but she felt he should be a high school student. Yet she must admit he was so tall that it made him quite intimidating. Fortunately, Shishio wore a white t-shirt, jeans, and white sneakers, giving him a sunny boy-like image. His enhanced smile also made him approachable, giving anyone who saw him a good impression. It was also the reason why the woman didn't think Shishio would have an interest in her. Considering his appearance, she felt he should be fairly popular. Shishio showed a dumbfounded expression and exclaimed, "Hey? Aren't you in your 20s?" The woman laughed, and her laughter was as beautiful as the chirping nightingale of the day. She smiled and lightly hit him. "You're exaggerating. You must be popular with a woman, right? Well, you must be popular too, right?" Shishio didn't answer her question. Instead, he dodged her question by asking her this question. "Of course, I am married." The woman showed the ring on her fourth finger. What could he say? Shishio was utterly disappointed at this moment but still maintained his smile and said, "Your husband must be lucky to marry you then." She smiled wryly before shaking her head, knowing she shouldn't talk about her family problem, especially to someone she had just met. "You must be hot, right? Let me help you with that." She raised her hand, letting him under the umbrella. She also took his plastic bag since she felt she had troubled him. "Thank you." Shishio didn't refuse, but he asked, "But won't your arm get tired if you keep that position?" As for his plastic bag, it was quite light, so he knew she would be okay. "It's okay. It's okay. This is a good workout for me since my husband told me that I was slightly chubby," the woman said while looking at her body. "Really? I think that your body is perfect." Shishio might have slept with various women, and his favorite body was a healthy body. Even if they were slightly fat, it was nice to touch them since they were so soft. However, her body wasn't fat at all. Instead, she was in perfect proportion. "I wonder how many girls you have seduced with those words," the woman said while staring at Shishio. "Shishio? Now that you mention it, I haven't heard your name." She looked at him curiously. "Me? My name is Oga." Shishio looked at the woman curiously and asked, "How about you, Oni-san?" He knew he should call her auntie, but he decided to call her a sister since he felt she was quite young. She smiled and said, "You should call me Obasan, you know? I might be decades older than you, but I am happy for you to call me that." She thought for a moment, then said, "As of now, you should call me Uegama-san. That's my family name." Uegama-san. Shishio was dumbfounded. Yes. The woman nodded with a smile. While Shishio was dumbfounded, he didn't show it on his face. However, he smiled wryly inwardly since he didn't expect this attractive woman would be the mother of his senior. He felt conflicted, but he forced himself to calm down. "What is your first name?" "My first name is Hannah." Hannah smiled and said, "Or do you want to call me by my first name?" Haha. Shishio only laughed awkwardly and didn't answer. After all, what kind of person would call someone's first name right after they had met? "What about your first name?" Hannah asked. Shishio answered. Shishio. Hannah was slightly surprised, then said with a smile, "My daughter often talked about a boy with the same name as you." "Really?" "Yes." Hannah nodded. She often called him Shish Iron. She suddenly thought for a moment and asked, "Now that you mention it, are you a high school student?" "Yes." "In swim A?" "Yes." "First grade?" "Yes." Hannah stared at Shishio in a daze and was so surprised since she didn't expect to meet her daughter's crush. Hannah was so excited at this moment and kept staring at him from time to time. "Is there something on my face?" Shishio asked curiously. "Ah, no, nothing." Hannah was embarrassed and blushed since she realized her actions were quite rude. Shishio nodded lightly and didn't point out her embarrassment. Instead, he talked about a common topic to ease the awkwardness between them. Hannah also sighed in relief since he didn't notice anything. She also started to talk with him about many things, but then again, she wanted to do something mischievous. The day of the housewife was fairly plain. She had to cook, clean up, do laundry, and do many other things. If she didn't have a daughter, she might think she was a maid instead of a housewife. This was how many housewives there were in this country. They lacked the love of their husbands since their husbands were too tired from their work, and they were too lazy to do anything to their wives. Some of them were successful and should have had time, but they mostly spent their time with their work or drinking at the cabaret shop. Still, many of them were still in love with each other. Yet with the passage of time, love sometimes loses its passion. Shishio and Hannah talked to each other before they arrived at her house. Her house wasn't that far and fairly close to Hirotsuka's apartment, which made him slightly dumbfounded. Fortunately, Shishio was glad that no one seemed to realize that he had been with Hirotsuka. It wasn't that he was afraid of his relationship being known, but he was afraid that she had to sacrifice the job she loved for him. Shishio knew that it was impossible for him to do anything to Hannah, so he didn't plan to stay after he arrived at her house. As for the fact that she was Yui's mother, he decided to shut his mouth. "Is this your house?" "Yes." Hannah nodded with a smile and said, "Thank you, Oga-kun." "It's okay." Shishio shook his head and asked, "So where should I put them?" "Do you want to enter first? It's quite hot, right? I'll give you a cold tea or something to eat," Hannah said and offered him to enter. She knew that her daughter was out, and she wanted to surprise Shishio and her daughter, thinking what their reaction would be when they met each other. She laughed inwardly, thinking she had done something fun. However, Shishio was dumbfounded and asked, "Is that okay?" "I don't think it is okay for you to let me enter your house." "It's okay. You don't need to worry too much, or do you plan to do something weird to me?" Hannah asked with a teasing smile. Shishio. "Okay, right? Come in." Hannah pushed him inside. Shishio sometimes wondered what was wrong with his luck, but while he felt he was lucky, he also felt this was quite tragic. Her push was weak and feeble, he could stop her right away, yet the certain impulse in his heart made him unable to exert his power, and in the end, he could only enter her house hesitantly. Shishio looked at the summer sky for the last time and thought the mistake he might make today was because of the summer heat. 564, Eternal Return. Hannah's house was a relatively normal house with a garage and quite a spacious house. Usually, it is quite rare for someone to have a house, especially in Tokyo and this area. In other words, her husband is quite wealthy to be able to afford this house. Or might this house be an inheritance from the parent? Even so, the inheritance tax in this country was expensive. If one wanted to pay inheritance tax, they had to buy insurance, so their children could pay the inheritance tax when one had passed away. Still, Shishio must admit that money was really important, especially when one was living in this country. Many women would marry someone they didn't love so they could live a stable and well-off life. On the other hand, their husband would go to the cabaret shop and enjoy talking with many beautiful women. This may have been a distortion caused by the society of money. Or it might have been this way from the past till now. After all, every mistake in the past would recur in the future. It would happen for an eternity until no human was left. This was called the eternal return by Nietzsche. If he explained it in a detailed manner, the eternal return is a concept that the universe and all existence and energy have been recurring and will continue to recur in a self-similar form an infinite number of times across infinite time or space. Scary, right? It was like a world war. There were World War I and World War II, so it might not be weird to have the third or fourth in the future, right? As for why he mentioned it now, it was because he was afraid that he might also make a mistake that had happened in the past, and this mistake might even be comparable to those world wars that occurred in the past. For anyone who wasn't involved in the World War, it was just a story or past they often heard from textbooks. Yet we never knew how horrible it was since we only knew it from the mouth of someone or the history book. On the other hand, what he was planning inside his head was something that might give a scar on Hannah's husband and her children. While he didn't plan to do so, he felt this uncontrollable force that made him give himself to the impulse. The house was quiet, as if no one was inside. Are you alone? Shishio asked after he entered. My husband is working now, and my daughter is going out with her friends, Hannah said with a gentle smile before she picked up the slippers, placing them on the ground, so they could be used by Shishio. Change your shoes to those slippers. I'll prepare tea in the meantime, or do you want something else? Shishio looked at the slippers for a moment, wondering whether it was okay to enter. Yuagahama-san, I don't think it is good for me to enter. I'll put the apples here, okay? What? How can that be? You have come quite far away, and how can I let you go back without showing you my thanks? Hannah wanted him to stay, but she thought for a moment and asked, you should be on summer vacation, right? Or do you have a plan to meet with someone? No. So what's the problem? Don't hesitate, okay? I won't do anything weird to you, Hannah said, trying to pull him. I'm the one who's afraid to do something weird to you. Shishio rolled his eyes. He shook his head and took off his sandals before placing them in an inconspicuous place so no one would see them subconsciously. It might be part of his habit as a ninja, or he might realize he might do something that he shouldn't do, but one thing was for sure, it was better to be prepared. Shishio put on his slippers and entered the house. Then, excuse me. Welcome, welcome. Hannah always maintained her smile while welcoming him inside. When he entered the house, it might seem pale and slightly dull for some reason, yet she made everything so bright when she was there. He sighed inwardly and felt that the older woman was like kryptonite for him. He was weakened, unable to do anything, and naturally followed the current that led him into the deepest sea and drowned. Still, Hannah led him to the living room, which was in the same room as the kitchen and dining room. While they walked, they talked about the weather. The weather was bright with the sun that could even melt anyone. It might sound exaggerated, but this was how hot the temperature was. While Shishio didn't mind the heat, he would be lying if he didn't feel hot. Fortunately, Hannah didn't turn off the air conditioner when she left. After all, she knew she would go back quickly. The two went to the kitchen to put down all the apples in his hands. You should sit down first. I'll prepare tea and snacks for you, Hannah said with a gentle smile again. Shishio only realized, but he saw that Hannah didn't even put down her smile when they were together. The only time she frowned was when she dropped down all her apples, showing her distress with what to do. Still, he nodded and sat on the chair in the dining area, so he could see her, who was in the kitchen closely. Are you okay with the barley tea? Or do you want something else? Hannah asked. No, I am okay with that. Okay, wait for a moment. Hannah went to the fridge and bowed down slightly to search for the barley tea. As she bowed down, her skirt became tight, showing the shape of her hips and ass. The silhouette of her panties was also shown because of her action. Shishio didn't say anything and stared at it, unable to look away. However, he remembered their identity, and he quickly looked away. Sorry to make you wait. It's okay. Please drink it. Ah, I also have a cookie. You should try it. I made them myself. Hannah presented the glass of cool barley tea with a cube of ice and cookies on the plate. Thank you. Shishio took the tea and tried to calm himself by drinking. He gulped down the tea and caused his Adam's apple to move up and down, showing how thirsty he was. Phew. He let out a satisfied sigh and felt calmed somehow. Hee, you must be thirsty. Hannah smiled. Shishio was thirsty but didn't feel thirsty because of the water. Yet he knew this wasn't something he should mention, so he distracted his attention toward the cookies. Did you make them? Yes. Hannah nodded. You should try it. Okay. Shishio took the cookie and bit it. The sweet taste, along with the subtle aroma from the vanilla, spread into his tongue. What do you think? It's good, right? My daughter often munches them down. Hannah sighed and said, it makes me worry that she might not have a boyfriend in the future. Why? Similar to you, she should be beautiful, right? I don't think it is going to be trouble for her to get a boyfriend. Shishio asked curiously. Oh, right, it tastes delicious. Really? Her smile became sweeter when she heard his words. As for why she smiled, whether it was because of his praise at how beautiful or delicious her cookie was, only she knew about it. Or it might be because of her daughter. Shishio could tell that Hana probably thought to surprise her daughter with his appearance. She also wanted to see how he would react when he met her daughter. Still, he must admit that whether it was the daughter or the mother, they were all airheads. He had already seen the family photo before entering the living room, but this woman probably didn't realize or simply forgot, making him speechless. Now that you mention it, where you're coming from, Oga-kun? I am from Kyoto. It might be because of the dull life of the housewife that Hana was happy she had someone to talk to. The life of the housewife was like this, and it might also be the reason why they were quite easy to get lonely. Just having a talk with someone normally would make them happy. If he had to say, a housewife was like the existence of a nerd in school. They were all lonely and didn't have many friends. The only relationship they had was with their family. If the relationship between their family was good, it was nothing, but if it was bad, it was disastrous since it would give someone a chance to slip into that relationship. Frankly, Shishio wanted to return, but he could see that she wouldn't let him go. Her real intentions aside, he could see that she genuinely needed someone to talk to. While he hesitated at first, in the end, he let go of all of his brakes and tried to make her smile and laugh. As expected, Hana laughed and smiled from time to time when she talked with him. Their conversation didn't have any direction, and they only talked about what was on their minds. Yet it was strangely comfortable and felt nice. Hana felt that it had been so long that she felt this feeling. She might have felt this feeling in the distant past that she almost forgot, but she had forgotten it in her husband too. However, this might be what marriage was about, and she accepted it. Is there something wrong? Shishio asked since Hana's expression was slightly sad for some reason. Ah, no, nothing. Hana shook her head and quickly changed the topic of the conversation. Oh, your glass is empty now. I'll refill it right away. She panicked slightly and returned to the kitchen, bringing the tea container. She was about to pour the tea into his glass, but the lid of the container fell off and caused all the tea to flow over in all directions. Shishio was stunned, but he could dodge, yet he decided to sit down and didn't do anything, letting the tea fall into his pants. Shishio and Hana. Still, Shishio sighed in relief since the tea wasn't sweet, so it didn't make his pants sticky. Yet Hana panicked. Wait a moment. I'll dry it. She picked up the napkin on the table and wiped it directly on his wet paints. Wait. Shishio didn't expect this sudden action and couldn't stop her hands from approaching his pants. Her slender and white hands carefully touched something that shouldn't be touched, causing a certain reaction that couldn't be hidden. Shishio closed his eyes since he knew that everything was too late. He had a hard time holding himself, but when such a temptation suddenly appeared, it was impossible to stop it. Hana was also stunned, and her face quickly reddened. It was as if a time was frozen around her, and she wasn't able to pull her hand away from his hardened rod. Sorry. Shishio held Hana's hands and moved away. I am sorry. Hana also wasn't sure what to say and could only apologize. I'll go back first. Shishio didn't have a face to stay, especially when he got hard in front of the mother of his senior. Wait. How can you go back like that? His entire pants were wet. How could she let him go back? Go to the bathroom first. I'll wash your pants. Wait, it's not good. Shishio couldn't agree. No, you have to listen to me. Hurry up. Shishio was pushed to the bathroom and could only follow her words. He wanted to see her expression, but she lowered her head, which made it difficult for him to see something. Still, if he was able to see her face, he would see her face was bright red, showing an embarrassment like a young girl. When Shishio was pushed into the bathroom, Hana sighed in relief. She was outside the bathroom door and felt her heart beating fast. She tried to calm herself, but she could feel the heat, shape, and hardness on her hand. Hana looked at her palm and was unable to forget the feeling of her palm. Her face flushed, and somehow she looked at the door in front of her, feeling quite curious. 565, Lion Cage. Shishio, who was in the bathroom, felt strange about taking a bath at Yui's house. What was even strange was that he wasn't with Yui. Instead, he was with her mother. This might not be his first experience since he encountered a similar situation when he was with Nana at her house. Her mother was there, and their situation was quite complicated. Yet this time, his problem was bigger than he had encountered previously. It wouldn't be strange to compare this problem to something like an earthquake. Frankly, if what he was doing had been punished, and he might have died after what he was doing, he might not have had a problem. However, the thought that he and she might get away and wasn't even punished for what they might do made him feel unsettled. Shishio was right in front of the purgatory, and once he jumped, he would be burnt down into the dust. Yet he was okay, walking like it was nothing, making him strange. However, he didn't think he would do anything. The cold water that splashed all over his body calmed him down. The heat from his body and summer vanished, and all that was left was just calmness that was as cool as the ice. Oga-kun, are you okay there? The calmness inside him disappeared instantly. Yet he still struggled and answered as calmly as he could. Yes, I am okay. However, he could only lament and think that his will was just like this. He was weak and thought that he had to become stronger, or else he was afraid that he might make a mistake. The water isn't hot, right? Who wants to take a bath in hot water on such a hot day, Yuagahama-san? Shishio was speechless. Haha. Hana laughed and said, right, your clothes are still wet, so it might take a while for them to get them ready. You don't have spare clothes or anything. Sports jersey. I wonder whether my husband's clothes will fit you or not. When Hana thought about his body, her face was slightly reddened, but more importantly, she didn't think the size would fit him since he was tall and well built. She might not have seen his bare body, but his tight t-shirt showed the shape of his body perfectly. But it is impossible for me not to wear anything, right? Shishio was speechless, then asked, also, how long are you going to stand there? They were separated by a thin frosted door, and he could see her silhouette through it. He wasn't sure what Hana was thinking or wanted to do, but he didn't have much expectation since the bigger the expectation was, the bigger the disappointment was. In his head, he just wanted to go back and didn't want to meet Yui. While he could explain how he met her mother, it might expose his relationship with Hiratsuka, which was quite dangerous. Even though his girlfriends and aunt knew about his relationship with Hiratsuka, neither of them wanted to tell everyone since they knew their relationship wasn't something that should be formed. They were a teacher and a student. Their relationship was forbidden, and something frowned upon by society. Once their relationship was known, without a doubt, Hiratsuka had to quit her job. While he could have done something about it, he didn't want to make the matter become so big. It was also the reason why he had always been low-key since being low-key would make him alive for a long time. Yet he knew it was better to be high-profile on certain occasions, especially when he wanted to become Prime Minister. Then, would his relationship with his teacher cause him trouble on his step to becoming a Prime Minister? He didn't think so since there was a leader of a country who married his teacher and could become a president. If this president could do it, even without a system, then why couldn't Shishio do so? Ah, are you embarrassed, Oga-kun? Should I enter to help you? His head was almost blank, but he frowned slightly and said, if you want to enter, then you should. Your clothes are wet from the tea, right? You might need to wash your body, so you won't catch a cold. While he took a bath using cold water, it didn't matter if he started to prepare hot water right away. Still, this wasn't the situation where he should think about whether he should use warm or cold water. Instead, he was more cornered about what would happen next. Shishio wasn't sure why Hana suddenly said such words. She might have a problem with her husband, or it might be something else, but he just helped her to make an excuse. While he didn't have any expectations, he was a man, so it was obviously a lie that he didn't have an interest in Hana. Still, he thought it might be good to teach Hana that every man in this world was a bloodthirsty wolf, and it was dangerous to tempt them. Except for the harem protagonist that usually appears in manga or anime. After all, in front of such a protagonist, you would be saved no matter how you tried to tempt them or show your naked body. On the other hand, he was different, and it was impossible for him to stay calm and sane in front of this attractive woman. Still, he was just testing her, and he thought Hana would answer him by joking or telling him that she had changed her clothes, but unexpectedly. Maybe, that's a good idea. Shishio was silent and looked at the frosted door in doubt. He kept staring at Hana's silhouette without blinking, sitting on the small bathroom chair and quietly waiting for what she wanted to do. He didn't believe she dared to stay in the same cage as a lion. Yet Hana did it. She opened the door and entered the bathroom. Should he feel happy? No. Shishio felt he was insulted. He wondered whether this woman had ever thought of him as a man who dared to do something to her, or should her head be filled with a flower, thinking the world was quite kind? However, he didn't say much and just stared at her body which was covered by a white towel. While the white towel covered her body, it was impossible to perfectly hide the shape of her body. Her figure was perfectly seen on a tight-wrapped white towel. Her boobs were large enough to create a deep beautiful curve while showing the white part of the upper half. The age might have affected her body, yet instead of making it worse, it enhanced her body even more. Her body appeared so soft, making him want to touch them, rubbing their bodies together. Hey? Why didn't you cover your lower half? Hana was dumbfounded when she saw his rod wasn't covered, and it hardened to the limit. She couldn't look away, and her face instantly dyed red from the embarrassment. Yet she couldn't look away from it as if her eyes were glued toward it. Hana was careful and didn't dare to do anything unexpected since she was afraid she would be eaten. However, age wasn't only making her body even lewder. Instead, it also gave her the experience of calming down in this type of situation. It is normal for someone to be naked when they take a bath, right? Shishio let out a sigh and looked away. Honestly, the only people who wore a towel on their lower half when they took a bath were the only harem protagonists. Even a normal person would get naked when they took a bath instead of covering their lower half with a towel. When Hannah saw his expression, she saw that she misunderstood everything. She was the one who had the initiative, and she was the one who teased her. What she felt previously was only an illusion. In the end, he was only 15. What would a 15-year-old boy do to her? Yet when Hannah saw his long, curved rod almost touching his stomach, she gulped and forced herself to calm down again. Oga-kun, let me wash your back. No, Shishio answered without hesitation. Don't refuse. I am quite good at it, Hannah said and put some liquid soap on her hand before she put her hand together to create a foam. When the foam started to get bigger on her hands, she hesitated before she put her hands on his firm back. Unlike the cold water, his body's temperature was warm. No, should it be hot? Maybe it's the effect of the summer heat. Yet Hannah realized the difference between his body and her husband. Does it feel good? Yeah. Shishio didn't lie since he must admit Hannah's hands felt so good on his back. Her hands were soft and quite cold, making him wonder how it felt to be touched by their hands in that part. While he didn't want to talk, he decided to speak and wondered whether she would take a bath with her family. Yet her answer was unexpected since it had been a while since she had taken a bath with her family. Maybe, the last time I took a bath with my daughter was when she was in her middle school. Hannah sighed and said, she started to grow up when she became a high school student. What could he say? Yui partly felt she was responsible for what had happened to Hikigaya, so it was normal for her to become mature. As for her husband, Hannah strangely didn't mention him for some reason. Do they have a problem? However, he knew that with Yui's innocence, she probably didn't know what had happened to her family. Maybe her two parents didn't want her to know they had a problem either. Either way, Hannah might try to release her frustration on him, so why should he reject her? She was the one who dared to enter the cage of a lion, so she should understand the consequences. While they talked, Hannah didn't stop to help to wash his body. Her hands moved carefully on every part of his body. Starting with his back to his arms and stomach, then his legs. Hannah carefully washed them with her hands without letting her chest touch him. She might be aware of what kind of temptation that lewd body gave to the young man, but she might try to tease him. He wasn't sure which one of them was, but there was one place she hadn't washed, and he needed to remind her. However, he knew he couldn't be so blunt and had to do it discreetly. Fuh, it's quite hard to wash such a big body, Hannah said with a blush since his hardened rod was just a distraction, which made her unable to look away. She thought it would calm down for a while, but it became even harder and bigger, making her aware that she was attractive in his eyes. It's done, right? Shishio asked as if he tried to hold something. Hearing this question, Hannah hesitated for a moment before she made up her mind and said, not yet. I haven't washed the last part. She stretched her hand and cleaned up the only part of his body she hadn't washed. When everything happened, Shishio thought he should treat Yui better from now on. 566, Tomato. If Shishio had to say, he was quite curious about one thing. It might not be related to what he was doing now, but he was quite curious at why the strength card on the major arcana was pictured as a lion being tamed by a beautiful woman. The lion was a symbol of might, of power, yet, it was tamed by a mere woman. If the legendary Heracles defeated it, Shishio might not say anything. However, it was different when it came to women. He knew it was quite wrong to say that a woman was weak, especially when gender equality had always been promoted everywhere. Shishio knew he was wrong for saying this, but he had his defense since even a man didn't dare to fight a lion. In front of the lion, men would notice the power of the king of beasts, so shouldn't it be natural for a woman to feel the same? Shishio didn't understand before, but he understood now. In front of his enemies, he never stepped back and ended them without mercy. He would kill and erase them from this world, including their families, so they wouldn't cause him trouble. Yet, in front of Uegahama Hannah, he was helpless. His face slackened, and all of his power vanished instantly. He was powerless and waited for his chance for a counterattack. It's so different. Hannah was surprised and amazed since it was her first time seeing his thing so close. She gulped before stretching her hand, ready to step into the next step. Shishio knew what they were about to do, and he didn't stop her. Anyway, he was a scumbag. What's the use of being polite? Yet suddenly, he recalled the smiling face of Yui that he often saw every day. Was he going to lose that smile? The moment such a thought emerged in his mind, he caught Hannah's wrist and said, maybe, this is enough. Hearing his words, Hannah also realized what she was doing and panicked. I am sorry. It's okay. The euphoria which sprouted from their minds burst out like a haze, realizing the reality around them. While Hannah and her husband might have trouble, he must admit their actions were wrong. Hannah might feel lonely, and he was just there, beside her, at the right time, entering the gap in her heart. They could sleep together and become animals without any restraints, getting various rewards, yet something inside him decided to stop since if he dared to step forward, he felt something inside him would change. What's the difference between a human and an animal? A human has something known as a restraint, and once that restraint disappears, it will become an animal. This restraint has many forms, such as morale, logic, and many others. Including marriage. Marriage was a responsibility, and it was something sacred between two people. Yet while the thought of tainting it was good, Shishio felt the weight of this sin was heavy. He might not know what was going to happen with her husband, but he knew what they were doing was wrong. Her husband might have cheated or might have had a child with someone else, yet this wasn't the reason why she should fall, where she had to cheat on her husband when she was lonely. If they were together, Shishio didn't want to do it in this type of relationship. He would wait for her to divorce her husband before they could be together. Fortunately, everything wasn't too late, and he quickly stopped Hannah before they were too late. It's all right. Shishio reassured Hannah since she had just helped him wash his body. Even if his rod was raring to go, he decided to endure it since he didn't want to cause trouble for Yui's family. I don't know whether there's a problem with your family, and I know that I shouldn't be the one who says this, especially when I am the one who seduces you, but I think we shouldn't fall so low where we have to do something like this, right? Still, Shishio sighed inwardly since even if he often said that he would seduce a married woman one after another when the time came for real, he didn't dare to do it. He knew many people would say he was a chicken, but he felt this wasn't the case. It would be different if Hannah was divorced, but the marriage was definitely something of a no-no. Lastly, if Hannah could betray the vow of marriage because of his seduction, someone she had met for the first time, he felt this woman wasn't worth his time. After all, if someone could betray someone for the first time, it wouldn't be weird for them to betray for the second time, right? Trust was something priceless. Once it was gone, it was impossible to regain it again. While Shishio still believed in his charm and his skill in that area, he didn't want to be constantly troubled by such a thought every day. Lastly, he didn't lack a woman. Hannah might be a charming woman, but if they were really together when she was married, his women would even frown even if they loved him. On the other hand, Sakurajima Mai's mother was different since she was a widow. In other words, Mai's mother was safe. Yet he knew Mai would definitely give him a drop kick if he dared to touch her mother. Hearing his words, Hannah couldn't control her emotion and wept. She knew she had done something unforgivable, especially to someone who happened to be her daughter's crush. If she really did, what kind of face should she see her daughter? Her words were incoherent, and it was impossible to understand. Yet Shishio didn't say anything and just hugged her, patting her shoulders gently. Sometimes, someone doesn't need a word to calm someone who is crying. Instead, they only need to be by their sides, listening to their every word calmly while telling them that they are here by their sides, ready to share their problems. Still, Shishio hoped that Hannah would stop crying since their position was quite awkward, and she only covered her body with a white towel. On the other hand, he was fully naked, with a hardening rod. His rod was curved up, touching Hannah's body, which made it even more unbearable. Feeling the heat on his rod, Hannah also stopped crying, and the situation became subtle once again. The two looked at each other, and no words could come out of their throat. Under this situation, he knew that even if he pushed her, she would accept him, yet how could he do that after all the words that came from his mouth? He might be a scumbag, but he wasn't a hypocrite. Hannah was a charming woman, but Shishio was going to wait until she became a widow instead of tainting her sacred bond with her husband. Still, their bodies quickly tensed, and their hearts were beating so fast that they heard a familiar voice. Mom? Where are you? Shishio and Hannah felt the temperature was hot, they were full of sweat, and their bodies were burning with a fiery passion, yet the moment they heard this voice, they felt their hearts stop, and the temperature dropped to several degrees and felt as if they were thrown into the lake right in the middle of winter. What should we do? Hannah panicked and lost her usual composure. After all, who wouldn't? Hannah was in the bathroom with the young man her daughter fell in love with. They were also naked. Even if they didn't do anything in the end, if Yui saw their current state, it would be impossible for her not to misunderstand them. Just tell her you are taking a bath because you are full of sweat. On the other hand, Shishio was calm, but he also had a headache. He also looked around, searching for a hiding place and an opening to escape. Unfortunately, he found nothing, and the only place he could hide was the warm water bathtub. Under the high heat of the summer, he knew that entering the bathtub was akin to suicide, but what kind of choice did he have at this moment? Nothing. Yet he knew he was still safe since Yui didn't come to the bathroom, right? Mom, are you there? Ah, yes, it's too hot, so I decided to take a bath. Hannah followed Shishio's words. That's true. Yui sighed and said, then, I'll take a bath too after you're done. Hannah and Shishio. Ah, sure, Yes, but why don't you rest first? You must be tired from the outside, right? I will prepare lunch soon. Hannah quickly followed with a voice filled with anxiety, yet she knew she had to calm down. Fortunately, even if her head was a mess, she was still able to follow Shishio's instructions. After they talked for a while, Yui decided to rest in the living room, watching television. However, when Yui left, the two looked at each other, and no one was sure what to say. What should we do? Do you have a place to hide? Shishio asked. He was still naked, and it was impossible for him to go home naked. Hannah thought for a moment and asked, how about my room? Your room? Shishio felt weird. Yeah. Hannah nodded and said, hurry up. I will take your clothes there later. Wait, am I going out like this? Shishio asked speechlessly. However, Hannah could only show a wry smile. Under high pressure, one couldn't think straight, and they often made various strange decisions. While Shishio was speechless, he was pushed out by Hannah to her room on the second floor. They dried their bodies and feet, but they only wore a towel, tiptoeing in the corridor, so Yui wouldn't hear them. Fortunately, the sound of the television was particularly loud, so their escapades were successful. Stay here. Wait until everything is okay. Shishio didn't get a chance to respond, but Hannah had already walked out and closed the door. While he was helpless, he looked at her room curiously since it was his first time entering a married woman's room. Hannah didn't know what Shishio was doing. Instead, she looked at the entrance of her house, wondering where he had put his shoes since she didn't see them. Hey? Mom, why do you only wrap in a towel? Yui was startled when she saw her mother only wrapped in a white towel. Still, they were female, so they didn't feel embarrassed or anything. I forgot to bring my clothes, Hannah said unnaturally. Geez, Mom, you're such a scatterbrain, Yui couldn't help but say helplessly. Hannah. So, where are your clothes? Yui asked curiously. I forgot. Hannah only remembered she forgot to take her clothes. Do you need me to take your clothes? Yui asked. No, I will take it myself. Hannah quickly ran to her room to take her clothes. Yui shook her head, wondering what kind of lunch her mother was going to make and clueless about what was happening. Is she going to make something with a tomato? Yui thought when she saw a lot of tomatoes in the kitchen. 567, late. While Hannah took care of Yui and they ate lunch together, Shishio was ignored and stayed in Hannah's room alone. Hannah didn't turn on the air conditioner in her room, which made him sigh, feeling the heat in this room was almost unbearable. He felt like he was in a sauna, but what was even worse, she came back for a moment in a hurry and caused her towel to slip down, showing her matured body. Shishio sat on her bed and let out a depressed sigh, wondering what kind of sin he had done that he had to receive this treatment. Still, he looked around Hannah's room curiously. He didn't open her wardrobe or anything. Instead, he just walked around to see something interesting. While he didn't think that he would find something, he didn't expect to find out the fact that Hannah was sleeping in this room alone. He didn't see the existence of her husband in every corner of this room. Are they sleeping separately? He knew that there were many types of marriages and when they fought, they often stayed in separate beds. Yet if this happened, he felt their marriage was on the verge of crumbling. Still, what's happening? Shishio was confused. After all, Yui didn't show much change or sadness when they were together. She always had this cheerful smile like sunshine. Was that an act? He didn't think so since he knew Yui wasn't smart enough to mask her emotion. When something unpleasant happened, everything would be shown on her face like an open book. In other words, were her parents so good at masking their emotions? Probably. They were adults, after all, and they loved Yui well, so they didn't show their fights right in front of their daughter. Still, everything was just his speculation, and if he wanted to know, he had to ask Hannah more. After all, it wasn't good to jump to a conclusion. What if she was just sexually frustrated? Shishio knew what kind of a creature a woman was. Their tears were their weapons, and it was enough to tame any fierce men into their slaves. Still, for him, their tears were something that he could use to seduce them. I wonder how long she is going to leave me like this. He let out a sigh, feeling quite depressed to follow a random married woman on the street. Hannah was Yui's mother, so she might also have had a scatterbrain like Yui. Shishio sat on Hannah's bed and didn't do anything. Still, he must admit her room smelled so good. It was sweet, yet there was this warm feeling which made him feel like he was being embraced. Still, instead of staying in this place, he wanted to go back since he felt the arms of his girlfriends were more comfortable. Hannah's arms might also be nice since she had hugged him in the bathroom before, but it was impossible for their relationship to continue unless she divorced. Shishio waited for a while until he heard the sound of hurried footsteps. The door was opened, and Hannah returned along with his clothes. Hurry up and put on your clothes. She also quickly closed her door and even locked it in case her daughter came. She knew she might be overcautious, but if they were seen by her daughter, the consequences would be disastrous. Thanks. Shishio sighed in relief when he received his clothes. How is Yui-senpai? She is in the living room. However, Hana stopped and asked in disbelief, you know I am Yui's mother. She only realized it, but this guy seemed to have noticed that she was the mother of Yui. Well, you have your family photo in the living room. Of course, I notice, or are you trying to trick me or something? Shishio asked with a hint of tease. Hana blushed, showing embarrassment. Shishio knew it was wrong, but he wanted to take her lips when she blushed like this. I wonder why it has become like this. Hana only wanted to prank Shishio, but she didn't expect everything to be out of control, and if she wasn't careful, her daughter might even hate her for what she had done. Shishio only patted her shoulder since everything was her fault, especially the part where she tried to wash his body. If his will wasn't strong, he might leap into her and eat her whole. Still, that desire didn't disappear, only suppressed by his morale since he knew that doing this kind of thing with a married woman was wrong. How long are you going to stay like this? Hana suddenly asked with a reddened face. Even if she must admit his body was good and she wanted to watch it, she knew this guy had to wear his clothes. I want to wear my clothes, but you're here. Shishio was speechless. Or do you want to watch over me? Hana quickly walked out of the room in a hurry, showing a cute appearance that didn't match her age. How cute! Shishio felt that Hana was really a disaster since she wrecked his heart apart, trying to tempt him like a shark under the seduction of fresh blood. His little Shishio was so hard, and he wondered whether it would fit into his pants, which made him slightly depressed. Still, under this hard work, he was able to wear his pants. Knock, knock. Oga-kun, are you done? The sound of Hana from the outside was heard, but she didn't want to be heard by her daughter, so her voice was faint. Yet. Hana entered without hesitation and closed it again. She saw him wearing clothes, and while she sighed in relief, there was also a disappointment. When can I go back? It was impossible for him to stay. No, he didn't want to stay. Shishio was afraid the urge he suppressed inside his heart would explode. Instead of staying in this place, it was better to go back. Wait for Yui to take a nap. She usually sleeps after a while. Hana also felt it was better for Shishio to go back. After all, it was already impossible to explain why he was here. She also didn't have the confidence to make an excuse. Okay. Shishio nodded and could only follow her arrangement since he could do nothing. The two suddenly fell into silence again, and they weren't sure how to talk at this moment, yet they couldn't be blamed since it was impossible for them to carry on a pleasant conversation in this situation. Isn't it better for you to stay with Yui-senpai? If you stay out too long, she might get suspicious. Ah, right. Hana quickly nodded and was about to go out, but she stopped and said, I will tell you when it is time to go back. You should stay in bed, and you can also turn on the air conditioner since it is hot, right? Yes. Shishio nodded. By the way, do you need cold water? Shishio looked at Hana and wondered why this woman was so kind. Auntie, if you're so gentle with me, I am afraid I might fall for you. Yes. However, it was impossible for him to keep all of that, so he only nodded and agreed with her offer. Wait for a moment. Shishio didn't do anything and waited until he could come out. By then, Hana had returned and brought him cold water to drink. The cold water cooled his body, and the air conditioner made him even more comfortable. However, he didn't sleep on Hana's bed since he was afraid he didn't want to go home. He waited for a while before she returned again and said in a whisper, Yui has slept. Shishio nodded and didn't waste his time going back. As for his groceries, he decided to leave them here since he was afraid it was impossible to take them, and he also didn't want Hana to awaken Yui. On the other hand, Hana looked at Shishio with a complicated gaze. Be careful. Yeah. Shishio nodded. I will go out quietly, so your neighbor won't notice me. This wasn't what Hana wanted to say, but she was grateful for his consideration. Tha thank you. Still, she was so shy. By the way, next time, don't bring a random young man like me. Why? Hana asked curiously. Because if you are not careful, they might eat you, Shishio whispered deep into Hana's ear before he left quietly. Hana could only watch him left in a daze while covering her reddened ear. Still, she might not realize that her panties were slightly damp at this moment. Hirotsuka sighed and felt tired, but when she entered her apartment, she heard a familiar voice. Welcome back, Shishio said with a gentle smile. Are you tired? Dinner is almost ready. You should wait for a while. However, Hirotsuka didn't answer him. Instead, she just jumped into him and hugged him tightly. She took a deep breath and sniffed his scent. It was so refreshing, and it made all of her exhaustion vanish. Shishio smiled and carried her in his arms. Are you tired? Hirotsuka nodded like a little girl. I am so tired. I don't want to work. Why do the students have a summer vacation, but the teachers don't? She was full of complaints about the work of adults. However, Shishio listened patiently, and it might be because of Hannah. He sighed inwardly and thought he should have doted on this woman tonight. Mom, why did you make so much? Yui asked curiously, looking at the dishes on the table. Really? Hannah only smiled and said, anyway, just eat. You have been playing around so long, after all, so you should be hungry, right? Honestly, she was so hungry since she hadn't eaten after she met him, but it was impossible to utter those words from her mouth. But, Mom, you seem to be more beautiful. What kind of makeup did you use? Yui asked again. On the other hand, Sable, their dog, slept peacefully on the ground. How about you eat first? Hannah said, trying to erase the memory that had happened previously. Oh. Yui nodded and didn't say much, but after a moment of hesitation, she asked, when is Dad going to go home? He is busy with his work. Hannah gently patted her daughter's head and said, let's eat first. Okay. Yui was sensible, so she nodded and started to eat. Hannah sighed inwardly and started to eat, but no one knew what she was thinking. Say, Yui, can you tell me more about your friend? My friend. Yui looked at her mother curiously. Yeah, you often say his name, right? If I am not wrong, Shishio-kun. 568, Nanami is a good maid. Love becomes stronger when there is an obstacle. Like Juliet and Romeo, whose love got stronger as many tried to part them up. When the word forbidden was included in his act with Hannah, it made his desire fiery. Yet he knew even though he desired her, it wasn't love. Instead, it was lust. Still, the time he spent with Hannah was unforgettable. His desire was burning, but it was impossible to be with Hannah, so he released it on Hiratsuka. He was so intense that she almost took a break from school since she was tired from last night's rendezvous. She kept asking him to let her go, but he only let her go before he returned to the Sakurasu. He was in his room, sitting on his bed while sitting on his chair, doing his job. He didn't turn on the air conditioner even if the temperature was hot. Instead, he used an electric fan to cool down the temperature in his computer. Sheena wasn't with him. Instead, she stayed in his apartment, considering the heat in this country was too intense during the summer. Shishio didn't stop her since if it wasn't because of his aunt, he would stay in his apartment. Roberta, Misaki Kamiagasa and Ritsuo Kawai were even at his apartment now. The only ones left in this place were Ryu Inosuke, Nanami, and Shiro-san. As for the others, they went to work. Only Sayaka Watanabe went to her university or went to a party with her new boyfriend or something. Shishio wasn't interested in Sayaka since this woman was a trap. As for one night stand, he might think about it since if he slept with her, he would get rewards from the system. The only thing he worried about was that their relationship might turn awkward, considering how they were living in Sakurasu. While he was working, Nanami was behind him, putting his clothes in his wardrobe neatly. She was like a virtuous wife who helped with the house chores. She hummed, one more time, one more chance, the song sung by Shishio for his manga with Sheena happily. Shishio glanced at her, wondering how a sad and forlorn song could become such an upbeat song. However, he felt this might be the influence of her job as a CEO. Unlike before, her cast in Misaki's anime gave her a chance to get various jobs in various anime. It might be a small role, but her career slowly grew. Still, even if Nanami had a job, she didn't forget about her duty as his maid and kept taking care of him since she felt it was a privilege for her to be able to take care of him, and she didn't want to share it with anyone. Shishio suddenly stopped working and turned his chair to observe her from behind. She tied her hair in her usual ponytail and wore cool casual clothes since the temperature was hot. Her clothing was quite loose, which allowed him to see her wet armpit and white bra through the gap of the sleeve when she raised her hands to put his clothes in the wardrobe. The faint scent of her soap and sweat was caught by his enhanced sense of smell, which made it hard for him to work. Shishio had tried to stay on Sakurasu since he wanted to finish his works first, but he didn't expect that even this woman had tried to tempt him, making him sigh, thinking that a woman was a source of sin. Yet he loved this sin so much. However, he didn't bother her since he had just handled her this morning. Still, he really wondered what was wrong with the relationship between Yui's parents. If he didn't meet them, he wouldn't be troubled by this matter. Unfortunately, he met Yui's mother, and it was hard to wipe her existence out of his mind. Still, he felt it was better to think about the two closest women around him than Yui's mother. The first one was his aunt, Chihiro Sengoku. He knew the reason, and it was also why he didn't dare to do anything since their relationship was fairly sensitive. They were an aunt and a nephew. Chihiro was different from Hiratsuka or Hina. If she was only a normal teacher, he might not hesitate, but when an aunt word was plastered on her name, he hesitated to jump forward. If Chihiro married someone, it would be great, and they could forget each other's feelings. Unfortunately, searching for someone to stay with forever was harder than one thought, especially when one was in a hurry. Marriage was wonderful, but it was horrible when you stayed with someone you weren't in love with. This might be strange to marry someone you didn't feel in love with, but it is something common in today's society. For a reason, there were countless of them, and he was too lazy to list them. However, it was impossible for him to settle his relationship with Chihiro. If there's a plot that she is the adopted daughter of my grandparents. He sighed, since if there were such a plot, everything would be so smooth. On the other hand, the matter of Kamiya-gasa Misaki was easier. While Misaki hadn't said anything about her rendezvous, which happened during his trip to Aizu, H knew that many things happened, especially with her previous crush, Mitaka-jin. Shishio had almost forgotten Mitaka's figure, since even if they had stayed in the same dorm, their relationship wasn't close, and he also didn't like Mitaka. Mitaka was in love with Misaki, but he didn't dare to openly express his feelings since he didn't feel he was worthy of Misaki, yet he didn't want anyone to approach her while he moved from one girl to another, playing with Misaki's feelings. Like how Mitaka was tormented by his inferior feeling toward Misaki, he also wanted to torment Misaki by playing with her feeling. He knew that Misaki was in love with him, and he was also in love with her, but he made an excuse that he wasn't worthy enough. If so, then what about the other women he had seduced? Many of them were older, and some of them were working, or many others. Were they different from Misaki? Probably. However, the fact that Mitaka played with Misaki's feelings didn't change. Shishio even heard the story of how Mitaka even seduced her sister from Misaki. He was sure Mitaka didn't love her sister, yet Mitaka confessed to Misaki's sister, turning their relationship into a couple. It was also that time when Misaki realized her feeling toward Mitaka and made her distressed when she found out how they dated each other. By then, Mitaka realized his advantage, which was his handsome face, and he kept tailing Misaki like a stalker, playing with her feeling until Shishio came into their relationship. Misaki was no longer crazy about Mitaka. Yet while Misaki was alright, it was different for Mitaka since Misaki was his whole world. Shishio wondered what Mitaka was going to do, but he knew he had to prepare something in case something happened. Shishio-kun, you're going to the camp for the service club, right? Nanami suddenly asked. Yes. Shishio turned and asked, what's wrong? Should I prepare clothes for you? Nanami asked. Is that okay? I am your maid. Nanami smiled and said, what are you being reserved about? Unlike before, her girliness had disappeared and what was left was the charm of a woman. Shishio had done many things to her, and there was no need for him to hesitate in telling her to do anything. However, this gentleness and politeness were also parts that made her love him. When they communicated, he was a gentleman, but when they were on the bed, he was a beast. This was what made her love him even more. Thanks. It's okay. You should continue your work. I won't bother you. Then, I'll do that. Shishio continued with his work, and Nanami quietly helped him to prepare his clothes and items for his trip to the camp for the service club. Now that you mention it, how many days will you be at the camp? 2 or 3 days. Shishio didn't turn and asked, don't you want to go back to Osaka? A picture of Nanami's mother suddenly emerged in his mind, making his expression subtle. No, I will stay. Really? Nanami nodded, saying, I have a job, after all. I'll send it to you that day. When are you going to work? Nanami smiled and told him when she was going to work. Still, he might be tired when he accompanied her to work, so she thought they might need to rest at the nearby hotel. After she was done putting his clothes in the duffel bag, she didn't move away and sat on his bed while reading the script of her anime that she was going to work on. She didn't bother him, but the fact that she sat while presenting her plump white thighs toward his direction made him restless. Say, Nanami, can you help me again? What's wrong, Shishio-kun? I can't concentrate on work. Come here. Help me a little. Nanami was speechless and blushed, but she naively came in his direction. What should I do? Shishio locked the door and closed the window before he turned on the air conditioner. The cool breeze started to spread into his room, but even so, his body was sweating since it was quite hot. However, before he said anything, he suddenly saw Nanami under the table, squatting down. What are you doing there? I am helping you, Master. Shishio wanted to ask her to give him a massage, but she pulled his shorts. It's the smell of sweat. Is that okay? Still, he must admit that her job as a CEO gave her many possibilities. I think this smell is better. Her voice was so low, and she almost had a heat stroke. The long rod almost slapped her cheek, but because this wasn't her first time, she handled it skillfully, holding it with her slender hand before she started to help him. Shishio patted Nanami's head gently and was glad to have her as a maid since she could help him concentrate on his work. 569, Training Camp? Well, let's go. Full of nature and far from modernization. This might be the theme chosen by the service club's training camp. While he wasn't sure about the details since he also didn't have an interest, he knew that they had to take care of a group of elementary students who were also going to join them during this training camp. They had to go there in the morning, but he was afraid Hirotsuka might be late, so he decided to sleep in Hirotsuka's apartment, so they wouldn't be late for training camp. It definitely had nothing to do with the fact that he wanted to spend a night with her. Still, whenever he was with her, he felt he had become a household husband. "What's for breakfast?" Hirotsuka asked with sleepy eyes. Her hair was disheveled, and she was so sloppy. While this part of her didn't make him hate her and feel she was cute, he hoped she could get better in terms of being a woman. If he gave an example, it was like his aunt, Chihiro Sengoku. Chihiro might be sloppy and often drunk, slept, or something else, but she had always taken care of herself in front of the public. It might be because she hadn't given up on the thought of getting married, so she had always dressed like that. However, Hirotsuka had never tried. Even before they were together, she had never tried so. Also, she was like a boy who was trapped in the body of a beautiful woman, which made it quite strange for him, especially when she hugged him from behind intimately. She also tried to put her chin on his shoulder, but he was too tall for her, so she could only tilt her head, looking at the foods cooked by him curiously. Just a normal one. Shishio was too lazy to cook something complicated, so he made a simple Japanese breakfast consisting of rice, grilled salmon, tamagoyaki, and miso soup. It smells delicious. Even though it was a normal breakfast, Hirotsuka felt it was good since she mostly ate something instant such as ramen or pre-cooked food. "You're not going to help?" Shishio asked speechlessly. While he didn't expect his woman to help him since not all of his women could cook, he wondered whether he would stay behind him like this to bother him for an entire day. If he was a normal man, Hirotsuka's presence was a good thing, but he was a beast. When her two softest things pressed against his back, his little Shishio naturally reacted. Hirotsuka only wore a tank top with her black panties. Her body was beautiful and well-shaped from her martial art training. It was also early in the morning, so wasn't it normal for him to react? "Oh." Hirotsuka showed a mischievous smile and slipped her hand into his boxer. "Don't worry. I will help you." She whispered those words with a serious expression. "Don't do this. I am too lazy to do laundry or clean up your floor." Shishio let out a helpless sigh, but he couldn't escape. He hadn't cleaned up her apartment and didn't want to make it even messy. "Don't worry. I will take them all." Hearing that answer, Shishio didn't have any hesitations anymore. "Don't forget to brush your teeth later." "I know. I know," Hirotsuka said while eating like a man. Shishio looked at Hirotsuka, and somehow he understood why this woman had only a boyfriend until now. However, he was glad since that way he could get her heart. Still, even if she married, he somehow had a way to get her, though. "By the way, have you told Hikigaya-senpai?" Shishio asked since he knew this woman forgot to tell him and Hikigaya. While it didn't change much even if Hikigaya didn't come, he felt there would be trouble in this training camp, so he was ready to throw this trouble to Hikigaya when the time came. "It's okay. I have texted him and his little sister," Hirotsuka said leisurely. "Can I see the text?" Shishio asked curiously. "Sure." Hirotsuka threw her phone to Shishio directly and continued to eat since it was delicious. Shishio opened her text and looked into the text he had sent. "Hirotsuka, we will have a training camp for the service club. Come to the school. If you don't come, we'll come to your house and force you to come." Shishio was silent and didn't read Hikigaya's reply. He only had to say that his girlfriend was domineering, and it made him speechless, especially when she sent the text last night. He was sure this woman only remembered Hikigaya yesterday, so she only sent it yesterday. On the other hand, Hirotsuka had sent a text about the training camp to Chiba to Hikigaya's little sister, Komaki, a few days ago. Shishio put down the phone on the table and looked at Hirotsuka. "What's wrong?" Hirotsuka asked, looking at him curiously. Shishio picked up the rice from the corner of her mouth and ate it. "Don't eat in a hurry. There's still a lot." Oh. Hirotsuka nodded with a blush since his sudden action made her heart flutter. She then stuck rice in the corner of her mouth again and looked at him expectantly. Shishio thought this woman was adorable. While Shishio and Hirotsuka were together, Yui ate breakfast with her mother. However, she ended it quickly since she had forgotten to put some necessary items in her bag. "Mom. Where's my brush? Ah, my panties too." Yui moved from right to left, from her room to the bathroom, with a panicked expression. Hana got him aside and said, "You don't need to worry. I have put them in your bag." "Ah, really? Thank you, Mom." Yui kissed her mom, showing how happy she was. Hana looked at her daughter helplessly and said, "You'll stay for a few days, right?" "Yes." Yui nodded gingerly while holding her dog since she was going out for a while. "Have fun, all right." Hana patted Yui's head and wanted to say something, but in the end, she closed her mouth and didn't say anything. Okay. Yui was simple, and she nodded happily, thinking she would play with Shishio for a few days. She walked out of her house and said goodbye again, telling her mother and dog she was going to bring them souvenirs. Hannah smiled from the beginning to the end, and she didn't show a change in her emotion. However, when her daughter was gone, she let out a sigh. Since her previous conversation with her daughter, she could tell Shishio had a special place in her heart. If they're dating, then what should I do? Hannah suddenly recalled what she had done with him before, and it caused her body to tremble. Her face flushed red, and she almost staggered before she let out a long sigh, feeling her panties were slightly damp. Shishio and Hiratsuka waited at the entrance of the school, waiting for everyone to come. Hiratsuka wore a t-shirt, sunglasses, a black cap, cargo pants and a pair of boots. She was so manly and masculine for some reason, especially with a bright lit cigarette on her lips. Shishio was in similar attire, but he didn't wear sunglasses. Instead, he was holding a book, reading patiently. They're late. Hiratsuka folded her arms, showing her annoyance. We're the ones who are early. Shishio was helpless. Oh, someone is coming, Hiratsuka suddenly said. Shishio raised his head and saw two people walking in their direction. Yeah, hello. Hiratsuka-sensei. Shishio. Yui waved her hand excitedly. Good morning, Hiratsuka-sensei, Shishio-kun. Yukinashita nodded politely while looking at the two curiously. Good morning. Shishio nodded, but his expression was quite awkward when he looked at Yui. Yo. Hiratsuka nodded and said, put your bag in the trunk. Let me help you. Shishio put his book on the seat before he helped Yukinashita and Yui to put their bags in the trunk. Frankly, after the summer vacation, they hadn't had a chance to meet each other, and it was their first time meeting after vacation. Shishio, is it only me, or has your skin become darker? Yui asked curiously. I worked out over the summer, so this happened, Shishio said helplessly as his skin became slightly darker. However, instead of making him ugly, it enhanced his manliness for some reason. If he had to say, he was like those characters who stole the heroines or the mothers on the NTR manga. Still, NTR manga isn't so popular this year, so he didn't bother to mention it. Still, you should come early. It's too hot. Shishio sighed while wiping his sweat. He was afraid the summer heat might have his head going wrong again. The only thing he was glad for was that he didn't see Yui's mother in his vicinity. Don't use your hand. It's dirty. Yukinashita took a handkerchief and wiped his sweat carefully. Hiratsuka and Yui. Shishio was also quite surprised by her action, but he didn't bother to ask and nodded. Thanks. He knew that if he didn't take the initiative, she wouldn't take the initiative to call him. Well, let's invite her somewhere later. 4 people had come, and they continued to wait for a while. Still, while they waited, Yukinashita and Yui decided to buy a drink at the nearby vending machine, leaving Shishio and Hiratsuka alone. What do you want to drink? Just get me a bottle of barley tea. Okay. Shishio continued to read his book, but suddenly his chin was lifted, and his lips were kissed. The kiss wasn't long and over instantly, but he was dumbfounded. What was that? Nothing, Hiratsuka said casually. Shishio stared at Hiratsuka and thought this woman was jealous. When he saw this, he wondered whether his trip with his older girlfriends would be smooth. It should be, right? Shishio nii. Shishio looked up again and saw Hikigaya and Komaki. Hello, Komaki-chan. It's been a while. How are you? I am fine, Shishio nii. How about you? Komaki smiled and approached him, telling him about herself and asking him about himself. Shishio nodded, listened, and asked Komaki. They had a normal conversation, but Hikigaya gritted his teeth and coughed loudly. Cough. 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 What's wrong, Hikigaya-senpai? Did you get a summer cough? Shishio asked in concern. Yeah, do you want to rest inside, Unii-chan? Komaki asked slyly. Hikigaya knew his little sister had flown somewhere far away, but he was helpless to stop it. His mood also wasn't good since he was forced to come. While he was depressed, the sound of an angel was suddenly heard. Ah, Hachiman. Hikigaya stared at Saika Totsuka, who approached him with a bright smile and waved his hand excitedly. He couldn't find the words to describe his emotion, but he didn't regret his decision to come to the training camp of the service club. Shishio stared at this scene in silence before he moved closer to Hiratsuka and felt relief by the sense of security brought by her. 570, Fun Freeway. Hey, why did we need to go take the freeway if we're going to the Chiba station? Shishio asked speechlessly, wondering whether this woman had deceived him again. Let me ask you instead. Hiratsuka tried to act like she was an anime character. When did you come under the delusion that we were going to Chiba station? Her voice was so low like she was talking about something important, as if there was a bomb under their car. Shishio thought that Hiratsuka was really the best woman, so at this moment, he decided to join her act. His expression showed disbelief, and he asked, "Don't tell me, you." "That's right." Hiratsuka laughed and looked at Shishio as if she had deceived him. "Too bad. We're going to Chibamura instead of Chiba." "Haha, sucker." Inwardly, she felt happy that he had joined her boat. "No." Shishio closed his eyes, and his expression was full of regret. "How? How could you?" He opened his eyes and stared at Hiratsuka with disbelief and shock. "How could you deceive me like that?" He closed his eyes again, forcing tears of a yawn to come out. Hikigaya somehow showed a shocked expression. Hiratsuka subconsciously tried to hold her cigarette, wanting to be seen as a cool anime character, but when she realized she didn't have it, she pulled Shishio's head closer and rubbed it gently. "I have never deceived you, to begin with. I have told you before, right? You ruin the act." Shishio was speechless since he had just followed her act. "Your acting is too good, right?" Hiratsuka was even more speechless since she must admit this guy's act was so good that she wondered whether this was his real one. On the other hand, Yukinashita, Ui, Komaki, Hikigaya, and Tatsuki stared at the two in silence and wondered when their relationship had become so close. Their destination was Chibamura, a famous camping site, so instead of going to the Chiba prefecture, they went to the Gunma prefecture. Knowing all of that, whether Shishio or Hikigaya, was speechless. On the other hand, the girls, including Tatsuka, were calmer and talked happily to each other. While Tatsuka talked to Komaki, Ui talked to Yukinashita. On the other hand, Hikigaya sat next to Komaki and just looked at the scenery of the freeway. Still, he was often talked to by Komaki and Tatsuka from time to time, causing him to sigh since the topic of their conversation was quite insulting to him. Shishio ignored Hikigaya too, but it wasn't because he wanted to. Instead, he couldn't talk with Hikigaya since he sat in the passenger seat next to Hiratsuka. Still, he couldn't help but glance at Ui from time to time. He must admit Ui was similar to Hana. Yet unlike Hana, she didn't have a mature charm owned by her mother. If Ui-senpai is older, should she be like Hana? Shishio was curious, but he had to wait a decade to see the answer. Yet this wasn't the only reason he stared at Ui from time to time. The reason why he looked at her from time to time was that he felt strangely calm when he saw her. When they met for the first time, he thought his heart would jump out, and he would lose his calm. Yet when they met, he could act like nothing had happened, which made him wonder whether everything had ended just like this. Have I changed so much? If it was before, he might have drowned in the feeling of guilt and was unable to meet Ui's eyes or his girlfriend's. However, he is okay now. Still, this change didn't surprise him. It was like how a new actor would get nervous on the stage. When the actor gained experience and popularity, he would be more confident and even haughtier. Shishio felt he was like that now. This fact also helped him to realize he might stop becoming a human and utterly become a scumbag. Yet this also rang a signal to his mind, telling him to be careful since being too much definitely wasn't good. Being a scumbag wasn't something forbidden, but he definitely couldn't let any more housewives be eaten. He didn't want to destroy a warm and happy family after all. Yet was Uegahama's household a happy family? If Uegahama's household was a happy family, it would have been impossible for him to enter the gap in Hana's heart. If she had a happy family, it would have been impossible for her to enter the bathroom and try to wash his body. If she had a happy family, it would also be impossible for her to seduce him. It was because there was a gap in her family that it was possible for him to enter her place. As for Hana's heart, Shishio didn't think he could get it so easily. After all, with her status as the wife of someone and the mother of his senior, it was impossible for her to accept the relationship she had made with him. However, he knew that his existence had already been imprinted on Hana, and it was impossible to erase. However, knowing this fact also made him worried. If there is a problem with Hana's family, Ui should be affected, too, right? Yet Ui didn't seem troubled, and she talked happily with Yukinashita, Komaki, and Tatsuka. As for Hikigaya, there was no need to mention him since he didn't join their conversation, or rather, it was impossible, considering the topic of their conversation wasn't something that a guy like him could enter carelessly. On the other hand, Ui's matter was more important since he wondered whether she was acting now. While Ui might be stupid, she was the one with the keenest among everyone at reading an emotion, or she might be just stupid. Or are her parents just too good at concealing their problems? Either way, Shishio didn't intend to say anything to Ui since ignorance was bliss. It was better for her to enjoy her youth like everyone else, and he didn't need to remind her what kind of problem her family had. What's wrong? You have been looking at us, Yukinashita suddenly said while looking in his direction. Shishio didn't answer her question and glanced in her direction for a moment. It might be because they had just met each other after a while, so she kept staring at him from time to time. Did she fall for me? He was quite narcissistic, but he knew that he shouldn't say such a thing since he was afraid her sandals might be thrown at his face. I was just thinking about what would happen after summer vacation. After summer vacation. Yuki Nashida frowned since she felt this guy was hiding something, but Yui interrupted her thought. Oh, I know. It's a culture festival. Culture festival, hey? It's a day when everyone will give all the hardest tasks to the loner or the otaku group, right? Hikigaya joined. Everyone. Leaving Hikigaya senpai aside, what did the service club do last year? Shishio was quite curious. We didn't do anything, Yuki Nashida said calmly. Everyone stared at Yuki Nashida for a moment before they looked at Hirotsuka since she was their teacher. Hirotsuka was quite embarrassed, but she answered, well, the service club does nothing. After all, the purpose of this club is just to help someone. Even if we want to show something, what should we show? What? How can that be? That's not fun. Yui pouted and felt dissatisfied. Oh? Do you have a good idea, Yuigahama? Hirotsuka asked. Yui's eyes brightened, and she said, how about we sell a cookie? Rejected. 3x. Whether Shishio, Hikigaya or Yuki Nashida didn't want anyone to die during the culture festival. They also didn't want to see their friend enter the juvenile detention center or even jail. More importantly, as good citizens, it was impossible for them to let such a dangerous bioweapon appear in such a happy event as a cultural festival. If we sell cookies, it's better that we don't do anything, Hikigaya said. Agree. 2x. Shishio and Yuki Nashida nodded at the same time. How cruel. Yui's face flushed red since she knew what kind of rude thing they were thinking. By the way, Shishio. Have you thought of something? Hirotsuka asked. What do you mean? Shishio asked. I mean, you asked that question, so you should have an idea about what we're going to do, right? When those words fell, they were looking at him curiously. No, I was just thinking about the literature club. Oh? What is the literature club going to make? Anthology. Shishio looked at everyone and said, don't forget to buy later, alright. Okay. Unexpectedly, even Hikigaya nodded. Well, you're a famous writer now. Even if you don't ask us, I am sure everyone will buy the anthology of the literature club, Hikigaya suddenly said. At 3x. Yui, Komaki and Totsuka were dumbfounded and looked at Shishio incredulously. Shishio looked at Hikigaya and asked curiously, did you buy my book? Hikigaya was a bit embarrassed, but he nodded. Yet. He looked at Shishio curiously and asked, did you lose someone when you wrote that book? Hearing this question, Yui and Hirotsuka also looked at Shishio curiously. Eh? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Yui was confused. Totsuka and Komaki were also quite confused. Shishio was helpless, but he had to explain from the beginning to the end, which caused Yui and Totsuka to be dumbfounded. He didn't feel surprised that they didn't know since the three of them didn't read his book since they didn't have a hobby of reading a book. On the other hand, Komaki had to study for her entrance exam, so it was impossible for her to waste her time reading a book. Still, he also had to explain why Hikigaya asked him this question. The story of the kitchen he had written was about the brevity of life, the dangerous potential of love and happiness to be painfully fleeting, and how to cope with death. The vividness of the emotion written in the story was so real that it was quite normal for Hikigaya to ask that question. Hearing his explanation, everyone was also curious and looked at him, waiting for his answer. That's right. Shishio nodded. Who? Yuki Nashida asked quietly. The mood inside the car was quite heavy, and they were on the verge of crying, staring at him, who seemed to be caught in melancholy. My goldfish. Everyone. Can I punch you? Hikigaya asked. Sorry, that's impossible, Shishio said with a laugh. Even if Hikigaya wanted to punch him, it was impossible. Still, suddenly, Yuki Nashida said something unexpected, how about we do something for the culture festival? What? 571, Rotten. When Yuki Nashida, the one who took the initiative, told them they should do something during the cultural festival, they were startled. If it was Yui who took the initiative, they might not have been surprised, but it was Yuki Nashida who took the initiative. Is there something that you want to do? Shishio asked. Not sure. Yuki Nashida shook her head and said, the summer vacation is still long, and we can discuss what we will present at the culture festival. She looked at Hirotsuka and asked, is that okay, Hirotsuka-sensei? Why not? Do it. It's youth. You should do what you want. Hirotsuka agreed without hesitation since, as young people, they should do many things since when they became an adult, even if you wanted to do something, you wouldn't be able to do it since you had something known as responsibility on your back. Even so, do you have any ideas about something we will do at the culture festival? We are a service club. Do you want us to become volunteers to help with the culture festival? Hikigaya asked, but frankly, he didn't hate the idea since when everyone volunteered, he could skip the work and stay in his hiding place. No. Yukinashita shook her head, but she didn't answer Hikigaya's question for a moment. I think it is better to have something that has a shape. Something that has a shape. Hearing the answer, they also thought for a moment, but Hiratsuka said, well, you don't have to be in a hurry. We're about to arrive at the camp. You should talk after that. Okay. They nodded, but they were thinking about what they should do during the cultural festival. Their trip from Shinjuku to Gunma Prefecture didn't take a long time, especially when they used the freeway. The place was in the mountain area, filled with various greeneries. Shishio could see red cedars, maple trees, zelkova trees, lilacs, and even black pine. Yet what attracted him the most was the tsubaki flowers that extended around the lodging house. The sound of cicadas and the beetles that lay lazily on the tree. Shishio felt that it was nice to stay on the mountain. However, unlike him, who was interested in flora and fauna around the area, they all stretched their hands high, feeling slightly sluggish from the long travel. Let me help. Shishio looked at Yukinashita, who had always wanted to do everything alone. Thank you. Yukinashita nodded. What are you being reserved for? Shishio realized there was something weird about this girl, but he wasn't sure what since he couldn't read her mind. Unless she told him what was going on, he wouldn't be able to say anything. Yukinashita didn't say anything and just pouted. The two opened the trunk of the car together. Yukinashita was about to take her bag, but she noticed Shishio, who sat in the car's trunk lazily. What are you doing? You don't need to be in a hurry, right? Let's just rest and enjoy nature for a while. Shishio patted the free space next to him. He knew they didn't need to be in a hurry, especially when everyone checked the surrounding area curiously and Hiratsuka did a smoking break. Yukinashita stared at Shishio for a moment and nodded. She straightened the back of her pants and sat next to him. The air was fresh, and the scenery made their eyes brighten. Yet what Yukinashita liked the most was the fact she was right next to him. When they couldn't meet each other and hadn't talked during the summer vacation, she felt everything was empty. She might not have had this feeling before, and she was okay being alone, but because of him, everything changed, and it made her uncomfortable. There were many things that she wanted to say to him, but when they saw him after a while, she felt her head was blank. She was slightly nervous and unsure what to say until he greeted her naturally like they usually did at school. Yukinashita took a deep breath, and the raw fine air inhaled into her lungs, making her mood even better. Still, even so, she had something to complain to him about, and she also had something to say, but she must admit she was quite embarrassed to say it. On the other hand, Shishio didn't know about Yukinashita's struggle and talked with Hikigaya. Have you been here, senpai? Yeah, I did come here during middle school for the science camp. Hikigaya looked at Shishio and asked, how about you? Me? I am from Kyoto. Do you think I have come here? Shishio asked. Hikigaya. But thank you for asking. Your communication skills have become better. Shishio gave a thumbs up. Hikigaya looked at the sky and let out a long sigh, enduring a feeling to beat this guy up. Even worse, Yukinashita also chuckled, which made him even more depressed. Still, this feeling wasn't bad since this stupid banter was more interesting than being ignored or talked about from behind. Shishio might talk badly, but it sounded more like sarcasm, which made people hard to hate and even be closer to him. He knew that only a carrot wasn't enough to make a relationship. He also had to hold a stick, so their relationship would be even closer. His explanation might be weird, but if he had to say, it was like a group of shonen manga characters who became closer after a certain conflict. Even though it might be a cliché, conflicts, problems, and troubles were needed to make one relationship with others closer. However, this conflict had to be limited, and if a fight was done continuously and couldn't be solved, it might be better to end the relationship, but fortunately, he could solve most of his troubles. As they talked, another car approached and parked near them. When they were in doubt, the door of the car was opened, and they saw a group of people inside. Hayama. Hikigaya was dumbfounded. Shishio looked at Hayama Hayato, and Hayama also looked at him. While he nodded, Hayama also nodded with an awkward expression. Shishio tilted his head, wondering whether he had done something when he saw Hayama's expression. While they might have had a conflict, in the beginning, their relationship turned okay after he helped Hayama to solve the problem during the workplace tour study. Still, even if they had a conflict, he wouldn't even bother to fix it since this guy was a male, and compared to Hikigaya, Hayama lacked something that made him interested. Instead, he was more interested in Hina Ebina and Miura Yumiko. Oh, there was also an extra character. Say, what's the name of the long-haired one? Tobi? Toba? Shishio asked Yukinashita and Hikigaya quietly. 2x. Yukinashita and Hikigaya stared at Shishio speechlessly. It's Tobe. 2x. Thanks. Shishio nodded with a gentle smile toward Yumiko, who happened to look at him. Yumiko blushed and quickly looked away. Hikigaya stared at Shishio speechlessly. Yeah, hello. Shishio-kun. Ebina approached him with a smile. Yo. The two clapped their hands together, but Shishio didn't let go of her hand and asked, why are you here? I thought you would stay on the Ikebukuro for the entire summer vacation. He only came to the Ikebukuro with Ebina last time, and he had never visited that place again, but he heard there were many chaotic things there. Oh. Do you want to go to Ikebukuro again? Let's go there together after this trip. Ebina held his hands tightly and excitedly, showing a heavy breath, and a heavy blush on her face. Shishio was slightly overwhelmed by her intensity. Let's talk later. And it's impossible for me to like BL, boy's lover, okay. Even if he was able to defeat a famous martial artist, he was still unable to defeat this BL lover. Phew, it's okay. It's okay. Ebina moved closer and whispered, if you don't like BL, I can try to dress like the maid you like. This girl. Shishio stared at Ebina and thought this girl might underestimate him since he hadn't done anything to her, but this girl was wrong. If she gave him a chance, he might pounce on her without mercy. Yet their interaction surprised everyone. When are they so close? Even though it might seem weird and no one questioned it before, when they watched how close Shishio and Ebina were, they realized the strangeness of their relationship. They realized their relationship was closer than they had thought. Whether Ui or Yumiko, they were in shock since, as Ebina's friends, they knew Ebina's personality well. Fortunately, Ebina didn't stay with him too long and returned to Yumiko. Still, Shishio looked at Ebina, Yumiko, Hayama, and Tobe, thinking their relationship seemed to return to how it used to be, but it had nothing to do with him since he could see the curiosity of the eyes around him, wondering how he could be so close with Ebina. Hey, Hina, your relationship with him. Yumiko looked at Ebina with a complex curiosity. When she thought about it clearly, she also realized that the reason she could join Ui's birthday party was also that Ebina communicated with Shishio. He, are you curious? Ebina looked at Yumiko with a mischievous smile. No, I am not curious or anything. Yumiko denied Ebina without hesitation, feeling embarrassed. He, really? Ebina continued to tease Yumiko, but inwardly, she just didn't want to be asked, so she kept doing this. Fortunately, Yumiko is simple. She thought before she looked at the source of this problem, who was also troubled by the same trouble. Ebina stared at him from the corner of her eyes. She knew her hobby was weird, and it was also the reason why she didn't approach anyone and didn't let anyone approach her, since she didn't want them to see her in disgust. Even if there were many people who were curious and attracted to her, she knew their expressions would change the moment they saw the real her. In other words, they would look at her in disgust. However, what if someone could accept her? Ebina was a girl, and she would be lying if she didn't have an interest in a relationship. She was rotten and disgusting, and this young man was also a scumbag and a bastard, so shouldn't they be a perfect couple then? Ebina wasn't sure, but one thing was for sure, she wanted to go with him to the Ikebukuro together. Anyway, everyone anticipated their days at this training camp. Yet one person felt slightly alienated since this development was different from what he imagined. 572, Shishio, I refuse. Now, say hello to the nice boys and girls who will be helping us out. A tubby male teacher stood on the podium while holding a loudspeaker toward the group of elementary students that sat on the soft and lush grass. Hello. The elementary school students stared at their teacher and all the other high school students that volunteered to help themselves on this training camp. Yet somehow, especially the female ones, were naturally drawn toward Shishio. Shishio's lips twitched, wondering whether the group of elementary students was this promiscuous. However, he didn't feel surprised since the media, especially television, broadcasted romantic drama, and their parents never really stopped them. It couldn't be helped for them to be attracted and curious about a relationship known as a romance. Especially when it was their first time to see such a handsome, gentle, and manly big brother. Still, he noticed everyone's gazes on him, which made him speechless, but he was too lazy to greet those children. After all, if he did so, they would try to bother him. He didn't have any interest in a group of children. Instead of staying with a group of children, it was better to skip this activity and spend his days with Hiratsuka. Shishio glanced in Hayama's direction, who happened to see him, and he gave him a gesture of go ahead with his chin. Hayama nodded and took the loudspeaker from the tubby male teacher before he stood in front of everyone, greeting them with a big smile. If you ever need anything, just let us know. Hayama had this big smile on his face and made a gesture with his hand so he would attract everyone's attention. Unfortunately, Shishio's charm was too high. Let's make as many fun memories as we can during summer camp. Let's have fun together this summer camp. Shishio didn't say anything and maintained his polite expression while teasing Hiratsuka, touching her hand from behind on the blank spot where no one could see. On the other hand, there was no change on Hirotsuka's face, but she was flustered inside and wanted to pinch this bastard when they were done with this introduction event. Hirotsuka-sensei. Ah, yes. Hirotsuka was startled and blushed before she slapped Shishio's hand away. Shishio pouted and then looked at Yuki Nashida, who interrupted him. Excuse me, sensei, but why are they here? Yuki Nashida asked since she didn't understand why Hayama and his cliché would come. If it was only Yumiko and Ebina, she might not care since they had gathered together during Yui's birthday, but Hayama and this Toba. Oh, right, Tobe. Those two were entirely different. I said it'd look good in their records to bait people into volunteering. That's a scam. Hirotsuka stared at Shishio before she rolled her eyes. It's not a scam. She then looked at Yuki Nashida and Hikigaya. Anyway, it's a good chance for you guys. You should learn how to live with people from different cliques. Yeah, not happening. We'll never be friends with people like them, Hikigaya said while looking away. Hirotsuka sighed and patted Shishio's shoulder. You know what? You should learn from this guy. Yuki Nashida and Hikigaya looked at Shishio, and even though they were unconvinced, they must admit this guy had the highest communication power among them. You know what, you don't have to become their friend. 2x. They looked at Shishio in surprise. You should learn how to live with them. Learn to handle them smoothly without fighting or ignoring them. That's what Hirotsuka-sensei wants to say, right? Shishio looked at Hirotsuka. Hirotsuka smiled and patted Shishio's shoulder excitedly. That's right. That's right. Hikigaya's lips twitched, then he said, in your case, you're just interested in the cute girls, right? Shishio. Hirotsuka, Yuki Nashida and Yui didn't say anything, but they smiled at him warmly. Cough. Cough. Be serious. Shishio coughed to remind them. Still, why don't you stand up before? Hirotsuka asked. The rest also looked at Shishio curiously since everyone could see that it was better for Shishio to stand in front of the podium and greet everyone instead of Hayama. It might have already been planted in their consciousness, but they felt his natural leadership aura ooze out from his body. If Julius Caesar lived in the modern world, then Shishio would be that person. Veni, Vidi, Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. Shishio was like that. He came to this world, this country then saw a beautiful woman and conquered them. Joke aside, he answered their question, it's because it's troublesome. If I come to the podium, those kids will come to me with various excuses, so I can accompany them. It's troublesome, so it is better to leave this matter to Hayama-senpai. Ah, wrong. I think because Hayama-senpai is the most suitable for this. What's the point of denying it after you have said all of that? Yuki Nashida was speechless. However, they nodded and felt this was how Shishio was. Still, inwardly, they sighed in relief since they knew what kind of lustful this beast was, so knowing he didn't have an interest in elementary school students relieved them a lot. Did you think something rude about me? Shishio was speechless. Still, unlike the rest, Hirotsuka was quite calm since she knew well what kind of taste Shishio had. Fortunately, the only ones who came were the children, and the mothers of the children didn't come. If they came, it would be a different matter. Shishio was like a leech that tasted the delicious flavor of blood for the first time. The taste of the housewife was impossible to forget, and he might need a strong determination to stop his desire from leaking out. But, one of my absolute favorites is to say no when people expect me to do something. They were in silence, wondering whether it was wrong to say that he was so handsome at that moment. Hirotsuka felt her chest tighten, and she wanted to say that too in the future. Shishio rolled his eyes at Hirotsuka and focused on Hayama and the tubby male teacher since the greeting session was about to be over. Now, let the orienteering begin. With all of that, the group of elementary school students cheered and gathered among their group. They chatted with each other with bright smiles, anticipating the event they would participate in. Okay. Your first job is to help out with the race. Hirotsuka gathered all the high school students that volunteered for this summer camp and briefly instructed them on what they should do. Accompany the kids and watch over them to make sure nothing bad happens. Still, Shishio felt a gaze on him and turned his head before he saw Yumiko staring in his direction. When their eyes met, Yumiko was like a deer frozen because of the headlights, but she quickly looked away with an embarrassed expression. What should I do with you? He felt this girl tried to tempt him to do something to her, making him feel helpless about his popularity. He shook his head and started working on his duty to care for those children, so they wouldn't encounter a dangerous situation. Everyone was the same, and they talked together behind the group of elementary students, so nothing would happen. As for the teachers, they just rested on the lodging since their salary wasn't enough to cover this extra work. Frankly, Shishio didn't really have much of a complaint since it was his first time entering the mountainous area of this country. The gentle slope was easy to climb, and the elm tree could be seen everywhere, but he didn't have time to enjoy it since someone had interrupted his thought. Have you thought about what we should do at the culture festival? Yuki Nashida suddenly asked. Shishio walked behind everyone, with Yuki Nashida right next to him. Is there something that you want to do? Shishio asked since he had a feeling Yuki Nashida had something that she wanted to do. Yuki Nashida hesitated for a moment and said, how about a movie? Movie? Shishio was surprised and asked, do you want to make it? Well, but I am not sure what everyone is thinking, and we don't have the camera, right? Yuki Nashida had thought that they should create a movie, but she wasn't sure about her idea. As for why she thought to make a movie, it was because she listened to the story of his girlfriend Mai's rain prayer and saw Shishio's music video. Listening to their story made her interested, and she also spent her summer reading various books about a movie, considering how free she was. If it's a camera, I have it. You don't need to worry. Shishio patted his chest, reassuring her. He got a camera for free when he made his music video, and he also used it well for his activity with his girlfriends at night. Still, he definitely wouldn't say such a single word about such a thing since it was for his collection and personal use. The only problem is the script. Who is going to make it? Shishio asked. If they wanted to make a movie, they could make it immediately. They had a cast and tools, but they lacked a script to make a movie. However, Yuki Nashida didn't answer his question and just stared at him in silence. You want me to write one? Shishio asked speechlessly. Can you? Yuki Nashida was quite embarrassed. Shishio stared at Yuki Nashida and said, you owe me one. He rubbed her head, feeling helpless. I don't mind that I owe you something, but you should realize I am older than you, right? Do you think it is alright for you to rub my head like this? Yuki Nashida stared at Shishio with her usual cold expression, but she didn't move his hand away. Then, you should rub my head then. Shishio stopped and moved his head closer, so Yuki Nashida could rub it. Yuki Nashida blinked her eyes for a moment and was about to stretch her hand toward his hand, but she was embarrassed and noticed something was wrong. Hey, what are those girls doing? While everyone was speechless when they quietly listened to the flirting between Shishio and Yuki Nashida, her voice quickly attracted them, and they looked in the direction she was pointed by her. They saw a group of female elementary students gathered together and seemed to be in a panic. Shishio knew they were all right, so he was calm, but Hayama didn't know what, and with his good boy nature, it was impossible for him to ignore this problem. I will go check on them. Hayama approached them, and they could also hear the voice of those little girls who seemed to be afraid of something. What's that? I am so afraid. Yet what attracted Shishio the most wasn't the group of those little girls or the rat snake. Instead, he was attracted to the little girl who seemed to be isolated from the group. Shishio wondered what kind of grudge this little girl had so he could get such a reward. 573, Scary Big Sister. Hayama approached the group of little girls and helped them, finding out that they were frightened by the rat snake. He quickly took the snake away before he reassured the group of little girls with a gentle smile. Don't worry. It's just a rat snake. Wow, Ani-san. You're so amazing. How can you touch it? Even if Hayama's appearance wasn't as good as Shishio's, he was still the number 2 most popular guy in the school, and the group of elementary school students who didn't have any experience were fooled and excitedly gathered around him. However, some of them were still staring in Shishio's direction. Still, one among those groups didn't join the fun and stood to the side as if she didn't exist. She didn't join the group and fiddled quietly with her camera. It's fine. They don't bite, and they're not poisonous. Hayama thought this little girl was just awkward and introverted, so he didn't think too much. Instead, he was looking at a group of little girls who gathered around. Shishio didn't blame Hayama since this was what people would normally do. They would take the majority instead of the minority. It was also impossible to talk to when the minority didn't take the initiative. As for who would be blamed in this situation, Shishio wouldn't say anything, but when he saw Yuki Nashida let out a long sigh, he knew he needed to do something. He rubbed her head and said, let me do something for that girl. What are you going to do? Yuki Nashida ignored the fact her head was rubbed by Shishio. Instead, she looked at him curiously, wondering what he was going to do with the little girl that was isolated by the rest of her group. You want to help that girl, right? Shishio asked. Yuki Nashida stared at Shishio for a moment and asked, do you need my help? It's okay. I can handle it. Shishio waved his hand and approached Hayama, who was surrounded by elementary school students. When he moved, the rest also looked at him curiously. On the other hand, Hayama didn't know anything and talked with the group of little girls. Ani-san, where's the next control point? I wonder. Let's look for it together. The elementary school students that came to this summer camp were tasked to find a checkpoint for an event. The checkpoint wasn't hard to find, but they had to solve the riddle, which was quite troublesome, so they acted like a spoiled girl in front of Hayama. Hayama showed a troubled expression for a moment before showing his good nature as usual. Well, okay, but just at this point, okay. Hayama then put a finger in front of his lips and said, but don't tell anyone, okay? Yay! The girls were happy. Hikigaya, who saw all this, could only sigh at Hayama since this guy's communication was too suave. He thought keeping mutual secrets was another technique for dealing with people. Now, what are you going to do? Hikigaya looked at Shishio, who approached Hayama and the little girls' group. Hikigaya and the little girls were about to find the checkpoint, but they were stopped by this voice. Hello, sorry to bother you. Hearing this voice, the little girls turned their bodies as fast as a cheetah in front of their prey. Yes. Do you need something, Unii-san? Ah, by the way, what's your name, Unii-san? Do you have a girlfriend? Shishio, Hayama, and everyone. Shishio's lips twitched, and he thought this group of little girls was really promiscuous. However, he still maintained his gentle smile and squatted down, so he could match their heights, and they didn't need to look up at him. Even the girl who was isolated looked at him curiously. I know you're all busy finding checkpoints, but I need one person to volunteer to help. Is there anyone who wants to help me? Me. 4x. The four girls raised their hands at the same time. Hayama. Shishio smiled and said, I am happy that you all want to help me, but I only need one person, so. He looked at the little girl who triggered his system and didn't raise her hand. What about you? Can you help me? The little girl was surprised, but she nodded subconsciously. My name is Shishio Oga. You can call me, Shishio Nii. What's your name? Tsurumi Rumi. Thank you, Rumi-chan. Shishio gently patted her head and said, come on. Follow me. He then looked at Hayama and the four girls. Sorry to bother you, everyone. Hayama-senpai, please take care of the rest, alright. He stood and naturally put his hand on her shoulder, leading Rumi away from her group. Rumi let him lead her while looking at him curiously. Hayama's lips twitched. As for the four little girls, Shishio decided to ignore them and walked away. However, Hikigaya and the rest who watched his operation could only suck a deep breath in awe. His smile, gesture, and softness made people unable to reject him. The way he matched the height of the group of little girls was also noticed by a few people, and it made them realize how scary this guy's ability to seduce someone was. Hikigaya looked at Shishio, who brought Rumi away, but suddenly his shoulder was patted. He was confused and turned before he saw it was his little sister. Komaka patted her older brother's shoulder, let out a long sigh, and didn't say anything. On the other hand, Shishio didn't bring Rumi to his group. Instead, he went to a nearby bench where no one was there. He then sat there and said, Rumi-chan, I am going to rest, so please help me to see if someone is around. It'll be terrible if they see me skip work. Rumi. I will buy you a drink later. Is this what a high school student was supposed to do? Rumi let out a long sigh before she sat next to him. The bench was cool right under the shade, and they could see good scenery from their position. When Shishio didn't take the initiative, Rumi asked, Why? Why? What do you mean? Shishio asked. Why did you bring me here? Rumi asked while looking at Shishio. Shishio was in a relaxed position and didn't look at Rumi. As I have said before, I need someone to help me to guard and remind me in case they see me skip the work. He then looked at her with a smile and said, with you beside me, I can easily make an excuse, right? However, Rumi didn't seem to let him go and kept staring at him. Shishio looked at Rumi speechlessly and said, I feel sorry for your future boyfriend somehow. Rumi blinked her eyes and felt slightly embarrassed before she looked away. After all, she was still an elementary school student, and even though today's elementary school students are promiscuous, many were pure. Well, it is a summer camp. You should smile instead of showing such an unhappy expression, right? Shishio patted Rumi's head and said, so rest here for a while. Aren't you the one who is making an excuse to skip the work? Rumi pouted while looking away, trying to avoid him, so he wouldn't see her face. Maybe. Shishio laughed and continued to rest. Rumi rubbed her eyes and looked at him for a moment before saying, thanks. She showed a slightly embarrassed expression and, I am the one who should thank you. Also, you should quickly tell me if you see a scary big sister. Scary big sister? Yeah, she's so scary. If you're not careful, you might be eaten. Rumi stared at Shishio, wondering whether this guy thought of her as a naive little girl. Still, she nodded with a smile since it had been a while since someone had treated her like this. However, their happy time quickly ended when they heard this voice. Who is this scary big sister? Shishio and Rumi turned and saw Yuki Nashida was there. Yuki Nashida smiled sweetly, and the summer mountain became a perfect background for this beautiful girl, but strangely enough, when she smiled, the temperature in their surroundings lowered to several degrees. Shishio blinked his eyes, then asked, Scary big sister? Did I say that? He looked at Rumi and asked for her cooperation. Rumi-chan, I have never said that, right? You did, Rumi answered plainly. Shishio thought that Rumi's future boyfriend would be miserable in the future, but he quickly looked at Yukinashita and said cheekily, don't listen to this kid. Who is a little kid? Rumi fumed and felt unhappy. She might have misheard me since I believed I told her to wake me up when she saw a beautiful big sister like the one in front of me, Shishio said cheekily. Rumi. Yukinashita sighed while rubbing her glabella. However, she looked away since she didn't dare to meet his eyes. She looked at Rumi and said, the event is almost over. Do you want to stay or stay with us? Rumi stood up and said, I will go back. She looked at Shishio and said, bye, Shishio nii. Bye, Rumi-chan. Rumi bowed her head to Yukinashita before she walked away alone. She might walk normally, yet the two somehow could see how lonely her back was at this moment. Shishio looked at Rumi's back for a moment, and he knew that it was impossible for him to fix the relationship between her and her supposed to be friends with just a mere few days. He also didn't think it was worth it for her to make up with her friends. After all, even if Rumi returned to her friends, their relationship couldn't return to how it used to be. Their relationship also was never equal to each other, which made it even more troublesome. Shishio let out a sigh, wondering how an elementary school student would be troubled with such a situation. Couldn't they just happily play around like a stupid kid instead of bullying someone? What are you thinking? Yukinashita asked. Shishio looked at Yukinashita, who sat next to him naturally, and said, I am thinking about you. Me? Yukinashita was dumbfounded and forgot the fact he called her a scary big sister. You want to do something for that girl, right? Shishio asked. Yukinashita stared at him for a moment before she nodded. Shishio patted Yukinashita's head gently and said, while we talk, I haven't heard much from her. I'll talk to her again later. By the way, I am quite hungry. We're going to make lunch after this, right? Yes. Yukinashita nodded. Everyone will prepare curry later. Curry, hey? That seems nice. Yeah, it is nice, but do you think I'll forget you called me a scary big sister before? Yukinashita asked with a gentle smile. 574, whale. The event ended, and it was time for them to prepare lunch. There. Just like that. Hiratsuka showed a manly side by telling everyone how to make a fire with wood. They might be in the kitchen, but they were outdoors, so instead of using gas or a stove, they had to use firewood. You're good at it, sensei. Shishio looked at Hiratsuka curiously. Hiratsuka showed a proud expression on her face with a cigarette in one hand. I used to throw barbecues with my club a lot back in college. While I got the pit ready, the couples flirt like her expression showed annoyance. Tisk. Damn, I am in a bad mood now. She looked at the group of elementary school students before she made her instruction. Boys, go get the fire ready. Girls, go get the ingredients. Okay. Shishio was speechless and lightly bumped her hand. Her mood suddenly improved since she realized she wasn't alone now and had a boyfriend. The only thing she felt strange about was that she was okay to let this bastard boyfriend of hers date another woman. Yet who made her fall so deeply into him? Come to my room later. Hiratsuka whispered before she left, since she was too lazy to take care of the group of children. Shishio nodded and joined everyone to help to take care of the fire. Still, he realized that a volunteer was nothing more than free labor, which made him sigh at the shrewdness of the capitalist. Well, I'm also a capitalist now. Come on. I won't let you skip your work again. Yukinashita came and pulled him to work. Shishio might be a capitalist, but he was nothing but free labor now. Say, we're going to make a movie. Hikigaya asked. Yeah. After the two helped with the fire, they didn't stay with the group of children. Instead, they walked away from the crowd, so they didn't have to continue their work. Still, the real reason was that Hikigaya wasn't good with children and talking. On the other hand, Shishio was good at socializing, but he wasn't interested in groups of kids. However, it would be different for his own children, though. Under the nice shade of the trees, they leaned on the trees while overlooking everyone. That's right. They didn't skip work. Instead, they protected everyone by watching them from a distance in case something happened. After all, everything could be clearly seen when one was looking from a distance, right? What kind of movie are we going to make? Hikigaya asked again. He would be lying if he didn't have an interest, especially when Yukinashita was the one who proposed it. What kind of movie that she'll make? Hikigaya was curious. Not sure. Hikigaya. Don't blame me. She only made a decision a few hours ago. Then. I'll probably take care of the script. Shishio knew that he would have to take care of the script, but when he was asked what kind of movie they would make, he wasn't sure what kind of genre was good to shoot. It's gonna be a romance, right? Hikigaya showed a happy smile. While I want to ask why you can be so sure why it is going to be a romance, I am going to ask why you smile first. Shishio didn't understand why this guy could smile so brightly when the genre of the movie was romance. If it's a romance, then I won't do a heavy job, right? Why can't you be so sure? With you around, do you think I will become an actor? Listen, Shishio-kun. Do you know what the number rule of the romantic movie is? Hikigaya appeared like a good-natured senior who wanted to teach his junior. What? While Shishio was speechless, he still asked. It must have a good-looking cast. Among us, it'll be you. Even Hikigaya must admit that this guy was absolutely the most handsome guy he had ever met. Is that okay with you? Shishio wondered what this guy wanted to do. It's okay. I believe you can do it. You're slightly more handsome than me, after all. Hikigaya believed that his face wasn't bad and even handsome, considering Komaki was cute, so is her big brother, wasn't it natural for him to be cute too? However, God was fair. Hikigaya believed that since his mind was brighter than most people, he got a pair of dead fish-like eyes, which decreased his handsomeness slightly, giving the throne of the most handsome guy to Shishio. However, Hikigaya believed he could get second place. Still, his real reason was that he was too lazy to act, and he didn't want to enter the screen. Instead, he was more interested in the shooting process since Shishio told him about the process during his trip to Izu. Also, while Hikigaya felt embarrassed, he wanted to do this type of youth-like activity. Shishio wasn't sure what to say, but he didn't expect Hikigaya to take the initiative to choose a romance genre. Romance? Hey! Hey, that's the girl that you talked with, right? His thought was broken by Hikigaya's voice. Shishio looked up and saw Rumi was being isolated before being approached by Hayama. However, when Hayama kindly told her that he was going to help, she rejected him after she glanced for a moment. Not really. I don't care for the curry. Shishio glanced at the side and saw 4 little girls snickered in Rumi's direction. I wonder why people are so free to talk about other people. Shishio wondered what the benefit of talking bad about someone was. If so, why shouldn't they do something else which was more beneficial? You're stupid. It's because they're free to talk bad about other people. It was because they were free and didn't have anything to do, causing them to feel that they were inferior to others. However, people wanted to feel special, so they chose someone who was lower than themselves, so they could trample them with their ego, giving them a boost on their confidence. Shishio looked at Hikigaya and thought this was wisdom Hikigaya gained after observing people for the past 16 years of his life. Still, they must admit that observing people from afar made them able to see the perspective many people would miss. However, they also must admit Rumi was more mature than others since she could see her situation clearly. If she gave a happy answer, she would be seen as showing off. If she just ignored Hayama, she would be seen as showing off. The result was quite the same, so in the end, Rumi could only retreat and walk away. What are you going to do? Hikigaya asked since he knew Shishio was going to help. Well, let's just accompany her for a while. We can use her as an excuse so we can skip together. That's a good idea. So, not just one? There are 2 stupid high school students. Shishio and Hikigaya turned and saw Rumi, who walked toward their direction and retorted with a sharp response. Well, most people are stupid. Glad that you realized it early in life. Hikigaya answered while folding his arms. You too. Yuki Nashida also approached them and couldn't help but sigh, looking at Shishio and Hikigaya before she looked at Rumi, who stood next to Shishio. People had always come to someone they were familiar with, so naturally, Rumi went to Shishio. Come here, senpai. I have saved a spot for you. Shishio pushed Hikigaya away. Oi! Hikigaya was furious and almost transformed into a god of war, Hachiman. No, it's okay. Yuki Nashida showed a helpless smile and knew it was already impossible to stop them from skipping work. On the other hand, Rumi looked at the 3 and thought that their relationship was pretty weird. Rumi-chan, let me introduce you to everyone, but before that, can you introduce your name to this big brother and big sister? Shishio asked. Rumi nodded. Tsurumi Rumi. She moved slightly behind, trying to hide behind Shishio while glancing at the 2. This beautiful but scary big sister is Yuki Nashida Yukino. Shishio-kun, we need to talk after this. Shishio decided to ignore Yuki Nashida's threat before he introduced Hikigaya. The one next to him is my senior. He believes he is the second most handsome guy in Swime High School. Oi! Hikigaya blushed. While he believed so, he wasn't sure whether the others believed his words. If you feel sick, how about you go to rest? Yuki Nashida asked worriedly. I am not sick. Also, stop teasing me. Hikigaya was furious, but it brought a smile to Shishio and Yuki Nashida. Rumi nodded again, feeling slightly relieved, and showed a smile even though she didn't realize it herself. Still, it's good that you can introduce yourself. Shishio rubbed Rumi's head gently, causing her to pout, pushing his hand away weakly. While being patted by him felt good, Rumi didn't want to be treated like a kid. Don't treat me like a child. Rumi protested. No, you're a child, so you should let someone spoil you. It's not the time for you to become an adult. If you need someone's help, it's okay to rely on us, alright. Rumi stared at Shishio and saw his gentle expression, feeling something she had been holding back was broken and couldn't be contained anymore. Her eyes were red, and tears kept dripping from her eyes. She started to sob, and her voice choked. Shishio squatted down and put her head on his shoulder, patting the back of her small shoulders gently. Yukinashita and Hikigaya were stunned when they saw how Rumi was suddenly sobbing. Yui, who saw the three of them, wanted to approach and greet them with a smile, but she was dumbfounded when she saw Shishio hugging Rumi, who seemed to be sobbing. She slowed down and quietly approached them. Shishio knew Rumi needed to vent her emotions since she had been keeping all of them bottled up inside her heart. It was like a ball of frustration that holed up inside her body. However, one thing was for sure. He must admit Rumi was a strong girl. This was a problem that even an adult couldn't handle, yet Rumi had encountered it when she was in elementary school. Rumi couldn't cry, ask for help, and could only helplessly stay in silence. Still, in this case, Shishio shouldn't say anything since Rumi hadn't told him what had happened to her, and he shouldn't jump to a conclusion since one had to fully understand everything to comfort someone when they cried. Rumi cried even harder when she was treated this gently by someone but didn't want to be heard, so she hugged him tightly and put her lips near his chest to muffle her voice. Yukinashita was in silence, watching the two, feeling bitter and envious since, in her childhood, no one would help her like this. Yet she was also glad since she hoped that no one would experience what she felt. Yukinashita looked at Shishio for a moment, wondering why they couldn't meet earlier. 575, I just want to help. Here. Shishio held his handkerchief in front of Rumi. Blow up your snot. Rumi was embarrassed, but she still did what he asked. Her tears were wiped, and her snot was cleaned up. Shishio had snot and tears on his t-shirt, but he decided to ignore it for now. Don't misunderstand. I am not crying. Rumi seemed stubborn after she cleaned up all the stains and traces of her vulnerable state as if she had never bawled to begin with. Shishio stared at Rumi for a moment before he looked at Yukinashita. Yukinashita wasn't sure, but his gaze contained malicious intent. Yet she didn't bother to ask him for a responsibility since she felt the problem encountered by this little girl was more important. On the other hand, Yui wasn't sure what to say since it was quite awkward to say something when she saw what had happened. However, this situation was quite normal since unless one had a talent or an experience, it was simply impossible to know how to comfort someone when they cried. The majority of people would only say, "It's okay, everything will be okay," or "Stop crying, okay." They only wanted the person who cried to stop crying without a desire to know why they were sad. Shishio knew this, and he didn't say anything since he didn't know anything. If he said something, trying to comfort her without knowing anything, it would make him stupid. Instead, the right thing to do was just to accompany the person who cried without saying anything, and you just needed to gently pat their shoulders. If you were an expert, you might as well hug the person who cried. Still, the most important thing was to ask what had happened after the person had stopped crying and never make a conclusion after you were sure of everything. It would be even better if you could lead the person who cried into the answer to their problem by themselves. Frankly, the matter of emotion was difficult. There was never one answer, and there was no right or wrong. Yet among those countless answers, as a scumbag, he knew which answer he should choose. Okay, it's just a sweat. Sweat. Rumi was stunned, but she nodded. That's right. It's a sweat. Shishio smiled and pointed at Yui. You might be busy crying before, but let me introduce you to this stupid big sister. Her name is Yui Uegahama. Ya hello Rumi-chan. Yui smiled, but then she realized something. I am not stupid. However, Rumi glanced at Yui for a moment before she looked at Shishio, Yukinashita, and Hikigaya. It might be her feeling, but she asked, you three are kind of different from those other people. I am different too. From those people. Yui titled her head, feeling confused. Different? What do you mean? Rumi looked away slightly, holding the hem of Shishio's t-shirt before she said, they are all such kids. So I thought maybe being alone wouldn't be so bad. Memories of friends from elementary school are kind of important, don't you think? Yui said naively. Rumi showed a melancholic expression that wasn't suitable for someone around her age. I don't need memories. I can just make friends with people from other schools when I get into middle school. Unfortunately, that won't happen. Yukinashita entered and interrupted, making everyone's attention turn toward her. Those girls who point and laugh at you are going to the same middle school, aren't they? That means the same thing will happen. And those people from other schools will join. Shishio looked at Yukinashita to spill out such a cruel fact. However, unexpectedly, Rumi could accept Yukinashida's words calmly. I guess you're right. No, Rumi was frustrated, holding the hem of his t-shirt tightly while lowering her head. I was just so stupid. Her voice trembled, but this time she didn't cry and endured. What happened? Yui asked in concern. Rumi hesitated, but when she saw him, she told them what had happened to her. This isn't the first time they have shunned someone. But it usually ends pretty quickly, and they start talking to them again. Someone always makes the suggestion, and everyone kind of just goes with it. I'd go along with it too. But before I knew it, this time, I was the one getting shunned. I didn't do anything wrong, either. Her voice was shaky when she told them about her experience. Is this how it's going to be in middle school too? If so, when was this going to end? Shishio knew that everyone was different. Many people were weak, and they needed someone to support them. Shishio was the same previously, but he hid it by working hard to live in this world, forgetting his loneliness when he became Shishio Oga. Yet he met many people, and they saved him. On the other hand, Rumi didn't have such people. Shishio wanted to help her, but he knew it would be quite difficult. Rumi ended her story, but she didn't ask someone to solve her problem. Instead, she wanted to tell her story so the burden on her chest could be released. She felt better even if no one was able to answer her question, but then her head was patted. Shishio nii. Rumi looked at Shishio curiously. There's no person who is born to be alone in this world. I can't guarantee whether you'll be able to meet a friend that you can trust and won't betray you in middle school, but as long as you're here, if you feel lonely, you can visit us anytime, alright. Shishio couldn't make an empty promise since this type of problem was quite hard to solve, but if Rumi wanted to visit them, he could give her a promise that she could visit them anytime. Rumi nodded and thanked him since she knew his words came from his heart and he didn't have an empty promise. Thank you, Shishio nii. Okay, I am sure you're hungry. Let's go eat first. You might not believe me, but I am good at cooking. Really? Rumi looked at Shishio in doubt. Shishio thought that this girl was quite uncut somehow. The day passed, and before long, the sun was about to set. The sky turned orange, wrapping everyone in the temporary light before the night came. The sound of crickets echoed throughout the forest, yet everyone talked about what had happened to Rumi since her lonely figure was noticed by everyone. Still, neither Shishio, Hikigaya, Yukinashida, nor Yui told everyone everything they had heard from Rumi since they knew Hayama's group was unreliable. Do you think she'll be okay? Yui was worried. Hirotsuka leaned on the corner of a table while smoking. Are you worried about something? Shishio looked at her firm buttstock, which squeezed against the table, showing unexpected softness. There's this girl who is always alone. I kind of feel sorry for her. Shishio looked at Hayama and Yumiko, who talked about Rumi with half-assed feelings. However, he didn't blame them since this was how people normally do. This wasn't their problem, so why should they care? They also wouldn't meet each other for a few days. If Rumi didn't trigger his system, Shishio might be too lazy to say anything and spent his days with Hirotsuka the past few days. After all, as she had said before, she wasn't the only one who was shunned, yet why was she the only one who got the help? This situation was like a hidden rule in society. Even if no one told you, you had to follow. No, you were forced to follow. If you are weak and have no connection, power, or someone you can rely on, you would be in a helpless situation and unable to do anything. This was also the reason why Rumi didn't ask them for help. Shishio didn't offer her help and just gave her comfort like a small oasis in the middle of the desert. Frankly, if Rumi wanted to be alone, Shishio didn't think it was a problem. However, Rumi was forced to be alone, and it wasn't her wish to be alone. Among them, Shishio knew that many people understood it, but no one put it into their mouths since this type of matter wasn't something they should utter in their mouths. Instead, they should quietly keep it inside their hearts since some people were insensitive about this matter. So? What do you want to do with it? Hirotsuka asked everyone. I want to do whatever I can to change it. Hayama took the initiative to say what he wanted to do. Anything you can do? I see. Yukinashida made sarcasm. Ah. Hayama couldn't utter a single word. You can't do it. You couldn't before. Shishio looked at Yukinashida and held her hand, which she placed on her thigh. Even if her legs were slender, he realized how soft they were from her tight jeans. Still, he didn't have time to enjoy it since her hand was sweaty from the feeling she felt after hearing Rumi's story. Yukinashida gently glanced in his face for a while, but she didn't say anything and let him hold her hand quietly under the table. Hayama showed frustration, but no words came from his mouth since he knew everything that came from her mouth was a fact. Yukinashida, what about you? Hirotsuka asked. Yukinashida didn't let go of his hand and answered her question. You said that this was part of the service club summer camp, right? Will her case be included as part of the club activities? Working as a summer camp counselor is part of your summer camp. Logically speaking, you can argue that it is. Hiratsuka looked at Yuki Nashida when she answered that question. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida, and his lips twitched, wondering why this girl had always had a hard time with what she wanted to do inside her heart. I see. Yuki Nashida looked at Hiratsuka and said, then, if she asks for our help, we will do whatever it takes to solve her problem. She glanced at Hayama in silence. Hayama was unable to say anything, feeling the silence and discomfort on his heart so heavy. And is she asking for your help? Hiratsuka asked. We won't. Cough. What? Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio. I think Hiratsuka-sensei used the wrong question in this discussion, Shishio told his opinion. Oh? Then what is the most suitable question in this discussion? Hiratsuka asked curiously. Do you want to help her? Shishio asked while looking at Yuki Nashida. Yuki Nashida blinked her eyes for a moment before she nodded. I want to help her. Hiratsuka glanced at Shishio and saw his hand holding Yuki Nashida's hand quietly under the table without anyone noticing. She stood up and kicked his rump lightly. Shishio. Well, you're right. My question is wrong, so just do whatever you want. Hiratsuka waved her hand and left. Then, I will leave. You can talk about this on your own. However, before she left, she glanced in Shishio's direction. Shishio nodded and would visit her tonight. However, before that, he was thinking about how to get back from this discussion since he didn't want to waste his time on a meaningless discussion. 576, Treat. Hiratsuka left, and they started to talk about what they should do. Shishio didn't intend to join since he was hoping to stay away from this discussion, but when he thought about Yuki Nashida and Hayama, he decided to stay. He didn't know the details, but he knew Yuki Nashida and Hayama were childhood friends. Hayama's father was a lawyer that managed the legal matter of Yuki Nashida's family business after all, so it was natural for them to know each other. While their relationship might be good in the beginning, it starts to change after a certain something. Yuki Nashida might not say anything, but he could guess what had happened. The friendship between girls was like a bubble. It was beautiful but fragile. One touch might destroy it. Frankly, friendship was something easy and beautiful, yet many things made it complicated. But, like, she's cute. Why can't she just hang out with, like, another cute girl? Yumiko looked at everyone and expressed her opinion. She could, like, try talking to one of them, right? Then they'd, like, be friends, right? Like, easy, right? Dude, that's awesome. Yumiko, you're a genius. Tobe, who lacked a presence in this discussion, raised his voice and praised Yumiko. Like, totally. Yumiko showed a proud expression. While Yumiko was kind of smug, Shishio somehow wanted to shut her mouth with his lips. Yui showed a bitter smile and said, that's something only you could do, Yumiko. As far as making a foothold goes, Yumiko's got the right idea. Hayama took the position of the leader of the discussion naturally. But based on the situation, it might be hard just getting someone to talk to her. Oh, right. Yumiko didn't seem to reject Hayama's words and just replied perfunctorily. Here. Ebona suddenly raised her hand. Hina, you've got an idea? Hayama asked. She'll be fine. She can just live for her hobby. Ebona didn't stop and passionately told them about her hobby. If Rumi was interested in BL and got a friend from it, everything would be alright, right? There are no girls who hate BL. Ebine felt her agreement was flawless. She looked at Yuki Nashida and said, so I am sure you'll understand too, Yuki Nashida. However, it was quite too much, so Hayama quickly stopped Ebona. Yumiko, could you get tea with Hina? Okay. Even Yumiko must admit she was quite overwhelmed by Ebona's hobby. She pulled Ebona's arm and said, come on, Ebona. Let's go. Ah, senpai, can I follow you? I am a bit thirsty. Shishio naturally followed. Okay, okay. Ebona agreed with a happy smile. She gave up on spreading her gospel and decided to go out with Shishio. However, Yumiko was slightly nervous, but she nodded regardless. Sure. When Shishio stood up, he could see many gazes on him, but he gave thumbs up to Yuki Nashida and Hikigaya. Yuki Nashida and Hokage. Scumbag. Hikigaya wanted to curse this bastard. He let out a long sigh, wondering what this guy planned to do with Rumi. After all, he could see how this guy decided to escape from the discussion, which made him speechless. The three walked away from the group toward the nearby vending machine, but they heard a discussion that had continued even if they had left. I don't think we'll be able to solve anything unless we find a way to make everyone friends again. Shishio couldn't help but almost laugh at Hayama's good guy words. However, Yuki Nashida and Hikigaya weren't so kind toward Hayama. Everyone, Hikigaya couldn't help but let out a snicker. That's impossible, Yuki Nashida answered without hesitation. There isn't even a remote chance of it happening. Yumiko frowned and wanted to say something, but she was blocked by Shishio. She looked at him, flabbergasted and blushed, but she was pulled by him. Let's buy a drink first, senpai. Yumiko couldn't do anything and lost her voice before giving up saying anything under Shishio's persistence. Ebina looked at the two for a moment and also followed. As for Hayama, he was being bombarded by Yuki Nashida and Hikigaya, unable to do anything. On the other hand, Shishio brought Ebina and Yumiko to the nearby vending machine. What do you want to drink, senpai? I will treat you. Their discussion took quite a while, so the orange evening glow had changed into a full night with countless beautiful bright stars. Treat? Ebina looked at Shishio and asked, can I get the most expensive one? She looked at the specialty drink of Gunma Prefecture, which was the most expensive among all of them. Why not? Get them. Shishio took out the 10,000 yen piece from his wallet. Oh, if you're so kind, I can let you borrow my limited edition of my Dujin. I don't need any, but thank you. Shishio was speechless, but then he looked at Yumiko and asked, how about you, Miura-senpai? Do you want something? However, Yumiko didn't answer his question and looked away, folding her arms and showing her annoyance. Even if Shishio was her type, she was weak against him, but it didn't mean she couldn't show her temper against him. She might not be able to act strong like she was in front of everyone, but she could give him the silent treatment. Do you want to argue with Yukino-senpai? Shishio asked. Yumiko couldn't help but become jealous and ask, do you want to protect that Yuki Nashida-san? I don't want to help her, but I don't want you to fight because of this matter. Shishio looked at Yumiko and said, and, I don't agree with what Hayama-senpai said. Everyone becomes friends. I don't think it is possible. If I give an example, it is like forcing everyone in your class to love BL. Do you think it is possible? Yumiko. Hey, Shishio-kun, I can't pretend that I can't hear that. Ebina showed her resistance after she drank the most expensive drink on the vending machine. She must admit it tasted good, and she was grateful that she was being treated, but there was something that she couldn't give up no matter what. This wasn't because of her stupidity but because of her pride and love toward BL. Let's ignore Ebina-senpai for a while, but there should be a second most popular group in your class, right? Shishio asked. Hey. However, Shishio ignored Ebina and looked at Yumiko. Well. Yumiko didn't deny that while she had the most popular clique in the class, especially with Hayama inside her group, the girls' group wasn't monolithic. Instead, it was polylythic, with several groups inside the class. It was by chance she was the strongest among the group, but she would be lying if she wasn't careful about the other groups since they could chomp her down when she let go of her guard. Then, is it possible for you to take the initiative to befriend and join the group of the second most popular group so everyone can be nice to each other? Shishio asked. Yumiko. The relationship between female students was the survival of the fittest. If Yumiko approached the second most popular group by the initiative, she would be looked down upon. How would she allow that? With her personality, she wouldn't allow it. Yet this was what made this girl attractive since her smugness was kind of pure and innocent. After all, among the three, Yumiko was the purest. Even Ebina and Ui weren't Yumiko's opponents in terms of the purest. She became docile and shy in front of her loved ones, and she also protected Ebina and Ui like she was a mother of the hen. Frankly, Hayama was blind to ignoring Yumiko, so he shouldn't blame him if Shishio stole her, right? But most importantly, you'll be sleeping with Yukino-senpai tonight. If you two fight, you can imagine how awkward it is going to be, right? Well. Unlike Hayama, who would be sleeping in a different room, Yuki Nashida and Yumiko would be sleeping in the same room. Yumiko could already imagine how awkward it would be for her to be sleeping in the same room as Yuki Nashida if they fought. Still, even though it was for her, Yumiko would be lying if she felt good since the core of this problem was the fact that Shishio didn't want her to fight with Yuki Nashida. That's good. Senpai is a good girl. Yumiko was stunned when her head was patted. She dyed her face in crimson before sweeping his hand away and running away. I am going to go to the toilet. Shishio looked at Yumiko's back and sighed, thinking that this girl was adorable. She's cute, right? Shishio looked at Ebina, who made an upturned gaze in his direction. He wasn't sure whether this was a deliberation or not, but it might be because she was shorter than him that this happened. You're also cute, senpai. Oh? Really? Which part of me? I think it is the part that you think you can tease me. Ebina pouted and poked his cheek. Can you be embarrassed? No. Shishio held Ebina's finger, trying to get it away from his face. Still, he didn't ask Ebina whether she cared about Rumi or not since he knew her answer. Ebina was cold and apathetic. She was only interested in her hobbies and didn't want to get involved in other people's matters. Shishio knew that, so he didn't bother to ask Ebina. Ebina smiled and asked, say, do you like Yumiko? She is a cute girl. Who doesn't like her? Shishio looked at Ebina and said, I also like you, though. Oh? What do you like about me? Ebina asked. The fact that you accept how you are and are proud of it. I like that part, but not everyone likes me who can tolerate your hobby, alright? So you should be careful. Ebina was in a daze for a moment before she smiled and asked, say, Shishio, can I ask a request? What? Squat down a bit. It's hard to talk when you're so tall. Shishio slightly lowered his height, matching Ebina's height. Close your eyes. You're going to kiss me. Oh? You know it. Ebina only smiled. Shishio. Do you want to? Why not? Shishio thought this girl was joking, so he closed his eyes, following her words, but he felt something warm and soft on his lips. Shishio was in a daze and opened his eyes. Ebina kissed his lips before she moved back, showing a mischievous smile. Hee hee. I have taken your lips. Shishio held Ebina's hand and pulled her to the side of the vending machine. What are you doing? Ebina had her back against the vending machine, but before she got her answer, she was kissed by him. Before the dimly light of the vending machine and a few insects that flew around alight, Ebina opened her eyes before she closed them again and hugged his neck intimately. Kissing feels nice. Ebina thought before she let herself fall under this pleasure like an insect that was confused by the light in the middle of a summer night. 577, Shishio, I am not a good guy. The sound of insects hid the sound of their deep kiss. Ebina didn't let him go and tightly pressed his body against her. The kiss made her head muddy, and it was hard to think of anything, yet the long hard thing on her stomach was hard to conceal, making her slightly flustered, and she didn't expect him to have a hentai manga-like size. Normally, she might be slightly embarrassed, but in this situation, she just wanted to kiss as long as she could. Yet she almost lost her breath, so the two decided to stop their kiss. Pua! When their lips parted, the steam emitted between their lips. Ebina's eyes moistened like a beautiful flower wet from the morning dew. Your lips taste nice. What is this? Shishio asked since Ebina's lips were sweet. Hee hee hee, that's the drink that I got. It tasted nice, right? Ebina smiled sweetly while rubbing his chest and lowered her gaze, staring at his hardened thing. Your thing is hard now. It's a natural reaction. Shishio was slightly embarrassed. Natural reaction, Ebina giggled and asked, can I touch it? Here. Is that a problem? Miura-senpai is going to come back, you know. Then, aren't you happy that Yumiko will also join? Ebina showed a mischievous smile. Shishio was speechless before he knocked on Ebina's head. Ouch. It hurts. Ebina held her head and acted like she was crying. Don't be too much. Unlike you, Miura-senpai isn't so rotten. Haha. Ebina laughed. That's true. However, her expression suddenly changed, and her glasses gleamed because of the light. But she is easy enough for you to seduce, right? Shishio. Miura-senpai is going to come back. Do you still want to maintain this position? Even if they had kissed, they hadn't let go of each other. Ebina hugged him tightly and rubbed her face against his chest. It's a bit cold. Let me warm up my body like this. Ebina felt it was nice to hug him like this. Is it okay to be seen by Miura-senpai? Why not? If she sees us, just tell her I have become your harem too. Ebina giggled. You're not, though. Oh? What should I do to become one? Do you want to do it? Ebina let him go and made a gesture of a circle with his thumb and index finger and a stick with his other hand, pushing in and out several times. Even if Shishio was stupid, he could tell what kind of meaning was behind that gesture. It hurts. Why did you hit me again? Ebina held her head with grief. Don't do something stupid. Shishio sighed, but he must admit she was having fun. Then, do you want to visit our room tonight? Ebina asked with a smile. It's a tempting offer, but let's not do it now. Shishio had to visit Hiratsuka tonight, so he didn't have time to visit Ebina's room. Even if he stayed, what should he do there? Aside from Ebina were Yumiko, Yukinashita, Komaki, and even Ui. Was he going to have a group battle? It was impossible, right? However, Shishio thought for a moment and felt it might be possible. After all, he knew that females were quite easily affected by the flow, and once they saw the delight that came from the exchanges of flesh, they would be like a fish that had been fished out. It was only a time before they were eaten. Yet even if it was possible, Shishio felt his morals would disappear. It's not that I have one, to begin with. Ebina's offer was tempting, but if he dared to do it, they might do it and become his sex friends, but it would be hard for them to believe in him, entrusting his lives to him, especially when he was so lawless. How about we meet up later after summer camp? Yes. Ebina agreed without hesitation and asked, you can drive a car, right? Do you want to go far away or buy something? Shishio thought Ebina wanted him to bring a car because she wanted to go outside the city or buy many things. Of course, it is to buy something. Ebina's eyes brightened when he asked. What are you going to buy? Shishio asked curiously. Tisk. 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 Ebina wiggled her finger and said, if it is summer, there's only one thing we're going to do, right? What? Shishio was confused. It's Kamikeet. Kamikeet? Ebina sighed as if Shishio had wasted 15 years of life. Shishio. It's decided. You'll go with me on that Kamikeet, all right? Ebina asked while staring at Shishio. I don't mind. Shishio nodded. What are you talking about? Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. They turned and saw Yumiko walking in their direction. She had calmed down and decided to go back, but she saw Shishio and Ebina were so close and talked to each other intimately, wondering what they were doing. Oh, Yumiko. Do you want to go with us later? Ebina asked. Where? Yumiko asked curiously. Kamikeet. Ebina explained excitedly, causing Yumiko to feel overwhelmed for a while before she looked at Shishio and asked, You're also going to go there, Oga-kun? Ebina-senpai has invited me, and I am also quite curious. Call me Hina, Shishio-kun. Ebina pouted. Well, Hina-senpai. Shishio nodded, then looked at Yumiko, and said, if you don't mind, you can also call me Shishio, and I'll call you Yumiko-senpai. Is that okay, senpai? Well, why not? Yumiko couldn't reject and agreed. As for the invitation to go to the Kamikeet, she also agreed. Watching the two who agreed, Ebina looked at the two, wondering how to make their trip even more interesting. After talking a bit, they walked back together toward where everyone was still waiting. However, unlike before, the atmosphere was slightly tense. What's wrong? Shishio asked. His voice attracted them, and they looked in their direction. Still, Tobe, Tatsuka, and even Hikigaya showed a grateful expression when he came. Yui and Komaki also gestured for him to come quickly. Meanwhile, Hayama could only lower his head, and Yuki Nashida looked away with a coldness that was able to reduce the temperature around them by several degrees. Yumiko and Ebina also somehow didn't want to come and felt it might be better to stay at the nearby vending machine. How about we rest first? Here, I bring you a drink. Shishio brought a bottle of tea for everyone. Oh, thank you, Agaki, Tobe said with a smile. Agaki. Shishio was speechless, but he ignored this guy. Thank you, Shishio-kun. Tatsuka smiled sweetly. No problem, Tatsuka-senpai. Shishio also smiled. Somehow his appearance eased the atmosphere around them. However, Hayama looked at him and asked, Oga-kun, if it's you, what will you do? Everyone. Their lips twitched, and they thought that this guy was a really goody-goody, which made them speechless. Still, Shishio was unfazed and sat naturally next to Yuki Nashida. Is it about Rumi-chan? Yet. Hayama nodded. Do you have a way so everyone can become friends again? No. Everyone. I mean, why should everyone become a friend? Shishio asked. Everyone. They have bullied her and isolated Rumi-chan. Even if they're still a child, they have such a personality. I am not sure how they will become in the future, but I am sure that their personality will be worse. Everyone. So why should Rumi-chan try to befriend them again? Shishio asked. But, if we want to help her, this is the only way, Hayama said after a moment of hesitation, showing determination as a good guy in front of everyone. It's everyone, everyone, everyone. Shishio rolled his eyes, wondering why people in this country love to use the word everyone. Who is everyone? Shishio couldn't care about everyone since he was selfish. Hayama-senpai, I am not a good guy like you. I can't treat someone that has treated me like that with a smile and even accept them to become my friends again. If someone treats me like that, then comes to me with a smile as if nothing happens, then I am sorry. It's better for us not to become friends with each other. I believe in people's goodwill, but if they screw me, I'll screw them back. Double payback. That's my style. His words were domineering and full of conviction, causing them to be in a daze. The people in this world have always. However, it brought a smile to Yuki Nashida. You're too much. Isn't that right? If they can't maintain basic politeness and respect, they don't deserve you. What's the point of lowering yourself to such people? You'll only be tired. There are many people in this world. What's the point of getting focused on those people? Shishio felt this whole discussion was just a farce for Hayama to gain his face. However, he didn't care about Hayama's face and tore this mask of hypocrisy away like it was nothing. But they're just kids, Hayama said, trying to justify his words. So if they're a kid, they'll be forgiven? If they do something that can't be undone as long as they're a kid, they'll be forgiven. Shishio shook his head. You're pampering them so that they feel they can do anything. Rumi-chan is just one of those girls who are bullied by that group of people. It might be Rumi-chan, then, next time, it'll be another girl. This will keep repeating, and it is happening because you pamper this group of girls. Age isn't the reason one should just forgive the crime. I'm still a minor, and I'm attacking your mother. Will you forgive me? Shishio thought inwardly while thinking that Hayama was really a good guy. However, he wasn't a good guy, so he couldn't forgive such people. If you forgive this group of girls, can you be responsible for the girls they hurt? Or you just ignore them so everyone can become friends? No. Hayama couldn't say anything. Then, what are you planning to do? Yukinashita asked curiously. Everyone also looked at Shishio in complicated ways since they couldn't say his words were wrong. Instead, they felt he was right. Rumi was just one girl. In the future, there might be other girls that this group of girls might bully. While those girls were hurt, this group of the bully was alright, living a happy life. When they thought such a thing, they would be lying if they felt happy. Yet their upbringing never told them to fight back. Instead of everyone, they had to endure everything and silently accepted the status quo. However, if they were given a chance to fight, would they do it? They will do it. His words also beautify his actions, making them feel like they were a superhero or something. They looked at him in anticipation, wondering how he was going to solve this problem. If you do something wrong, what will your parents do? Shishio asked. Well, they'll reprimand me. Komaka said unsurely. That's right. Shishio nodded. But will you listen to your parents? Everyone. One might hear, but one might not, but we want them to listen to us, so what should we do? Shishio asked. They didn't know how to answer. The best way is to insert the meaning or message throughout the story. You want to tell a story, Shishiron? Yui asked curiously. No, instead of a story, how about we set out a drama? Shishio said. Drama. They even became curious. Well, tomorrow we will have a test of courage, right? Then, what if we? Shishio had made a plan, but he knew that Rumi wasn't going to be happy with this plan. Yet his plan never helped Rumi to begin with. Instead, he wanted to punish a few naughty children, so they wouldn't think their actions would be forgiven easily. 578, Night. Hearing Shishio's plan, they were dumbfounded, but somehow they agreed since they must admit his words swayed them. In the name of educating naughty children, they decided to become a demon. Fighting fire with fire. His plan would start on the next day during the test of courage. As for now, they only needed to prepare their hearts for tomorrow's punishment. Still, while one person wanted to say something, he could see that the crowd was already on Shishio's side, and anything he would say would be only the howl of the loser. He could only agree and follow his words. I still believe deep inside that they're good children, Hayama said with a smile, without giving up. If the girl who is bullying is a good girl, then the one who is bullied is a bad girl. Shishio asked lazily. No, I have never said that. Hayama quickly said, feeling a sweat trickle on his forehead since Shishio's every word was like a sharp knife that peeled his mask of hypocrisy. I have never said that they're a bad girl or good girl. I don't make such a distinction. Instead, I think they're good girls, but this is the scariest thing. We, they, and everyone thinks they're good girls, but their actions are as good as a demon. They hurt people like they're buying something at the convenience store. They don't have regret or remorse or suffer from what they did to those girls. Instead, they think they're right, and they think they haven't done anything wrong. It is what is so scary about them. They felt a chill somehow. If evil had been done several times, it would have become a habit. They would think what they were doing was something normal and something that they naturally did as breathing. If such a thing happened, they could imagine many people would be hurt by this group of girls. Hayama-senpai, it must be nice to look at everyone from above, right? You don't understand the feelings of those below everyone, and you never try to understand them, either. Maybe everyone in your mouth is nothing but lip service to guise your ego into everyone, right? Shut up! Hayama lost his emotion and screamed angrily. However, he forgot the one he got angry with wasn't those mobs in the school but Shishio. Oh? I am right, right? Maybe those girls you want to save are like you, so you want to save them. Like you, who are pampered by everyone, you also want to pamper them. You are such a nice guy, Hayama-senpai. Hayama couldn't control his emotion again and wanted to grab Shishio, but Shishio slammed the wooden table, creating a boom sound and shattering part of the wooden table. Everyone. If you touch me, it won't be a simple argument. Shishio looked at Hayama and asked, are you ready for that? No one dared to say anything, and the chill from his body almost froze them with fear. Go. It's disgusting to see your face. Hayama gritted his teeth and left angrily. As for others, they didn't know what to do, and they were quite restless. Tobe-senpai, go and accompany him. Oh. Leave it to me. Tobe looked at the shattered wooden table and nodded vigorously. Oh, by the way, when someone asks what has happened to the wooden table, tell them that it is so old that it is fragile, all right. Tobe's lips twitched, but he nodded. Okay. Leave that to me too. He then quickly chased after Hayama while looking at Shishio for a moment before he continued. Shishio took a deep breath and said, leave me alone for a bit. You should go back. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Shishio didn't bother with them and left since his mood wasn't good. He didn't like someone like Hayama, the double-faced bitch, since they thought they were always right. They also had this superhero syndrome that would save everyone in need. However, when the problem was out of their control, they would stay silent without doing anything, leaving the victim hurt without anyone helping them. Shishio didn't like Hayama, who thought everything he had done was forgiven. Instead, he tore them like it was nothing, telling him that you were just a bitch. Shishiron. I wanted to chase after Shishio. However, Uegahama-san, it is okay. Leave it to me. Yukinashita left first and chased after Shishio. Not only Ui but Yumiko, Komaki, and Ebona showed bitter smiles. They lamented that the one who could be by his side at the moment wasn't them. Instead, it was Yukinashita. On the other hand, Hikigaya knocked the table and attacked everyone's attention. Hachiman. Totsuka was speechless. Hey, don't blame me. I just wonder whether the wooden table is that fragile. Hikigaya looked at the shattered wooden table and couldn't help but gulp, thinking about what kind of power was hidden under Shishio's body. So it is fragile? Totsuka asked curiously. It's fucking hard. Everyone. I am not a child who needs someone to coax me, you know. Shishio wanted to walk to Hiratsuka to calm himself, but he didn't expect Yukinashita to chase after him, so he could only change his direction. He came to the nearby place, covered with wood but with a fine sight of the moon. Yes, you're not. Let me see your hand. It's okay. I am fine. Give it to me. Yukinashita said sternly. Shishio's lips twitched, but his hand was pulled by Yukinashita. She grasped his hand gently and saw that it was really all right. She sighed inwardly and asked, you don't have to destroy the table, right? Sorry, I am just annoyed by him. I don't like him a bit, Shishio said frankly. He didn't like Hayama, but he was like any other adult and pretended to get along with Hayama. However, he felt this guy was sick, thinking that everyone should get along, and everyone should do this, do that. Who do you think you are? Shishio couldn't handle it and told him about the reality. He also felt that this guy was targeting him somehow, even though he wasn't sure why. Thanks. Why do you thank me? Shishio felt weird. What's with that expression? Yukinashita stared at Shishio blankly and said, I also want to do something for that girl. That means our feelings are the same. Shishio smiled. It's good that your mood is good now. Yukinashita sighed, feeling molested by this bastard. Oh, my mood is bad. I want to destroy another table later. Yukinashita rolled her eyes and said, then, wait here until your mood is better. How can my mood get better? Oh? You mean with my presence isn't enough to calm you down? Can you not be so narcissistic? Yukinashita sighed and said, then, I will help you to calm down. What do you want to do? Are you serious? Shishio asked in doubt. As long as it isn't something so perverted, then I might try to deal with it. Yukinashita looked away. Shishio stared at Yukinashita for a moment and asked, then, give me a hug. Hug. Yukinashita blinked her eyes. Yeah, can you? Yukinashita stared at Shishio for a moment and let out a long sigh. It can't be helped, but only this once. Shishio wondered what was wrong with Yukinashita, but he didn't hesitate and hugged her. You don't have a hesitation. Yukinashita was speechless and her tense body slowly relaxed. I am afraid that you'll regret your decision. I already regret my decision, though. It's too late. I won't let you go now. Yukinashita let out a long sigh, feeling helpless. Even if she was startled, his hug was gentle and felt warm. She quickly accepted and felt the warmth on his body, and wanted to move closer, so she hugged him. Neither of them was saying anything. Shishio buried his face in her neck, feeling her long silky black hair on his nose, which wafted a pleasant smell from the shampoo. He wondered why her smell was so nice, and it was so gentle. Yukinashita was also the same since his body gave her reassurance and dependability. Yet what she liked the most was when he talked before, since his words meant a lot of things. Unlike Hayama, who wanted to help Rumi while staying clean without dirtying himself. Shishio didn't hesitate to get himself dirty, bloody, and many others as long as he could save the people he cared about. He was an egomaniac that didn't care about the others, but this made him reliable and could make her trust him. By the way, I got your first again, senpai. Can you not say something so misleading? However, Yuki Nashida must admit many of her first times were taken by Shishio, yet how could she admit it? You're not going to ask? You mean about your relationship with Hayama-senpai? Yet. Well, you're probably a childhood friend or something, right? You're not wrong. So, have you encountered a similar situation like Rumi-chan, but in the end, he did nothing? That's right. Yuki Nashida didn't hide the truth and told him what had happened. When she needed someone to help the most, no one helped her. Even Hayama decided to ignore her and stayed in the status quo, maintaining his popularity. While Shishio wanted to blame Hayama, he couldn't say much in this situation since everyone was different. One person had more courage than the others, and many were like others. They just lived to maintain a status quo, living how people would live normally. The reason why Hayama wanted to save Rumi was that he didn't want to feel any more regret since Rumi's situation was something similar he had encountered in the past. Yet it didn't change the fact that Shishio didn't like Hayama. Do you blame him? Shishio asked. No. May I ask the reason? It's my problem, not anyone else, so I can handle it alone. Her voice was firm, yet it was strangely desolate. You're strong. Yuki Nashida chuckled, but then she felt him hug him tighter. Shishio. But you're not alone now. I am here with you, so can you let me shoulder the burden that almost crushed you? Yuki Nashida was silent, and her eyes were slightly wet. She closed her eyes and thought about what would happen after this training camp, and she was glad to meet him this time. Thank you. Is that all? What do you want? Shouldn't we kiss or something? Your wish, scumbag. They looked at each other before they laughed. Congratulations on your book, I haven't congratulated you yet, but I have bought and read your book. I love it, Yuki Nashida said with a smile. Thanks, and I am happy that you like it. Will you write something again? Yuki Nashida asked. Probably. Then, I can't wait for it. Yuki Nashida stared at Shishio for a moment. What's wrong? Shishio asked. Yuki Nashida hesitated. Do you want to hug me once again? Yuki Nashida snorted and said, don't misunderstand. I just think you're not all right, so I will give you a chance to hug me again. Okay, then, the last time. The last time, Yuki Nashida murmured. Well, we're going to sleep after this, right? So this is the last time. Also, I won't take the initiative. I want you to be the one who takes it. Shishio stood in silence and opened his arms. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio for a moment and took the initiative to hug him, burying her face against his chest. Shishio naturally hugged her back. Yuki Nashida closed her eyes, feeling moonlit in the night sky and the rustling leaves because of the wind, feeling glad that she had met him. Shishio. Yuki Nashida opened her mouth before she closed it again. Nothing. Really? Yet. It's just I am glad to be here, so let's stay like this for a while. Yuki Nashida hugged him tighter and took a deep breath of his scent, ensuring she wouldn't forget this feeling. Shishio glanced at Yuki Nashida for a moment and gently caressed her hair. The words that were about to come out of his mouth stopped before he sighed and said, Me too. I am glad that I am here. Yuki Nashida smiled and said, Thank you. The two continued until tonight, hugging each other as if they were about to disappear into twilight. 579, Paradise Land. In the morning, right after he had woken up from Hirotsuka's room, he went to have breakfast with this lovely teacher. The night they spent together was wild since it was their first time doing it together on the trip. What's wrong? Shishio asked while looking at Totsuka and Hikigaya, who ate in front of him. While they didn't sleep in the same room last night, they shared the same table during breakfast. It's hard for me to eat when you keep staring at me like that. Looking at Shishio, who ate without trouble, Hikigaya and Totsuka couldn't help but sigh, thinking that this guy had a heart of steel. Last night, Shishio and Hayama argued, and it caused no one to know what to say. The two thought to say something to Shishio when he returned to the room, but he didn't return, which made them worried. However, when Hikigaya sent him an email, Shishio replied that he wouldn't stay in the room and decided to stay elsewhere. Yet he didn't feel surprised since, with his power of money, it was possible to buy this entire camping site. Still, this wasn't something that Hikigaya wanted to say. Every high school student that joined the summer camp was in this place, eating breakfast together. Yet when many of them were awkward, even Hayama felt slightly awkward. Shishio was as calm as usual, as if nothing had happened, which somehow affected them, and he also ate as usual. They wanted to say something, but somehow, they knew it was better to shut their mouths, considering the fire had subsided. Now then. Here's today's schedule. Hirotsuka attracted everyone's attention. Tonight, we will have a test of courage, then a campfire going after that. The kids have free time during the day, so use that time to get things ready. A campfire, et. Hikigaya sighed. What? Do you have a bad memory about it? Shishio asked, ignoring how Ui and the other girls wanted to do something like a folk dance. Hikigaya stared at Shishio and sighed. You must have a good memory of the campfire, right? Well, I skip most campfires, so I can play a game or read the manga. Shishio recalled from the memories of the previous Shishio Oga that if he didn't have to join, then he wouldn't join. If it wasn't something necessary, he wouldn't join, and if it was necessary, he would finish it efficiently, without wasting time. This was how the previous Shishio Oga was. However, he wasn't much different, and if he didn't have to join, he wouldn't do it. Ah, then, Shishiron, let's have a folk dance. Ui suddenly said with a bright smile. Okay. Shishio nodded and didn't think anything weird about Ui's invitation, but he could see many gazes on him. What? Nothing. Hikigaya sighed and thought that this guy was really different. When many girls would avoid him and even wouldn't touch his hands when their turn to dance with him, many girls would flock around him like groups of ants attracted to sugar, ignoring the danger that might happen in front of them. Hikigaya, your eyes have gone rotten again. Hirotsuka sighed and said, well, I guess those eyes are perfect for playing a monster. Does that mean we are going to scare the kids during the test of courage? Hikigaya asked. It seems they have a set of monster costumes ready. Split up and get to work. Okay. They answered at the same time, but when they looked at Hirotsuka, they wondered why her skin seemed to be glowing for some reason. Would smoking have such an effect on the skin? If Hirotsuka knew what they were thinking, she would nod, but the thing she smoked wasn't a cigarette. Still, after they ate, they started with their work. Shishio was in charge of splitting the wood into a log, so it could be used as a bonfire. He held an axe in one hand and swung it in one smooth motion, causing it to be split in half. Hikigaya, Totsuka, and Tobe. Hayama. The rest of the guys were also in charge of the physical labor, and of course, they saw how smooth and easy it was for Shishio to split the wood in half as he tore a paper into half. Oga-san, are you a master of martial arts? Tobe asked after a moment of hesitation. He changed his nickname from Agaki to Oga-san right after he saw what had happened last night. He also saw how easy it was for Shishio to smash the wooden table even though it was hard. He believed that this guy was a master of martial arts, and he didn't doubt it. Well, I dabble in some, Shishio said in ambiguity since he didn't want to show it off. He wasn't Hayama, after all. He didn't need to tell the rest of the world about his advantages, achievements, and what he had done in life. No, no, no. This isn't a level where you just dabble in some. Hikigaya was the first one who refuted Shishio's words. Is this a problem now? Can we finish the work first? I don't want to waste my time here. When Hirotsuka gave him a sweet whisper before, telling him that everyone was going to play on the river, how could he be in the mood to do this physical work? Everyone was going to wear a bikini. How could he miss this chance? They could only show a bitter smile since they knew this guy wouldn't say anything. Still, it was better than someone who flaunted his achievement. Still, I am so jealous of your body, Shishio-kun. It is hard and big. Totsuka leaned forward and poked his arm several times with an envious gaze. Shishio glanced at Totsuka in silence before he looked at Hikigaya, who gritted his teeth in jealousy. You can have him all you want. He sighed, but he didn't intend to say anything since even if he hated to admit it, he must admit Totsuka was cute. What was even worse, this guy would also trigger his system. Shishio looked at the sky and thought that the face of Uegahamama at that time and felt he missed her somehow. He shook his head and decided to focus on his work. When the work was done, he was about to go to the river where the girls were playing. As for Tobe and Hayama, they went somewhere, and he wasn't sure where not that he was curious, to begin with. Still, Totsuka also disappeared, which made him slightly curious. Senpai, you don't have anything to do after this, right? Shishio asked while looking at Hikigaya. How can you be so sure I don't have anything to do after this? Hikigaya expressed displeasure after he stacked up the log for the bonfire. You have something to do. No, I don't. Can you not open my wound? Can you not be so sensitive? I want to invite you somewhere, but I'll leave you if you are so annoying. Shishio felt that Hikigaya's tragic past was quite troublesome. Oh? Where are you going to bring me? Hikigaya asked curiously. Paradise Land. Paradise Land. Hikigaya felt a sledgehammer smash his brain, and he just followed him docilely like a baby duck behind its mother. Yet if Shishio knew what this guy was thinking, he might kick him up. Still, the real reason he invited Hikigaya was that Komaki was there, and there would be more guys, so it didn't change anything, even if he didn't bring Hikigaya. Lastly, Shishio knew that they were all docile. They were unlike him, who was pure darkness and evil, so he knew nothing would happen. Where are we going? Hikigaya asked curiously. Just wait a moment. What are you being impatient about? Shishio walked in front of Hikigai relaxingly. Who is getting impatient? I am just wondering where are we going? Hikigai looked away while muttering. Pervert. You're the only one I don't want to hear that word from. His words were like shouting at someone that person was a thief when he was a professional thief. While Hikigai must admit he was a pervert like any other boy, Shishio's pervertedness was on another level. The two walked together until they heard the clear sound of water flowing. River. Shishio didn't answer them, and his eyes were quickly attracted to two wet figures playing on the river. Is this a paradise land? Is this not it? Hikigai fell silent before saying, don't stare at my little sister. I am not looking at her, but your little sister is showing her body to me. Hikigai. Komaki and Ui played on the river before they noticed Shishio and Hikigai. Ah, Ani-chan. Shishio and I. Komaki greeted the two with a bright smile. Shishiron. Hiki. Ui also greeted them with a smile, but she was slightly embarrassed, so she quickly hid behind Komaki. What are you guys doing? Hikigai asked curiously. Wait, why are you in swimsuits? Hirotsuka-sensei said we could play in the river, Ui answered. However, Komaki quickly stood in front of the two and said, anyway, take a look at my new swimsuit. Look. 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 She kept repeating those look words while posing in various poses. Okay, now they. Komaki suddenly went red and dipped into the river since Shishio's gaze made her embarrassed. If it was only Hikigai, she might not care, but it was different from Shishio. You're cute, Komaki-chan. Oh wah. Komaki almost fell into the river. Komaki-chan. Ui quickly saved Komaki. Big brother, can you not look at me with that gaze? Shishio asked. Who is your big brother, bastard? I won't allow it. I will definitely allow it. Hikigai was enraged and wanted to splash water on Shishio's face, but he didn't dare to do it and swallowed his anger deep in his heart. What are you screaming about? It's so noisy. The two turned and saw Yuki Nashida was there. Unlike Ui's soft, youthful, and bombastic body, Yuki Nashida's body was graceful, slender, and beautiful, like a piece of beautiful artwork. Shishio-kun, are you going to play on the river too? Hey, Ebina, don't run so suddenly. Ebina and Yumiko also came in swimsuits. While Yumiko wore a bikini to show off her bumpy and sexy figure, Ebina wore a one-piece school swimsuit, which, strangely enough, gave her a unique charm. Oh? Why are you still in your clothes? Hurry up and take them off. Suddenly, Hirotsuka approached him from behind and pulled his t-shirt and pants directly at the same time. Gyawa. Ebina fell after she had a nosebleed. The others weren't much different. However, Hikigai stared at Shishio for a moment before he looked away with a depressed sigh. I don't wear one, you know. Shishio pulled Hirotsuka's hands away before he wore his clothes normally. Hirotsuka could only smile helplessly, thinking that this guy's area of attack was too powerful. Still, while Hikigai was depressed, he heard the voice of an angel. Hachiman. Hikigai looked up and saw an angel. 580, you're not the only one. Shishio and Hikigai sat next to each other under the shade of a good-sized tree, watching many girls, a woman and one trap, playing together on the river. It might be normal for Hikigai didn't join to play on the river, considering he didn't bring his swimsuit. However, the main reason was his personality made him not really want to play with the group. Yet, it was strange when Shishio didn't join the crowd. However, with what had happened before, Shishio decided to stay out and rest while watching them as a spectator. His charm was dangerous, and he was afraid to dye this beautiful river a crimson color. The two sat staring at the group of girls playing on the river until suddenly, someone interrupted them. Rumi came and sat naturally right next to Shishio. What's wrong? Shishio rubbed Rumi's head naturally. Hikigai stretched his neck and looked at Rumi curiously. Why are you two here? You don't play on the river. Rumi didn't answer. Instead, she asked. Why? Shishio looked at Hikigai. I didn't bring my swimsuit. Hikigai glanced at Shishio and said, as for this guy, it'll be dangerous for him to swim in the river. Hey? Shishio and you can't swim. Rumi stared at Shishio curiously. Haha. Shishio only laughed while rubbing Rumi's head. It was impossible for Hikigai and Shishio to tell the details about what had happened to everyone if he took his clothes off. How about you? Why are you here? Hikigai stared at Shishio speechlessly before he asked Rumi. As for why Shishio didn't ask, he clearly knew what had happened to this girl. Even so, he still listened to her. Apparently, we have some free time today. When I finished breakfast and went back to the room, nobody was around. Then, play here, or do you want to play on the river? It feels cool, Shishio said. No, it's okay here. Rumi wasn't in the mood to play and only wanted to stay with someone. I also didn't bring my swimsuit. Then, stay here. Shishio thought the real reason why this little girl didn't join the river was that she didn't bring a swimsuit. He glanced at her face and thought that this girl might want to play, which made him sigh. They were children. Why should they live in such a complicated way? Children should be selfish and live freely and happily instead of being conscious or careful of everything. However, it made Shishio realize that sometimes being normal was hard. Okay. Rumi nodded since she only wanted to stay with someone she could depend on now. The three sat under the shade of the tree. Hikigaya wasn't good at talking, so he didn't say anything. On the other hand, Shishio and Rumi talked to each other. After all, there were many things that they didn't know. Rumi also wanted to know most about Shishio. However, their conversation stopped when Yui and Yuki Nashida approached them. Yui was in her blue bikini, squatting down, causing her well-developed breasts to squeeze against her pale, white thighs. Rumi-chan, do you want to play with us? Shishio could see Yui had mastered the art of communication since when one talked to someone, it was better to match their eyes, especially when one talked to children. The height difference between children and adults was huge. If the children wanted to see the adults, they had to stretch their heads up. On the other hand, the adults had to look down when they looked at the children. It could be seen from their position that their interaction was hardly fair since one had to look up and the other was looking down. To solve this situation, Yui squatted down, so she could match Rumi's eyes, showing her skillful communication ability. On the other hand, Yuki Nashida stood tall while looking down at Rumi, showing her awkward communication ability. Still, his eyes happened to meet Yuki Nashida, and it caused her to look away with a blush. Cute. However, Rumi pulled his t-shirt slightly, which made him confused. He looked at her for a moment and wondered whether she was uneasy when she was approached by a stranger. Still, he must admit that a woman did a better job of taking care of children, considering it was impossible for him to do what Yui did. His image was one thing, but he was afraid of being misunderstood by many people. Still hearing Yui's question, Rumi shook her head gently. I see. Yui sounded disappointed. Hey, Shishio nii. Rumi suddenly called. What's wrong? Shishio nii, do you have any friends from back in elementary school? Rumi asked. No, Shishio answered without hesitation. I think most people are like that. The previous Shishio Oga was quite reclusive, but it didn't mean he didn't have a friend. He had one or two friends, but it was because of the acquaintances of his parents. Still, they had nothing to do with him, and he didn't know them. So just forget about them. You won't talk with them ever again after you graduate. Rumi was in a daze since she didn't expect such words to come out of Shishio's mouth. Hey? Really? Yui was dumbfounded. I think so. Hikigaya suddenly said, I am like that, after all. Me too. I haven't met any either, Yuki Nashida said. Yui was speechless but quickly coughed to fix the situation. Don't worry, Rumi-chan. These three are just weird. That's all. What's wrong with that? Hikigaya retorted. In English, I am special. Being special is awesome. Yeah, you're special, alright. Yuki Nashida was speechless. Still, Shishio looked at Yuigahama and asked, Yui-senpai. How many of your elementary school friends do you still talk to? Yui thought for a moment. 1 or 2. I guess. And how many students did your grade have? 3 classes of 30. This means the possibility of staying friends 5 years after graduation is around 3 to 6%. This is Yui-senpai, who is known to be cute and sociable, you know. See you cute. Yui smiled and laughed happily. Yuigahama-san. Yuki Nashida sighed. He isn't really praising you, you know. But I am surprised that you don't have friends you still communicate with in elementary school, Hikigaya said while looking at Shishio. Most of them were also surprised since they knew well how popular Shishio was. However, this guy didn't even have a single friend he still contacted in elementary school, which surprised them. It's hard to call them friends since we only know each other based on my parents' connection. Instead of friends, they should be called a necessary acquaintance. I don't understand the world of rich people. Hikigaya was speechless. Shishio laughed and didn't bother to explain since his world and their world were quite different. They might get disillusioned if he explained to them clearly the difference. Still, he could see Yuki Nashida's expression was slightly cloudy for some reason, but he didn't say anything. Okay, enough about me. It was impossible for one to befriend everyone. Even the heroine in another story could only have 100 friends. As for becoming friends with everyone with the rest of the people in the world, it was impossible since one didn't have enough time to do that. But my mom doesn't want to hear something like that. She always asks me how I am doing with my friends. She gave me this camera and told me to take a lot of pictures during summer camp. Rumi held her camera and lowered her head deeper. Besides, getting left out makes me feel like I am inferior. I kinda don't like it. It's pathetic. But there's nothing I can do about it anymore. Why? I was abandoned. We can't get along anymore. Even if we do, there's no telling when this will happen again. So maybe I am better off this way. Shishio could see this girl had already given up. A loner is forced to stay a loner. If you do your best at something and stand out, that will only get used as fodder for criticism. There is even a saying in this country that a nail that sticks out will be hammered down. This situation has become the norm in this country. Still, as long as it doesn't happen to them, they will close their eyes and pretend nothing happens. Everyone is like that, and they also copy it. Rumi's mother was also like that since she didn't want to see her daughter as different from others. However, the person who has encountered this problem is hurt and helpless since there is nothing that can be done. Even if Rumi reported to the adult, her parents would say whether she had done something wrong. As for her teacher, they didn't want to make the situation bigger, so they would just tell her to bear with it. In other words, nothing had changed. Shishio glanced at Yuki Nashida and Hikigaya and knew that they were also the victims of something similar to Rumi. Inwardly, he sighed and thought that whether they were a child or an adult, many of them were rotten to the core. Still, every word that came out of his mouth could do nothing against Rumi's situation. He also wasn't stupid enough and did something strange like what he did to his enemies. In the end, it was like what Hayama had said before. They were just little children, and he even felt it was too much for him, trying to harm them. If Rumi knew the truth, she would also think the same. Shishio felt that this situation was really hard. If Rumi had one or two friends that could stay with her during her toughest time, it would be fine. Unfortunately, Rumi didn't have such an existence. Instead, most people didn't have such an existence. Shishio gently caressed her hair without saying anything. Rumi was in silence and leaned on his side. Shishio took a deep breath and knew it was necessary to start the plan he kept at night. He knew it wouldn't help Rumi, but it would erase her problem since when this was over, she wouldn't be the only one who was alone. 581, Fragile Relationship. Before the test of courage started, every high school student that took part in this camp went to the room to try on the costumes for tonight's test of courage. What's with these cheap costumes? Yumiko was speechless. Everyone was the same since even if the school had prepared the costumes for the test of courage, those costumes weren't good. They were all ugly and old and weren't intended to be used to scare people at all. Still, somehow he also understood that the target they had to scare was an elementary school student. They were a group of children, and if they scared them too much, this group of children might cry and complain, which might cause a big problem. Hearing his explanation, they nodded and felt it was reasonable before they started to check all the costumes on the box. Shishio didn't join. Instead, he looked at Ebina, who took the combination of Shrine Maiden and Magical Girl costume in a daze. He wasn't sure what to say, but he could see her looking at him with a smile. "Do you want to see me with this costume?" Ebina asked. Shishio was honest, so he nodded. Then, "Wait for a moment. I will change." Ebina ran to the changing room. The rest of the girls were also the same, and they also started to pick their costumes one by one. "You're not going to wear a costume?" Hikigaya asked. Shishio looked at Hikigaya and said, "No, but your costume suits you well, senpai. The zombie makeup is Hollywood tier. Sometimes, I want to beat you." "Thanks. That's not a compliment." Hikigaya let out a long sigh. "Oga-kun, can we talk?" When the girls came out of the changing room, Hayama suddenly took the initiative to talk with him. Shishio wanted to appreciate the girls in different types of costumes, but he knew this matter had to come first. "Sure. Is it about Rumi-chan?" "Yes." Hayama nodded. "I think Rumi-chan might need to discuss this problem with everyone." Everyone was speechless. Shishio didn't even need to refute Hayama, but the other girls took the initiative to refute Hayama. "But she'll get bashed by everyone if she does that." "Then, how about talking to them one by one?" Hayama was slightly flustered when he asked this question. "That wouldn't make a difference." Ebina looked at Hayama and said, "They might play nice on the stop, but behind her back, nothing will change. Girls are much scarier than you think, Hayato-kun." "Hayama. For real? That's super scary." Yumiko was surprised. Shishio looked at Yumiko in silence, then said, "Hayama-senpai, if you don't want to do this plan, then I won't force you." He thought Hayama didn't want to participate in this plan, so he didn't force him. "No, I will do it." Hayama somehow became stubborn. "Really?" Shishio stared at Hayama in doubt. "Yes, please allow me to take on this role." Hayama knew he didn't have any choices, so he tried to do it by himself. He glanced at Yuki Nashida for a moment before he looked away, and somehow he understood why they were so close. "Is that so?" But we will need 3 people, so Tobe-senpai, Yumiko-senpai, can you help too? Shishio looked at Tobe and Yumiko. Sure, leave this to me. Tobe answered readily. After all, he still remembered Shishio's words last night, and punishing the evil for good was like what a hero did, which made him feel excited. I don't really mind. Yumiko muttered while swirling the end of her hair. Thank you. Shishio nodded, then looked at Hayama again. I have to thank you too, senpai. No, it's okay. Hayama felt conflicted, then said, but I still believe that they're good girls inside. That's good. Shishio merely smiled when he saw Hayama's naivety. He didn't care about Hayama, nor did he care about it. However, if this guy wanted to take the first seat to see how fragile a human relationship was, he would give it to him without hesitation. Shishio didn't look at Hayama again and told them the details of how they were going to implement this plan. Their plan had been set, and everything would start at the test of courage at night. Still, he looked at Yui, who seemed serious while wearing skimpy clothes, feeling she might resemble her mother. Yui titled her head. Shishio stopped, looking in Yui's direction, and thought that Rumi might curse him after he did this. Night. As the sun set and the moon rose, everyone started the test of courage. Few groups had started the test of courage and screamed happily instead of in fear. Unlike the others, Komaka had the job of welcoming everyone to enter the route of the test of courage. She stood at the entrance while looking at the group of children. All right. The next team to leave will be this one. Kya? A group of little girls screamed in high tension. The members of this group were Rumi and the girls who had isolated her. When Komaka told them it was their turn to enter, they entered without hesitation. Unlike Rumi, who kept her mouth shut and maintained a slight distance from everyone, the other girls huddled together while looking around curiously. They walked for a moment before they saw Totsuka, who was dressed as a sorcerer. Once you begin, go get a talisman from the shrine deep in the forest. Totsuka was in charge of telling everyone the rules of this test of courage. After they listened to his instruction, they started to walk. They were the last group, and unlike them, the rest had returned. Shishio, Hikigaya and Yukinashita hid behind the tree, waiting for Rumi's group to come. Is it time? Yukinashita asked. Shishio looked at his phone, and he received a message from Hayama. It's time. SHH, they're coming. Hikigaya reminded the two of them. They shut their mouths and maintained a quiet atmosphere. Shishio could see Tobe and Yumiko, who stood next to each other in the dark before he saw Rumi and her group walking in their direction. The light slowly approached, and Rumi's group met Tobe and Yumiko. Oh, it's just these guys. They were slightly nervous before, but they sighed in relief when they saw two familiar people. They're dressed normally. Lame. This isn't scary at all. You're so dumb even though you're in high school. They didn't feel fear. Instead, they felt superior to Yumiko and Tobe and even started to make fun of them. However. Hey. Tobe looked at the group angrily. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? The group of little girls was startled by this sudden change. Hey, don't you think you're acting too cocky? Yumiko also glared at them. We're not your friends, you know. They even became scared when they saw how serious Yumiko was. Yumiko approached them without hesitation and asked, I could have sworn that you called us retarded or something. Which one of you was it? They didn't dare to look at Yumiko and lowered their heads. Sorry. This was the only word that came out from one of them. Crack. Yumiko slammed the trunk of the tree with her heel. I said I want the smartass to fess up. Shishio stared at Yumiko for a moment before he lowered his head since her G-string panties were showing up. He sighed, wondering how this virgin could be so bold. Still, her legs were smooth and slender, which was nice to gaze at. You think this is a game? Tobe also approached them and glared at them, ready to teach them a lesson anytime. Yumiko and Tobe stood at the front and behind the group of girls, cutting their escaping route. Do it. Do it. It's our job to teach them some basic courtesy. Yumiko was excited. Shishio. Yo Hayama-san, I can beat them, right? Tobe asked loudly. Hayama, who had been standby on the side, also started to appear. Unlike his usual sunny smile, he was so cold and emotionless, causing the group of girls to be even more nervous. Let's do this. Half of you can leave. Half of you will stay. Hey. They were startled by his words. You are all going to decide who is going to stay. They even became scared and nervous. We're sorry. One of them started to apologize. We don't want your apologies. I said half of you will have to stay here. Choose. Hayama was as cold as ever. Hey, did you not hear it? Or do you think you can ignore him? Yumiko asked with a pretentious voice. Hurry up and choose it. We don't have a lot of time. Who is going to stay? Tobe shouted while cracking his fists. Is it you? He looked at one of the girls and asked loudly. The girl closed her eyes, feeling scared before she looked at Rumi. Tsurumi. You stay back. Yeah. Rumi looked at everyone in silence and could only clench her little fists. However, she followed and stayed on the side. In the hiding place, Shishio, Yukinashita, Hikigaya and Ui watched this scene silently. This is what you want, right? Hikigaya asked while looking at Shishio. Yeah, it's a good punishment, right? Devil. I can't deny that. Shishio sighed and said, we are a high school. Our age is different. If we enter her fight, it will do nothing but only make it worse. Besides comfort or support, I can't give her much, especially with this limited time. The only thing I can do is mess up the human relationship between those girls, so her problem will disappear since, after this, she isn't going to be the only loner in her school now. Well, I agree with you. This is the only way to solve their problem. Hikigaya felt that instead of Shishio, he should be the one to take on this role since, unlike him, he didn't have anyone around him. You don't have to look at me like that since I have initiated this plan. I will bear the price, Shishio said calmly. Bastard, don't say something so cool in this situation. Hikigaya felt his lines had been taken somehow. Shishio only laughed and didn't say anything. However, Yukinashita and Ui stared at Shishio's back for a moment, but neither of them said anything, yet they moved closer to him. Come on. On the other hand, Hayama didn't stop and stared at the rest of the girls besides Rumi. 1 down, 2 to go. Hurry up. The 4 girls looked at each other, and they were filled with fear. Rumi looked at the 4 of them and was silent without saying anything. As for what she was thinking, no one knew. 582, Karma. Being forced to leave half of the members by Hayama made the group of little girls panic. Leaving aside Rumi, who was being isolated, the rest stared at each other and seemed ready to choose who was the next sacrifice. This is how a human is. When one is threatened by great fear, one won't hesitate to sacrifice others to save themselves. Of course, there was an exception. When one has fallen for someone or that someone has a lot of meanings for them, like how a mother loves her children, they won't hesitate to sacrifice themselves to save their loved one. However, the group of children in front of them definitely didn't have such a relationship. Their relationship was bonded, so they wouldn't be alone and could become strong enough to make fun of the people around them. Yet it was a normal thing. It was like how a group of Vikings robbed England. It was like how the weak became the food of the strong in the jungle. In the end, a human was just an advanced animal. Even if they thought of themselves as civilized, many of their actions weren't that much different from animals. A person is weak, which is why they have made a group. When they are in a group, they can protect themselves. Rumi was alone, and her opponents were 4 people. 4 were bigger than 1. Even the mathematics had said so. Still, there was an exception, an individual who was able to protect themselves against a group of people, controlling them, making them their bitches. However, Rumi wasn't such a person. She was just a kind-hearted girl who pulled the short end of the stick. In other words, she was unlucky. However, most children who stayed in the same class as this naughty group of little girls were unlucky. In front of such children, there was no need to be polite, and there was no need to treat them gently since it would fill their egos. They needed to know their actions couldn't be called innocent anymore and could be laughed at like it was a joke for one to talk during dinner time. Instead, it was something hurtful and should be damned. The trauma on the children would affect one's personality when they become older. While the people who were bullied or isolated might not show anything when they became an adult, their hearts were roaring in pain. Yet many people didn't understand this and either ignored or underestimated this problem since it happened everywhere. Everyone felt it, so you should also deal with it too. Shishio didn't like those types of people, and he knew they could say something like that because they hadn't tasted it, and it was his hobby to tell those people how it felt to be treated like that. If only Yuka hadn't said that earlier. Yeah, it's all your fault, Yuka. That's right. Yuka was attacked by the 3 girls, pushed to the side, and thrown away like she was a plague. No. However, Yuka still couldn't understand her situation and fought back. Hitomi was the first one to open her big mouth. Hitomi was in disbelief before she refuted. I didn't say anything. I didn't do anything wrong. I am sure Mori was the one who ticked them off. Hey. Mori was in shock. You're always like that. You act like that with the teachers too. How I act normally has nothing to do with this. Everyone started to blame each other. They felt they weren't at fault. Instead, it was the others' fault. They didn't want to be hurt, and they wanted the others to take the blame. Hayama almost couldn't bear it, but he didn't say anything since he was utterly disappointed. Good girl. Hayama wanted to laugh at this moment. All he could see was a group of double-faced girls who only wanted to protect themselves. Stop it. Let's all apologize. One of the girls suddenly cried. Shishio looked at the crying girl and wanted to give a thumbs up. Frankly, he hated when a woman cried, especially in a critical situation. The woman's tears were an unfair thing. When a man had to beg for one to apologize for a mistake that had been made, a woman could cry and make people forgive her. In his previous life, his father often complained to him about a certain female politician, who used her tears, so everyone would forgive the mistakes that had been made by her decision. She kept crying and crying without solving the situation. It ticked him off, but he must admit a woman's tears were a powerful weapon. However, some women use their tears as something cheap. If it was Tobe and Hayama alone, their hearts would be softened. Unfortunately, Yumiko was there. I hate women who think all they have to do is cry all above else. In front of a woman's tears, it was impossible for a man to stand up. However, in front of another woman, they could punch this fake cry into the dust. Hayama and Tobe also started to become impatient. Tobe did shadow boxing, and Hayama hurried them. You get 30 seconds. I need 2 more names. You know what will happen if you snitch on us, right? I remember what you look like, so don't even think about escaping. 20 seconds left. The group of girls even panicked. It's gotta be Yuka. Yeah. Stay back, Yuka. I agree. When one takes the initiative to put someone on blame, the others also follow. Yuka was already abandoned. Go on. They started to push her. However, Yuka got angry, showing her last struggle. Hey, don't push me. Yuka. Still, they didn't feel fear toward Yuka. Instead, they pushed her harder. In front of the group of high school students, what was Yuka? Sorry, but we don't have any choice. Yuka could be helplessly pushed to Rumi's side before she lowered her head. The happy group of friends that had worked together crumbled and vanished. There was no trace of friendship among them. Instead, a fear of being betrayed by one another. One more. Along with Hayama's reminder, they knew they had to choose one more person. Another one had to be sacrificed, so the others could safely get out of this place. 10, 9, 8. Hayama started his countdown. It's time. Shishio's reminder made them nod. All they had to do was to get out and tell them that everything was a prank. Wait, Shishio. Yui suddenly pulled the hem of his t-shirt since she knew they didn't need to get out. She could see that Rumi was about to do something. However, Shishio didn't say anything, and his nose twitched slightly. His expression became serious, and everyone noticed the change in his expression. What's wrong? Yuki Nashida suddenly asked since she felt something. Get everyone out. Hurry. Hey. They were confused, but they quickly noticed the creature that made their heart almost stop. No one said anything, and they shut their mouths when they saw this creature. Be bear. Hikigaya almost exclaimed, but his mouth was covered by Shishio. The bear suddenly came out on the side of Hayama, Tobe, Yumiko, Rumi, and the other little girls. It came out from the bush, staring at them. Go and tell the teacher. Shishio looked at the 3 of them. However, before they could react, the group of little girls quickly screamed and ran away. Bear. Those little girls quickly ran away and didn't care about Hayama, Tobe, Yumiko, Rumi, and even Yuka, who were stunned in place. After all, those high school students had bullied them before, so in front of the danger, they didn't hesitate to run away, ignoring the danger that might happen after they ran away. As expected, the moment they ran away, the bear roared as it stood tall. Ruoar. The roar of the beast was so loud, making their legs weak. Even Yuki Nashida, Yui, and Hikigaya didn't expect this situation, but they were quickly awoken by Shishio. Go. Go. Tell the teacher. Tell them to bring a gun, machete, or anything. Shishio might bring a weapon, but it was impossible to use it when they were so close to the bear. He knew he had to take all of them away first, or else many would die. The 3 quickly saw Shishio walking forward toward the bear. Shishio. Yui panicked and wanted to stop Shishio, but she couldn't. Yuki Nashida was also the same, but she tried to calm herself. It's okay. He is powerful and knows martial arts. Can he defeat a bear? Hikigaya asked grimly. I don't know, but we need to get the teacher. Hurry. It was useless for them to stay in this place, and what they could do was to get the teacher as soon as possible. Hayama, Tobe, and Yumiko didn't know what to do since this beast wasn't something they expected to encounter. However, suddenly something flew into the eye of the bear. Ruoar. The bear suddenly roared in pain while covering one of its eyes. What are you doing? Hurry up and run. Hayama and Tobe felt the blood from the bear on their faces. The warm liquid which splashed on their faces awoke them. On the other hand, Shishio had already held Yumiko, Rumi, and Yuka in his arms. Go. Go. Hurry up and run. Hearing his reminder, Tobe and Hayama didn't hesitate and ran with Shishio. They also saw him able to hold 3 girls at the same time, so they knew that they only needed to run away. Oh ah. Tobe couldn't control his emotions, screaming while running. Hayama wasn't much better, but he was calmer and still asked, "What did you do?" "I made it blind by throwing stone into its eye," Shishio said confidently, trying to calm the three girls in his arms. He held Rumi and Yuka on one arm and Yumiko on the other. The three girls hugged him tightly without hesitation since they felt only his existence could bring him safety. Awesome! Hearing his words, Tobe couldn't help but praise him. Hayama was also amazed and calmed down a bit. "Still, hurry up and run since I am afraid it might chase after us," Shishio said. They nodded without hesitation, feeling frustrated since they couldn't run faster. When they came out of the forest, they were quickly greeted by Hirotsuka and the other teachers. "Where is the bear?" Hirotsuka quickly asked. "Ruoar." The bear was right behind them. "Where's the firearm?" Shishio quickly asked since he thought this type of camp would prepare a shotgun or something, considering this place was close to a forest. "There isn't any." Hirotsuka wanted to cry. The heck? Everyone wanted to complain at that moment. They felt their teachers were useless. No one expected the bear would chase after them, but when they saw its bloody eye staring at them viciously, no words came out of their mouths. They were all pacifists and hadn't seen a beast in their lives. They were living in a peaceful era without fighting by using their bodies. Shishio sighed and knew that he had to handle the bear himself. "Here, protect them a bit." Shishio put the three girls down and said loudly, "Close your ears." Everyone was already weak since they didn't expect this situation. However, when one took the lead, the others also followed. They closed their ears with some confusion. Yet it had nothing to do with the bear, and it charged toward Shishio's direction since he was the one who heard it. It moved so fast, and it was ready to tear him apart. However, bang! Shishio took out the gun he had kept and shot it into the bear's brain. Bang, bang, bang! Shishio moved closer and shot the bear without stopping. Everyone's ears rang, and they felt slightly dizzy because of the loud noise of the gun. However, they couldn't look away from him, watching him shoot down the bear. Shishio stopped the shot when the bear fell, and blood kept dripping from its body. He rubbed his temple and wondered whether this was karma. 583, The Aftermath in a Movie. Shishio approached the bear with the gun in his hand. The gun in his hand still emitted smoke from the previous shot. He kicked the bear's head with his boot several times before turning it, facing upward by his feet, causing the ground to tremble. The bear was massive and heavy. Its height alone reached 2 meters or more, so he needed a few bullets to kill it. While fighting using his bare hands or martial arts might be amazing, it was too foolish to do so, especially when he had a gun in his pocket. Still, their luck was too bad, right? I have taken care of it. It's safe now. By the way, I will wash my hands first. Hirotsuka-sensei, help me to take care of this bear for a bit. After he made sure the bear died, he wanted to cool himself down. Oh. Shishio didn't turn and walk to a nearby place to wash his body. Still, he looked at the bear and thought he could use it for food and decoration. I've heard a bear's paw is a delicacy. He had never tried it, but he thought he could use the skin for decoration or something. Anyway, he could handle this matter later and continued to walk to the place where the faucets were located. Still, everyone looked at his back and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Cool. Tobe sighed and felt his action was cool since it was his first time to see someone dare to shoot a bear from a close distance. Hikigaya, Totsuka, and Hayama also felt something similar. However, the girls were more worried than thinking about how handsome he was. Yet they must admit he was handsome since it awoke their primordial instinct to go after the strongest man. Unlike today's pacifist world, in the primitive world, the people were fighting by using it against the beast. They lived in the law of the jungle where either they ate or were being eaten. Only the strongest could live till they were full, and the women sought after such a people. Shishio didn't feel it was weird since, in such a dangerous world, the weak would die, and the strong would stay alive. Then, is it possible for a primitive man to stay alive till now? Shishio wasn't sure, but if there was, it might be interesting. He took off his t-shirt, showing his bare body, before turning on the faucet, letting his face splash with cold water. It might be because of the previous action. The feeling of a fight made him full of adrenaline and excitement. While he wanted to fight with bare hands, he didn't lose his cool. He only thought he should visit Hirotsuka tonight to calm himself since his pants were tight now. Shishio-kun, are you alright? His body was slightly jolted when his back was touched. He quickly got away from the faucet and turned before sighing in relief. Don't scare me, senpai. So sorry. Yuki Nashida was also nervous since it was hard to put her eyes on him. His body was well built, rugged, and full of compact muscles. She also couldn't help but glance at his V-lines under his navel. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Unfortunately, it was harder than she had thought. Still, some people were even bolder. What are you doing? No, I am just curious and want to touch it. Ebona rubbed his stomach and said, it feels nice to touch. Shishio pushed her hands away and asked, do you have a towel? Oh. Wait for a moment. I will get it for you, Shishiron. Yui moved quickly to take the towel. Shishio swept his hair back to dry off his hair and looked at Yumiko, who approached him. Thank you. Yumiko glanced at him from time to time and didn't dare to look at him straight. It's okay. You don't need to worry. I just didn't expect something so dangerous would come out. Shishio sighed. They also sighed since no one expected a bear to come. The bear was brave enough to chase after them and even entered the camp. After all, a bear was usually quite cowardly and would run away when it heard a noise or saw a crowd. If Shishio wasn't there, they might be hurt, and worse, they might die. Still, everything was at the fault of the management of the camp since they weren't able to protect the people inside the camp. It was fortunate no one was hurt, and the bear was handled by Shishio. By then, Yui had come with a towel. Shishio dried his head and body before he wore his t-shirt again and walked to the bear he had hunted. Still, the girls somehow felt regret, but it was impossible for them to say so. When he was washing, the people crowded among the bear, looking at it curiously since no one would expect they would see a dead bear. Oh, Shishio, come here. Hirotsuka beckoned him to come. Everyone gave him a way to move. Many questions were on their minds, but they weren't sure what to say. What are you going to do with it? Hirotsuka asked. I am going to take it back home, Shishio said. Everyone. Can you do that? Hikigaya was dumbfounded. Yeah, the bear's paw is quite a delicacy, and I want to skin the bear for decoration. Hikigaya felt his world was different from Shishio's world. By the way, did you call the police? Shishio asked. Naturally. Something like this had happened. Wasn't it natural for the teacher to call the police? Shishio took his phone and started to call someone. He talked with this person for a bit before he ended the call. Who is that? Hirotsuka asked curiously. My acquaintances. It's impossible to bring this bear to your car after all. Someone will come to take care of it later. I want to sleep somehow, but it's not the time, right? Shishio thought he had to talk to the police. You don't need to worry. I will handle this. Hirotsuka patted her chest, showing a manly gesture. She stood up and said, wait a moment. I will need to talk to someone. She took her phone and walked away, calling someone in a quiet voice. Shishio forgot that his girlfriend was awesome. After a while, the police and his people came. They talked to the people, asking about what they had seen before they talked to the management of the camp. It might be an accident, but if they can't maintain the safety of people staying in the camp, they might as well revoke this camp's permission. On the other hand, the bear was taken by his people, and it would be sent to his apartment tomorrow. Still, their discussion had nothing to do with him. Shishio, Yukinashita, Yui, and Hikigaya talked about the movie they would make for the school festival. However, Hikigaya seemed to have something that he wanted to talk about. What? Just ask if you're curious, Shishio asked. That gun. This was what Hikigaya wanted to ask. It is so rare to see a firearm in this country. The only people who had it were a group of policemen, but even so, their gun was the old type, unlike his gun. If someone could have a firearm besides the police, it would be a hunter. However, Shishio was either of them, and it should be impossible for him to have a gun, right? You might not know, but my family has a shooting range. Shooting range? 3x. The one used to shoot a gun. That's right. Can I visit it? Hikigaya was a man, so it was obvious he wanted to taste it. The feeling of holding the most powerful weapon in the world, he wanted to taste it. Shishio looked at Hikigaya and said, it isn't cheap, you know? The bullets are pretty expensive. If you have enough money, I don't mind bringing you there, though. For information, how much? Hikigaya asked. This much. Shishio made a gesture with his fingers. And it is only for a short time. Hikigaya sighed since he wasn't born a woman. Enough about that matter. What about the movie? Yukinashita suddenly interrupted. Was it time for that? Shishio and Hikigaya were helpless. However, they thought Yukinashita tried to avert their tension and talked about something else so that they could calm down. It's a romance, right? Hikigaya answered unsurely. Romance. Yukinashita looked at Shishio and asked, what kind? Hikigaya and Yui looked at Shishio curiously since the script was written by Shishio without a doubt. Well, while the idea is still faint, I thought to make something like a girlfriend who is grieving about his dead boyfriend, Shishio said. Oh. 3x. It's like a clip of flashback. The girlfriend remembers the memory of her dead boyfriend one by one. It's easy to film the movie since we only do it in school, but I also want to add some beautiful scenes. Such as? Yui asked curiously. It's summer, right? I wonder if it is possible for us to go to the Sumidagawa Fireworks Festival. Fireworks Festival? What are you going to do with it? Yukinashita asked. The couple planned to go on a date at this Sumidagawa Fireworks Festival. Unfortunately, they can't meet each other. Why? Hikigaya also joined. Because the boyfriend died after he saved a child from drowning on the river. Shishio thought for a moment before he answered. I understand the story now. Yukinashita thought for a moment and said, so the girlfriend was grieving because of her dead boyfriend and slowly reminisced about her memories with him even if he is no longer with her. That's right. Shishio nodded. This story is also easy to shoot since the scene is mostly at the school. That's the best thing. Hikigaya nodded. 3 acts. But is that all? Yui asked since she felt it was too simple. Shishio also felt this wasn't enough, so he said, then, maybe, the girlfriend will slowly understand the mystery around her boyfriend. Mystery. The reason he dated her and always looked at Chiba from Mount Takao. Why a mountain all of a sudden? Also, are we going to climb Mount Takao? Hikigaya was speechless. Also, why Chiba? Well, since we're going to make a movie, let's go all out. Anyway, besides Mount Takao and Sumidagawa Fireworks Festival, most of the scenes will be done at school. Shishio looked at Hikigaya and said, as for why Chiba, maybe because it is Yukino-senpai's hometown? Is that okay, senpai? He looked at Yukinashita. Why not? Yukinashita nodded but asked, but can you do it? Can you write the script before the Sumidagawa Fireworks Festival? It should be possible. Shishio nodded. The movie should be around 30 minutes long, and it is a short movie, so it is easy for me to write it. There is one problem. What? Who is the actor and the actress? Shishio asked. You're an actor. Yukinashita looked at Shishio. If it's Hikigaya-kun, no one might come. Even if that's true, can you not be so cruel? Hikigaya was speechless and almost cried at that moment. I don't mind. Shishio nodded and asked, but who is the actress? Still, he patted Hikigaya's shoulder gently, so this guy wouldn't cry. Yukinashita looked at Yui and asked, Yuigahama, can you do it? Yui blinked her eyes since she didn't expect she would get such a big role would drop on the top of her head. Yuigahama, can you? Yukinashita asked once again. Yes. Yui glanced at Shishio, who smiled at her before she looked away with a blush. She knew it was wrong, but it was okay to feel happy, right? 584, go home? In the morning, everyone had already prepared to go back after they cleaned up. After his matter was done, he searched for cool shade under the oak tree before he sat on the bench. He rubbed his stomach, feeling full from the breakfast, but during his shameful act, someone naturally sat on his side. Why? Rumi asked without looking at him. It's not because of you. I just want to do it. That's all. Shishio knew why Rumi asked him why he did all of that last night. I just wanted to punish the group of naughty children. Still, having this type of conversation in the morning made him sigh. His nerves might have calmed down after Hirotsuka helped him, but even so, his nerve became tight again, feeling distressed about this little girl. Is that so? Yeah, so you don't need to think too much. Shishio rubbed Rumi's head and said, if I am also an elementary school student, I might be able to accompany you and stay with you. Unfortunately, I am not. If you're in my place, what will you do? Rumi asked curiously. If I am in your place. Shishio thought for a moment and said, as I have said before, you and I are different. In my case, I will have my revenge. Revenge? Rumi was dumbfounded. Yeah, for some people, it's fun to bully someone weaker than us, but they have messed with the wrong person. If they bully me, I will ensure they will live in hell. It's good that you are not an elementary school student in my school. Rumi sighed. If Shishio was at her school, Rumi could tell that those people who would try to bully him might decide to transfer to a different school right away. However, when she thought about it slowly, she felt no one would bully him. Instead, he might become the big boss of the elementary school students, controlling everyone. Haha, that's true. The two laughed. Still, Rumi felt better somehow since she knew the real reason why Shishio did all of that last night wasn't because of her. After all, she was different from him, and even if she was hurt, she had never thought of hurting others. The only thing that she wanted to do was not to make her parents worried. Yet, with her current situation, it was impossible for her parents not to worry about her. Rumi-chan. Do you remember the words that I have told you before? Rumi thought for a moment and asked, you mean that there's no person born to be alone in this world? That's right. Shishio nodded. You might doubt me, but you can see the evidence right in front of us. Like Yukino-senpai and Hikigaya-senpai, they are all alone, but they aren't alone anymore, right? And, I assure you that their childhood is several times worse than yours. Really? Rumi was dumbfounded. Yes. If Shishio made a comparison between Yukinashita, Hikigaya, and Rumi, without a doubt, Rumi was the lightest. As for who had the most brutal childhood, without a doubt, it was Yukinashita. Still, the feeling of being ignored was tough, and unlike Yukinashita, Rumi didn't have a strong mentality. No, maybe Yukino-senpai is similar to Rumi. Yukinashita might be similar to Rumi in the past, but because of the constant struggle during her childhood, she became a tough cookie. Then, if I am not able to meet anyone? Rumi asked while staring at Shishio. You have me. Even if everyone becomes your enemies, I will be your ally. You're not a superhero. My bad. It sounds a little cringe, hey. Shishio smiled and said, but trust me. Rumi stared at Shishio for a while and hated that she wasn't a high school student. Can we exchange our numbers? Rumi asked hesitantly. Sure. Hearing that answer, Rumi smiled for the first time. The two exchanged their numbers before it was their time to part, considering the elementary school students had to gather on the ground since it was almost their time to go home. Shishio looked at Rumi's back for a moment and felt he was quite irresponsible. However, he was helpless since his way might not be suitable for Rumi. While he had friends, it was hard to say whether his method was suitable for Rumi. He also wanted her to make friends with someone who was able to accept how she was instead of trying to act. If she's older, it would be great. Shishio suddenly thought for a moment, wondering what middle school she had chosen. If she didn't have a plan, it might be good to introduce Sunoera Sud to Rumi since he knew Ayaka Sunoera could help her. Her dorm was also a female dorm, so Rumi would naturally have few female friends easily. Then, what about Akishina? Shishio thought it was almost time for him to leave the dorm. He thought for a moment and thought that his outing with every member of the Sunoera Sud before they returned home might be the best time for him to handle this matter. Shishio-kun, did you just talk with Rumi? Shishio turned and saw that it was Yukinashita. It wasn't a good hobby to eavesdrop on someone. Yukinashita blushed, but she couldn't say anything. After all, it was the truth that she had eavesdropped on their conversation. Do you have something to talk about? Shishio asked. Well. Yukinashita sat naturally next to him and said, having the people conspiring against you go away really helps you out, you know. I know. If possible, I want to reduce them to dust. The two naturally laughed. You really have a bad personality. So, are you scared of me now? Shishio asked. Not really. Yukinashita smiled and gently flicked his forehead. It's impossible for me to be scared of you. But I am already scared of you already. Yukinashita. I was joking. Shishio must admit that this gesture was unexpected from Yukinashita, and he wondered what was happening. Still, he must admit that his previous plan was rash. After all, if the group of little girls reported to the teacher, the situation would be out of control. However, the bear that suddenly appeared changed everything. Even though it brought danger to everyone, it made them forget what had happened previously. Still, the relationship between the little girls who loved to bully others had already crumbled, and they didn't have any powers to do anything. As for Rumi, if she wanted to have a friend, she might need to work harder. However, if she wanted a boyfriend, she had to wait for at least a legal age. After all, Shishio didn't want to be troubled by a legal problem, and he also didn't have an interest in a little kid. By the way, for the movie, I am afraid I might trouble you, Yukinashita said. Do you have plans for the summer break? Shishio asked. Well. Yukinashita hesitated. Is it your family? Shishio asked. How about you? Yukinashita asked. Shishio knew he was right since Yukinashita didn't answer his question but instead asked him a question. I am going to go all out to play. He put all his energy into playing around during the summer vacation. He had finished all of his works, and he didn't want to encounter a similar situation as Rumi. If Rumi didn't even give him a reward, Shishio might be too lazy to care. Fortunately, Hiratsuka took care of him well every night, so this trip was worth it. He also got a reward from Ebina, an appointment trip with Ebina and Yumiko, and a bear. When he thought about Ebina, he knew that this girl was still in the mentality of playing. She wanted to try many things with him, and at the same time, she wanted to test him to see how he was going to react under the bombardment of her rotten personality, which slowly resurfaced. Ebina might have always smiled all the time, but deep inside, she was a coward. She didn't want to be hurt or for anyone to see her as a disgusting person. However, if someone could accept her and didn't show disgust, even if that person knew everything about her, she would hover around that person like a fly. It was annoying, but fortunately, she was cute. That's so like you. Yukinashita sighed. If you are free, how about you visit Sakurasu? I will cook a bear there. Why don't you cook a bear in your apartment? Yukinashita asked. After all, the distance between her apartment and his apartment was closer. On the other hand, Sakurasa was quite far from her place. The smell of the bear is smelly. It is troublesome if I cook it in my apartment. Unless he made a gadget that could absorb all the smell in the room, he wouldn't dare to cook a bear in his apartment. After all, one needed to use a special preparation to cook a bear. Was it that smelly? I am not sure since I have never tried it, but I have heard that the smell isn't good. Really? Yeah, is it gamey or something? I am not sure. The two talked for a while before they were called by Ui. Shishio. Yukinon. It's time to go back. Shishio stood up and said, let's go back. He extended his hand to Yukinashita naturally. Okay. Yukinashita took his hand and stood up. The two walked together to the car since it was their time to go back. Still, Shishio wondered whether Yukinashita didn't come back to her home, yet he didn't say much since he knew that she had decided to follow him. However, someone looked at them with a complicated gaze. Before they returned, the teachers needed to say 1 or 2 words. Still, the bear that appeared last night was known, and many people saw it, especially when the bear had entered the camp area. They also saw the scene where Shishio shot the bear dead. The eyes of the boys were shining brightly as if they had seen a superhero. The girls weren't much better. Unlike adults, the children lacked something known as experience, so they didn't understand how dangerous their previous situation was. Shishio didn't bother to talk and left everything to Hayama. When it was time to go back, they talked for a while before they returned to the entrance of the school. It was just when they were about to go back that they saw a luxurious black car suddenly parked at the entrance of the school. The person inside the car came out of the car, wearing a cool one-piece dress while waving her hand excitedly. Hi, Yukino. The voice of the young woman was so cheerful, greeting her little sister, whom she hadn't met for a while. Sis. Yukinashita only stared at her big sister. Ah, Shishio-kun, it's been a while. Harano Yukinashita once again came and brought a storm to everyone. 585, Ui, do you want to stay for a dinner? They were right at the entrance of the school. Shishio planned to return to his apartment since his women were already waiting for him. After all, while he was at the summer camp, he continued talking with his girlfriends about many things they had done when they parted. They knew he would go home today, so they eagerly waited for him. If there was someone who felt regret, it was Hirotsuka since she didn't want to let him go. However, she knew she would go on another trip again, and she must admit, she was quite curious about this trip. Say, is the bear meat good? Hirotsuka asked. I have heard it is good for stamina, Shishio said. Hirotsuka suddenly imagined how he would be, especially after he consumed a bear. Was he going to be as fierce as a bear? Hirotsuka somehow wanted him to eat bear meat, but she knew as a teacher, she needed to do her last job. She coughed, attracting everyone's attention to her. Good work. Summer camp lasts until you get home. Be careful on your way back. Hirotsuka raised her hand with a cheerful expression and said, dismissed. Shishio wanted to go back too, but he could see Hirotsuka kept staring at him, which made him speechless. Should he come back later? While he was in a dilemma, a luxurious black sedan appeared before them. The car stopped, and the driver of the car opened the back door for someone inside. Shishio was familiar with this person. Instead, he went out with her along with his mother last time. Hi, Yukino. Nei-san. Yukinashita had a complicated expression on her face when she saw this woman. Yukinashita Harano. Shishio saw Harano approach Yukinashita without hesitation and talk with a meek and doting tone. You wouldn't come home at all, so I got worried and came here to pick you up, Harano said with a pout. Who? Hikigaya whispered while looking at Shishio. Her older sister, Shishio answered. Ah, it's Shishio-kun. What are you doing here? Are you on a date again? Geez, you're so cold. Why don't you invite me too? Harano puffed her cheeks, showing an annoyed expression while trying to be cute. What are you doing? Shishio was speechless. Are you not happy to see me? Harano glared at Shishio. Oh, I am so happy to see you. His voice was flat even if his words were cheerful. So cold. Harano complained while thumping his chest annoyedly. Shishio also acted like he was hurt, yet many people felt uncomfortable by this exchange. Shishio doesn't like this. Ui pulled Shishio away from Harano. Shishio looked at Ui, and his lips twitched, wondering whether this girl was ready to welcome the anger of Harano. After all, unlike Yukinashita, she was far from a good girl. Harano turned and looked at Ui for the first time. Are you Shishio-kun's girlfriend? Gi girlfriend. Ui was dumbfounded before she denied it with a blush. I am his senior, Yuigahama Ui. Senior. Yeah. Oh, that's a relief. Harano smiled happily, but she quickly pulled Yukinashita and whispered, you should watch him well. It's my own matter. You don't need to get involved, Yukinashita said coldly. However, Harano only smiled before she looked at Ui with a smile. Anyway, stay away from him, alright. Ui frowned and wanted to say something, but Hirotsuka suddenly said, Harano, leave it at that. Shishio looked at Hirotsuka and thought that this woman had finally moved. After all, unlike the rest, their relationship was close to each other, so she knew that Hirotsuka wouldn't let Harano talk as she pleased. Long time no see, Shizuka-chan. Stop calling me that. Sensei, do you know her? Shishio was surprised. She is a former student of mine. Hirotsuka looked at Shishio and asked, you also know Harano? Well, it's an unfortunate meeting. Shishio sighed since he must admit that Harano was too troublesome. What do you mean by that? Don't you mean a happy meeting? Harano poked his cheek, showing annoyance. I even have a good relationship with your mother, you know? We even text each other from time to time. What? Not only everyone but Shishio was also dumbfounded since he didn't expect his mother to have a good relationship with Harano. Yet somehow, he didn't feel surprised since he knew this woman wouldn't let go of a chance that appeared before her. Harano was like a viper, and once she saw an opportunity, she would bite them down, injecting the poison into her fangs. In other words, she was a joker. It was hard to tell what she wanted to do. Yet it was only for the majority of people. In his eyes, he saw that this woman was nothing but a girl who only wanted to protect her family, especially her little sister. Instead of a viper, he felt Harano was like a hedgehog. She wanted to get close to someone, yet her spines made it hard for her to get close to anyone since she might stab the others, and the others didn't want to be stabbed by her. Still, Harano also wouldn't let someone enter her heart. Not so easily. While I want to talk with you more, I have to go home now. Harano sighed before she looked at her little sister. Let's go then, Yukino-chan. She walked away without waiting for her little sister and said, Mom is waiting. Yukinashita looked up at her sister and hesitated before she looked at Shishio with a wry smile and said, I know that it is my selfishness to ask you to make a movie, but you don't need to make it now. Let's not do anything for the culture festival, and thank you. I am going to go back first. See you. His answer was simple, but he felt weird since he wondered why Yukinashita felt as if they wouldn't meet anymore. As for the movie, this clearly wasn't the time, for that matter. Do you want me to send you to bear meat? It's okay. You should enjoy it with everyone. Bear meat? What do you mean? However, Harano interrupted them and asked curiously. Still, Yukinashita wouldn't let Harano talk again and said, hurry up. Harano pouted, but she waved her hand at Shishio and said, Shishio-kun, bye-bye. Bye. When Harano saw Yukinashita had entered the car, she said, Suzuki, let's go back. The driver nodded, following Harano's words. Yet Shishio, who saw the car left, felt weird, wondering what was happening with that girl. However, he looked at Hikigaya and asked, you don't want to ask anything about that car? I was dumbfounded. We talked about this conversation, right? It's okay. I understand. However, Hikigaya had to sigh since he must admit the power of the capitalist was scary. He was only a normal student in a middle-class family. If the Yukinashita family wanted to trouble him, they only needed to raise their hands, and his family might turn into dust. Hikigaya then looked at Shishio, who was involved in the matter of the Yukinashita family and couldn't help but pat his shoulder. What do you mean? Shishio was confused. Nothing. Hikigaya shook his head. Hey, what do you mean? I was confused by the conversation between Shishio and Hikigaya. Still, while she was confused, she felt she had a right to know since she felt she was involved in this matter. As for why she could tell she was involved in this matter, it was because Hikigaya's reaction was too bland and calm when he saw the luxurious black car. It's okay. Hikigaya didn't want to talk about this matter anymore. While he had accepted this matter, it didn't mean he couldn't feel bitter. After all, he was still a young man, and when something unfair happened to him, he felt annoyed. Hikigaya wasn't an adult who felt numb to everything. Yet he also wasn't Shishio, who wanted to give payback to anyone who had done an unreasonable thing to him. He didn't have a system after all, and he also knew everything was partly his fault. Still, he didn't regret his action, but he didn't want anyone to mention this matter anymore. Komaki, let's buy some ingredients for dinner when we go back. Okay. Komaki agreed without hesitation. The two decided to go back before Totsuka followed, leaving only Hirotsuka, Shishio, and Ui. Ui hesitated and looked in Shishio's direction. Hirotsuka pouted and said, Shishio, go and send her back first. Is that okay? Shishio looked at Hirotsuka curiously. Yeah. It's dangerous to leave a girl alone like this. I will go back first. Hirotsuka moved closer and whispered. I am waiting in my apartment. Then, can you take my luggage? Shishio asked. Okay. Hiratsuka took his bag before she left, along with her car. She had brought his bag, and it was impossible for him to escape from her. When he arrived at her apartment later, she was going to dry him, so he wouldn't be able to use his well-endowed rod later. Shishio looked at Hiratsuka's car for a while, feeling strange for some reason, before he looked at Ui. Let's go back, Ui-senpai. Ui skipped a beat, but she nodded. Oh okay. While she was happy, she was also nervous. Still, she was also cornered about what had happened previously. Are you curious about what is happening before? Shishio didn't ask Ui, but he took her bag, holding it on his shoulder. Ui wanted to take her bag back, but hearing this question, she nodded. Can you tell me? Well, this isn't something fun. Shishio didn't mind telling Ui about what had happened between him and Hikigaya since Ui was involved in this matter. Frankly, he felt that Ui, Yukinishida, Hiratsuka and Hikigaya were related by fate or something, yet when he came between them, everything went awry, but this wasn't bad. After all, there was no need for unnecessary drama, and everything could be solved smoothly. Shishio told Ui about his words and that he had talked to Hikigaya. Their trip was quite far, so it was quite perfect for them to talk about this matter, considering their long trip. Yet it might be because, for so long, they didn't realize that they had arrived at Ui's house. Is this your house, senpai? Even if Shishio had come to this house before, he had to pretend that he had never come. That's right. Ui nodded brightly since she knew that the matter between her, Yukinashita, and Hikigaya had been solved by him. She was in a good mood and thought of inviting him inside her house. Is that okay? Won't I trouble you? Shishio asked. Of course not. My mom will also be happy to have you around. Ui said while patting her chest, causing her well-endowed breasts to tremble. Happy. His expression was quite strange, but Ui didn't seem to notice it since she had already dashed to the entrance of her house. Mom, I am back. Welcome back, Ui. Hearing her daughter's voice, Hannah smiled happily, yet her heart stopped for a moment when she saw the person behind her daughter. 586, unchanged. Shishio and Hannah stared at each other for a moment. Mom, this is Shishio-kun. Ui introduced Shishio to her mother without noticing the strangeness between the two. Hello, Auntie. My name is Shishio Oga. Shishio showed a gentle smile like he had met someone for the first time. Hello. Hannah also greeted him back softly with a complicated expression on her face. While she was glad that he acted like he didn't know her, she felt conflicted by how heartless he was. She wondered whether he didn't feel anything about what had happened previously, or was she the only one who got subconscious about it. Somehow Hannah felt slightly annoyed and depressed. By the way, Mom, why is the light off? Ui asked in confusion since the light wasn't turned on even though it was almost at night. Ah, the light seems to be dead after you went to the training camp, and the handyman seems busy, so they can only come next week, Hannah said calmly and wasn't affected by the dead light. What about Dad? Ui asked with a frown. He is on a business trip, right? Hannah said with a light smile as if trying to mask something. Ui didn't know what to say after that, but Shishio suddenly said, if you don't mind, why don't I change the light for you? Can you do that? Hannah asked in surprise. Sure. Shishio nodded. Do you have a stair in the change light? There is one in the storeroom. I will bring you there. Hannah nodded and was about to guide him there, but Ui stopped her. Mom, let me do it. Ui raised her hand quickly. Hannah looked at her daughter and said, maybe, you should change your clothes first. You're sweaty. Ah? Really? Ui was dumbfounded and tried to smell her body since she was afraid of the smell of sweat, but Shishio moved closer to her, sniffing her hair slowly, wafting a sweet smell, which was kind of nice. You don't need to worry. You smell nice. Ui blushed and retorted. Pervert. She quickly ran to her room and said, I will change my clothes. Shishio shook his head and realized his mistake since Ui wasn't his girlfriend, so his action might be too close. He then looked at Hannah, who stared at him with a complicated gaze. Is there something wrong, Auntie? Your relationship is so close, Hannah said with an awkward smile. It's okay. Anyway, where is the storeroom? Let me help you. Oh, please follow me. Hannah turned before she pouted, showing annoyance by his indifference. Last time, this guy was raring to go and so hard, yet today this guy was so cold and pretended that he didn't know her, which annoyed her. Shishio chuckled and thought that this woman was cute. The two walked together to the storeroom at the back of the house. Hannah opened the door and turned on the light. I wonder where it is. It might be because she hadn't visited this room for a while and didn't know where the light and the stairs were. Shishio could also see some dust on the side, which made him wonder what kind of day Hannah spent when she was alone without her husband and daughter. Was she lonely? Shishio was curious. Hannah looked around before she found the stairs. Ah, I found the stairs. She was happy, but at the same time, she thought of cleaning up this room tomorrow. Is this one? Yes. Hannah turned and was startled since Shishio was beside her, so close that when she turned her head, she kissed his cheek. Hannah-san. Shishio held his cheek while looking at Hannah in surprise. I didn't expect you. I. Hannah was startled and panicked, but when she saw his smile, she was annoyed and slapped his shoulder several times. Shishio-kun. She realized that he might deliberately stand so close to her, so when she turned, she would kiss his cheek. Are you annoyed that I pretend not to know you? Shishio asked with a teasing smile. Hannah. Shishio was speechless and said, what do you think Yui-senpai will think if I know you? Hannah was checkmated by Shishio. If Shishio didn't pretend he didn't know her, with Yui's imagination, she might think something that she shouldn't. I am sorry. It's okay. I don't blame you since I will also feel annoyed when someone pretends to ignore me. Shishio patted Hannah's head naturally. While Hannah felt comfortable, she realized the current mistake. She stared at Shishio helplessly and said, you know it might not be strange for me to become your mother, but you dare to pat my head. But you're not my mother. As long as they didn't share blood, Shishio felt it was safe. However, he also knew he couldn't pat her head too long and took the stairs out of the storeroom. Where's the light, Hannah-san? Oh, I got it. Hannah took the light to the side, but then she said with a serious expression, Shishio-kun, while I don't mind for you to call me by my name, you should call me auntie when Yui is around, alright? You don't need to worry. Shishio nodded while realizing that the fastest way someone could be so close to someone was through the body. In other words, touching. While the two had only met twice, they had touched each other's bodies, so they were naturally close. When Yui-senpai was gone, what were you doing? I didn't do much. I just cleaned up the house, rested, or slept. When Yui was gone, Hannah really didn't do much since she didn't have any particular hobby. While she liked to bake, there was no one who would help her to eat since she didn't want to get fat. What could he say? Shishio felt Hannah was like a maid instead of a housewife, yet this is how life was. When her husband was working, she took care of the house. Yet was her husband really going to work? How about you? Why are you here? Hannah asked with a frown since this was what she wanted to ask the most. She almost felt her heart jump out when she saw him. Yui-senpai invited me to have dinner together. If you feel it is a trouble, I will go back, though. No, it's okay. It was Yui, who took the initiative, so Hannah couldn't say anything. Shishio-kun, what's your relationship with Yui? Shishio put the stairs right under the dead light. Our relationship? I think it is just a close junior and a senior. He climbed the stairs and took off the dead light before extending his hand to Hannah. Where's the light? Ah, here. Hannah gave the light to Shishio, and their hands happened to touch each other, which gave her a shiver for some reason. She also received the dead light from Shishio and waited for him to handle this matter. She could see how well his action was and how he seemed accustomed to this. Have you done this, Shishio-kun? I can mostly fix anything if you ask. Shishio stepped down the stairs and said, if you have another problem, it is better to call me. I think I can do a better job than those handymen. I can even handle the pipe in your house. Somehow his expression became subtle when he mentioned pipe. Is that okay? Won't I trouble you? Hannah was more than happy if Shishio could help her, but she was afraid she might trouble him. Still, she didn't realize the subtleness in his words. Of course, if I am free. If I am not free, then I can only postpone the time. Well. Hannah nodded and felt his words were reasonable. Do you have a phone number? I will give you mine, so you can call me if there is trouble. Shishio took his phone and showed it to Hannah. Wait a moment, let me get mine. Hannah went to the kitchen to take her phone, yet she didn't realize that Shishio had gotten the number of her phone so naturally. To take a number of the opposite, you should prepare an excuse. Still, if one was confident, they could just ask directly, but in the end, they had to make an excuse like they wanted to talk or something. Hannah was a married woman, so it was impossible for him to use a direct excuse like he wanted to know her better. Instead, he had to make it look like he had a reason to get one. As for the rest, it depended on the skill of one since chatting with someone was also part of skill similar to art. Alright. Shishio saved Hannah's number and said, then, I will return the stairs first. Oh, I will help you. Hannah said. Aren't you busy with dinner? Shishio asked. It's okay. It's okay. Hannah wanted to talk with him more since she only knew him from Yui's mouth. She wasn't blind and could tell that Yui was in love with him, so she wanted to know him better, wondering what kind of young man Shishio was. It definitely had nothing to do with what had happened before. What's wrong? Your face is red, Shishio asked and put his hand on Hana's forehead. You don't seem sick. I am okay. Hana pushed him away and tried to calm her heart. She must admit that this guy was dangerous, but even so, there was one question that she wanted to ask him, yet before she asked this question. Shishio. Mom. Where are you? Ah, the light has become bright again. Hana opened her mouth before she closed it again. She looked at Shishio, who entered the storeroom, before she said, Ah, Ui, we're here. Ah? What are you doing there? Ui trotted toward them and looked around curiously before she came behind Shishio. The room is small, senpai. You make the room narrow and hard to move. How rude. Are you saying that I am fat? Looking at the two who were so close to each other, Hana felt a complicated feeling before she took a deep breath and put on her usual sweet smile. That's right. It seems that you have become slightly fatter, Ui. Mom, you too. Hana smiled and laughed, thinking this might be a while she had fun. Shishio glanced at Hana and thought her sweet smile was beautiful, yet it was also scary since he wondered how he could hide such a deep negative emotion under that bright smile. Anyway, his plan didn't change. Shishio was going to wait until Hana became a widow. 587, Oyakadon. Ah, Mom. Let me help you. Can you cook? Ui. Shishio was sitting in the dining room, looking at a daughter and a mother who cooked together in the kitchen. He was told not to do anything, so he did so, but he must admit this scene was something worth watching. A beautiful daughter and a mother stood next to each other, helping to prepare a dinner with a cute apron over them. Shishio felt that it was better for him to go home early since he was afraid he might do something he shouldn't do. Well, it isn't like I will do something. Still, in the end, Ui was thrown out by her mother since she made a mess. It's okay, senpai. But it's okay. I don't want to get sick after all. Shishio. Unlike Hana, who had a long experience as a housewife, Ui's house chores ability was simply a 0. Still, after the two ended fighting with each other, Ui was tired, but she realized her hands were held by Shishio. Shishio, Ellie, let me go. Her voice was so low that it was almost like she said nothing. Oh, okay. Shishio gently let go of Ui's hands while feeling reluctant since he must admit there was this unique feeling when he held her hands in front of her mother. He could feel Hana's gaze was over him, but he pretended he didn't see anything. If possible, he wanted to get a chance to talk with her more, considering he was curious about what was happening with the Uegahama family. Shishio. What did you think of Yukinon before? Ui suddenly asked. Yukino-senpai. When Ui mentioned Yuki Nashida, Shishio fell in deep thought. Even if he was blind, he could tell he was in trouble, but he knew everything was related to her family. She knew her relationship with her mother wasn't good, yet he didn't think it was something bad. I think it is okay. I don't think that there's any trouble with Yukino-senpai. Even if Harino seemed to love to give trouble to someone, Shishio knew that she was the biggest siscon that he knew. However, she wasn't someone who was honest with herself, so it was impossible for her to utter what she wanted to do directly to Yukino. As for the problems with her parents, Shishio knew that Harino would help Yuki Nashida in a subtle way. Yet what he was more concerned about wasn't Yuki Nashida but instead Harino's smile when she left. Shishio hoped that he thought too much, but he felt her smile contained something which related to him somehow. Is that so? Hearing his words, Ui sighed in relief. It was her first time meeting Harino, and it was hard for her to make a good impression on her, considering how domineering Harino was. Yet if Shishio said that everything was okay, she knew Yuki Nashida would be okay, and it gave her a sigh of relief. Still, Ui glanced in his direction again and asked, Say, Shishio, what do you think about the movie? The movie? Shishio thought about the movie they planned to make for the cultural festival. Ui, Shishio-kun, do you plan to make a movie? Hana asked curiously. Well, that should be the plan, but there's a problem. Ui hesitated. Problem? While Hana was curious, she didn't continue to ask since she could see the disappointment in her daughter's expression. If Yuki Nashida didn't go back to her parents, their plan to make a movie wouldn't have stopped, but she was going to return, and she wouldn't have had time to help them to make a movie. Based on her personality, she also wasn't someone who would trouble others. More importantly, she was the one who took the initiative to say they should make a movie. Shishio also thought a lot about Yuki Nashida's personality and felt like she was seeking recognition. Yuki Nashida's life was quite hard. In her childhood, she was bullied by every girl because of her beauty, and she was also abandoned by Hayama, her childhood friend. Still, she was strong and only snorted at the bullying of those girls, thinking they were lower than her for doing something so stupid and wasting their time doing something unnecessary. She thought so and wanted to get better, but her effort wasn't seen by her parents. She was just the replacement of her big sister in case something happened. It was also why she had been living in her sister's shadow. If Shishio, Hikigaya, or Ui weren't there, Yuki Nashida might just follow the course of her big sister, trying to be better than her sister, who was several times better than her. After all, similar to Harino, who was a big sis-con, Yuki Nashida also loved her sister so much. Yet their love was hard to understand, and they just couldn't be honest with themselves. It might be related to their personality and upbringing, but he must admit this part of them was cute. Yet it might also be why many people thought of them as twisted. However, Shishio didn't feel surprised. Unlike him, not many people would think about others so much since most of them would think about themselves. Well, I'm not much different, though. I can't make my decision now, but what do you think? Still, what they talked about right now was the movie. Personally, Shishio felt it was better for them to stop making movies since Yuki Nashida wasn't there. If they made a movie without her, he was afraid that she might think that she wasn't needed. While he didn't think Yuki Nashida was that kind of small person, he wanted to hear her opinion before he made a decision. Still, it wouldn't be too late to make the movie after the end of the summer vacation since the scene was quite easy to take. As for the fireworks scene he talked about during the summer camp, he thought about taking them later with his girlfriends when he went to visit the summer festival with them. On the other hand, he was also quite curious about what Ui thought about the movie. Well, Ui wasn't sure what to say. Shishio knew this question was quite unfair since he knew this girl rarely made a decision. She was the type of girl who would follow the crowd without causing trouble and without attracting any attention. Shishio glanced at Hana and thought she might be a similar type to Ui. While the daughter and the mother were different, their core was similar to each other. He suddenly thought about Yuki Nashida's words during the training camp and thought that Ui might have had an unpleasant experience during her childhood. Still, if she didn't want to talk, he also didn't bother to ask either since he just wanted to go back now. Still, unexpectedly. I want to do it, Ui said nervously. Oh. Shishio was surprised. What's with that reaction? Ui felt her heart beating fast since she knew she had done something she usually didn't do. No, I am surprised that you are being honest with me, Shishio said with a gentle smile. Shishiron, what do you mean by that? Are you telling me that I am a liar or something? Ui pouted. It's not like that, but you often keep what you want to do on your mind. Ui knew that Shishio was right since she did something that she usually had never done. Yet she must admit she wanted to make a movie with him. Well, even if we shoot the movie after the summer vacation, we still have a lot of time, Shishio said. Really? Ui somehow sighed in relief. Let's do that. Let's make the movie right after we meet Yukinon again. She thought it would take a lot of time to shoot the movie, so she felt it was better to do it faster, but if it didn't take too much time, it was better to wait for Yuki Nashida. Shishio smiled and thought that this girl was really gentle. Still, could she stay gentle after she knew what he planned to do with her mother? Somehow he didn't want to know. All right, stop talking for a moment. Let's have dinner first. Hana suddenly interrupted them since the dinner was ready. Auntie, let me help you. Shishio stood up from his seat. Thank you. Hana smiled sweetly. Let me help you too, Mom. Ui also worked fast since she didn't want to lose somehow. The three brought the dinner to the table before they had dinner together. The dinner was full of laughter and warmth, something that might have been lacking in this family for a while. As for her father, Shishio decided to be smart and didn't open his mouth since if Ui or Hana wanted to tell him, they would open their mouths. Still, the dinner wasn't that long since he also didn't plan to stay that long. Yet if there was something he wanted to complain about, he wondered why Hana decided to cook an oyakudon tonight, which made him quite restless, wondering whether this woman gave him a sign. If she's always like this, I am afraid I can't wait until she gets divorced. Shishio lamented. Thank you. The dinner is delicious, Auntie, Shishio said while looking at Hana. It's nothing special, but if you want to play, you should often come, you know. Even Hana had lowered her guard around him and wanted him to visit often. Yeah, you should often come, Shishiron. Ui nodded eagerly. Shishio wondered why this pair of a mother and a daughter loved to seduce him. Haha, I will visit you often then. Shishio smiled, which caused Ui to blush when she thought he would visit her house so often. Yet she didn't realize her mother also blushed. Then, I will go back now. While Shishio wanted to say that they should be careful since there were only 2 women inside, he felt it was unnecessary since the location of their house was around quite a famous neighborhood. Police often patrolled the area, which made this place safer than Rui's house. On the other hand, Shishio was more worried about Rui's house since it was located quite far from the city. It would be surprising if there was a pervert, but she was living with Natsuo and his father, so should she be alright? Instead, he felt it would be better for her to be careful around Natsuo than the pervert. She should be with Hina now. After all, unlike others, Rui also started to plan her career as a chef. Should I visit her? However, before that, he was going to satisfy Hirotsuka first. When he left, the pair of a daughter and a mother stared at Shishio for a while before they closed the door and locked it. The two smiled and somehow anticipated his next visit. In the morning, Shishio felt his phone tremble. Shishio, turn off the phone. Rui pulled her blanket and wrapped her body like a caterpillar. On the other hand, Hina was sleeping carelessly with an unsightly pose. The three had been doing it until dawn, so they wanted to sleep for quite a while, but who would have thought someone called him? While Shishio took his phone and answered without looking at the person who had called him. Hello. Hey, your sword is ready. Take it. What? 588, did you come to show off? Shishio didn't forget about one of his rewards on his first Kengan match. Yet after he got a blacksmith mastery, he thought about making the sword by himself. However, suddenly in the morning, Togo Tamura called him in the early morning, telling him that the sword he had asked for before was ready and he could get it any time. Hearing that, he told his girlfriends, wondering whether they wanted to follow him. Rui and Hina decided to pass since they were too sleepy and might not even hear what he was saying since they were just too tired. However, his other girlfriends were excited and wanted to join him. After he cleaned up, he kissed Rui and Hina before he walked out of the apartment. Outside, Roberta had been waiting with Shina, Nana, Saki Kawasaki, Miu Ashihara, Momo Kashiwabara and Ryo Futaba. As for the others, such as Nanamai, Ritsu, and others, they didn't follow this time. Shishio entered the front seat where Shina was sitting. He entered and let her sit on his lap before he greeted and kissed them one by one. So are we going to see your sword? Nana asked in a subtle way. It's not that sword. Also, instead of a sword, his thing is like a spear. Saki couldn't help but complain. Everyone. Can you be serious? Shishio was speechless, wondering where Saki, who had always been cool and calm, was. Why was this girl so lewd? Oh, right, it's my fault. Shishio sighed. But why do you need a sword? Futaba asked in confusion. Yet, why do you want a sword so suddenly? Momo was also confused. Now that you mention it, you don't know anything. Unlike the others, Futaba and Momo had never seen him fight, and they didn't understand why Shishio wanted to get a sword. However, it was normal since they also didn't know that he had been fighting in the underground arena. Well, you haven't been fighting after you fight that guy who has 52 times human density muscles after all, Nana chirped. Yet it was normal since he hadn't been fighting for a while. His last fight was with Wakatsuki Takeshi, who caused bleeding on his head and made his girlfriends cry, so he hadn't visited the underground arena, nor was he interested in entering one, considering those people were already too weak for him. The only person in this world who was able to harm him was one person. The strongest human in the world. Hanma Yuijiro. Hey, what are you talking about? Explain it to me. Futaba felt unhappy since she felt she was being left out. Yet, explain it to us. Momo also didn't like the feeling of being left out. Well, it might be hard to believe, but... Miu then explained everything from the start to Momo and Futaba. Their trip might take a while since they were going to Chiba, where Togo Tamura's villa was located. While they might visit Chiba, they wouldn't meet Yukinashita since the location of Tamura's villa was different. Still, he wondered why he was living in Chiba. Is it because it's quiet? After all, unlike Tokyo, which was a busy city, Chiba was a large prefecture with half of the population of Tokyo. It was also fairly close to Tokyo, so maybe it was the reason why Tamura decided to choose Chiba as her place to stay. Anyway, while he knew a lot of things about Tamura since he did a little research on her, he was more curious about the sword she had made for him. It had been a few months since their meeting, and he wondered what kind of sword she had prepared for him. Still, unlike before, he had become her boss. No, it should be her collaborator since he is the largest shareholder in her company. While he thought about Tamura, Miu and Saki explained their experience at the underground fighting arena to Futaba and Momo. Are you for real? 2x. That was their only question at the time. It took about an hour for them to arrive at Togo's villa. Yet during that time, it was tough for him since he had to answer questions from Futaba and Momo. The two had never seen him fight, but they knew how powerful he was, especially when he showed his might on the bed. Yet it was their first time hearing that he was fighting for real. Did Mai even know this? Momo asked curiously, asking about Mai, who was still busy with her movie. Yes. Saki nodded. Are you going to fight now? By using a sword? Futaba frowned. No, this is just a collection, and it is too dangerous to fight with a sword. After all, a duel with a sword was different from a duel with a fist. If a duel by fist ended, one gave up or was defeated. The duel with a sword would end when one was cut down. But can you use a sword? I have heard that you only learn martial arts, Futaba asked again. Wait, what kind of martial arts have you learned? Momo asked first. Now that you mention it, we don't know what kind of martial art you have learned. Miu only remembered it now. Shishio, what martial arts did you learn? Sheena also looked at Shishio curiously. While Roberta didn't say anything, she also looked at Shishio curiously. After all, they had seen how strong Shishio was. However, each time he fought, he always used a different style, which made them wonder what kind of martial art he had learned. I learned a lot of things. Because of the system, he learned many martial arts. The first martial arts he learned were Bajiquan, then ninjutsu, taekwondo, boxing, fishman karate, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, judo, and lastly, Muay Thai. Why did you learn a lot of martial arts? Futaba was speechless, wondering how Shishio could learn all of that martial arts. Even Nana, Miu, Saki, Momo, and Roberta were dumbfounded when they heard all the martial arts he had learned. It happens that there are a lot of martial art schools near my home in Kyoto, so I learned them by chance. What could he say? The existence of the system was something secret, and he wouldn't tell anyone about it. Ah, can I see you fighting sometimes? Momo asked curiously since she wanted to see how savage and manly her man was in the ring, which made her curious. If he won, then she might jump into him, giving him a good reward. I don't mind, but there's no good opponent. Shishio was too lazy to fight a weak opponent and didn't want to fight a maniac like a karateka he fought last time. Who was his name again? Shishio forgot the karate master whom he had fought and eliminated before. Man eating something. Is there not a good opponent? Momo was confused. I think it is better that you shouldn't fight since it is dangerous. While Futaba was curious, she didn't want to see him hurt. Wait, I only realize it now, but from all the martial arts you have mentioned, there's nothing related to swords, right? Nana asked. Well, you will see later. We're about to arrive soon. Hearing his words, they were nervous but also anticipated, especially Futaba and Momo, since it was their first time joining this side of the world. The villa is located in the side part of Chiba, near the forest, which is a quiet place. When they drove, they hadn't seen anyone besides a group of people in black suits. Still, they didn't feel anything and only glanced around curiously. Their reaction might seem weird since one should feel nervous when they see a group of people in black suits. However, they didn't feel so since they had seen many amazing things when they were with him. Why didn't I see anyone? There was only one road that was covered by lush forest on their right and left sides, and it made them feel creepy somehow. This place should be private property. Shishio felt that this entire forest was probably owned by Tamari. Private property? What kind of people are you going to see? A mountain owner? Futaba asked. No, it's the CEO of a famous heavy industry company, Shishio said. Futaba and Momo. Well, you'll see her later, and you might know her since she is fairly famous. Togo was quite famous since she was quite eccentric and unique among the people in this country. While many people acted like they were polite, in other words, a double face, or a hypocrite, she didn't give a fuck and mocked or even said whatever she wanted from her mouth. If it was other people, they might have been isolated by other people, but this was Togo. She didn't care since her power was enough to easily crush many people's lives. Still, as they continued their trip, they saw a group of people in army-like uniforms standing in front of the high-tech-like metal fence. The metal fence expanded deep into the forest, so deep that they couldn't see the edge. Hey, is this metal fence covered in electricity? Futaba was speechless, looking at the sign that this was an electric metal fence. In other words, it was dangerous. It should be. Shishio felt Togo really enjoyed her life. Still, while they felt nervous about this place, they were more nervous toward the guards since they were holding rifles in their hands. Hey, is that a rifle? Is that even legal here? Momo couldn't help but complain. However, the guards didn't seem to stop them and even bowed their heads, letting them enter after they opened the gate so quickly without even bothering to check their identity. When they saw this, they looked at Shishio, wondering about his identity even more. Still, even if they had passed the fence, they had only seen a forest for so long, which made them speechless. On the other hand, Shishio also wondered how Togo could love a forest so much. Is the outdoors her kink? Shishio wanted to make sure of it somehow. Fortunately, soon, they were able to see a modern-like mansion with white as the primary color. Around the mansion, they could see a large waterfall and even a lake connected to the river, making them speechless. Just how much does this cost? Futaba was speechless. When they moved the car closer, they saw a woman sleeping on the lazy chair on the terrace. She was dressed in her usual white shirt, long black pants, and sunglasses. Still, the woman woke up when she heard the sound of the car and looked in their direction. The car stopped, and Shishio walked out with his girlfriends. Togo was there, staring at them, and asked, "Did you come to get a sword or just want to show off your harem?" Shishio could feel that her voice was filled with indignant. Did I seduce her? This was the first question that came to his mind. 589, First Sword. What could he say in this situation? Shishio didn't want to show off, but even he must admit that his act was like showing off. After all, he came with many of his girlfriends. Still, he also felt that this woman's mood wasn't good somehow, making him wonder whether he had seduced her. Still, did he have an interest in her? Shishio wasn't sure since he knew how workaholic this woman was. It wouldn't be weird for her to only have a holiday for 1 or 2 days a month. Yet if she jumped into him, why should he reject her? However, he wasn't that narcissistic and knew that this woman was different from the others. She is a tough woman. Whatever, come in. Togo turned as if she didn't care much and walked to her villa. Come on. Shishio also gestured for his girlfriends to follow. Still, his girlfriends looked around curiously. While it was summer, this place was quite cool since it was located near the mountain. It also had a nice, fresh lake nearby, which made them want to swim there. If you want, you can swim there, Togo said after she glanced at their reaction. You're so kind, Tamari-san, Shishio said with a smile. Stupid. I am not kind. Togo retorted loudly and said, just hurry up and get your sword inside. Shishio looked at Togo's back, and for some reason, he thought she could become a good mother. However, everyone who heard Togo's words was happy since they didn't expect that they could play in this place. Cough. Cough. Shishio coughed to remind them. We can play later. They quickly nodded and tried to act as politely as possible, like a groomed lady. Yet, even so, their act was quite messy, especially when they saw a group of maids inside the villa. Shishio glanced at the row of beautiful maids inside the villa with a speechless expression. If he didn't know much about Togo, he thought this woman might be a lesbian. Togo walked toward the living room before she pointed at the katana, which was placed on the beautiful, fierce katana katana display, with an intricate tiger carving. While he was interested in the katana, he wondered why Togo carved the katana with a tiger carving. Did she want to remind him of something? Yet he decided to observe the katana first. The katana was around the standard size. Should the blade be around 75 to 80 cm? The sheath was black with a round tsuba, handguard, which resembled the wheel of the wagon. Togo took the katana and frowned slightly before she gave it to Shishio. It's quite heavy. Take it first. Thanks. Shishio took the katana and opened the blade slightly, showing the sharp metallic blade. Still, he only did it for a moment since he didn't want to scare them, yet it seemed his girlfriends were more excited than he was. Shishio, let me see it. Yeah, it's not fair for you to be the one who looks at it. Guys. Shishio was speechless since they had lost her nervousness and started to act like this place was their home. However, it might be because they could see that Togo was gentle. Under her rough and crazily-like appearance, she was good at taking care of someone. It's dangerous to take it out here. Shishio looked at Togo and asked, is there a place where I can try this sword? You can try it outside. It's all forest, after all. Togo smiled and said, I also want to see how strong you are with that sword. There must be a reason why Shishio wanted a sword, and considering how strong he was, she had a feeling that he must be skillful with it. Let's go. Let's go. 2x. Momo and Nana pushed his back to go outside. The rest also followed since they were curious. Shishio was speechless, but he must admit it was his first time using a sword. The only sword that he used was a wooden sword that was kept on the Sakurasu to knock down someone who entered the woman's area. He used it to test thunder breathing, which was the first martial art that he got from the system. Yet even if he had used the step technique and the breathing technique, it was his first time incorporating this technique with a real katana. Even though this was a sword technique. Let's try it. He would be lying if he wasn't excited, so he walked toward the free space before he took the blade. His move was so soft and smooth, as if he had done this countless times. It might have been his first time with enhanced memory, and his mastery over thunder breathing made him capable of doing this. Yet, in that single movement, they could feel the aura around him start to change. His figure was sharp, as if he had become one with the sword. However, it was only for a moment before they quickly said, don't get too close. If you want to observe it, do it from my side and maintain some distance since it is sharp. Oh. They agreed and observed the katana from the side. While they observed the blade, he also did the same. He had gotten the blacksmith mastery before, and he thought of making his own katana, but as expected, it would take a while to make it, and it was troublesome. It was also impossible to make it in the middle of the city since the smoke from the smithy process would be too intense. If he wanted to make it, he had to do it in the countryside where there weren't many people. However, he was so busy. He had to take care of school matters, business, his women, and many other things. Still, it was normal since if one wanted to get a lot of things, one had to pay the price. Anyway, this wasn't the time for him to think about the complicated matter. Instead, he focused more on the sword since he must admit the quality of the katana was so good. Shishio could tell that Togo asked someone to make the sword from a rare metal in a long process along with a high-tech machine. The combination of a long experience, good materials, and the highest technology was able to create this sword. In other words, this sword was awesome. Shishio glanced at Togo and thought that she was going to make a half-assed sword, but it seemed he had to say sorry to her. Aren't you going to swing it? Togo asked when she saw Shishio sheath the blade on its sheath. My sword style is different. Oh? Is it Iaijutsu? Iaijutsu. Everyone was confused. Iaijutsu is a combative quick-draw sword technique. Unlike others that have a unique or strong swing, Iaijutsu was fast. Speed was the main point of this technique. He knew, but they didn't know, so he explained it to his girlfriends. Listening to his words, Sheena asked, Shishio, can you show it? Sure. Do you need a tatami mat to show it? Togo asked. Many people might not know, but many swordsmen in this country usually show how well they swing their swords by cutting a rolling tatami mat. However, Shishio didn't answer Togo's question. Instead, he walked to the nearby tree and put his hand on its trunk. What are you doing? Saki asked in confusion. Give me some space. I will try my sword first. Oh. They weren't sure what he was going to do, but they listened to him. Togo was also curious and didn't say anything. When they distanced themselves from him, he bumped the tree in a controlled manner, causing one leaf to fall. The leaf fell slowly, swayed right to left, ambiguous. While Togo was dumbfounded, it was only for a moment, but she saw a gleam of silver flash. The flash happened several times, and it was hard not to ignore it, especially Sheena, who got the best eyes out of everyone. When the leaf fell to the ground, Shishio nodded in satisfaction. Shishio, can we get close now? They wanted to get closer, but they thought it was better to ask his opinion first. Sure. Hearing his confirmation, they quickly moved closer and were dumbfounded when they saw the leaf. The leaf was cut 3 times. Vertical, horizontal, and diagonal. While the vertical and horizontal were understandable, the diagonal made them speechless. Futaba picked the leaf, and no words came out of her mouth for a while. Is this humanly possible? This was the question that came out of her mouth. The evidence is right in front of us. However, this can only be done by him. Togo was also speechless. His swordsmanship was too good, right? According to her memory, she didn't think that anyone could be as good as him in the sword technique. On the other hand, Sheena took the leaf and asked, can I bring it back? Why not? But you don't need to take it if you want it since I can cut the leaf anytime now. Shishio had a sword now, so he cut the leaf all the time, especially when there were many trees on the Sakurasu. No, I want this. Sheena shook her head while holding the leaf with a smile. Shishio rubbed Sheena's head and wondered how this girl could be so cute. It seems I have to say sorry to her for tonight. After all, he might be rough later. Still, he felt this wasn't enough, so he said, Tamari-san, can I ask something? What's wrong? Togo didn't look at him and observed the leaf curiously. This tree. Can I cut it down? Shishio knocked the trunk of the tree several times. Seriously? Momo was dumbfounded. Togo blinked her eyes but smiled. If you can, then do it. Then, keep your distance a bit. It might be quite rough. They nodded and distanced themselves from him. You're still too close. Move a little far away. Okay, that's enough. While the pine tree was thick and tall. The reality wasn't a manga where it was humanly possible for a swordsman to cut down a thick tree or even a large stone. Yet was it ignorance or the rebellious period of the boy? Or was it because he wanted to return to his Chiyunibiu state like before? Togo wasn't sure, but she just stared at him curiously. Shishio took a deep breath and used his breathing technique. First form, thunderclap and flash. His figure disappeared as if he had teleported right to the opposite side of the tree. Click. The sound of his blade sheath sounded. Shishio then returned to everyone, but as he walked, the tree swayed slightly before it fell. Asterisk boohum. Asterisk. Everyone. Shall we play on the lake? Shishio asked with a smile, and his mood was so good now. 590, Shishio, danger? I think it is a chance. Dressed in only a short, Shishio sat on the lazy chair while looking at the group of girls playing on the lake happily. Some of them even walked toward the waterfall, screaming happily. Still, the most exciting one would be Saki since she was swimming like a mermaid. Shishio, come here. Nana waved her hand, causing her breasts to sway right and left. Shishio fixed his trunk to the side, yet it was really hard to hide, which made him sigh. Togo. I will join you later. Okay, we will wait. Nana nodded before she joined to play with everyone. The water temperature was cool, and the large tree in the surrounding area gave a nice shade, making this place a comfortable place to escape from the summer heat. Still, Shishio knew that the tree had to be cut down regularly since a large tree wasn't good for the others, considering it would absorb most of the nutrients in the soil, and didn't give any chances for the young tree to grow. Yet Togo might not care much about this matter since this place was her villa, a resort where she could rest. She didn't intend to use it for business and purely only for entertainment. Shishio sipped the cola on his hand while looking at Roberta, who looked at the group of maids who grilled in the barbecue outside in jealousy. You don't need to be so jealous, right? After all, even if Roberta's talent in household chores were simply zero, her talent as a bodyguard and killer was simply off the chart. You have a good maid. Do you want to trade her with mine? Togo suddenly asked. She must admit that even if Roberta couldn't do a household chore, Roberta was a human terminator. If Roberta wanted to, she could massacre the entire people in this place, especially when she had many advanced weapons under her skirt. No way. Shishio rejected without hesitation. Togo's maid might be beautiful and sexy, and they had matured enough, which made him wonder whether she collected those maids since she knew about his taste. What a cunning businessman. Shishio wiped the cold sweat on his chin. So why do you call me here? What do you mean? Togo skipped a beat. Shishio sighed and said, I know how workaholic you are. If you want to give me the sword, you will probably just send it to my home or apartment. Anyway, it was impossible for Togo didn't know about his home. Except for the few places he hadn't visited, he knew that many people had tried to investigate his information, especially when he had become so famous in the underground fighting arena. Many people wanted to hire him as a fighter since a strong fighter was in high demand. The Kengan match was difficult, and there were many factions there. In the match, if one loses everything, showing how important the existence of a strong fighter is. While many wanted to hire him, they simply didn't have the money to hire him. They also couldn't use force since the price of offending him wasn't worth it. His private security group, mercenary, also wasn't herbivores. They were a group of carnivores that had been bathed in the blood of the war. Tokugawa and many others were also his friends. His family also wasn't something to be scoffed off. After all, even if one didn't want to admit it, and many people often promoted equality between people, the world couldn't work that way. Some descendants of a certain family were born better than others. Still, the most important thing was he wondered why Togo wanted to bring him here. As for fighting, it was impossible since Togo thought so. Everyone here would be killed already by him, especially after he got his sword. His speed was so fast that he might not need a few minutes to clear all the people in this place. As for romance, it was even more impossible since he knew well how the mind of this woman works. Instead of a romance, it would be more believable that she asked his sperm to have a child with him. Anyway, he was curious. Togo's lips twitched when she saw his curious eyes, but she didn't hide anything. Do you know what has happened to the Kengan Association? I have heard that the place is quite rowdy now. It was impossible to completely ignore the Kengan Association. Many businesses, from small to conglomerates, joined this association, and the number of members had reached almost more than tens of thousands. However, the most famous one was only a few hundred, and they were all big businesses that had monopolized a certain industry in this country. Shishio might be rich, and his business also spread overseas, but he still lacked a few businesses to make him truly strong. What kind of business is it? It is a bank. Even with all the business he had, he didn't have a bank. Yet he knew that it was only time for him to make one, especially with the growth of his business, and with all of his business, he didn't really need to since his steps to monopolize a high-tech industry were about to take off. As for Togo, her business was mostly overseas, and she didn't think too much about the matter in the country, but she also couldn't ignore it completely. Still, this wasn't what he wanted to say. The problem she mentioned was that a few factions of the Kengan Association started their move, and each of them wanted to take down the throne of the chairman of the Kengan Association, especially the Society of Hundreds. The Society of Hundreds, you know it, right? Togo snorted and said, that old fart is simply lunatic. Just because he monopolizes the electricity in the Kanto area, do you think he can be arrogant? Shishio sipped his cola and thought about the person that she talked about. Hayami Katsumasa, the CEO of Toyo Electric Power Co. This person held the majority of the company that monopolized the energy in the Kanto area. The Kanto area was also the most populated place in this country since almost half of this country's population lived in the Kanto area. 40 million or more people are paying for electricity every month, and one can imagine how much money this person has, right? Even worse, this business was stable, and everyone needed it since they needed electricity to live. If it was liquidity, this business might have more money than most banks. By having so much liquidity, Hayami Katsumasa could also invest in many businesses, gaining power in various businesses, creating many tentacles in various industries. thus creating the strongest faction in the Kengan Association, the Hundreds. Shishio must admit this person was amazing. Yet he didn't think Hayama could do anything to him. You don't need to worry much about this person. We're not weak enough to be pushed around. Shishio looked at Togo and asked, do you want to become the chairman? Can I? Togo asked eagerly. Why not? Shishio didn't think it was a problem for Togo to become the chairman of the Kengan Association. Still, this rowdiness isn't bad since we can catch many fishes during the confusion. Togo laughed when she heard his words. Go. Go. Catch them. If possible, bite that old man hard. Let him bleed so much. Anyway, the two had become one, and they were already inseparable in this matter. Still, instead of the Hundreds, you should focus on someone else. Shishio suddenly asked. Who? Togo asked. Nogi. Nogi? Nogi Hideki? Nogi Group. Togo frowned. That's right. Shishio nodded. Why? While Togo must admit that the power of the Nogi Group was okay, it was far from enough to cause trouble. Have you heard about the protagonist Halo? Shishio asked. Protagonist Halo? What is that? Togo was confused by these words. In the manga, the protagonist usually will meet a setback, fighting an enemy far stronger than themselves, but suddenly the protagonist will either get the help of someone or become stronger so suddenly. Even though the villain is much stronger, in the end, the villain can only lose to the protagonist, so everyone can be happy. Shishio didn't continue but sipped his cola again to wet his throat. Togo frowned and asked, you believe in such a superfluous thing? Also, even in the manga, the protagonist must be cool and handsome. How can an old man in his late 50s become a protagonist? Togo, you're wrong. Shishio shook his head and asked, what's the most important thing about the Kengan match? Fighter. Togo frowned and asked, you mean the fighter is the protagonist? Well, that's right. However, Togo snorted and said, no matter how strong that protagonist is, he'll die under the nuclear bomb. She believed in Shishio and didn't think anyone could defeat him except that lunatic. However, I know that you won't die under the nuclear bomb, Togo said while looking at Shishio confidently. How can you be so sure? Shishio asked. If it's you, you won't let a nuclear bomb explode on you. Instead, you enter the place where one keeps the nuclear bomb and let it explode there after you have escaped. Togo wasn't wrong. If Shishio was threatened by a nuclear bomb, he might do that, but that took too much time, so he would instead hack the command room and instruct the bomb to self-destruct, or he might send a satellite to control the entire electronic device in this world. Frankly, Shishio planned to do this project, so no one would be able to harm him. Well, everything will be normal and won't happen until next year, Shishio said. That's true. Togo nodded. Shishio. His girlfriend suddenly shouted. Well, I will go out to play now. Shishio took off his t-shirt, showing his well-built body, causing all the maids to drool and have nosebleeds. Togo's lips twitched, and she thought this guy might be a modern Adonis. Or might it be Narcissus? Even if Shishio didn't have money, he might be living well by seducing women. Well, I like him too, though. Watching them playing on the river, Togo became giddy and decided to play. Hey, step aside. I am going to join. Still, while the Kengan Association might not be a problem, there was a danger lurking around him. 591, Bird in Cage. While having fun in Togo's villa was enjoyable, they didn't intend to stay for a night. After all, Shishio planned to go out with all the members of the Suno Arasu. While this plan was something he was looking for, he was quite concerned about something, yet after he got this sword, he felt better somehow. Having a weapon and not having one was different. Leaving his weapon aside, he decided to visit the Suno Arasu to bring everyone there to go on a trip. Yet, unlike his previous plan, this time, Nana also joined this trip. Nana was an ex-member of the Suno Arasu. She was also Ayaka Sunoera's little sister, and the members of the Suno Arasu knew her well. In other words, she wasn't a stranger, and it was perfectly okay for her to join, especially when Nana had told Ayaka about this matter. Still, what surprised him wasn't Nana's participation. Instead, it was the destination that they had chosen for the trip that he had promised them. He didn't expect them to tell him to bring them to Saitama. Why Saitama? When he asked them this question, the three middle school students from Suno Arasu answered at the same time. We want to see the Kumagaya Fireworks Festival. 3x. Kumagaya Fireworks Festival. While he was unfamiliar with this term, he could search the information on the internet, and instantly he understood everything. Kumagaya Fireworks Festival is the longest-running firework festival in Saitama Prefecture. The distinctive feature of Kumagaya's fireworks show is its message fireworks businesses and individuals launching off messages into the night sky to the thrill of visitors and spectators. Shishio wondered whether he should also ask the organizer to buy a firework message for his girlfriends. However, when he thought about it for a moment, he decided to go against it since he felt it was pretty embarrassing. For example, if he wanted to confess his feelings, it was better to do it quietly without any people. After all, if he was rejected, there would be no people who would see him. Still, leaving was he being rejected or not, he felt it was too early to do something so grand like this, and it was so rare of him to take the initiative to confess to someone. The one who usually confessed was his woman first instead of him. Yet he must admit this firework message was a fun thing. However, he might have done it if he had dated for so many years and even married each other, sending this type of message when they reminiscence their times together. Anyway, leaving this firework aside, he was cornered about Yuki Nashita since no matter how many times he called or left her a text, she had never given him a response. This was the first time something like this had happened. After all, they usually talked to each other, and even if she couldn't reply to him right away because she fell asleep, she would apologize and give him a reply the next day. However, right after summer camp, Yuki Nashita disappeared as if she had gone far away, so even though he didn't want to, he could only call Harano Yuki Nashita since she was Yuki Nashita's older sister, and he knew that this woman knew what was happening to Yuki Nashita. Hey, it's your first time calling me, right? Harano seemed to be excited when he called for the first time. You sound so happy. Geez, isn't it because you ignore all of my texts and calls? I am a man with a girlfriend. What if they misunderstand your texts and calls? Harano often called and even texted him, but he ignored it since he didn't really want to get close to her. Also, this type of girl would take the initiative instead of waiting for the man to take the initiative. If he took the initiative, Harano would lose interest. On the other hand, if he ignored her, she would try to get closer even more. Have you dated Yukino-chan? Harano was so shocked when she heard this news. Shishio wasn't sure what to say, but it seemed that Harano didn't know that he was a scumbag. He also didn't plan to talk about it since he knew this woman was crazy. If she knew he was a scumbag, no one knew what she might do. It was better to stay quiet, especially when he wanted to know what was happening to Yuki Nashita. Anyway, where's Yukino-senpai? Geez, can you be patient? By the way, haven't you heard anything? Suddenly Harano changed the topic of the conversation. Heard? Heard what? Harano seemed to have fun for some reason. Well, if you still haven't heard anything, then it is fun. Let's just wait until that day. The signal is bad. Hello? Hello? Shishi-kun, are you? The call was cut before she finished her words. What's an obvious lie? Shishio was speechless and tried to call Harano again, but this time, he was ignored, and his call couldn't be connected and even blocked. That bitch! Shishio let out a long sigh and knew that his contact with Yuki Nashita had been cut, and unless they met, it was impossible to know anything about her. Yet he shook his head and decided to wait to meet her when the next semester began. After all, if he wanted to meet her, he had to visit her house in Chiba. Even if he came there, he might not even be allowed to enter. Lastly, his girlfriends were first, so he decided to wait. Shishio knew from Harano's tones that nothing bad should have happened to Yuki Nashita. However, he must admit he was worried. He let out a long sigh and shook his head since he knew there was something important that he had to do after this. In the quiet room, a beautiful girl sat on the sofa while reading a book in her hand. Her expression was flat, and she seemed to hardly move. The only time she moved was when she turned to the next page of the book. Similar to the girl, the room was spacious, and it was filled with low-key luxurious interiors. The room was designed in the modern Western style with a large bed in the middle, several bookshelves, and a small room used as a wardrobe. Yet without a doubt, the room was lovely, and it was suitable for her. She was like a blooming Edelweiss flower on the peak of the Alps. Yet similar to Edelweiss, it was lonely and trapped on the cliff of the Alps, without one able to approach it. The spacious room seemed like a cage that trapped this girl. Yukino-chan. Suddenly the door opened, and the figure of a seductive lady appeared. However, the girl only ignored this lady and continued to read as usual. Geez, Yukino-kun. Don't ignore me. Harano pouted when Yuki Nashita ignored her. What's wrong? Yuki Nashita didn't turn and continued to read. Harano didn't seem to care about Yuki Nashita's reaction since she knew her words would make her react next. Try to guess. What? Shishio-kun called me earlier. Yuki Nashita's body tensed for a moment before she let out a breath, but it was hard to see since she was so quiet, and her movement was so delicate. Still, while she was curious, she didn't say anything since she could see how Harano seemed to have fun with her. Why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you curious about what we are talking about? Harano smiled and teased her further. However, Yuki Nashita closed her mouth and didn't say anything. Well, if you don't want to hear it, then I won't say it. Harano didn't continue and turned, decided to leave, but she smiled when she heard Yukinashida's voice. Wait. As expected. While Harano was happy with her little sister, she felt slightly sad and jealous. Why should I be jealous? Hehe, are you curious? Harano smiled happily. Can you tell me now? Yukinashida asked helplessly. Harano didn't joke around again and said, he was calling you since he was worried about you. I see. Oh, right, he also told me he was going to wait for you for the movie. I see. Yukinashida smiled, but she looked away since she didn't want her expression to be seen by her sister. Hey, what movie? I asked him before he didn't tell me. Harano was curious, wondering what they were planning to do. If you tell me what mother is planning, then I will tell you, Yukinashida said while looking at Harano. However, Harano only smiled and said, geez, be patient, alright? You will hear what the mother wants to do. Anyway, I will go back first. She didn't plan to tell Yukinashida and decided to keep everything quiet. Still, she forgot to ask whether Yukinashida had dated Shishio or not. Well, it isn't much different anyway. Harano shook her head and decided to wait until that time. Yukinashida pursed her lips and felt quite restless since after she had gone home, no one had told her anything. Her mother only told her to stay in her room, and her phone was also taken. She would be lying if she wasn't scared since she didn't know what her mother was planning to do. Her phone was taken, and her laptop was the same. She lost contact with the world, and there was nothing she could do. She looked out the window and realized that she had become weak. In the past, she didn't need someone's help and lived alone, yet when he appeared, she felt it was empty without him. She kept staring at the window before she lowered her head, trying to hold the tears, which were on the verge of dropping from her eyes. Shishio. She muttered his name, even though she knew he wouldn't hear her voice. 592, gladly. Hey? We can't wear a kimono. Yuzu Yukimoto was dumbfounded when she heard his words. It isn't that you can't use the yukata, but if you're alright with a blister, then I won't stop you. While they had planned to go to the Kumagaya Fireworks Festival, Shishio couldn't help but remind them how crowded this festival was. This festival was attended by at least 40,000 people or more. While Shishio also wanted to see them wear a beautiful yukata, when he thought about the crowd, he couldn't help but remind them how troublesome it was to wear such clothing. While the male yukata was alright, the female yukata was quite troublesome to wear, especially the geta, wooden sandals, were particularly uncomfortable when used for a long time. But do you want to see us wearing a yukata? Yuri Kazumi asked with a smile. I want to see, Shishio answered without hesitation. Yuri smiled and said, then, if that's the case, how about we go to the nearby festival here? Is there such a festival nearby? Shishio was dumbfounded. There is. Ayaka Sunoera nodded with a gentle smile. Nana-chan and I often went there together. Hehe. Nana hugged Ayaka happily. Shishio looked at Ayaka and Nana at the same time, but he didn't say anything. Still, is that okay with you? He had promised to take them out before they went home, but he wondered whether they were okay with the festival held in the nearby shrine. Yet. 5x. Nana, Ayaka, Yuzu, Yuri, and Sumire Yamanashi agreed that they should visit the nearby shrine. While it was a shame that they couldn't see the most spectacular fireworks festival in Saitama, they felt it was better for them to be able to appear in their most beautiful state. Lastly, with how crowded the festival in Saitama was, they were afraid that they might get lost. However, if they visited the festival nearby, even if some of them were lost, they were still confident to go back by themselves since they were familiar with the location. They were also familiar with the people around the neighborhood, so if they needed help, they could ask them. On the other hand, if they visited Saitama, they had to stick together, or else, when they get lost in the middle of the festival, it would become a tragedy. Personally, Shishio must admit that their decision was working for him. After all, he had been going out away from Tokyo so many times, and he somehow felt a bit lazy to go out, especially in crowded places such as Kumagaya Fireworks Festival. He also must admit that his mood wasn't good, especially when he thought about Yukinashida. He didn't even have time to think about Yuagahamama somehow. What's happening to her? While he wanted to use his people to investigate this matter, he decided to bear with this feeling for a while since they would only be separated at least until the next semester, which was at the end of the summer vacation. Next time I meet her, I won't let her go. He had made up his mind. His memory of the night of the summer camp was still vivid in his mind. The warmth of her body, the flower-like scent that invaded his nasal cavity, her slender body pressed against his, and her beautiful eyes stared into his. He remembered all of them, and it was also the reason why he felt it was time for him to start the next step. Yet he knew what he needed to do wasn't think about Yukinashida. Instead, the many girls in front of him. When their plans changed, they quickly went to their room and changed into a yukata. Shishio moved to the living room and waited for them before he noticed Akishina, who seemed to be hard to notice for some reason. He only realized it, but this guy had been with them for a while, which made him speechless. What are you standing there for, Aki? Come on. Sit down. Anyway, they have known each other for so long. Even if their relationship was quite strange, Shishio still called him for the first time. He patted the free space on the sofa where he sat and gestured for him to sit right next to him. Yes. While Aki was slightly nervous, he nodded. Frankly, it was hard to say that their relationship was good since when Shishio entered, they were mostly talking with the three girls from the Suno Arasuo and Ayaka. Aki also didn't take the initiative to talk. The one who took the initiative since Shishio also taught everyone in Suno Arasuo to study from time to time. You're not going to change into a yukata too, Aki? Shishio asked, starting with a small conversation. Similar to a woman, it was normal for a man to wear a yukata during a festival. Many also didn't think it was weird either since one would appear cool when they wore a yukata. The way they crossed their arms under the large sleeves was cool, and it made them appear like a scholar. If they were rugged and quite muscular, they would appear like warriors when they wore a yukata. Yet this wasn't surprising since even a samurai wore something more exaggerated such as a kimono. In other words, clothes make men. Even if one appearance wasn't that good, as long as they dressed well, they would appear more handsome. If they could also wear makeup like a woman, it would be even better, but men hardly even had an interest in makeup, so they could use their natural state of appearance every day, unlike a woman, who could put makeup as thick as their thighs. Yet this wasn't something to be mocked. Instead, it was something to be amazed at since he must admit the effort of a woman who wanted to appear beautiful in the eyes of others was worthy of admiration. I might change my clothes later. Aki answered with a slightly nervous voice. How about you, Shishio Nii? However, after a while, he calmed himself. Probably not since I don't bring such clothes here. Shishio only came with the clothes on his body now. As for wearing a yukata or different traditional clothes, he was too lazy to do so since the current temperature was quite hot, making him sluggish. Aki, you're from Shizuoka, right? Ah, yes. What kind of place is that? Edo. Shizuoka is. Anyway, the girls would come out later quite late. Shishio might need to wait a few hours before they were ready, and he had gotten used to it. Even if he complained, it was simply meaningless. However, he had always changed his state of mind, so he wouldn't be bored or impatient. They are dressing and doing makeup for so long for me. With such a thought on his mind, it made his mood good, but even so, he must admit he was bored to death and decided to talk with Aki. Honestly, it might be his first time asking Aki this type of question, but he hadn't talked much with Aki either, so it might be a good time to learn more about him. Shishio had always wanted to make Aki move out from the Suno Arasu, but unlike the other male who he had injured along the way, Aki was different since this guy was a kid and slightly feminine. He wouldn't be surprised if Aki might trigger the system somehow. After all, even Tsuda Takanashi, Ryu Anosuka Akasaka, and Tatsuka Saika triggered his system even though they were all male. If Aki dressed up like a girl, he wasn't much different from those three. Unfortunately, Aki could really trigger his system, which made him helpless. Yet his decision to move Aki away from this place didn't change. While Aki was only a middle school student, it was impossible for him to let his woman stay with him. After all, they were all male, and as a male, Shishio knew what kind of things filled their heads. In case something happened, it was too late to cry. If I can't move him after this summer, then. However, if possible, Shishio didn't want to use a direct method, but if there was no other way, he might as well make trouble on Aki's father's business, so Aki would move away because of financial reasons. It was the most rational and logical reason that one couldn't do anything against. Shishio might seem cruel, but he could even erase Doppo Orakai, Katsumi Orakai, and the Shinshinkai Karate School from this world. Just making Aki's life slightly unbearable was nothing for him. Still, he must admit that the power of money and authority was terrifying since, with the two of them, he could play with the lives of others like a toy. This might be a cruel fact, but this reality was, right? Even in history, there were many people with authority and wealth who would assassinate their enemies so easily that it was nothing. After all, the world was a wonderful place, and there were many people in this world who were desperate enough to get money even if they had to take the right of others to live. Yet he stopped thinking about that matter, especially when he heard Aki's words. Do you have an older sister? Shishio was surprised. Yes. Aki nodded. She should be 1 year older than you, Shishio Nii. I see. Shishio nodded. Is your relationship good? He felt that Aki's relationship should be like that of an older sister who had a deep brother complex toward her little brother, which made him feel strange since countless unique plots of the drama between a brother and a sister appeared on his mind. Well. Aki's expression was quite awkward. Is it not good? Shishio somehow felt curious. Aki couldn't explain since he felt embarrassed. However, Aki was saved when he heard this voice. Shishio, can you help us a little? Okay. Shishio agreed without hesitation since instead of staying with Aki, it was better to stay with his women. As expected, the moment he entered Ayaka's room, he was welcomed with an immoral scene that couldn't be thought would appear in reality. Can you help us to wear them? 2x. Shishio took a deep breath and said, gladly. 593, Dangerous Sisters. Shishio might have said it in the past, but whether it was kimono or yukata was more suitable to be worn on someone with a slender body. On the other hand, Nana and Ayaka were far from slender. They were outrageously thick. The word thick might seem an insult to a woman, but this word didn't work for either of them. Shishio thought that he must thank their parents since they had given birth to two beautiful sisters like them. Yet he knew this wasn't the time for this since he had a great duty, which importance wasn't even lost to the cosmic significance. As for Aki, he had already forgotten him. Do you need me to help you to wear a yukata? Shishio knew how troublesome a yukata was. It was quite hard and challenging to wear one, especially with how well endowed Ayaka and Nana's bodies were. Their bodies were anything but slender. Yes. Nana nodded and asked, can you? While this wasn't her real intention to call him, she decided to agree since it seemed fun for him to help her to wear clothes. Shishio patted his chest and said confidently, if I say that I am number 2, no one dares to claim that they can become the number 1 to help someone to wear a yukata. Nana and Ayaka weren't sure how this guy could brim with confidence, but even so, they must admit, they were slightly swayed by his words. Still, why did you call me in the end? Shishio closed the door without hesitation since this scene was only allowed to be seen by him. Still, he wondered why they called him in the end. Oh, we're just asking which yukata is the most suitable for us. Ayaka pointed at the number of yukatas on her bed. Shishio moved closer and looked at the bed where he usually slept with Ayaka, but this time, he didn't intend to sleep. He had a duty to help his women, and he couldn't get distracted by mere sexual intercourse. Not right now. Anyway, he had to help them first. For Nana. Shishio looked around and said, how about this light blue color with violet patterns? I think this one will suit you. Oh, let me try. This was what Nana had wanted to wear before, and when Shishio also felt the same, she didn't have any hesitation anymore. For Ayaka. Shishio glanced at Ayaka and glanced at her chest for a moment. He didn't think anything weird, but he must admit it was massive. He was sure that her chest would make her seem fat, considering how big they were. Ayaka, how about this dark purple one? While I am happy that you chose that one. May I ask for the reason? Ayaka asked curiously. While she wanted to wear the one that Shishio chose for her, she was curious why he chose that one. Could he say that a darker color would make her slimmer? It was impossible. Because I think it will make you more beautiful. Really? Ayaka was suspicious since she knew this wasn't the only reason why he asked her to wear this. Anyway, how about you wear it now? Shishio decided to change the subject of their conversation. Okay. While Ayaka was suspicious, she decided to go along with him. Still, she didn't immediately take off her clothes or wear the yukata. Instead, she took something from her wardrobe. Nana, let's change your underwear into sarashi. Eh? But that one isn't cute. Nana, who had already undressed, pouted and didn't seem to have an interest in wearing a sarashi. Unlike her cute and sexy underwear, sarashi was far from being called attractive clothing. After all, sarashi was nothing but mere white clothing to wrap their chest or stomach. The purpose of sarashi on this occasion was to make her slimmer and appear good in a yukata, but as a girl and a woman, Nana obviously wanted to wear something better. But, your chest will stick out if you don't wear one. Ayaka reminded Nana. The yukata was quite tight, and the shape of her bra would naturally be shown. Ah. I know. How about I don't wear a bra? I will be braless. Then, everything will be okay, right? Nana looked at Shishio and asked, what do you think? Shishio, who had been silent and observed two sisters, was speechless, but he knew he had to make a decision. Let's just wear sarashi. I think sarashi is quite sexy. Shishio didn't think sarashi was uncut. Instead, he felt it was quite sexy for a woman to wear one. The feeling of unwrapping them piece by piece was also interesting. Still, the real reason was that he didn't have experience wearing one, and he saw someone wear one. He was quite curious and wanted to see how Ayaka and Nana would appear in sarashi. Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a fetish. Then, I will wear one. While he was unhappy about their misunderstanding, he decided to forgive them, especially after hearing the following words that came from their mouths. Then, please help us to wear it, Shishio. Shishio took a deep breath and was full of determined expression. Of course. On the other hand, Aki, who had been left behind by Shishio, was curious about what Shishio was doing inside Ayaka's room. While he felt uncomfortable since he had never entered Ayaka's room, he felt his heart almost jump out and beat so fast. Aki didn't like this feeling, but he didn't know what to do. The only thing he could do was stand behind the door, trying to hear their voices, but he couldn't hear anything. What are they doing inside? The more he thought, the more uneasy he was. Bam! However, when he heard a sudden noise, he quickly escaped, afraid that someone would notice. What's wrong, Shishio? Nana and Ayaka looked at Shishio curiously. After all, this guy suddenly knocked on the door, which startled them. Nothing. Shishio shook his head and felt this wasn't something he should talk about with Nana and Ayaka, but he knew that even if he felt quite sorry for Aki, he had to be cruel. If Aki had to blame something, he had to blame his gender. After all, if Aki was a female, Shishio wouldn't need to do anything. Still, is this how he usually is? When Shishio thought about Aki's innocent expression and felt sorry for him before, he felt like he was stupid somehow. Shishio, come on. Help us. 2x. Ayaka and Nana had taken off their bras and covered their breasts with their arms with an embarrassed expression. Even though he had seen everything on their bodies, and there was nothing he hadn't seen, the occasion was quite different. Shishio was in a daze and couldn't react for a while. He was like a dinosaur that was about to be hit by a meteorite. He just stood there, unable to react. The four masses in front of him were just too destructive to mess with his mind. While he had seen and touched them countless times, he must admit the shock brought by the sheer mass of those breasts was just too amazing. Come here. Shishio took the sarashi after he calmed herself. Who is first? Let me. Okay. Shishio took Nana with him and started his preparation to help her to wear the sarashi. Take a deep breath and let it out gently. Nana took a deep breath and let it out gently, following his instruction. Shishio was in a daze, watching her pink nipples and two soft white masses. While this was a tempting situation, he was calm as ever. He was like a pianist in the competition. His fingers were moving gracefully, and all one could see from his face was a seriousness that didn't match his age. Somehow his eyes also gleamed in purple light, and he had used his zone subconsciously. Done. While Shishio wiped his non-existent sweat, Nana was amazed since her breasts had become smaller, yet she didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, she felt her body was light and easy to move. Amazing. How did you do this? Even Ayaka was quite dumbfounded. It's your turn now. Shishio looked at Ayaka, but he didn't answer her question. Okay. Ayaka nodded and thought she should try his hands. Nana only smiled and wondered how Ayaka would react since, even now, she had a hard time holding herself. This bastard. Even though it was a subtle movement, Nana knew that this pervert had touched her nipples several times. Fortunately, her skin was quite dark, so her blush wasn't noticeable. As expected. Nana saw Ayaka moan and was under the mercy of Shishio. Wait, let me join. Once again, Shishio realized how dangerous the Sunoera sisters were. While Aki was in a mess, Yuzu, Sumire, and Yuri were ready and appeared in their best appearances. When they were done, as expected, they wanted to show it to Shishio. However, when they came to the living room, they didn't see him anymore. They had only seen Aki, who was sitting on the sofa absent-minded. Hey? Where is Shishio Nii? Yuzu was confused. However, Sumire subconsciously looked over at Ayaka's room. Is he in Ayaka-san's room? Yuri suddenly said with a sweet smile. Sumire. Even Yuri felt annoyed when she thought Shishio didn't seem to wait for her. Instead, he went to play with Ayaka and Nana, so she wanted to give him a little punishment. What? How can that be? Yuzu was startled before she charged toward Ayaka's room. Ayaka-san, Shishio Nii, Nana-san, I am going to enter. Before she entered, she roared like she was about to send out an official challenge. Yuzu's loud voice startled Sumire, Yuri, and even Aki. Yuri might have expected Yuzu to get angry, but she didn't expect something like this would happen. The door was opened without hesitation by Yuzu, but the scene in front of them brought her a shock. Sumire and Yuri didn't have time to stop Yuzu, but they also didn't want to stop her. Instead, they also joined and looked at what was happening inside Ayaka's room. Aki, who was away, also joined the fun, looking over curiously. What are you doing? Nana asked with a sigh. What's wrong? Shishio looked at the trio of middle school students before his eyes brightened and praised them. Hey, you three look good. While the three were happy, they were curious about what they were doing. Shishio Nii, what are you doing? Yuri asked. I help them to manage their hair. Shishio looked at the three and asked, do you want me to help you too? He had a hairdresser mastery, and it was natural for him to be able to do this. Okay. 2x. Yuzu and Yuri answered without hesitation. On the other hand, Sumire was a bit shy, but she also nodded. Come here. Sit down here. It will take a while for Nana, Ayaka said and patted the free space on her bed. Wow, Ayaka-san, you're so cute. They looked at Ayaka in amazement since her hair had become so beautiful. Even Aki was also in a daze. Ayaka would usually tie her hair with a scrunchie and drape her ponytail on her shoulder, but this time, she changed her hairstyle into a bun, which made her more youthful and cute. You don't need to worry. Everyone will get their chances soon. Ayaka smiled and showed how happy she was. The three were excited and looked at Shishio eagerly. Shishio could only show a helpless smile. Wait for a moment, all right. Yes. 3x. On the other hand, the three couldn't see Nana and Ayaka, who let out a sigh of relief. The two were glad they didn't need to move and sat down on the bed since their legs were too weak to move. Can I enter too? Aki thought at that moment. 594, Summer Festival without you. The evening glow had enveloped the world, but no one ever thought to go home. Instead, many people walked out of their houses with a smile, ready to face the most exciting event in the neighborhood. The Summer Festival. After they had finished their preparation, everyone in the Sunahara went out together to visit the Summer Festival, which was held in a nearby shrine. They, without a doubt, were excited, especially after their hairs were managed by him. Yuzu, Yuri, and Sumire still remembered the feeling of his hands touching and caressing their hair as if they were the most precious things in the world. They must admit that they almost fell for him somehow. Didn't you have already fallen for me? Shishio would say so if he knew what they were thinking. While his words sounded quite cheeky and even borderline narcissistic, it was a fact. It was hard to pretend that he didn't know anything, especially when one of them had confessed to him. If they were high school students, their fate would have already been sealed by him. Unfortunately, they were still middle school students. While he was already in high school, the world of adults wasn't as simple as it seemed, and he didn't want to be troubled by a legal matter. Shishio nii, how did you learn to care for hair like that? Do you want to become a hairdresser in the future? Yuzu and Yuri looked at Shishio curiously. Sumire was the same, but she wasn't a good talker, so she just stood by their sides while looking at him. Unlike before, Shishio had changed his clothes, and he wore a jinbei. If one was curious about a jinbei, it was a yukata with a pair of short trousers. It was usually worn during summer, especially during this type of occasion. While he wanted to wear regular clothes, Nana had brought him his clothing from his apartment before they visited the Sunoarasu, so he could only wear them since she begged him to wear them. His long legs were clearly seen in his pair of short trousers. While the girls were captivated by him, Shishio also enjoyed the beautiful girls on his side. Nana and Ayaka were obvious since they showed their necks which they usually hid under their hair. Nana was in a ponytail, which made her appear to be so bright and beautiful. On the other hand, while Ayaka was in the bun, she gave a similar aura to Nana, yet with a more mature charm, which was something that a girl around Nana's age didn't have. She appeared like a virtuous wife yet kept subtly trying to seduce her man. In other words, she was a succubus. The two sisters were simply destructive. Yet even if the two sisters were amazing, the trio of middle school students didn't lose to their charm. Yuri had her bangs braided, giving her a lovely and graceful charm. If someone saw her, they might mistake her for a lady from a wealthy family. Yuzu had her hair parted in the middle and a lower bun, giving her an unexpectedly mature charm. She might be short and mistaken for an elementary school student, but when she had her hair like this, she seemed older, and no one would mistake her again. When Shishio gave her this hairstyle, Yuzu even hummed happily and stared at the mirror for so long, showing how happy she was. Lastly, the most unexpected one would be Sumire. After her last confession, they still maintained a good relationship. Shishio was happy about her confession, but he wanted her to be a high school student first. After all, while it wouldn't be trouble for them to date each other, considering he was a high school student, he was afraid that he might do something that one shouldn't do, especially when his style of dating was more of an adult type. Sumire was still young, and it was better to maintain their current relationship. However, even so, it didn't stop him from helping her to manage her hair. Unlike her usual side ponytail, Sumire had a twin-tail bun hairstyle, which was cute and made her shy for some reason. Yet when everyone saw that she was cute and beautiful, she could only reluctantly agree with this hairstyle. However, they knew this girl was so happy. Sumire's growth was better than most of the girls of her age. She was taller and bigger than them, but because of this, she felt she wasn't cute, and she wasn't suitable to wear something cute, yet she was the one who longed the most after a cute thing. Shishio knew that and this was why he gave her this hairstyle, and he must admit he was proud of his work. Still, he knew he had to answer their question. No, I don't have the interest in becoming a hairdresser. While the location of the festival was quite close to Sunoarasu, they needed at least to walk for half an hour. It was quite a long trip, but even so, they felt it didn't take that long since they were having fun talking to each other. The only thing that they were dissatisfied with was probably how they couldn't monopolize him since Nana and Ayaka had been holding hands. Yet what could they say? They might be dissatisfied, but their reason made them speechless. It's his first time here. It's terrible if he gets lost, right? Yet, it's better to hold hands. Sumire, Yuzu, and Yuri could only roll their eyes since they thought the Sunoera sisters were witty. However, they felt this wasn't enough, and somehow they wanted him to bring them somewhere again in the future, considering they wanted to go out with him alone. Still, the time was long. They were still in middle school, and he was in high school. Their lives had just begun, and they had a long way to go in their lives, which is something to be anticipated about. However, there was one person who didn't anticipate this trip. Aki was happy on this trip, but he admitted he was quite helpless. When Shishio was there, he felt his sense of existence was absorbed, and he became a shadow. If Shishio and Ayaka didn't talk with him from time to time, the rest might have forgotten about him. Aki looked at Shishio, whose hands were held by Nana and Ayaka enviously. If I'm in his place. What made him even depressed were the words that came out of Ayaka's mouth. It's his first time here. It's terrible if he gets lost, right? It was also his first time, and he was young and small. Should it be him who was being taken care of instead of a big guy like Shishio? Aki was silent, but while he was jealous, he didn't show it since he also anticipated this trip to the summer festival. Yet why was his mood so bad? Shishio didn't have a mind-reading ability, but it was possible to see what one was thinking through their expressions. Aki was young, and it was impossible for him to show a poker face. But how do I make him move? Shishio wondered what he should do. He knew that he couldn't use force. If possible, he wanted to use an indirect method, which was the most troublesome one since he didn't want to harm Aki unless it was necessary. While he was thinking, they arrived at the festival. As expected, the festival was already crowded. However, he must admit the scenery was amazing. The festival was held near the riverbank, and they could see the scenery of the river, bridge, and shrine near the hill. Shishio subconsciously took his camera and recorded the scenery before him. Even though Yuki Nashida told him they should stop their project to make a movie, he still wanted to make it. After all, it was her first time taking the initiative and showing what she wanted to do. Yuki Nashida had changed, no longer hiding and bottling up her emotion. She was a beautiful flower that bloomed at its peak. Yet the world might oppress her, telling her that she shouldn't do something out of her character. If possible, he wanted to see Yuki Nashida's mother. However, his reason wasn't as impure as his reason for meeting Yui's mother. He just wanted to see this iron woman who had caused Yuki Nashida, who had always maintained her cool and calm nature, to lose her calm. Yet he had to sigh that each family had its own situation. Unlike his family, which was harmonious, the other's family might not be the case. Shishio wasn't sure how the Yuki Nashida family was, but similar to his family, her family was also noble during the Empire of Japan. While his family was a marquis, her family was a baron. Before we enter the festival, can I take a video of that bridge? What's wrong? They were curious about why he did this. Is there something special about this bridge? Yuzu was confused since the bridge was the same as the others. No, I think this place might be useful for something. Useful. I plan to make a movie. Shishio didn't hide anything. Movie. They were surprised. Hey, really? Why didn't you tell me? Nana pouted, feeling unhappy. Because it was so sudden, and the initiator of this plan suddenly told that to stop the plan. Shishio was also helpless since the initiator of the plan told him to stop the plan when they were eager to make one. So, Shishio and what kind of scene are you going to take? Yuri was more curious. It's a scene of the male actor dying because he saved children on the river. Everyone died. Aki was dumbfounded. What kind of movie are you going to make, Shishio-kun? Ayaka asked. Is it horror? Murder? Yuzu was quite eager. Shishio glanced at Yuzu speechlessly and said, romance. Romance. His answer was unexpected. However, they didn't question him again since his side profile, holding a camera, and trying to make a video of the scenery on the river were mesmerizing. After he had taken the shot for a while, he wondered what Yuki Nashida was doing now. Done? Nana asked. Done. Shishio nodded with a smile and said, how about we go to the festival now? Oh. They were excited, and they were going to have a blast at this festival. 595, did we lose something? The seven of them entered the festival together, watching the entire row of stalls on the side, wondering which one they should try first. There were many stalls at this festival, including food and games. Leaving the game stalls aside, Shishio was more interested in the food stalls. Takoyaki, yakisoba, apple candy, grilled squid, corn, and many others. It was almost countless, and one's stomach might not be able to finish all of those foods alone. Shishio looked at Yuri, Yuzu, and Sumire and asked, you three don't seem surprised. He thought the three girls would play around happily like a child, but unexpectedly, their response was quite mature, and they only looked around curiously, wondering which stall they should visit first. On the other hand, Aki's mood was quite giddy and excited, looking at various things at the festival. It's not our first time here. We have been here before, Yuzu said proudly, maybe because she seemed mature because of her hairstyle, which she was quite proud of. However, Shishio could see that everything was just a guise, and this girl was excited and wanted to play like others. How about you, Shishio nii? Have you been to this kind of festival? Yuri asked. Well, this kind of festival is quite common in Kyoto since there are many shrines there. Shishio didn't lie since there were many of these types of festivals in Kyoto. His parents also often brought him to this kind of festival. However, his parents usually would bring him to go to this type of festival to meet with their business associates before they brought him to play around at the stalls. He must admit that the previous Shishio was loved so much by his parents since they also tolerated his hobby as a Chiyunabu, but he also knew that this Chiyunabu might also be a guise for him, so he didn't need to be taken by his parents to meet with those business associates. Those business associates, even though they were all smiles and appeared polite, were like a viper who was ready to bite down on someone when they saw a chance to gain a profit. His father also wasn't much better. Even if they were enemies in the past, as long as there was a profit, they would become a friend. It was ugly, without a doubt, but this was the price for someone to become rich. They would be exposed to the ugliness of a person, and they might also become that ugly type of person, becoming a cold-blooded animal moved by numbers. There was no feeling in their actions. Only one number. Yet, even so, his father cared much about his wife and son. However, the previous Shishio felt this ugliness was unbearable and decided to live by his ideal. The world he envisioned was something pure, something that could be divided into black and white. It wasn't pure grey where it was hard to see who was the bad guy and the good guy. Even if many people mocked him, he didn't change since even if they mocked him now, they would lick his ass like they were his dog when he reached a certain height since it was an experience he gained from his childhood. After all, unlike him, his father didn't have a system, and he could only gain his position from a connection, getting a good relationship with others, and even taking down his opponent. It was a complicated game of Throne filled with the vile of humanity. Everything was like that until he became Shishio Oga. As for the previous Shishio Oga, he wasn't sure, but he might be reincarnated in another world with magic and overpowered ability while making a harem. Anyway, after he became Shishio Oga, he didn't blame his father since this was a process one became an adult. It was also why the relationship between his father and mother was so good since his mother was the only place where his father could search for comfort. Yet he must admit, he was quite worried about what his father was doing since he might even wed him to someone, so his status in the family, company, and probably a city, so he could become a governor of Kyoto or something. After all, his father was someone who was brimming with ambition. What's wrong? Nana noticed something strange on Shishio. No, I wonder which one I should buy. Shishio looked at the food stalls. Is takoyaki or yakisoba better? I think that's a stupid question. Nana's words were without mercy. Shishio. Can you just buy 2 of them? Nana touched Shishio's stomach and said, after all, with your appetite, you can eat them easily. As his girlfriend, she knew about his appetite well, and his stomach was simply a bottomless abyss. However, Shishio couldn't say anything since it was all because of the Seimekikan that he got in the past, giving him the ability to digest all the foods on his body into energy that he could store. Still, before he could say anything, Nana suddenly said, then, it's settled. Let's buy all the food at the festival. If we can't eat it anymore, we can give it to Shishio. Oh. Shishio looked at Nana, who smiled happily and thought that this girl wanted to be punished again, which made him speechless. Go, buy them if you want. The only thing that he didn't lack in this world was money. Nana and Ayaka had given him many things from the system, so he didn't mind treating them well during this festival. Yay! While they went to various stalls and tasted various foods, Shishio must admit that the taste of the food was quite okay. He loved takoyaki the most and even fed it to Ayaka. Ayaka-ne, taste this. It tastes nice. Really? Here, open your mouth. Oh. Ayaka hurriedly opened her mouth with a blush on her face. Ayaka let him feed the takoyaki in her mouth. Her pink and lewd tongue rolled around the takoyaki ball before lightly biting it, causing the hot liquid inside to burst out, almost burning her tongue. It's hot. It's hot. Ayaka was almost overwhelmed before she chewed it lightly when the temperature cooled down. Everyone was in a daze and couldn't help but gulp because of how lewd this woman was. It's delicious. Ayaka was surprised and chewed the takoyaki while covering her mouth with her hand, trying to appear more graceful. Arrow. Hey. Ayaka was confused. It's too erotic, Oni-chan. Nana laughed. Ayaka-san, you are too much. Sexual deviant. Lewd. Immoral. Yuzuru couldn't control her emotions and reprimanded Ayaka strictly. Ayaka was confused by their reaction. She then looked at Shishio and asked for his help. Shishio. Shishio sighed and couldn't say much since he must admit that this woman was a natural-born succubus. Her charm might not be as bright as the sun, and it was quite low-key, but when they were close to her, they might not be able to excrete themselves from her. Her gentleness and softness were something that made people addicted. However, Shishio only wanted this side of her to be shown to him alone. Fortunately, they were sitting on the bench, right in the quiet place where there weren't many people, so no one saw how lewd Ayaka was. I will punish you tonight. Ayaka even became more confused. However, even with how lewd Ayaka was, it didn't stop the excitement of everyone at this festival. After they had eaten enough, they played various games such as picking up the goldfish, a throwing ring where one could get a reward, a shooting gun where one could get a bonus, and pulling a string where one could get a reward. In those various games, Shishio showed all of his might without hesitation. He got various cute plus highs and gave them to Yuzu, Yuri, and Sumire. As for Ayaka, he might give something better tonight. However, Nana got the best among them since she got the latest game console directly. Wow! I didn't expect that you could get a game console, Shishio and Yuri was speechless. Everyone was even more so. The old lady, who owned the string-pulling stall, was speechless and even dropped on floor depressedly since she didn't expect someone would be able to get the latest game console. Ha. On the other hand, Nana laughed happily. She had lost almost 1,000 yen on the string-pulling game, and her grief was at the maximum, but all of them vanished when she got this latest game console from Shishio. However, Shishio was afraid that Nana might have a gambling habit, which he needed to watch out for in the future. Fortunately, Ayaka was there, and she scolded Nana really hard. Nana was crying and looked at Shishio. However, Shishio ignored Nana and looked around the festival. Ayaka-chan! Hey, Ayaka-ne, is that your friend? Someone suddenly called Ayaka, which surprised her, but he didn't expect to see a familiar face. Nana also used this opportunity to escape from Ayaka's scolding. Nishiki Yasuho. Shishio remembered that he met this woman when he came to Sunoarasa for the first time with Nana. Yasuho worked at her family liquor shop, and this was also the place where Nana often worked. They came to Yasuho's stall, and she welcomed them with a smile. Welcome. Welcome. Since you're here, how about you eat? They couldn't help but show an embarrassing expression since they were quite hungry. What did you sell? However, Shishio was curious. Look, we have a lot of things. Yasuho looked at Shishio and Ayaka with a thoughtful expression since she had heard about their relationship with Ayaka. Ayaka blushed, but she didn't say anything. Kimchi bowl, edamame, octopus wasabi bowl. Nana was speechless. Isn't it all the companion foods when you drink alcohol? It's all good, right? Yasuho laughed, but then she looked at Shishio. But you sure are popular that you go out with 5 girls at the same time. Haha. Shishio could only laugh awkwardly, thinking should he add her, so their number would be even? Still, suddenly he realized something. He looked around and was stunned. Say, did we lose Aki? Everyone. 596, fireworks. They might have had too much fun during the summer festival, but they didn't expect to lose Aki so suddenly. Hey? Where is he? Yuzu was dumbfounded. Did we miss him along the way? Yuri asked hesitantly. No one could say anything, and they knew this was the real reason. They were having so much fun, but along the way, they forgot about Aki's existence, which made them lose him. How can that kid get lost? Shishio was speechless. Even though the festival was quite crowded, it wasn't as jam-packed as the train in the morning. It was impossible for one to get lost or separated in this place. Unless Aki was in a daze. Shishio felt that this was the real reason since he must admit being surrounded by many girls made him forget Aki's existence, yet could one blame him? Whether it was his right, left, front, or every corner of his side was surrounded by girls. They also put their attention on him and also forgot about him. Should he blame Aki for not trying to get into the conversation? No. Shishio knew that it was quite hard for Aki to enter the group, considering they were all focused on him. What should I do? Ayaka panicked when she thought that Aki had gotten lost in this place. After all, unlike others, Aki wasn't familiar with this place, and he wasn't a local. More importantly, he was a kid in her eyes, so when she thought he had gone, she thought he might have been kidnapped. Still, if Shishio knew what Ayaka was thinking, he could only feel speechless since before Aki was a kid, Aki was also a male. Aki might be only in his first year of middle school, but he definitely wasn't a kid. This was what made him worried, and he thought it was better for Aki to move since it wasn't appropriate for a male and a female to stay together since many things might happen. Shishio talked about his experience since if someone let him stay with the opposite gender, he might do something inappropriate with the girl. However, the girl would be more than happy to do something inappropriate with him, and she might even want to stay with him again. While Shishio didn't believe Aki could do something like that, he wanted to be careful since no matter how weak his competitors were, he would never let go of his guard and end them. Even a lion would do its best to hunt a rabbit. So why should he let go of Aki when he messed up with many guys around him? If those guys knew that Shishio didn't do anything to Aki, they would say it was unfair. Shishio definitely didn't want to see him as someone who was unfair, so he wouldn't let go of Aki. Calm down. Shishio patted Ayaka's shoulder and asked, can you call his phone? Oh. They quickly reacted and started to call Aki. After all, Aki also had a phone call, so he should be able to answer them and tell them where he was. Ayaka tried to call Aki, and everyone also waited patiently, but after she tried many times, she shook her head. He didn't answer his phone. Did he forget his phone in his room? Yuzu frowned. They thought this was the only possibility. Wait for me here. I will search for him. When they waited for Aki to answer the phone, Shishio used his enhanced sense of smell to find Aki, and he had to pinpoint where Aki was. However, he wondered how that guy could appear in such a place. Did he deliberately run away? Shishio didn't really care and thought to find him immediately since the firework was about to appear. Can you? Ayaka sighed in relief since she believed in him. Don't worry. Shishio patted Ayaka's head gently. I will find him soon. He then left and went in the direction where Aki was. When he left, everyone was looking at his back. Nishino looked at Shishio's back, then looked at Ayaka, and the rest of the girls, thinking that he was really popular. However, it also made him curious about why he could be so popular. Was it his face? Nishino thought that it might be good to invite him to her liquor store. Aki ran away. He knew that he shouldn't do this, but he was just tired before. He thought that the trip to the festival would be fun, but it seemed he realized that it wasn't as fun as he had imagined. He felt that it was so tiring, especially when no one put their attention on him. He was like air, which was ignored. While he wasn't completely ignored since they often shared the food and played the game together, the fact that Ayaka didn't give her attention to him made his heart heavy. He might have realized it before, but he knew she had put her heart into someone else, and that person wasn't him. Something like this might never really happen in his life. After all, even if he was quite feminine, he had always been popular with the opposite gender. His older sister, and even his classmates, especially the female, were so close to him. However, this also brought dissatisfaction to his male classmates and made them call him a sissy. This was also why he decided to come to Tokyo because he wanted to become more manly. Yet even after how long he had been in Tokyo, he didn't see progress and thought that he was still like before. However, if Shishio knew, he would say that Aki was wrong since Aki was more manly than others since Aki had decided to move away from his parents and live in Tokyo alone. Still, it would be even better if Aki decided to move into the dorm where only a male lived instead of joining a female dorm. Well, Aki's femininity was also why Ayaka mistook him for a female and was accepted into the dorm. However, if she knew he was a male, she wouldn't accept him since all the people who lived in the dorm were female. If Yuzu, Yuri, and Sumire complained to their parents, Ayaka might not have a choice but to send Aki out. However, the three were kind and gentle girls, so it was quite hard for them to do so. Aki also had never done anything perverted or disgusting. Instead, his actions were more girlish than most girls, so they let go of their guard. Everything was okay for Aki until Shishio came. Shishio robbed all the attention, and no one cared about him. Still, Aki would be lying if he didn't feel jealous and envious since Shishio was every part of men that he wanted to become. Yet when such a man appeared in front of him, the consequences were more dangerous than he had thought. While Aki didn't lose his living place and normally lived like before, he felt everything was stolen from him. He wanted to take them back and see their reactions, so when everyone talked to each other, he decided to slip away. If Shishio wasn't there, Aki might not think away since his life was quite nice, and he was comfortably surrounded by many beautiful women and girls. Aki decided to slip away, so everyone would worry about him, and Ayaka would search for him. However, while his idea was good, he was too naive. He had been away for so long, yet he didn't see anyone search for him. Aki also started to panic since he was in an unfamiliar place and didn't know where he was. He wanted to call Ayaka to ask where everyone was, but he forgot that he didn't bring his phone. Even worse, the fireworks were about to start, and he was left alone in a place where he didn't know. Caretaker-san. Aki started to cry and squatted down. He was alone in this place with only a light on top of him. He was like a heroine in the drama who was caught in trouble. Suddenly the sound of fireworks sounded, and a few of them started to explode in the sky, showing beautiful sparks in the middle of the night sky. Aki stared at those fireworks in a daze. If I don't do this, then I should be. If he didn't do this, he would watch those fireworks with everyone, but because of his stupidity, he was separated from everyone. Aki held his head and felt a deep regret since he knew that he could enjoy the fireworks alone without anyone by his side. What am I doing? Yeah, what are you doing? Come on. Let's go back. Aki was startled and became happy since he thought the one who had found him was Caretaker-san. No, it's me, Shishio. Shishio looked at Aki, who cried, and felt that this guy was really like a girl. However, he didn't want to let go of his guard since, as a man, he knew that they were all wolves in sheep's clothing. The real reason why King Arthur and Fionn Mac Cumhale were betrayed by their wives was that they put men as a guard for their wives, and because of this, their men, Lancelot and Diarmuid, had more time to spend with their wives instead of themselves, which led to a tragedy. If Lancelot and Diarmuid were eunuchs, there might not be a problem. Unfortunately. While Shishio didn't think it would happen to Aki since he was the one who stole Ayaka, considering how the story was, it wouldn't hurt to be more careful, right? After all, Shishio didn't want Aki to do some crazy things on Tsunara Hasu. Even if Aki wanted to do something crazy, he wanted him to do it somewhere else, and after he had cut his relationship with everyone. Still, he also realized that his thought might be too much since his opponent was just a middle school student. Lastly, he was quite curious about Aki's older sister somehow. Come on. Let's go back. Shishio grabbed Aki's collar and picked him up, ignoring Aki, who was in a daze since he felt this guy wasted his time. Fortunately, because of him, he could get more good points from Ayaka and made her depend on him more. Still, he must admit that the fireworks were beautiful. 597, Summer has just begun. While Shishio thought the fireworks were beautiful, Aki couldn't think so since he was so depressed at that moment. A human was like this. Once their tragedy ends and they receive happiness, they forget about the tragedy they had received and indulged in their happiness. While it wasn't bad since it was already hard enough for one to suffer, one should also reflect on why they received such a tragedy instead of forgetting why it happened. Aki was depressed, but then he heard Shishio's voice, who was talking with someone. Hello? Ayaka-ne? Are you there? Ah, I have found Aki. I am about to go there. Yes, you don't need to worry. He is okay, but he was crying since he had lost. Aki blushed and felt embarrassed, but he couldn't say anything since he really cried. We'll be there soon. Don't move from your spot, alright? Okay, we will wait for you here. They talked for a while before he hung up the call. Shishio didn't talk with Aki since he was too lazy to do so. He just wanted to go back and watch the fireworks with everyone, but this little kid gave him trouble. He could also see that this kid was unhappy when he appeared and thought he was Ayaka. Shishio looked at him and wondered what this boy would think if he somehow got close to his older sister. He also got a good idea suddenly and felt it was better for him not to do anything for the time being. On the other hand, Aki started to feel uncomfortable since Shishio didn't say anything. He wanted to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. He wondered why Shishio didn't ask why he had disappeared and other things, but frankly, if Shishio knew what this guy thought, he would only say, so what? Unless Aki made a contract to become a magical girl and turned his gender into a female, Shishio had a 0% interest in him. How? It wasn't until a moment later that Aki talked. However, Shishio didn't say anything and ignored Aki since his question was quite abstract. How? How could he answer such a question where he didn't even know what to ask? How? How can I become like you? Aki choked and asked this question. He wanted to become like Shishio, who was calm and didn't lose control. He wanted to be like a man like Shishio, too, since he hated the part where he was kind of sissy and often cried. He had enough and became weak, and he wanted to become better. If possible, Aki wanted Ayaka to look in his direction too, but he wasn't sure why he couldn't say those words out of his mouth. He liked her without a doubt, and it might be his first love, yet he had a feeling that it was unattainable. However, he didn't want to give up and wanted her, so if possible, he wanted to become a better man, and that way, he could take her. As for how close Shishio's relationship with Ayaka was, Aki wasn't clear since he felt the relationship between Shishio and Ayaka was quite ambiguous. While they might leave many traces and show them proof of their relationship, he knew that Shishio and Nana were dating each other, so it should be impossible for him and Ayaka to be together, right? If Ayaka and Shishio were dating each other, then it would be cheating, right? If so, Nana would get hurt, so Aki didn't think it was possible for them to be together since he didn't think they would hurt Nana. His reaction might be hard to watch and seemed quite desperate, but it was impossible for him to accept everything so easily. He was still a kid, and he was still living in his ideal. The fact that the two sisters dated Shishio together never crossed his mind. The only thing on his mind was Ayaka probably had a crush on Shishio, but because of his relationship with Nana, she didn't say anything and kept her feeling bottled up. Aki felt that he couldn't let this happen and wanted Ayaka to walk on the right path by making her fall for him, but before that, he was thinking about how to grow himself. As for why he wanted to become like Shishio, it was because he thought Shishio was his ideal and the person who had made Ayaka fall. However, the answer he got from Shishio was unexpected. Why do you want to become like me? Shishio asked. Aki fumbled and tried to sort the words he wanted to utter from his mouth. I have always been weak, and many people in my hometown thought of me as a girl instead of a man. I want to become a man like you. Impossible. Aki stared at Shishio in a daze. It's impossible for you to become like me. If Aki wanted to become like others and make others into his respected figure, Shishio might not say anything, but if Aki wished to become like him, it was better he stopped him since he wasn't a good person. If Aki wanted to become like him, he might be stabbed in the future. Why? Aki was on the verge of tears at that moment. Why? It's because we're different people. Even if you try hard, it is impossible for you to be like me. It's also impossible for me to become like you. Well, Shishio didn't want to become like Aki either. Aki blinked his eyes, and his tears stopped since he didn't expect such words to come out of Shishio's mouth. And why did you think about those people in your hometown who think of you as a girl? Do you still meet them now? No. After Aki graduated as an elementary student, he had never met those who mocked him as a sissy, so what's the point of worrying about them now? Then, why do you think so much? Shishio glanced at Aki and sighed inwardly since he was still quite soft, considering he still felt pity toward this little kid. After all, Aki was different from his previous opponents, such as Sorita, Mitaka-jin, or Natsuo Fujii. The reason why he wanted Aki to leave was that he didn't want Aki to be hurt by this emotional problem, and it was better for him to move. Still, he also felt it was too cruel if he made a move on his parents, so Aki would be forced to return to Shizuoka. Instead, he felt it might be better to let his older sister come to Tokyo and let Aki stay with her instead of staying in Sunoarasu. Shishio set up his plan and didn't continue to talk afterward since Aki also didn't say anything. However, inwardly, Aki somehow understood why Ayaka had fallen for Shishio. The two walked in silence and appeared in the crowd again. When Aki ran away, he ran for quite a while and arrived at the place with no people around. The crowd somehow calmed him down. Shishio. Before long, the girls saw Shishio and Aki. When they arrived, Aki was being held by Shishio like a cat. What the hell are you doing? How could you get lost? Yuzu was furious. Aki was tensed up, and he felt scared in front of the furious attacks of Yuzu. He curled up and somehow hid behind Shishio. Calm down. Calm down. Sumire hugged Yuzu directly. Yes, everything is fine now, right? How about we watch the fireworks now? It's about to start, Yuri said patiently. Humph. Yuzu snorted before she looked away. Sumire and Yuri sighed, but frankly, they also felt slightly dissatisfied with Aki. However, getting lost was something unexpected, and it wouldn't be right for them to blame Aki. Still, it would be different if they knew Aki did this deliberately. Akun. Caretaker-san. Aki looked at Ayaka, who talked for the first time. Are you all right? Ayaka asked worriedly. I am all right. Aki knew why he liked Ayaka, and it was because of this gentleness. I am glad that everything is okay now. Ayaka sighed in relief, then looked at Shishio and asked, where did you find him? He's quite far from here. The two started to talk to each other before Nana suddenly interrupted them. Hey! Stop talking about this. Let's watch the summer festival now. Let's get into the best position. The two only smiled, and everyone also agreed. However, before that, Shishio bought a few items from Nishino's food stall. After everything was solved, they moved to the best spot where they could watch the fireworks. Nana was a local, and she knew well where they could watch the best fireworks. Fortunately, they weren't late, and when Shishio returned with Aki, it was just right at the beginning of the fireworks. In other words, the entree. Then, after that, the main dish was about to come. Shishio was standing with everyone after he put his camera on the tripod he had brought. As for where he kept the tripod, please don't ask since his ninjutsu made him able to keep a lot of things secretly. Shishio stood with everyone, but suddenly he felt his hand grasp. He thought it would be Ayaka or Nana, but he saw them watching the fireworks happily and didn't hold his hand. So whose hand is this? Shishio glanced to the side and saw Yuri smiling sneakily in his direction. However, this wasn't the end since his other hand was also grasped by someone. He looked to the side and saw Sumire also holding his other hand shyly without looking away from the fireworks. His lips twitched, then he looked at Yuzu and Aki, who clapped their hands happily while watching the fireworks. He sighed, but he didn't say anything and just held their hands while watching the fireworks. But he must admit that while the fireworks were beautiful, he really couldn't focus on them since he must realized that his summer had just begun. 598, Kitchen is a good place. What did you cook? Shishio and Nanami were in the kitchen on Sakurasu. Kawairutsu and Mayumi Nishikino looked at the two curiously in the kitchen, wondering what kind of foods they cooked. They knew his cooking skill well, so their mouths were quite watery. Bear. Seriously? Seriously? Mayumi somehow didn't believe it and approached them, looking curiously at the meat on the table. Her nose twitched slightly, wondering whether this was bear meat, but she had never tasted it nor seen it, so she wasn't sure whether it was one or not. Really? But the smell of the bear is quite smelly, right? Out of nowhere, Watanabe Sayaka looked at the meat curiously, wondering why it was different from the one she had eaten in the past. You have eaten one before, Sayaka? Mayumi asked. Well, yeah, in my hometown, there are a lot of bears. Sayaka was living in a small town near the countryside, where the beasts still existed and lived in the nearby forest. Still, if she was going out with her clique, the people she knew through the club, or went out with the men she usually deceived, she wouldn't say that she was living in the countryside and would only say that she was coming from Tokyo. However, the people on the Sakurasu were different since even if they knew her real appearance without makeup or knew she was living in the countryside, they might not think too much. Hey? Isn't that dangerous? Mayumi was dumbfounded. Not really. Sayaka made a gesture like she was holding a shotgun and said, we have a firearm there. Hat? Really? Somehow Sayaka and Mayumi started to have a girls' talk. However, they couldn't be blamed since the only place on the Sakurasu with an air conditioner was only Shishio's room and the living room. This situation might be strange, but this was a habit of the people in this country. It wasn't that they couldn't afford the air conditioner, but they had never relied much on the air conditioner when the temperature was hot or warmer when the temperature was cold. They only used their blankets and lived like that. Still, in the afternoon, when the sun was at its peak, and the temperature was at its highest, they all stayed in the living room. They also had nothing to do during the summer vacation, so they gathered in the living room, waiting for the food cooked by Shishio to be ready. Most members of the Sakurasu were in the living room, except for Shina and Roberta, since they were in his apartment now. The two had a low heat tolerance and stayed there. Even Ryu Unosuke and Chihiro were there. While Ryu Unosuke was with his laptop, as usual, Chihiro chugged her beer lazily in her pajamas, seemingly having just woken up. Shishio glanced at Chihiro and thought having a child might make her more diligent. After all, watching her waste his days like this was quite unbearable for him. On the other hand, Misaki was more diligent since she was drawing in the living room, seemingly, trying to do her job or something. Their project had finished, and the result was amazing. Because of this, Misaki even became famous in the anime industry. Shishio also used this opportunity to start his online video sharing website by uploading his anime with Misaki on the website, giving it a boost in popularity. The progress of this website was good, and he knew that it might be some time before its popularity would spread everywhere. However, the one from the United States had monopolized the search engine, so it might be hard for him to make this video sharing website to become the most popular one. Fortunately, he had many shares in this search engine company. If he wanted it to grow even further, he had to wait for the era of the smartphone. Yet he must admit that managing all of his businesses was troublesome. If the system didn't give him many unique skills, he might as well hold the few shares in his investment group. Bear? I have heard that it is a good aphrodisiac, right? Suddenly, Shiro-san, who had been treated as an heir, chirped. His thought was broken, and he was lost for words. The air solidified, and no one sounded their voices. They were all staring at Shishio with dumbfounded expressions. Shishio was speechless and said, the aphrodisiac is the only paw area. The rest of the meat isn't that much different from beef or chicken. Then, where is the paw? Mayumi asked curiously. Why do you want that? You don't have a partner, right? Shishio was confused. Shishio. Mayumi was in a rage. She leaped into him and grabbed his head, trying to mess it up. Still, Shishio glanced at Mayumi slightly and wondered whether she had gotten fatter, but it was better to shut his mouth. After all, the topic of weight was something taboo among women. It was definitely impossible for him to say this woman was fat unless someone mentioned it. On the other hand, Mayumi also stopped her movement and sniffed his hair since it smelled nice. Damn, why am I getting horny? Mayumi realized that it had been a while since she had gotten laid, and it was impossible to say that she didn't have an urge. However, she didn't have a partner and hadn't found a nice man. She also wasn't a slut who would open he legs everywhere. Yet it was something inevitable. She was living in this country where people were living for work and not working for a living. Her opportunity to meet new people was limited. If she wanted to know new people, she had to know them through her acquaintances, especially through her coworker. However, even her friends were single, and it was impossible for them to introduce her to a good man. As for her coworker, she didn't have any interest. When she thought about it, the only male around her was only Shiro-san, Ryu Unosuke, and Shishio. In the past, there were Sorita and Mitaka, but she had forgotten about them since it was one of the policies of the Sakurasu that the people who had decided to move wouldn't be able to enter. It was also the reason why no one mentioned Sorita and Mitaka anymore. Even if the two wanted to return, it was already impossible. Yet while she put Ryu Unosuke and Shiro-san aside, she was very interested in Shishio. While this guy was a bastard and a scumbag like Mitaka, Shishio was several times better than Mitaka. Mayumi had often dragged Nanami to her room from time to time, talking about him and what they usually did, and she would be lying if she wasn't tempted by him. Even if she was only his mistress, she felt it was okay. After all, when she thought about what had happened to Nanami, she couldn't help but feel envious. The first thing was Nanami's career, which was so smooth. Mayumi was an adult, and she knew how dirty this world was. If Nanami didn't have Shishio's support, she might only be able to support her life by working a part-time job and was unable to become a popular CEO. While Mayumi didn't think Nanami would fail, she knew that Nanami might need a long time. 3 years, 5 years, or even a decade. Mayumi wasn't sure, but it was tough to work as a CEO unless one had an opportunity. As for the opportunity, she knew that those who worked in the entertainment industry knew well what they had to do to become popular. In other words, they had to give a little sacrifice. As for what that sacrifice was, there was no need to say it, right? The second was her nightlife with Shishio. Mayumi wasn't stupid, and she knew that Nanami had a face of a woman. She could see how much Nanami was in love with Shishio, and Nanami would do what he asked. She was also like that during high school, but she wasn't as generous as Nanami and broke up with her boyfriend immediately. Still, if that boyfriend was Shishio, Mayumi might fight with the one he cheated on her instead of breaking up with him since he was a legendary item among all the men. Mayumi, who was mature, even blushed when she recalled what Nanami told her when they stayed together. After all, he was so fierce that Nanami even passed out after she was at the peak of ecstasy. Mayumi had never passed out, and frankly, the feeling of sex was just like that, so she was quite curious about his difference from the others. Lastly, Mayumi must admit that he was her type. This might be the most important thing since, like a man who is interested in a beautiful woman, a woman is also interested in a handsome man. Still, Shishio realized the subtleness of Mayumi. After all, her hands, which were held on his head, were quite gentle, and she also strangely pressed the back of his head against her large breasts. Her smell had also changed and had become the smell of a bitch in heat. However, while he realized the change in Mayumi, the rest also noticed them, especially Chihiro, Nanami, Sayaka, and even Misaki. They frowned and wanted to say something, but Sayaka beat them first. Mayumi-san, have you gotten fatter? Sayaka pulled Mayumi's flabby stomach with shock. Sayaka. Mayumi roared and started to chase after Sayaka. Oh, I dropped the spoon. Nanami suddenly said and squatted down to pick up the spoon. Shishio didn't say anything and only looked at Mayumi and Sayaka, fighting each other and rolling in the living room like they were female gladiators. However, suddenly he felt a hand on his crotch. He was dumbfounded and glanced at Nanami, who seemed to be nonchalant, trying to search for something on the ground, yet the truth, she was tempting him. Fortunately, they were the only people in the kitchen, and it was hard for them to see anything from their position since they were covered by the kitchen table. When Nanami noticed his gaze, she smiled innocently. Shishio realized that he might not punish this girl enough. 599, Molester. Leaving aside whether there was an aphrodisiac effect or not, they must admit that the fried bear cooked by Shishio was good. They had lunch together with bear meat, and they enjoyed it so much since it had been a while for him to cook for everyone. Usually, he would stay in his apartment with his other girlfriends, but this time, he remained on the Sakura-osu, which was a rare chance for them to enjoy the food. Right, are you going home for Obon, Shishio? Chihiro suddenly asked after she gulped down a cold beer. I don't want to go back, but if they ask me to go home, it can't be helped. What is Obon? It is a fusion of the ancient Japanese belief in ancestral spirits and a Japanese Buddhist custom to honor the spirits of one's ancestors. However, this custom has changed into a family reunion holiday, during which people return to ancestral family places and visit and clean their ancestors' graves when the spirits of ancestors are supposed to revisit the household altars. This was also a chance for the family to meet the families they hadn't visited for a while, especially his family, which was quite busy. Obon was a chance for them to meet together. While Shishio didn't really want to go home, he knew that his parents would urge him to go home. It was just he wasn't sure whether he would bring his girlfriends or not. He glanced at Nanami, who stared at him secretly and felt it was better not to bring anyone. That's true. Chihiro snickered, but she didn't say much since she knew how troublesome his family was. Fortunately, she wasn't part of his father's family. By the way, are you going back too? Shishio asked curiously. No, I don't want to go home. I will stay here. Chihiro answered without hesitation. Why? Ritsuo asked subconsciously. Chihiro was in silence, and her aura started to become gloomy. Ah! Among them, only Shishio, Sayaka, and Mayumi realized what was happening. Ah, are you afraid of being asked when you are going to get married? Shiro-san suddenly said with a smile. Chihiro's answer was simple, and she just threw out the bear meat in her hand. Thank you very much. Shiro-san, whose face was covered in bear meat, patted, said happily, and ate the food more vigorously. Don't play with food, Shishio couldn't help but say. My bad, but you should understand my anger, right? Chihiro glanced at Shishio. Don't worry. I understand. Meeting other families had always been troublesome, especially when one thought they were a failure. In the past, he was too lazy to come to Oban since those uncles, aunts, and others would ask him when he would graduate from being Chiyunibu and act with dignity like he was coming from the Oga family instead of bringing shame to the family. While he was speechless, he could only say that this resulted from coming from such a big family. Yet he also understood the worry of his uncles, aunts, and others since instead of living in his ideal and being labeled as a weirdo, it was better to act like he was a good boy, at least in front of them. However, the previous Shishio Oga had one principle. It is better to follow one's path even if it is wrong instead of going on the other's path, even if it is correct. While he wasn't sure why the previous Shishio Oga was so adamant about this, he didn't intend to say much since they were two different people. The previous Shishio Oga had his own way. He also had his own way. As for who was the right one, no one could say since one could only choose the most suitable method for them. Well, it didn't change the fact he was too lazy to go back to Kyoto for Oban. On the other hand, Chihiro's feeling was the same. After all, she was in her 30s, and she hadn't found someone who could become her husband, so if she went home, she would probably be tortured by the voice asking her when she was going to marry. Yet this was inevitable since how everyone was, right? Okay, enough about this. Chihiro suddenly slapped her hand on the table and attracted everyone's attention. I just got a notification from the neighborhood community. What kind of notice? Nanami asked curiously, but she kept glancing at Shishio, wondering whether he would bring someone when he went back. They have found a molester around here. Chihiro subconsciously glanced at Shiro-san. The rest wasn't much better, and they were all looking at Shiro-san at the same time. On the other hand, Shiro-san was excited. He put his hands on his chest, his breathing was quite hard, and his face flushed red in excitement. Ah, those gazes of contempt are making this one a hot masochistic summer. Masochistic summer. It was his first time hearing such a term, but it was better to shut his mouth. Still, everyone gathered together and read the notice about the molester that appeared around the neighborhood. Shishio knew that there were a lot of perverts in this world, but he had never expected that there would be one in his neighborhood, which made him quite worried, and he thought that it might be good to erase this person. However, it was a must that he was pretty curious. The only pervert he had only seen was Shiro-san, so he wondered what kind of pervert one in the neighborhood was. The molester's modus operandi: he'll pretend to pass by you then grope you and run away, or he'll say, "It's hot today, isn't it?" and then take off his pants. That's a rather vulgar take on the whole Cool Biz idea. Cool Biz idea is the campaign of the Japanese Ministry of the Environment to try and get people to wear lighter clothing and turn down air conditioners to help the environment. How about the molester's features? They looked at the picture and description of the molester. The picture was rather vague and rather ugly. Every part of his body was tagged with a gross word, especially the crotch area, written with super gross. Besides gross, there was also a stink word on the part of his hair and crotch. The molester was in his mid-20s to 30s. He had disgusting black hair tied in a ponytail. He wore outdated sunglasses, a peach-colored t-shirt, and a pair of shorts. Whoever drew this must hate that pervert. Mayumi couldn't help but comment. Molesters are the worst. Sayaka suddenly pouted and complained, I run them a lot on the train. There was one who tried to grope me from behind earlier. Seriously? Shishio frowned since he didn't expect someone he knew was a victim of a pervert. Did someone help you? No, but I was so surprised that I couldn't scream. I was almost crying as I desperately tried his hands off me. Then, by a pure coincidence, my nails managed to slide underneath his fingernails and stab him, Sayaka said and showed her sharp nails. Good job. Shishio nodded and felt that what Sayaka did was quite light, but not everyone was like Sayaka, who could do such a thing. Most girls would decide to bear it or were too scared to move, giving the molesters a chance to do whatever they wanted. Oh, yeah. You could have used that line then, couldn't you? You see it a bunch in the manga, but you never get to say it in real life. You should have said it. Then, Mayumi told her imagination how Sayaka, whose breasts were groped by a pervert from behind. Kukiku, sorry to disappoint you, but these are fake. Mine is 8 times smaller. Nanny. What? The molester. Mayumi laughed, but Shiro-san was amazed. However, Sayaka was furious. The two continued their fights, but Shishio realized how amazing the development of the underwear was. After all, even an A cup could become a D cup easily as long as one puts on a pad. Unlike Nanami's pure D cup, Sayaka's D cup was fake. Yet somehow, Shishio also understood the desire of a girl who wanted to have a bigger breast size. After all, even a man wanted to have a bigger penis, so wasn't it normal for a girl to want to have bigger breasts? Still, he realized that Mayumi and Sayaka had gotten used to molesters that they could even laugh them off. However, Nanami, Ritsu, and Ryu Unosuke were different. Humph. But molesters are really the worst. They're just a bunch of cowardly good-for-nothing losers. Shiro-san showed his disdain. Shishio only stared at Shiro-san in silence. But you know? Isn't there a method to solve this problem easily? Chihiro suddenly said. How is the solution, Chihiro-sensei? Nanami asked curiously. Well, you only need to ridicule the flasher calmly with insults like you're not even circumcised. And how tiny? By then, their spirits will be crushed, Chihiro said with a snicker. Ah! Shiro-san was the most excited, and his heart was beating so fast. We have a good-for-nothing pervert here. Shishio stared at Shiro-san with dead eyes. Yab. Ritsu agreed. Nanami was glad that Shina was out today. You're wrong. I am not interested in molesting people, but I am only interested in being hit by the countermeasure for the molesters. They're similar, but they're not the same thing. Shiro-san felt that he was hit by injustice. Unfortunately, the problem is that there are still similarities. Shishio sighed, but then he looked at Mayumi, whose breasts were groped by Sayaka in silence before looking away. Oi! That person over there! If you see my crisis, hurry up and help me! Mayumi screamed while crying. Shishio coughed and said, leaving the perverts aside, have any of you ever met a molester? He looked at Nanami and Ritsu. Depending on their answers, the fish on Tokyo Bay will get fatter tonight. 600, catch the pervert. Fortunately, I have never met one. Nanami sighed in relief since she had never met a molester. She might often use public transportation such as a train or bus, but she might be lucky that she was all right. However, she was also quite worried if she met one. Yet when she heard how to handle a molester from Chihiro, somehow, she felt a molester was nothing. Nanami also believed she could utter those words smoothly since she had been fighting a Hormongandra for so long. In front of a worm, she would only feel disgusted instead of scared. While Shishio was glad that Nanami had never met one, he wondered whether it was only his imagination that her gaze was quite strange. Nope. On the other hand, Ritsu also gave a similar answer. Really? Sayaka, who kept rubbing Mayumi's boobs, looked at Ritsu and Nanami curiously. Nanami nodded. How about when you go to work? Sayaka asked. I have never met one, and Shishio also often sent me and picked me up from my work, Nanami said innocently and didn't expect it to bring jealousy to many of them in this room. If they were asked whether they wanted to ride on public transportation or a private, they would say the public since it would make them appear modest and unneedy, but if they answered truthfully, they also wanted to be sent and picked up by a car since it was more comfortable and they didn't need to worry about a molester. Leaving Nanami aside, how about you, Riken? Sayaka asked again, feeling it was better to ignore Nanami now since she was afraid of getting jealous. No. Ritsu shook her head since she felt she had never met a molester. I don't really take a bus or a train that often. Hey? Aren't there a lot in the bookstore, though? Sayaka suddenly said. Hey. Ritsu was dumbfounded. Earlier, when I was at the bookstore scheming through something, a guy came close to me and pretended to reach a book in front of me but then turned his hand and grabbed me instead. Ritsu's body jolted out, her face was pale, and her body trembled. Senpai. 2x. Nanami was helpless and hopeless. Shishio also reacted the same, but his face was slightly cold. I was so surprised that I accidentally elbowed him. Sayaka laughed. Shishio wondered how to exterminate perverts in this world. Still, while he was a pervert, he wasn't a sexual deviant. He wondered how many innocent girls had their memories scarred by those perverts, which made him feel that sending them to become a miner or a potato farmer in the small country might be better. After all, he felt death was too cheap for them. Ah, back when I was in high school. Mayumi suddenly remembered her experience in the bookstore. One time, I felt there was this weird feeling near my skirt. When I turned around, I saw a guy grabbing onto it. Ritsu's body was jolted once again, and her face became even paler. Senpai, you have met them, right? Shishio was even more helpless at Ritsu. Nope. However, Ritsu denied it fervently by shaking her head while holding her book. What are you talking about? Your face is totally like, wait, so that's what it was. Shishio rubbed his temple for a moment, thinking Ritsu's book addict was really dangerous. When she was engrossed in the book, she would ignore everything in her surroundings. While her experience taking care of Sheena might make her more attentive to her surroundings, she hasn't changed much. As long as she was alone and had a book in her hand, she would mostly ignore everything. Suddenly, he became worried when he thought he would go on a trip with his older girlfriends to Karuizawa. The molester was still in this neighborhood, and they might have met the molester when he left. He felt it was necessary for him to protect the housewives in this neighborhood, too, in case they met the molester. Shishio thought he could ask his people to solve this problem, but somehow he wanted to catch this pervert like a game. It was like in England, where the noble would hunt a fox, stag, or even a bird. However, his target was a pervert. Okay, I have decided. What? Everyone was confused by Shishio, who suddenly talked quite loudly. I have decided to catch this pervert. What? Everyone was dumbfounded by his declaration. How are you going to do that? Yet, somehow after a momentary surprise, they became interested. They were all free and didn't have anything to do, so when they thought he would catch a pervert, they became excited. Well, the first thing is that we need bait, Shishio said. Bait. While everyone was confused, Shiro-san suddenly nodded. I see, the pervert will only act when there is a beautiful girl, so you'll use a beautiful girl in this dorm as bait for the pervert, right? Ugh. They hesitated, but Nanami believed in Shishio since she knew how good he was at fighting. That's right, we're going to use a beautiful girl, but who says we need a girl? Hey. They were confused. What do you mean? I mean, we can also use a guy, Shishio said calmly. Guy. They were even more in a daze. Ah, are you going to dress me like a girl? Shiro-san blushed and was quite shy, but he seemed excited. Everyone. Well, your face is nice, but I think you're too tall. You might intimidate the pervert, Sayaka said calmly. While she must admit his face was to her taste, and he might receive a big okay if he cross-dressed as a female, he was too tall. It's not me. Shishio was speechless, then said, did you forget that we have one more guy here? Ah. Everyone suddenly realized, and their eyes gathered at one figure in the living room. The eyes of the girls also shone in excitement, thinking this was fun. Shishio stared at the girls and felt that they had thought of this as a game, which made him speechless. Ryu Unosuk was eating a cold tomato, which was prepared by Shishio while doing his work as a programmer. While everyone talked to each other, he ignored them and continued to work, but suddenly he felt a gaze on his body. He stopped working for a while and noticed they were all looking at him. What? Ryu Unosuk was confused. Ryu Unosuk, can you help me? Shishio clapped his hands and begged. Okay. It was his first time seeing Shishio asking him for help, so Ryu Unosuk agreed, but he didn't expect a moment later. He would regret his decision to help him. I will kill you. This was the line that came out from Ryu Unosuk after he changed into a woman's clothes. His eyes were dead, staring at the man who made him wear this female's clothes. In the end, he borrowed Sayaka's clothes since their height was quite similar, and Sayaka didn't have much of a chest either. However, Shishio decided to shut his mouth since he could see Sayaka's mood wasn't good. Wow, so cute. Nanami was surprised. Dragon, you're so cute. Misaki squalled and moved around to observe Ryu Unosuk from a close distance. If you don't lift your skirt, I can't tell you're a man. Mayumi was even surprised. Ritsu still held her book, but her reaction was similar to everyone's. On the other hand, Chihiro looked at Sayaka and said, as expected of your makeup skill, he has become even more beautiful than most girls in this country. But the one who did the makeup and lent the clothes, Sayaka, bit her thumb in frustration. Damn it, why is a guy like you even cuter than a girl like me? Also, what's wrong with your skin? Why is it so soft? Did becoming a shut-in make you have such good skin? Shut up, woman. Don't get too close to me. Ryu Unosuk almost screamed before he tried to escape since he had a small gynophobia. As he ran, he happened to be on the side of Shishio, the man who made him dress like a girl. Still, when Ryu Unosuk got close, Shishio didn't do anything and stared at him curiously since he must admit if he didn't see his wee-wee in the past, he would think of him as a female. Ryu Unosuk wore a pink top and a white skirt. His hair was tied in a ponytail, and his face also had faint makeup, which made him appear more beautiful. Shishio knew that the word beautiful was inappropriate for a man like Ryu Unosuk, but he must admit it was suitable, and he also understood why the system could be triggered by him. Yet even if he died, he wouldn't do something so stupid as crossing the line. He loved a woman, and that fact wouldn't change even if he died or reincarnated, no matter how many times. Still, I must admit that you're beautiful, Ryu Unosuk. How about you change your attire like this from now on? It suits you well. Shishio was joking around, but Ryu Unosuk's response made him awkward. Stupid. Ryu Unosuk looked away as if trying to hide something, but even so, his ears were beet red. Shishio. Everyone tilted their heads and felt the subtle atmosphere between the two, which made them panic for some reason. However, are you sure you're alright with this, Ryu Unosuk? Shishio asked. Isn't that question quite late? Ryu Unosuk looked at Shishio helplessly before he let out a sigh. Frankly, it is okay, and I don't mind. After all, I also have a penis, so even if I see another guy's penis, I am alright. After all, he was a male, so he also had one in his nether region. Even if they knew Ryu Unosuk was a guy, hearing the word penis come out of his mouth several times made them quite strange for some reason. Okay, then, let's start our operation. Shishio was ready to catch the pervert, but someone interrupted him. Oh. Oh. Shishio-kun. Shishio-kun. Misaki raised her hand excitedly. Please speak, Cadet Misaki, Shishio said while looking at Misaki. Why don't we name this operation? Misaki asked. Oh? Do you have a good name for our operation? Shishio was curious. Yeah. Misaki nodded and put on a cool pose like the one from the shounen manga. Project Mana. I don't think we need such a cool name for our operation. Shishio was speechless. How about a Barbarossa operation? Alright, are you ready? Shishio decided to ignore Misaki. Oh. Everyone also decided to ignore this stupid girl. Hey, don't ignore me. Misaki cried and was drowned by everyone's excitement. However, there was one person they ignored and sadly sat in the corner of the room. I also want to become beautiful. Shiro-san muttered depressedly. Shishio pretended he didn't hear anything and focused on catching the pervert who terrorized the neighborhood.